You've changed both our worlds, Belle.
Don't you dare fall behind, Belle.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Fell in Love with Alicia Forestlight and Anakitty Autumn movie. Before we start, please go support Justero9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Belle is a male. Aki and Alicia always focused on becoming much stronger so they could be of use to the family, and because of that, matters of love always seemed unnecessary to them. Little did they know that an encounter with a certain albino boy would cause them to gradually eat their words. Meeting. It is absolutely forbidden for them to have a romantic relationship with any member of another family. If anyone does so, they will be expelled from the family. Those were the words of the goddess Loki to all her children on a certain day when they were all peacefully having breakfast. She said it with such seriousness that everyone understood it wasn't a joke as usual. She was serious, and that was worrying. Little by little, some members of the family began to get nervous because of this warning. Are you serious? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? She probably had a fight with some god and is angry. After all, not a single woman is interested in me. Does that include going to the pleasure district? Those were the comments made by some members, their voices clearly nervous, trying to hide it as much as possible. But that behavior, it was more than clear that more than one of them was romantically interested in a person from another family. Knowing that they couldn't fall in love with someone who wasn't part of their real family put them in a real bind. But there was one person among those who were nervous who didn't take the matter seriously, he didn't even flinch. That person was one of the most powerful adventures of level 4, Anakitty Autumn or Aki for friends. Why is everyone so nervous? Asked the cat as she calmly enjoyed her breakfast, observing the nervous faces of her friends. Is it because of Loki's warning? Yes, I think it's because they're interested in someone from another family, replied the elf Alicia, who also didn't seem to care much. Aren't you scared, Aki? No, he replied quickly and without hesitation. You know very well how I am about those things. I never paid them any attention. All I want is to become stronger so I can meet this family's expectations. That's what you say for now, but nobody knows, not even you, if you'll ever fall in love. After all, it's hard to control your heart, Alicia said with a mocking smile, trying to provoke her friend. I say this as an elf, and we're very closed off about these things. Believe me, Alicia, I'm not into that cheesy love stuff, he said wearily, finishing his breakfast. The day I fall in love will probably be in my next life, but not in this one. I hope you're sure of your words. I don't want to hear in a while that you were expelled from the family for falling in love with a boy from a rival family, the elf mocked, imagining the scene. And when that happens, I'll tell you, I told you so. Keep talking, Alicia, you'll only waste your energy, he said, unfazed by the taunts. And to prove it, I'm about to go to the dungeon to get stronger, and all this talk of love will only slow me down, he said, standing up and taking up his sword. You should come with me too. You've been slacking off lately. I'd like to go with you, but I can't. Soon all the elves will have training with Reveria-sama, she said, glancing sideways at Lafia, whom she considered a rival to succeed Reveria. So you'll have to go alone this time. Perhaps I'll accompany you tomorrow. Well then, it'll be like old times, he said nonchalantly, getting up from his seat. I'll see you this afternoon. Of course. And be careful not to fall in love with any boy you meet in the dungeon, she mocked again as she said goodbye. Haha, funny, he said sarcastically, leaving the dining room and heading towards the dungeon. It's been harder to provoke her lately, the elf thought, watching the door her friend had just left through, then looking at the rest of her companions. That news really made them nervous. While Alicia and Aki continued their conversation, the rest were still nervous about Loki's words. He really caught them off guard. Ha! These idiots worrying about absurd things, Bet mocked as he drank his beer. After all, it's not like anyone's going to fall in love with those weaklings. You're very calm about this topic, Bet. Well, it's normal since nobody is interested in you either, Tyan said mockingly, making a vein of anger form on the wolf's forehead. And those who fall in love with you end up dying, Tiona finished, holding back her laughter. Haha, it's like if the girl said I love you and he died instantly, unable to stop it. Both Amazons began to laugh loudly, much to the wolf's fury. Damn Amazons. He shouted angrily, launching himself into a fight with both of them. At that moment a battle began between the two Amazons against the wolf, who was at a disadvantage, while the rest just watched, entertained, trying to forget the threat of Loki, although it was very difficult for them. Yes, the topic affected them, Alicia thought with an anime-style sweat drop. Back with Aki. She was already walking in the dungeon, killing one or two monsters she came across, while her thoughts were on a certain topic that had been bothering her for a long time. I've been stuck at level 4 for so long now, I'm so close yet so far from being a first class, I thought with frustration as I killed 6 goblins in a single slash. If I keep going like this, I'll never be able to meet other people's expectations. Since Aki joined the Loki Familia, her sole objective has always been to become stronger so that her superiors would not regret accepting her into the Familia, to show them that she would be of great help to them. Everything was going well until she reached level 4. It seemed that at that level she had stagnated, refusing to continue climbing, and this was starting to annoy the cat. There were days when he spent almost 24 hours in the dungeon and only managed to gain about 15 points in his stats. That only showed him how far he was from reaching the much desired level 5. Fall in love. I don't have time for that, I have to keep training, or I'll never be able to achieve my goals, she thought with great determination as she reached the 9th floor of the dungeon. HHHHH. And the first thing I heard when I arrived at the blessed apartment was a loud scream from a person, as if they were asking for help, alerting her. Someone is in danger, I thought with a serious expression. Aki couldn't turn a deaf ear to that. If she could do something to help, then she would, of course, after making sure it wasn't a trap. Quickly demonstrating that she was a level 4, she ran at great speeds towards the origin of the scream, hoping only to arrive in time. Upon arriving at the source of the scream, the first thing he saw was an albino who appeared to be the same age as him, badly injured and leaning against the wall, surrounded by a dozen killer ants who were preparing to eat him. Panic and fear were evident on the albino's face. They won't, Aki whispered, taking off at great speed towards the monsters, leaving a small crack in the ground. With a single blow, I eliminated all the killer ants, who didn't know what had attacked them, leaving nothing but their magic stones scattered on the ground. The albino boy could only watch in surprise as a beautiful girl swiftly killed those annoying ants that had caused him so much trouble. Incredible, he thought, amazed by the girl's great skill with the sword. With great elegance after such an incredible attack, according to Belle, Aki sheathed her sword while arranging her hair. I've gotten faster, Aki thought, proud of her speed. That's right. With a little concern, Aki turned her gaze to the albino boy who was still sitting on the ground, looking at the killer ant stones in amazement. Are you okay? Aki asked, approaching the albino and carefully observing him for any injuries. Upon hearing the girl's beautiful voice, he raised his gaze and met the beautiful face of his savior. She's beautiful, he thought, marveling at the cat's face. Without being able to avoid it, their eyes met as they stared at each other, one with concern and the other with surprise and admiration. For some reason, the albino felt a sense of déjà vu at that scene, but he didn't know why, staring blankly, trying to remember if something similar had ever happened to him. Are you okay? Aki asked a second time when she didn't get a response from the surprised albino, starting to worry her a little, believing that perhaps he had a serious injury. Upon hearing the melodious voice for the second time, he came out of his surprise. Yes, I'm fine, or so I think, he replied somewhat doubtfully and a little nervous about the presence of the beautiful girl. Aki only slightly narrowed her eyes upon hearing the boy's tone of voice, which did not entirely convince her. My name is Aki. What's yours? She asked as she sheathed her sword. The bellcranel, he replied, still nervous, trying to stand up but failing in the attempt. Let me help you. Aki, unbothered by the proximity, approached the albino, taking his arm and putting it around his neck to help him stand up. Obviously, this action made Belle blush a lot since he wasn't used to being so close to a girl. Looks like your foot was bitten by a killer ant, Aki said, seeing how Belle's foot was bleeding from a bite. I didn't bring any potions, and it looks like you didn't either, she said, noticing he wasn't carrying a backpack. I dropped them when I was running away from those things, he whispered, embarrassed by her closeness. Thank you for helping me. Don't worry, I wouldn't feel at peace with myself if I left you to your fate, so I'll accompany you to the surface so you can heal. And no, it's necessary, see, I can go alone, I stammered, nervous about being helped by her. Aki stared intently at the albino's face, causing him to blush at her gaze, especially since her face was very close to his. Thanks to that closeness, Belle could say with certainty that she was very beautiful. Alright. Without warning, Aki released Belle, causing him to instantly fall to the ground, injured and letting out a small groan of pain. Apparently you have enough energy to walk alone to the dungeon exit, so good luck on your journey, Aki said goodbye, starting to walk away from the albino. Wait, Belle stammered in pain, catching the girl's attention again. Yes. She said with a small smile, turning to look at Belle. He understood instantly that she was just playing with him, but she needed his help to get back to the surface, so he had no choice but to swallow his almost non-existent pride. See, can you help me get back to the surface? He asked, embarrassed. Sure, I agreed with a small smile, helping Belle to his feet again. You know, I don't know you, but from this exchange I've realized you don't like receiving help from others. You're too proud. It's not pride, he quickly corrected Aki, who looked at him in surprise since he didn't stutter. I simply don't want people wasting their time helping me. I don't like being a nuisance. Aki listened attentively to what the albino said, reminding him of a certain friend who had many insecurities and stuttered every second. They were very similar except for their hair. It seems that this type of person is more common nowadays, Aki whispered, starting to walk while helping Belle. Huh? What do you mean by that? I asked, not understanding what she had said. Nothing, just concentrate on walking or you'll hurt yourself more, he said, taking Belle by the waist to help him walk. This action startled Belle a little. Relax, I'm not going to hurt you, she said with amusement at how red he was. In response, he looked away, trying to hide his blush, which was impossible, much to the girl's amusement. After that exchange, they both began walking towards the surface with slow steps, since Belle couldn't go any faster even if he wanted to, but that didn't bother Aki. A little while later they were both near the entrance to the 5th floor, while chatting about various topics to make the trip seem shorter. And what were you doing alone on the 9th floor? Aki asked curiously. It's usually very rare to find adventurers in trouble on those floors. Floor 9. I thought I was on the 3rd floor, Belle said, somewhat surprised by the information. What? Are you telling me you didn't know what floor you were on? I asked, incredulous at the rabbit's cluelessness. That's impossible. If you were on the 9th floor, that means you already have some experience with the first few floors of the dungeon. Besides, you were alone. I don't believe you're ignorant about that. The truth is, I've only been an adventurer for 2 weeks, he replied with a nervous smile. I think this is only the 5th time I've entered the dungeon, so I don't really understand them. Upon hearing those words, Aki stopped abruptly, confusing the albino. Aki-san. Are you a prodigy? I asked, surprised. Only 2 weeks and you're already on the 9th floor. Aki couldn't believe it. When she started her adventure, it took her almost 4 months to get to the 9th floor by herself, and this albino boy had managed it in just 2 weeks. That had to be impossible. The prodigy? Of course not, I still have some trouble on floors 2 and 3, but today there were hardly any monsters, so I kept walking. But it seems I didn't realize I was going down more floors than I could handle, all because no monsters were appearing. That is, until those ants showed up and caused me a lot of trouble. I would have died if you hadn't saved me, he replied with a nervous smile, realizing his recklessness. I just kept going down and down. I thought I was still on the same floor. The moment Belle finished speaking, Aki let go of him again, only this time the albino managed to stay standing. Or so it was until he received a blow to the head from Aki, sending him to the ground again. It hurts, he complained, feeling the pain in his head. Why did you do it? Are you an idiot? Aki asked angrily. How could you enter the dungeon without knowing the maps of each floor and the monsters in each area? If you had dedicated time to studying, you wouldn't have had such a bad time. Don't you have an advisor to guide you? Without realizing it, Aki began to scold Belle as she did with the rookies in her family whenever they made a mistake. She simply did it because she didn't want any of them to die in the dungeon, but in the end, she always ended up going too far with her scolding, as is happening now. Why yes, I have an advisor B, but I don't pay much attention to her classes, he replied, frightened by the dark aura of his companion. That response only resulted in him receiving 2 more blows to the head, leaving Belle in even more pain than he already was. Listen, kid, the dungeon isn't something to take lightly. Hundreds of people have died in this place because of their recklessness, and if you keep going like this, you'll soon be another one on the list of the dead. Belle could only lower his gaze, ashamed and dejected by Aki's scolding. He knew he was right, but he felt he would never become strong if he only stayed on the weaker floors. He had to be stronger. The stronger he was, the more money he would bring to his family, and they could get out of all their problems. But Aki was right, she had to take the dungeon more seriously, or all her effort would end up being in vain. I am sorry, I promise not to be reckless anymore, I whispered, not wanting to look up at Aki's angry face. He had only known her for a few hours, and she already scared him. Just understanding is more than enough, said the cat, softening her gaze. I hope you'll take your studies more seriously from now on. Why yes, he murmured, wanting to cry from how humiliated he felt. And I'm as sorry for hitting you, it's a habit, she apologized sheepishly, looking away. He barely knew him and had already hit him 3 times, although honestly he deserved it. Even though he wasn't part of his family and he barely knew him, he wouldn't want a fellow adventurer to die so young just because of his recklessness. Let's keep walking, it's still a while before we reach the surface, said Aki, helping Belle to his feet again. He simply remained silent, not wanting to anger the girl further, and allowed her to help him without saying a word. Great, now he's scared of me, I thought, a little an I'm-style sweat drop forming on my face as I saw Belle's frightened expression. It's always the same, I want to give advice and end up scaring them. And so they both continued walking towards the surface, only this time in silence, Belle for fear of making her angry again, and Aki thinking about how to correct the rookies without scaring them. Some time later. About 2 hours passed before they both managed to leave the dungeon after that awkward silence that lasted a long time. "Stay here, I'll be right back." The moment they left the dungeon, Aki left Belle sitting by a fountain while she went to a nearby shop to buy some potions to heal the albino's foot. "She's kind but also scary," Belle thought, watching the cat slowly walk away from him. "But she's very cute." A little while later. "And there you go, you're healed," Aki said, sprinkling the last of the healing potion on Belle's foot, which was completely healed, though with a slight ache. "I hope this teaches you a lesson so you don't do anything stupid again," Aki repeated, putting away the empty bottles and looking at the albino with a serious expression. "Why yes, it's more than clear to me now, and thank you very much. I'll repay you for your help someday," said the rabbit, embarrassed and still hurt by the scolding he received in the dungeon. "You don't need to pay me, just stop being reckless," Aki said, standing up and ready to leave. "I can understand your desire to get stronger, but you need to take things slowly. After all, you're only a level 1. By the way, now that you mention level, what level are you?" Belle asked, curious to know something about his savior. "I'm level 4. Belle's jaw almost dropped in surprise when he heard the answer. He knew there were adventurers with much higher levels, but level 4 was still very surprising, a level he had longed for ever since becoming an adventurer. "It's not surprising, there are people much more powerful than me," Aki said, seeing the albino's surprise. "Technically, I'm still very weak compared to others. But you are much more powerful than I am," he said, still surprised. "That's true," he said proudly. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I have to go back to my headquarters to rest. Goodbye, and don't die, or my effort to save you will have been in vain." He said goodbye, walking away from the place while waving his hand. "Oh of course, and thank you so much for everything," shouted the albino, still sitting in the fountain. "I promise I won't let you down." Aki simply smiled at those words as she continued her walk. Belle seemed like a very nice person but stubborn at the same time. He was a strange boy, but in a good way. But most likely he would never see him again. This time it had been a simple coincidence to find him there, and he highly doubted he would ever meet him again in the dungeon, so it would just remain that, one more day in which he saved a rookie from the clutches of death. "I didn't end up training in the dungeon," she thought, frustrated. "Well, tomorrow will be." At that moment neither of them knew it, but that meeting was only the first of many they would have from now on. After all, that was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. End of chapter. Getting to know the rookie. A new day was beginning in Arario, and at the Twilight Mansion, many members of the Loki Familia were preparing to start their day, whether it was training, exploring the dungeon or simply resting. Among them was our protagonist Aki, who was wearing her battle attire. "Back to the dungeon again?" Alice asked as she watched her friend pick up her sword. "Yes, I couldn't do much yesterday, so today I'm going to make up for everything I didn't do yesterday," she replied, ready to leave. "That's right, you arrived earlier than usual yesterday. Did something happen in the dungeon that made you return early?" he asked again curiously, walking beside Aki. "I simply had an encounter with an adventurer, nothing more," he said, not wanting to discuss the matter with the elf, knowing what she was like. Unfortunately for Aki, at that response, a mocking smile gradually appeared on Alicia's face. "Careful Aki, Loki is watching us." "Don't start, Alicia," he whispered wearily. "I only helped him a little, it wasn't a big deal." "That's how it all starts, Aki, believe me," he said, still with a mocking tone, as they left the mansion together. "What kind of problem did she have?" she asked, wanting to know more. "I'm not going to tell you, and besides, why are you following me?" she asked, noticing that her friend hadn't left her side since she left the mansion. "Isn't it obvious? I have nothing to do today, so I've decided to come with you. It'll be more fun to go together," she replied, excited to explore with her friend. "Fine, but don't even think about starting with your absurd jokes," he warned with annoyance, knowing what the elf was like. "I'm not promising anything," she said simply with an innocent smile. After that exchange, both friends continued on their way in silence until they reached the dungeon. Since they were both level 4, the first few floors posed no problem for them, so they could relax a bit while killing the occasional monster. And Alicia took advantage of this to continue her interrogation. "And what was that boy like?" the curious elf asked. "Which boy?" she asked, confused, starting to kill 1 or 2 goblins. "Who else?" "The guy you met yesterday." "Ah, what do you want to know?" he asked, not paying much attention to the matter. "About what he was like," he repeated, starting to get annoyed. "The only thing I can tell you is that he's albino," Aki replied, since that was the most striking thing about Belle along with his red eyes. "An albino? That is very rare, there aren't many people like that in Arario," said Alicia, a little surprised. "You certainly picked a peculiar boy. If you keep this up, I'll leave you stranded and go on my own," she warned, annoyed. Okay, don't get mad, I was just kidding, she said with a nervous smile, aware of how easily her friend had become angry that day. After that, both girls continued going down floors while killing the monsters. Aki's goal was to reach the 17th floor and hopefully face Goliath, as this would significantly increase her stats. Although halfway there, precisely on the 7th floor, it stopped abruptly, causing Alicia to bump into its back. Gradually, a vein became prominent on his forehead as he looked in a particular direction. "What's wrong, Aki?" Alicia asked, confused and rubbing her nose when she saw her friend's angry expression. "Are you serious?" Aki whispered angrily, without taking her eyes off that place. Curious, the elf turned her gaze to the same place that Aki was looking. There in a corner of the apartment was an albino boy cutting some plants while putting them into his small backpack, which already had some plants in it. Upon seeing that the boy was albino, Alicia concluded that he was the same boy Aki had met yesterday. "Belle." The cat's scream could be heard throughout the 7th floor, causing Belle to fall to the ground, startled by the sudden call. "Hey Aki-san," the rabbit stammered, frightened to see Aki staring at him with an angry expression. I can explain. "Didn't you learn your lesson yesterday?" I asked, still angry, slowly approaching the frightened albino. "I even went to the trouble of saving you, and this is how you repay me, going back to floors you don't even know how to navigate." I know B, but I have a B good explanation," she stammered, starting to back away as she saw Aki getting closer and closer. "No explanations, I'll have to knock that stubbornness out of you with my fists," he threatened, cracking his knuckles to the albino's fear. Meanwhile, Alice's expression shifted from bewilderment to amusement as she observed the scene. "I think I understand now," she thought, amused, as she watched the boy beg Aki for mercy. "Please forgive me, but I have to do it. I had no choice," he cried desperately. "Are they threatening you to make you come to these apartments?" "Yes. Society forces me to come in here. If I don't, I'll stay in poverty." Aki, fed up with the albino's complaints, prepared her fist to give him a good blow to the head. But luckily for Belle, a very beautiful elf came to save him from his tragic fate. "Who is your friend Aki?" Alicia asked, arriving on the scene with a friendly smile. The tension in the air was broken by her entrance. "An elf?" Belle thought in amazement. "So? Who is he?" she asked again, curious. "He's the boy I was telling you about," he replied in a tired tone, slowly lowering his fist, much to the albino's delight. Hello, I'm bellcranel," he introduced himself with a nervous smile to the elf. "Nice to meet you, my name is Alicia," she introduced herself with a small smile before looking at her friend. "Why did you want to hit him?" "Because he's an idiot, there's no other explanation," he replied quickly, making the albino lower his gaze in embarrassment. "I don't understand," said the elf, not quite grasping what her friend had said. Aki could only let out a tired sigh before beginning to explain everything that happened with the albino, from how he saved him from the killer ants, and how he helped him get out of the dungeon, and then healed him. "I thought, wow, I helped a newbie and gave him some life advice. He'll probably become a great adventurer thanks to that advice. But no, only a blessed day has passed and he's already back on floors he can't handle. Do you want to die?" he asked, returning to his angry tone and looking at the frightened rabbit. I'm sorry B, but I had to do it," he whispered, intimidated by the cat's gaze. "Come on Aki, don't intimidate him, let him explain why he's doing it and maybe you'll understand," Alicia said with amusement at her friend's angry attitude. "Okay, but make it quick," I agreed, seeing Belle ready to hear her explanation in order to decide her verdict. Belle, seeing that he was being watched by both girls, became much more nervous, but he had to give his explanation or he would be hit by Aki. Well, my family is poor because of some debt," I explained, trying not to stutter. "We have a small pharmacy in town where we sell potions, so I'm in charge of bringing the medicinal plants from the dungeon. But there are medicinal plants on the first floors, there's no need to come to floors you can't control," Aki said, still not understanding why the albino was putting his life at risk like that. "They're not enough. If I want my family to prosper and get out of this debt, I have to work really hard. I don't want to be a burden to my god and captain. I just want to help," she finished, clenching her fists in frustration. While Aki and Alicia just looked at Belle with pity, they understood the reason for his actions, but even so, Aki was not happy that he was putting himself at risk just to get a few more plants. "And your captain come to the dungeon with you? If there are two of you, perhaps you can handle these floors better," Aki asked, puzzled. My captain has a certain trauma with monsters," was all the albino said, but it was more than enough for both girls to understand. It was quite common for some adventurers to develop traumas related to monsters after traumatic experiences, so they didn't ask about the subject anymore. So I have no choice, I'm the only member of my family who can enter the dungeon, and since no group of adventurers will accept me into their group, I have to do it alone, even if it puts me in danger, as some say, nothing ventured, nothing gained, he finished speaking with a dejected expression as he remembered those sad days. Well, I'm sorry for judging you without knowing about the subject, Aki apologized, embarrassed by her previous actions. She understood the albino a little, since before joining the Loki family, she had similar problems that led her to make rash decisions, such as entering the dungeon without a fauna. I know. Both boys turned their gaze to the elf of the place, who had a smile on her face after screaming. What do you know? Aki asked, confused. If what he needs are medicinal plants to create potions, then let him accompany us on our exploration, the elf stated, causing both of them to open their eyes in surprise. While he gathers his plants, we can kill the monsters in the surrounding area, and that way we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He'll get his medicinal plants, and we'll increase our stats. It's a good idea, actually, Aki said, turning her gaze to the albino. What do you think, Belle? Well, if you don't mind, then see, with pleasure, I accepted, embarrassed to learn that I would be teaming up with 2 very pretty girls, and I didn't even know which family they belonged to. Our goal is the 17th floor. Do you think you have enough energy to get there? The cat asked, helping Belle to his feet. I think so, he replied somewhat doubtfully. Well, now that the contract is done, let's continue our exploration, said Alice, starting to walk. Meanwhile, Belle and Aki simply followed her, with Aki at the back and Belle in the middle of them both. The impromptu group had resumed their exploration. Thank you so much for helping me with this, Belle said, embarrassed by their gesture, even though he barely knew them. Don't worry, Belle, I've only known you for a short time, but I can safely say you're a good kid. I'd feel bad if I didn't do anything about it, Aki said, alert in case a monster appeared. What she really meant was that she likes you and would like to get to know you better, so we can be friends, the elf corrected gracefully, seeing how Aki blushed slightly. Stop saying things that aren't true, you stupid elf, he said angrily, holding back the urge to hit her. But it's the truth, you can't deny it, Aki. You'd better stop talking nonsense and focus on eliminating the monsters, or I'll never team up with you again, he threatened, staring intently at the elf's back. You always tell me the same thing, and in the end we always end up as a team, he said, dismissing the threat. While the 2 girls were arguing, Belle just had a shy smile, listening to the whole argument. Without a doubt, it felt much better to explore the dungeon with a team, instead of doing it alone, and what better than with 2 beauties. Harem Belle. Grandpa's words echoed in Belle's mind, causing a nervous expression to appear on his face. Even in his mind, his grandfather gave him that kind of advice. Some time later. What level are you, Alicia-san? The albino asked the beautiful elf curiously. They were on the 15th floor, with both girls resting but still alert in case a monster appeared. A few meters away from them, Belle was cutting other types of medicinal plants that his captain hadn't asked for, but that would surely please her. I'm level 4, he replied proudly, seeing Belle's eyes light up with admiration. I know, I'm amazing. You're very strong, Alicia-san, Belle praised, surprised to be teaming up with 2 such strong girls. Meanwhile, Aki just watched with a frown as Alicia boasted about her skills to an astonished Belle, who, being a novice, was very surprised by the achievements of others, however small they may be. An interesting fact, Belle, is that I'm stronger than this elf, Aki said arrogantly, looking mockingly at Alicia, who turned to look at her angrily. Really? I exclaimed, even more surprised. That may be true, but here's another fact, Belle. My magic is much more powerful than any magic this cat could use, said Alicia with a small, victorious smile as she saw Aki's displeasure. I wish I could use magic as powerful as yours, Alicia-san, said the rabbit, excited to see the elf's magic. It's not a big deal, Aki interrupted, frowning. Our captain has often told me that I'm a very good leader and that I could probably be the captain of the family. Don't get your hopes up, Aki. Everyone knows that position is probably for all, Alicia said, regaining Belle's attention. Not to brag, Belle, but there's a good chance I'll become Reveria-sama's successor. Reveria-sama? He exclaimed, full of surprise. Even he knew who she was. Ahaha, what a good joke, Lafia took that position from you a long time ago, Aki laughed loudly, angering the elf. Without realizing it, they both started arguing, as was their custom, all because they wanted to impress a little novice with their skills and achievements. Meanwhile, Belle could only smile nervously as he watched the 2 of them argue. I'd better keep cutting medicinal plants, he thought nervously, seeing that the argument between the 2 girls showed no signs of stopping. Some time later. A while had passed since that argument and, with both of them a little calmer, they continued their exploration in the dungeon. Now the 3 of them were walking on the 16th floor with the goal of reaching the 17th floor. Bell was already feeling a bit tired due to his low stamina, but he could still continue for a few more hours. By the way, Bell, Aki called to the albino as she cut a minotaur in two. Why yes. He said, surprised to see how easily they both killed those fearsome monsters. What did you do before you became an adventurer? He asked curiously, looking at the rabbit. Well, I was a farmer in a small town with my grandfather, he replied nostalgically, recalling those days. I practically spent all day working in the fields. That explains your resistance, Alicia said, catching Bell's attention. What do you mean? Well, adventurers who are just starting out usually have very little stamina, and by the time they reach these floors, they are too tired to continue walking, whereas you still have the energy to continue for a while longer, said the elf with a small smile. Perhaps it's because you've spent part of your life working, and your body got used to working so hard, Aki said, a little impressed by Bell. The albino could only lower his gaze, embarrassed by the praise from both girls, which made them smile with amusement at how shy he was. And why did you leave your village? Alicia asked curiously. Did your grandfather agree to let you leave him alone? Well. Both of them could instantly notice how Bell's expression changed radically to one of sadness because of the question. My grandfather was killed by a monster in our town, he replied sadly, remembering that tragic day when he received that news. I'm sorry, Alicia apologized, realizing she had put her foot in it by asking that question, especially given her friend's disapproving look. Seeing that I had lost the only family member I had in my life, I decided to come to Arario and try my luck, he explained, now a little calmer. It was a bit difficult, but in the end I was able to find a family that would accept me. I'm happy for you, Bell. Don't be sad. I'm sure wonderful things await you from now on, Aki said, trying to cheer up the albino, which she succeeded in doing. Thank you, Aki-san, I will work hard to achieve my goals, she said with a small smile, making both girls smile. And what is that objective? Alice asked curiously. Alicia. Aki scolded her friend for asking that personal question. It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest, whispered the blushing rabbit, catching the attention of both of them. Now they were curious to know what that objective was. It's not perverted at all, is it? Aki asked, narrowing her eyes. And then I'm the nosy one, the elf thought. And no, of course not. He replied quickly, embarrassed. But it's still very embarrassing to say it. What? Do you want to be a hero? Alice joked playfully. But the only response he received was silence from Bell. Both girls turned their curious gaze to Bell, who was blushing to the tips of his ears because of Alicia's words. Really? Aki asked, surprised. Why yes, he whispered shyly, reluctant to reveal such a childish dream, according to him. How cute, he wants to be a hero, Alicia praised, making Bell's blush deepen. I think it's a very noble dream, Bell. Not many people have that kind of thought these days, Aki said with a small smile. It just goes to show that you're still pure in this city corrupted by selfish desires, she thought, frowning. Thank you, but I'm aware it's a childhood dream, he said sheepishly. But I still want to achieve it. It's what my grandfather wanted for me. Well, you have my full support, said Alice, giving a thumbs up. Mine too, said Aki, copying Alicia's action. At this, Bell could only lower his gaze in embarrassment as a small smile formed on his face. For some reason, hearing that made him feel happy. Thank you, was all she said in a whisper. After that conversation and words of encouragement, the three adventurers continued walking without any problems until they reached the entrance of the 17th floor. Do you know what this is, Bell? Aki asked, looking at the enormous entrance. No. Is it some important place? He asked curiously. Yes, this is where the first floor boss, Goliath, is located, Alice replied, tightening her grip on the hilt of her sword. And Alicia and I are going to face him, Aki said excitedly, starting to walk towards the entrance along with Alicia, followed by a surprised Bell. Floor manager? Aren't they very powerful? He asked fearfully. Don't worry, Bell, that's what we're here for, nothing will happen to you, the cat reassured him with a confident smile. I was hoping to gain a lot of points by defeating Goliath, that way I would be closer to being a first class. Unfortunately, when they arrived, all they saw was a huge hole in one of the walls of the floor, proving that the floor boss had already been defeated. All the hope and confidence that Aki had at that moment disappeared instantly upon seeing the enormous hole. Great, and here I was hoping to show off my skills, Alice complained, disappointed. But not as much as Aki, who was eager to face Goliath, only to be left with disappointment. It seems he won't show up, Bell whispered nervously, looking around in case the boss appeared. Don't worry, Bell, Aki said, disappointed. There's no floor manager. Oh well, then let's go back to the surface, said Alice, reverting to her usual demeanor. At least we got plenty of Excelia, and our little friend got his medicinal plants. I'm not small, complained the rabbit, embarrassed. Well then, Aki whispered resignedly. Let's go back to the surface. And with the words spoken by the group's leader, the three began their journey back to the surface. The return trip was uneventful. Aki and Alicia still had plenty of energy to stay in the dungeon for many more hours, but they were eager to get home. Besides, they had a little rookie with them and didn't want to put him in danger. And Bell, as much as he wanted to carry more plants with him, couldn't. His medium-sized backpack was already very full. If he had known he was going to be accompanied by 2 second-class students, he would have brought a much larger backpack. So he had no choice but to look at the medicinal plants lying on the ground in disappointment. "That'll have to wait for another time," I thought resignedly. And so his little exploration came to an end, obtaining a result of average success for not finding the floor manager. A little while later. "Thank you so much for helping me today," Belle said, standing at a 90-degree angle to both girls. The three were already outside the dungeon, specifically at one of the fountains near the entrance of that place. "No problem, it was a pleasure to help you," said Alicia, happy to have helped a novice. "Don't worry, Belle, you could say you're like a friend now, so I have no problem helping you," Aki said, a little calmer than Alicia, but happy. "I owe you a lot, Aki-san. You've already helped me twice. I'll repay you someday," Belle promised with a determined expression. "No problem, just keep staying alive and don't be reckless," said the cat, patting him lightly on the back before turning away. "Goodbye." "Goodbye, Belle, I hope we can team up again someday," Alicia said with a smile. "Goodbye and thank you," he exclaimed, waving goodbye to both of them with his arm from side to side. Both girls could only smile as they continued on their way to the Twilight Mansion. The sun was already setting, turning the sky a beautiful orange color, much to the delight of both of them. Being a little tired, they made their journey in silence, wanting to arrive quickly to rest, although Alicia uttered a few words before reaching their destination. "He's a nice boy," she whispered, her gaze fixed on the sky. "I know," was all Aki said with a smile. Although very reckless. That only made a laugh escape the elf's lips. "I don't know why, but I feel like this won't be the only time we meet him." "I think the same." And so another day had come to an end in Aki's life, a day in which she got to know her now friend Belle a little better. Meanwhile, with Belle. "Where did you get all this?" Naza shouted in surprise, observing the wide variety of medicinal plants her little pupil had brought. "Well, today was a very curious but pleasant day at the same time," Belle said with a happy smile. "Undoubtedly a productive day for the albino." End of chapter. Defending a friend. We find ourselves in the streets of Arario where two friends of the Loki family were walking peacefully without a care in the world. They were Alicia and Aki, who, as usual, were headed for the dungeon. 2 days had passed since they had that mini exploration with Belle, and they hadn't seen him since, although for some strange reason they felt that the albino would soon appear before them. "Is exploring the dungeon our only form of entertainment?" Alice complained about her very repetitive routine. "We could go to a clothing store or somewhere else." "Don't complain, Alicia, because if you keep being lazy, Lafia will take your place 100%, Aki warned, watching as they both approached the Tower of Babel. At the mention of Lafia, Alicia frowned slightly. She didn't dislike her fellow elf, but she felt humiliated by her when she saw how all her effort went to hell when she entered the family, and Riveria made it clear that she would be her successor. The position she had been fighting for years was quickly snatched away by a newcomer, and she didn't like that. So every day she pushed herself much harder in her training, hoping to become stronger so that Riveria would recognize her. Although it seemed that this was still a long way off. "You're right, it's not time to rest," I whispered with an expression of determination to become stronger. "That's the spirit," Aki said with a small smile. "I have to get stronger too. I have to make it to first class." "Of all the level 4s, you're the closest to level 5, said the elf, a little jealous. "Although that's normal, given how much time you spend in the dungeon." "Don't exaggerate, Ace spends much more time in the dungeon than I do," he said, remembering his blonde companion with a great hatred for monsters. "Well, I won't deny that," she agreed with a nervous smile. "Now that we're talking about levels, I wonder how far Belle is from level 2. "Very far," Aki replied. "He's only been an adventurer for 2 weeks. I'm sure he doesn't even have 100 points in his stats yet." "That's too bad, it'll be very difficult for him to reach his goal," the elf said, feeling sorry for him, though that was soon replaced by a playful smile. "You know a lot about Belle, don't you? I didn't know you were so close." "Don't start, Alice," he said irritably. "But it's true, you barely know him, and you're already treating him like Rawl. Without a doubt your connection was instantaneous," he said in a mocking tone of voice. "Belle is simply a very nice boy, it's impossible not to get along with him," she said, recalling the times she had spoken with the stubborn albino. "Well, I can't deny that, even I liked him," she said, recalling the moment she met him, a timid and shy boy, a lovely personality according to the elf. "It would have been great if he were in the family." I can't imagine how Bet would have treated him if he were in our family, she said with distaste, remembering the wolf. But yes, it would have been fun, it's a shame it can't be. So the girls, without realizing it because they were talking about the new rabbit, arrived at the entrance to the dungeon. Very well, Alicia, it will be as always, he said, stretching his muscles. Get to the 17th floor and back to the surface, I've got it, he said, adjusting his sword. They looked at each other and then nodded, ready to enter the monster's home. But before they could take a step, they could see in the distance, at the other end of the entrance, their new albino friend coming down towards the dungeon with a slightly larger backpack on his shoulders. They could see on his face an expression of determination as if he were about to make a great discovery. Look, it's Belle, said Alice, watching the albino slowly descend the steps. Yes, it seems he's bringing medicinal plants again, I whispered, looking at the rabbit's white face. He goes to great lengths for his family, that's admirable, I praised with a small smile. You're right, I wonder where the pharmacy she mentioned is, he said, tapping his chin with a finger. It can be anyone, there are many families dedicated to potions nowadays. At that moment, they both witnessed Belle accidentally bump into an adventurer who was leaving the dungeon. Watch where you're going, you idiot. The man shouted angrily. I'm sorry, he apologized quickly, scared. The man, with an angry expression, turned around and continued on his way. It seems like idiots like him are everywhere these days, Alicia said, disgusted by how the man had treated Belle. If he'd yelled at me like that, I would have punched him in the face. Yes, but we're talking about Belle, Aki said, also a little upset by the way the rabbit had been treated. He's very kind. I highly doubt he'd ever raise his voice to someone else like that. You're right, Alice agreed. Belle would cease to be Belle if he behaved that way. Both turned their gaze once again to the albino, who, after recovering from the fright, continued on his way, only this time more alert so as not to bump into anyone again. Shall we follow him? The elf asked with an amused smile. Of course not. Aki quickly refused. We're not stalkers or anything like that. I didn't mean it that way, he said, looking towards the dungeon entrance. We don't know, maybe Belle will do something reckless again and venture into floors he's not yet familiar with, you know how he is. At those words, Aki opened her eyes slightly surprised. Now that you mention it, she said, tapping her chin with a finger, remembering the times Belle had done the same stupid thing. Knowing him, he'd probably do it again just to get more medicinal plants for his family. Fine, we'll follow him, but only to make sure he doesn't go into a room that's not on his level. Okay, Alicia agreed with a small smile, seeing how easy it was to convince her friend. Aki, your interest in him isn't normal, she thought amusedly. So, with their decision already made, they both began to follow the rabbit a few meters away from him so that he wouldn't notice their presence, although it wasn't as if he could. Today I'll gather lots of medicinal plants. I can't let Naza-san down, the albino whispered, reaching the first floor of the dungeon, ready to face the monsters. I need to get stronger. From the dungeon walls, a few goblins began to emerge, and upon seeing Belle, they assumed a battle stance. I still have a long way to go to reach my goal, but I won't give up, he thought with determination, launching his attack. While Belle was killing goblins he encountered along the way and picking up the occasional medicinal plant he found there, Aki and Alicia silently followed him in the distance. Now that I think about it, said the elf, watching Belle kill a goblin. His dagger movements are bad. Very bad, Aki corrected, watching Belle nearly get stabbed in the arm due to a careless mistake. It's more than obvious that before coming to Aurario he had no experience with a weapon. He makes unnecessary movements and leaves many openings. He's very careless. Maybe with monsters there's hardly any problem, but if an adventurer attacks him, it's a clear defeat for him. Well, Belle is a saint, so I doubt an adventurer would attack him, said Alice, unconcerned. I wouldn't be so sure, the cat said with a serious expression. You know very well how adventurers are. They won't hesitate to hurt others just to achieve their goals. They even hurt other adventurers just for fun, and Belle, being so innocent and kind, is very likely to have that happen to him. After all, those kinds of people are the target of bullies. Alicia's carefree expression changed to one of concern because of what her friend had said. You're right, Belle can't go on like this, she said, tapping her chin with a finger. What do you propose, Aki? What do I propose? He said, confused. Isn't it obvious? Belle is our friend. You even knew him before I did. We can't just leave him to his fate. Perhaps giving him some training to improve his dagger skills would help, the elf suggested. After all, it will be for his own good. Well, it's not a bad idea, but I'm not very sure. Our superiors might get angry about training a member of another family. But Belle doesn't pose any danger, he comes from a family dedicated to medicine, that doesn't hurt anyone, said Alicia, thinking it absurd that her superiors would get angry just for that. While the two girls were discussing the topic, about 20 meters away the albino was collecting medicinal plants. I feel like someone is talking about me, the rabbit thought with a strange feeling. I feel like they're deciding my fate. Back to the girls. Alright, we'll train him, Aki agreed, seeing there were no problems. We'll have to teach him all the basics with the dagger and maybe the sword. We could teach her a little with each weapon. Apart from the sword, I'm good with the bow and spears, said Alicia excitedly. You're very excited about this, she said with a smile. Of course, Belle will be my first student, I'll be able to find out for myself what it feels like to be a teacher. Don't get your hopes up, we still don't know if he'll agree to train with us. Both turned their gaze to the albino who continued walking calmly through the 4th floor until he stopped to cut more medicinal plants. Just a few steps away was the entrance to the 5th floor. If he goes down to the 5th floor, I'll give him a lecture, Aki whispered, knowing that Belle hadn't mastered that floor yet. You look like her mother, Alicia chuckled softly. In the distance, Belle looked disappointed at the small number of plants he had collected. I've already reached the limit I'm allowed, and I haven't even managed to collect a quarter of what Naza-san asked for, the rabbit whispered dejectedly. Maybe I should go to the 5th floor. You never learn, do you? Thought Aki, who had clearly heard Belle's whispers. Looks like we'll have to team up with him again, Alice said excitedly. Yes, and I'll have to correct him for being reckless, he said, frowning. Seeing that there was no point in continuing to hide, both decided to leave their hiding place to greet their albino friend and offer him their help. Or so it seemed, as they were interrupted by footsteps at the other end of the floor, footsteps which were approaching Belle. But look who we have here. Belle was a little startled when he heard a sudden voice near him. She quickly turned her gaze to that place, as did Aki and Alicia, who were still hiding. They were 3 men who appeared to be between 30 and 35 years old, each wearing armor and carrying a sword. Aki and Alicia didn't know who they were, but Belle did, and he could only nervously lower his gaze upon seeing the 3 men. Who could they be? Alice wondered as she watched the men approach Belle. Are they his friends? I don't think they're his friends, Aki whispered, seeing the albino's nervous expression. So you finally got a family, said one of the men, who seemed to be the leader, standing in front of him while the other 2 stood beside Belle. Why yes, he whispered nervously, feeling uncomfortable and scared in the presence of the 3 of them. That's too bad, and I was planning to give you a job in the family cleaning my shoes, said another of the men, slapping Belle a little hard on the head. Obviously, this action caused both hidden girls to frown in disgust. Clean his shoes. Who does he think he is? Alice said angrily, gripping her sword. Meanwhile, Aki just remained silent, observing everything with an extremely serious expression. What do you want? Belle asked, already wanting the 3 guys to leave. He knew them, he remembered them perfectly. When he didn't yet have a family, Belle asked those 3 men to let him join theirs. Obviously, as had happened before, they rejected him, but they didn't stop there. They stole all the things he was carrying and beat him until they were tired without him being able to defend himself, especially since all 3 of them were level 2. After that they threw him in a trash can, mocking him and telling him he was just a useless child who would never be accepted into a family. Remembering that day hurt Belle a lot. It was the first time people had beaten him so badly, showing him that Araria wasn't as amazing a place as his grandfather had made it out to be. I'm surprised a useless guy like you managed to get a family, one of the men mocked, giving him a light shove to intimidate him. I thought you were already eating rats from the alleys to survive. It's more than obvious, I accept the god who doesn't even have enough to eat along with his dog daughter, said the leader with a horrendous smile. The god Maich. Well, if this idiot is useless, it was obvious that the god would be too. At least that half-bitch girl is hot, the other one said lustfully. Hearing those 3 guys speak ill of their god and captain made Belle start to get angry, as did Alicia and Aki when they heard them mocking their friend. Hey, Kami-sama is the best god I've ever known, and Naza-san is a very kind girl, she's a good person, don't talk about them like that, Belle whispered, clenching his fists in frustration. Frustration because he knew he was no match for them since they were level 2 and he was just a level 1 novice. If he faced them he would be completely beaten. Huh? Speak properly, you idiot, I can't hear you, the leader said, grabbing Belle's hair and yanking it upwards, almost ripping it out. Why are you angry? Your god is just useless. What he should do is send that daughter of his to work in the pleasure district. I'm absolutely certain she'd make tons of money there, since that's all that girl is good for. And we would be their first customers, said the other with a wicked smile, imagining Naza. Belle could no longer bear that they spoke ill of his god and captain, who were the first to treat him well and accept him into their family, giving him the opportunity to fulfill his dream. Hey, introduce us to that girl, and maybe we'll spare you the beating we were planning to give you, the leader said, placing his hand on Belle's shoulder. Just tell her, Captain, I've brought you some customers to serve tonight. Belle, now at his peak of anger, raised his fist and threw a punch with all his might towards the guy's face. But as was obvious, his fist was stopped by him due to the difference in levels. "You stupid piece of trash. Then you'll face the consequences." The man, filled with anger, gave the rabbit a strong blow to its stomach, knocking out all the air and causing it to fall to its knees in pain. "Idiot." Another one shouted, kicking him in the face and splitting one of his lips. Obviously, this action did not please either of the girls who were hiding, who had already lost patience and were seething with anger. "I'm going to cut off their heads," Alicia whispered, a vein throbbing in her forehead as she drew her sword. "I agree," Aki whispered, her gaze darkened by the anger she felt at that moment. Bell only had a few tears in his eyes because of how useless he felt at that moment as he watched the guys preparing to beat him up. He couldn't even defend his god and captain from the words of those idiots. "We told you that day, you're no good as an adventurer, you're just useless and a burden to everyone else," the man said, cracking his knuckles as he and his two companions prepared to beat Bell. "It'll be a miracle if you survive this beating." But before he could even throw the first punch, a high-speed fist buried itself in his face, breaking all his teeth next to his nose and then slamming him against the wall with the enormous force of that blow. A huge crater formed in the wall from the impact of the man's body, who just seconds before was about to hit Bell. What?" the other two guys said, bewildered, as they saw their captain fall to the ground half dead. Bell could only watch in surprise as that guy lay on the ground with all his teeth, nose and jaw broken, barely conscious. Slowly, Bell raised his gaze to see who had saved him from his tragic fate. "Ayaki-san," the albino whispered upon seeing the beautiful girl in front of him. Who are you?" one of the men stammered, sounding both angry and scared. "You messed with the wrong guy, you pieces of shit," Aki said, with clear anger in her tone of voice. "Damn." Before the guy could finish his insult, he was silenced by a clean cut with a sword to his genitals, causing him to fall to the floor screaming in pain. "Eyes like you disgust me," Alicia whispered, remembering how that man had spoken about Captain Bell. "I'll have to wash it with disinfectant when I get back to headquarters," she said, looking at her sword stained with the disgusting blood. "Hey Alicia-san," Bell whispered, looking in surprise at the two girls who had knocked out the two guys in a matter of seconds. The other man, seeing that his two companions were on the ground, decided to flee like the coward he was. "Where are you going?" Aki asked, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The bewildered and frightened man looked around, searching for Aki with his eyes. But without realizing it, Aki appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his stomach, destroying many of his ribs in the process, causing him to crash through the dungeon wall. "Crash," Aki muttered contemptuously at the three men. "Now, the next one." Bell could only watch in surprise as Aki calmly walked towards the first guy she hit. The group leader, who was still conscious, could only watch in fear as that girl with a darkened gaze approached. Sorry," the man apologized with difficulty, his jaw broken. "I don't want your forgiveness. I'll only tell you this once, you damn scum," Aki said, looking at the man as if he were the worst trash in the world. "This is the last time I see you near Bell. If you hurt him again or insult him or his family, I promise I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and feed them to the monsters in the dungeon. Do you understand?" she threatened, glaring angrily at the terrified man, who was a miracle he hadn't wet himself yet. In response, he received a desperate nod from him. "I hope so," were his last words before delivering a powerful kick to his face, knocking him unconscious and cracking the ground from the impact. "And that's it. These guys were despicable," Alice said with disgust. Now with the three guys out of the fight, Bell just stared in surprise at the two girls who had saved him. "A moment ago I was about to be beaten up by those three, and now those three were on the ground completely unconscious, one of them bleeding profusely from his private parts. Are you alright, Bell?" In contrast to the voice Aki used, full of anger towards the three guys, this time it was a kind voice with a tone of concern as she approached the boy. "Do you need a healing potion?" This time it was Alice's sweet voice, which also sounded worried. "Me too." Bell didn't know how to feel at that moment. There were countless emotions he felt, but the ones that stood out the most were happiness and embarrassment. Happy that both girls helped him escape that tragic fate and ashamed for receiving help from them, leaving him looking like a useless person who couldn't defend himself. It was more than obvious that Bell never liked receiving help. It made him feel like a burden to others, causing him to feel uncomfortable. Obviously, this was noticed by Aki, who smiled slightly upon learning what Bell was thinking and was not going to allow him to feel that way. "I know what you're thinking, Bell," the cat said, catching the rabbit's attention. "Don't feel useless for having been helped. It's perfectly normal to receive help from others when you can't handle something. Besides, those scumbags were level 2. No matter how much you wanted to, you couldn't have won the battle. But even knowing that, you defended your god and captain, and that's not the attitude of a coward. That's very admirable, Bell," she praised with a small smile. Faced with those words and Aki Bell's smile, he could only lower his gaze, blushing. Besides, we're friends and friends help each other, said Alicia with a friendly smile. All the pessimistic thoughts Belle had at that moment were erased by the encouraging words of both of them. Thank you so much for helping me," the grateful albino stammered. I promise I'll become very strong, so strong that I can fight alongside you." "I have no doubt about that," Aki said, taking Belle's hand to help him to his feet. "And when that happens, you'll beat these guys up yourself in revenge." "Haha, I'll think about it," he replied with a nervous smile and a little doubt. He wasn't vengeful, and Aki knew that. "And what will you do now?" asked Alicia, who was holding Belle's backpack, which contained very few medicinal plants. "Will you continue collecting medicinal plants?" I'd like to, but there aren't any plants left on these first floors," he said, dejected at not being able to fulfill the goal NASA had given him. "Then let's go down more floors and collect many more," Aki said, giving the albino a few light pats on the back. But. "Don't worry, we're a team," said the elf, throwing the backpack towards Belle, who barely managed to catch it. "What are you waiting for? Let's start exploring," Aki said, grabbing the rabbit's arm and dragging him along. "This time we'll leave you with a few monsters to kill. That way you learn Excelia and become stronger." "Don't worry, if things get complicated we'll help you," Alicia reassured, trying to clean her sword with a dungeon blade. "Oh okay," Belle agreed, following the two girls. "But what about those three?" she asked, pointing to the three unconscious men on the ground. "Leave them alone," Alice replied dismissively. "It's their fault for sleeping in the dungeon," said Aki, walking alongside her elf friend. Meanwhile, Belle could only watch in surprise as the backs of both of them walked calmly in front of him. He knew it then. They had become his first friends from Aurario apart from NASA. From the moment he met them, they had done nothing but help him without asking for anything in return, without ulterior motives or anything like that. All the other adventurers who were superior to him, even those of his own level, despised him for being weak. But not them, they accepted him even though they were much stronger than him, they decided to team up with him, even though he was a hindrance in their explorations. Little by little, a small smile of happiness began to form on his face as he looked at both girls. "My precious friends," he thought with a warm feeling inside him. "I will become very strong so that next time I am the one who protects them," he thought, filled with great determination. "What are you waiting for, Belle? Hurry up." Aki shouted from afar, along with Alicia. "Aki says that if you manage to kill an orc, she'll give you a kiss on the cheek," exclaimed the elf in a mocking tone. Idiot, I didn't say that," she shouted angrily and blushing, trying to hit her friend, but her friend dodged it at the last moment. Belle laughed as he saw the scene in front of him, running towards them to walk beside them. From that moment on, Belle knew that his days in Aurario would no longer be so miserable with the two of them by his side. Her two dearest friends. End of chapter. Getting to know the Maich family. Very good, Belle. We will also put in a lot of effort at work today. Yes, Captain. We find ourselves in the Blue Pharmacy, home of our white-haired protagonist who was preparing to open the pharmacy along with his captain NASA. "Today I have to work in the warehouse so you have to take care of the customers. If we have any customers today," she whispered the last part dejectedly. "Don't worry NASA-san, I'm sure today will be a productive day," Belle said cheerfully. "I hope so," the girl said with a small smile. "Well, I'm going to the storage room. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." And with those last words, NASA went to the pharmacy's storage room, leaving the albino alone in the reception area. Great. Today will be a great day, I'm sure, he thought, motivated and ready to serve customers. Meanwhile, the god Maich could only watch his newest son with pity from the kitchen. "He's very motivated, it pains me to tell him that the maximum number of clients we have per day is only 3, she thought, hesitating whether or not to tell him the truth, but seeing Belle's determined expression, she decided not to crush his hopes. Perhaps more clients will come today. 3 hours later. The determined smile that Belle had at the beginning of the day gradually disappeared with each passing minute until it was completely erased and replaced by a dejected expression. "Why do we never have any customers?" he wondered dejectedly, looking at the pharmacy entrance. "It's normal," Belle Maich said, approaching the rabbit and catching its attention. "But I don't understand it," he whispered depressedly. "The Dian-Set hospital is just a few blocks away. Obviously, people will prefer to go there rather than come and buy potions in an unknown place," I explained, remembering that man who seemed to hate me. "But that doesn't mean we're going to give up. Over the years, we've managed to get a few customers, so we have to keep working hard for them." "Kami-sama is right," said the albino, sounding a little more motivated. "We have to keep going for those customers, even if there are only a few of them." "That's the spirit," Belle Maich said with a smile, then glanced at the clock on the wall. "Lunch will be ready soon. I'll go prepare it," she said, turning away after successfully cheering Belle up. "We'll call you when it's ready." "Claro Kami-sama." And with those last words, Maich withdrew, leaving the albino alone once again. I can't get discouraged, I'm sure we'll have customers today, he thought, returning to his determined attitude from the beginning. Just then the little bell at the entrance rang, catching Bell's attention. The customer. He mentally shouted excitedly, looking at the entrance to see his first customer of the day. He was a very old man, he looked about 90 years old, and from the shape of his very small eyes, it was obvious that he didn't see very well. "Welcome to the Blue Pharmacy, sir. What do you need?" he asked, ready to bring anything he requested. "Excuse me, young lady, are my pants ready yet?" the old man asked, looking at Bell. "Young lady?" he whispered, puzzled. "More importantly, pants. Sir, I think you're in the wrong store. Did I choose the wrong fabric?" "Don't worry, young lady, my pants look good in any fabric." No, we sell potions here, sir, not pants." "Do you also sell buttons?" the man asked, surprised. Bell was already starting to feel a little uncomfortable with the man's presence. He didn't know how to explain things to him so that he would understand perfectly. "I'd also like to order a coffee with a chocolate cake," the hungry old man requested. Well, Bell didn't know what to do, his first client was a disoriented old man who didn't even know where he was. Luckily, Maich came out of the kitchen, much to Bell's delight. "Oh. It's you," Maich said with a warm smile, looking at the old man. "Maich, your new employee is disrespecting me," the old man complained. "What? I'm not in any." "Don't worry, Bell, just go along with it. It's not the first time she's come," Maich whispered to Bell. "Don't worry, sir, I assure you my new employee won't disrespect you again." "I hope so," he said, looking accusingly at Bell. "Where are my pants?" "Your pants? Oh. Don't worry, we already sent them to your house, so relax," Maich said, patting the old man. "If you have any questions, ask my employee. She'll be there to help you." "What?" Bell said, surprised by what his god had said. "Don't worry, Bell, it's always the same. He stays for a few minutes and then leaves," Maich whispered to Bell again. "Well, I'm going to continue making my lunch. Have a good day, sir." Yes, nice weather," the man whispered, starting to pace around the store. Meanwhile, Bell just watched nervously, praying that the man wouldn't knock anything off any of the shelves. "What strange hex toy," said the old man, looking at some minotaur horns. "Toys of what?" Bell wondered mentally, confused. After the man had wandered around the store a few more times, he returned to the reception desk to see Bell. "And how long are you going to stay?" Bell asked, already wanting her to leave the pharmacy. "Am I going to give it to you?" "No, my dear, you're too pale," the man refused, turning away. "These young ladies nowadays are very bold." Meanwhile, Belle only had a little anime-style sweat drop because of what the old man said. "Well, I'm leaving. That movie was really good. I'll come back tomorrow to see what's playing." She said goodbye, walking towards the exit, much to Belle's delight. "I hope things go well for him," Belle whispered with relief. And at a slow pace the man left the pharmacy, leaving Belle alone again in the reception area. That was weird, he thought, looking at the pharmacy entrance. She didn't expect her first customer to ask for pants, but the positive side is that she had a customer, even if he didn't buy anything. "Now I have to wait a few more hours to get another customer," he thought dejectedly. Although seconds after thinking those words, the little bell at the entrance rang again, alerting Belle, although it was too good to be true, that it was a different customer. "I already told you we don't have your pants," she said, hoping it was the man again. "Which Belle pants?" Contrary to the voice of an old man, this time it was a very beautiful female voice, surprising the albino, who quickly turned his face towards the entrance to see his visitor. And as expected, the new customers were her two friends, Alicia and Aki, who had a smile on their faces looking at the rabbit. "I told you this was the pharmacy where I used to live," Alicia said proudly. "Yes, after going into 20 other places asking for him," said Aki, embarrassing the elf. "Aki-san, Alicia-san," Belle exclaimed, surprised by their presence. "Hello, Belle," greeted the ever-cheerful elf. "It's good to see you after a while," said the cat with a smile, approaching the counter with Alice. They both carefully observed the pharmacy, noting that most of the potions they sold were of low quality and also a few antidotes against poison. "Are you here to buy potions?" Belle asked, ready to serve them. "Don't worry, we just came to see you," Aki replied, stopping his friend in his tracks. At those words, Belle's face gradually turned red with embarrassment upon hearing that they had come to see him. Seconds later Aki realized what she had said, causing a small blush to adorn her cheeks. "What I mean is that you haven't been to the dungeon for 2 days, and we were wondering what had happened to you," he quickly corrected himself, trying to calm his nervousness. "In short, we were worried," Alicia said, relieved that Belle was alright. "You know, after what happened last time, we thought something had happened to you, so we decided to look for you, but since we didn't know where you lived, we decided to visit every pharmacy in Arario." Until we found you, Aki finished, now calm. I understand, said the rabbit, still blushing at their gesture. I'm sorry for worrying you, but these past few days I've had to help out at the pharmacy, so I haven't had time to go to the dungeon. Yes, we've already noticed, Aki said, looking at the pharmacy along with Alicia. So it's the blue pharmacy, we won't get lost next time. It's a nice place, the elf whispered. Perhaps from now on I'll buy my potions here. At that moment, footsteps were heard approaching the reception area, alerting the three of them. Belle, it's time for lunch. A calm Naza arrived at the reception to call her pupil, though she was surprised to see the two girls there. Loki family. Both women were slightly surprised to see that she quickly recognized them. They were somewhat famous, but not as much as the executives, so they were surprised to be recognized by Captain Bell. You're the captain of the Bell, right? It's a pleasure to meet you, said Alicia, bowing slightly. My name is Alicia. My name is Aki, it's also a pleasure to meet you. Aki introduced herself politely. Is it a pleasure to meet you? My name is Naza, she introduced herself, looking at the albino with confusion. Are you friends of yours? Why yes. They're my friends, Belle replied, approaching Aki and Alicia. They're the people I told you about that time. Oh. I understand, Naza said, understanding everything. So you're talking about us, Belle? Said Alice with a playful smile, embarrassing the rabbit. And I. Don't bother him, Alicia, you're embarrassing him, Aki scolded when she saw Belle blushing. Well, welcome to the blue pharmacy. Can I help you with anything? He asked, thinking they had come to buy potions. We didn't come to shop, we just came to visit Belle, Alicia explains with her usual smile on her face. So, seeing Belle he whispered, glancing sideways at the albino who was blushing. Yes, we've come to give you some news. Before Aki could finish speaking, a fifth person arrived at the reception desk. Naza? Belle. What's wrong? Seeing that none of his children had arrived at the dining room for lunch, Maich decided to go and see what was happening. Hami-sama. Exclaimed the albino, looking at his god. Huh? Are they customers? Maich asked, looking at the two girls who were still in the same place. Maich-sama is mistaken, they are the girls Belle told us about last time, Naza explained. They've come to visit Belle. So it's you. Maich said with a radiant smile, blinding the four mortals who were there. I'm very grateful for everything you've done for Belle. From what he's told us, you're very special to him. Special? The two girls said at the same time, observing the albino. Obviously, he started fuming when he saw that his god had revealed very embarrassing information about him, and being observed by both of them with surprised expressions made him even more ashamed. Don't just stand there. You've come to visit Belle, right? Come in, we were just about to have lunch, invited Maich, being a being of light as usual. Huh? We wouldn't want to be a bother, said Aki, still surprised by what she had just heard, as was Alicia. They're no trouble at all, come on Naza, let's prepare the place where our guests will eat, said Maich entering the kitchen, followed by Naza, who had a small smile upon seeing Belle's expression. And once again the three of them were left alone at the entrance of the pharmacy, with both girls staring at the embarrassed albino. I'll take them to the dining room, I stammered, walking toward the pharmacy's dining room. The two girls just looked at each other for a few seconds before smiling slightly and following the rabbit towards the dining room. For some reason, hearing the word special made them feel happy. Some time later. Thank you for the food. Now the four mortals along with the god were already in the dining room having lunch while having a pleasant conversation. I am very grateful that you helped Belle, I am truly very grateful, the god said to the two girls. Don't worry Maich-sama, Belle is a good friend of ours, so it's our duty to help him, besides, he's very reckless, who knows what he'll do if you leave him alone in the dungeon, said Aki, glancing sideways at the nervous albino. You're right, Belle is too reckless, Naza said with a tired sigh. I've told him 1,000 times that I don't care if he comes back with few medicinal plants, what matters to me is that he returns safe and sound. But Naza-san. No buts, Belle, if it hadn't been for them you would have died a long time ago in the dungeon, the girl scolded, making Belle lower his gaze in shame. Don't be so hard on him, if it hadn't been for his recklessness Aki and I wouldn't have met him, something good had to come out of all that, said the elf with a warm smile, enjoying her lunch. Alicia is right, I think Belle is the only person who isn't family who's our friend, Aki said, also with a smile. Haha, Belle is a very nice boy, it's normal that they're friends, said Maich, happy that Belle had gained two good friends. Pleasant and very innocent for my taste, whispered Naza with a little fear that someone might try to take advantage of the kindness and innocence of her beloved pupil. Don't worry, Naza, Aki said, noticing the girl's concern. If anyone tries to take advantage of Belle, we'll crush that person. We already did it once, and we'll do it as many times as necessary, Alicia whispered, remembering the man she had cut down with her sword days before. I hope he's dead. See, can we talk about something other than me? Asked the albino, red to the ears. No was the simultaneous response of the four. At that response, Bell lowered his gaze, trying to concentrate on his food, although the embarrassment of being the center of the conversation prevented him from enjoying it. A little while later. Lunch continued with pleasant conversation, but unfortunately for Bell, the main topic was still him. Something curious is that Bell likes to hug his pillow when he sleeps, Naza said, trying not to laugh. Really? How sweet. Exclaimed Alicia, imagining the scene. Well, coming from Bell, it's possible, said Aki, letting out a soft giggle. Meanwhile, Bell was dying of embarrassment over the secrets Naza was telling about him. Kill me, kill me, kill me, he repeated over and over in his mind. Poor Bell Maich thought, looking at his little son. Next time take a picture, I'd like to see it, Alicia said, clasping her hands together. I'll put it in a frame in my room. Of course, after all, he does it almost daily, Naza agreed. No. Anything but that. Shouted the albino upon hearing their plan. Don't be mean, Bell, it'll just be a photo. Do you want one, Aki? The elf asked, looking at her friend. Well, I wouldn't mind, to be honest, I whispered, looking away. Okay, then let there be two, Naza. Understood. Are you listening to me? Bell shouted desperately. Come on, Bell, you know you won't achieve anything, Maich said, grabbing the albino's shoulder. Dipiro Kami-sama. Don't worry, I'll be there to stop him from taking that picture, I reassured her with a smile. Now help me take the dishes to the sink. Yes, he whispered, not very convinced of his god's help. Let us help you, Aki said, starting to stand up. It's the least we can do after having a free lunch with you. Don't bother, you stay here, Bell and I will do it, Maich refused, taking his son to the kitchen and leaving the three girls alone in the place. Disappointed, Aki sat back down in her seat again, staring at the kitchen door. I think we went a bit too far with the joke, Alicia whispered, letting out a soft giggle as she remembered how embarrassed her friend had been. Does Bell always believe every joke? She asked curiously, looking at Naza. Yes, unfortunately, yes. When someone is joking, they think they're being serious, he said, letting out a tired sigh. That's why it's so easy for others to annoy them. Bell is practically a little mouse in the middle of many predators here in Arario, said Aki, remembering what those guys wanted to do to Bell days ago. That's what worries me, Naza whispered. I'm afraid that someday someone will try to take advantage of that. It already happened once, and I don't want it to happen again. What do you mean it already happened once? Asked Alicia, curious, as was Aki. One day, some adventurers in the dungeon asked Bell for help because they were being chased by monsters and were badly injured, he began, recalling that day. Bell, being a kind person, went to their rescue, but. One of the guys broke Bell's foot, taking away his mobility, she said, surprising both girls. Obviously, they only called him there to use him as bait so they could get out of there alive. Both girls could only contain their anger at what Naza said, wanting to have those guys in front of them to destroy them. Luckily, some adventurers from the Ganesha family helped him before he became monster food. That day he told me everything, very scared, not understanding why those adventurers did that. It was only his second day in the dungeon he finished explaining, feeling useless for not being able to go with Bell to the dungeon to help him. I'm surprised that Bell is still so kind and gentle despite all the times he's been used, Aki said, clenching her fists angrily. If things continue like this, that kind Bell will disappear, Alicia said worriedly, imagining a vengeful and hateful Bell. That's why I'm asking you, Naza said again, bowing to the two girls. I can see clearly that you care a lot about Bell, so please, I ask you to protect him whenever you can from anyone who wants to hurt him. I know very well that he has to learn to defend himself, but currently he isn't able to do so please, take care of Bell. I don't know what would happen if I were to lose him. He's like a little brother to me, she pleaded, holding back her tears as she imagined losing Bell someday. Don't worry, Naza, Aki's warm voice reached the girl's ears. Even if you hadn't told us, it would always have been our intention to take care of Bell. Yes, until he is strong enough to take care of himself, we will be there for him, protecting him from any bastard who tries to hurt him, Alicia swore, slightly raising her sword. So don't worry, Naza, we'll take care of Bell. Aki finished speaking with a warm smile. Thank you so much, Naza said, lifting her face with a happy smile. I'm so glad Bell has made such wonderful friends as you. At that comment, both girls smiled sheepishly. On the contrary, we feel fortunate to have met such a wonderful boy as Bell, said Aki without realizing that a certain albino boy had just overheard her comment. What? Said Bell, surprised, who had just come out of the kitchen with his god. Upon hearing Bell's voice, Aki opened her eyes in surprise. A little bit of pink blush slowly appeared on her cheeks for having said those words in front of Bell. Hey Akil-san, I really think. You didn't hear that, Aki interrupted the albino. But. I said you didn't hear it, he repeated again, his eyes darkening. I understand. I didn't hear it. While the others just watched the scene with small smiles on their faces, they saw how Aki tried to hide her blush with an angry look from a scared and surprised Belle. Yes, Belle is a wonderful boy, Alicia thought with a small smile, watching as Belle sat back down at the table, still embarrassed by having overheard Aki's comment. Very wonderful. And so the five of them stayed in the dining room for a while longer, chatting about any random topic, most of which was about Belle, much to his embarrassment. Some time later. After a pleasant lunch and conversation, both girls were already at the entrance of the Blue Pharmacy, saying goodbye to their friend. Thank you so much for lunch, it was delicious, Aki said with a satisfied smile, as did Alicia. It was so nice spending time with your family. It's nothing, you can come and eat with us whenever you want, he said, embarrassed. Although next time we'll talk about something else. Why? Are you ashamed that we're talking about you? The elf asked with a mocking smile. Let's leave him alone, Alicia, we already bothered him enough at lunch, said Aki playfully, seeing that the rabbit was starting to blush. Well, then goodbye, I have to get back to work at the pharmacy, the albino said goodbye as he was about to enter his office, but Aki's hand stopped him. Before you leave, I'm going to tell you the main reason we've come to your headquarters, the cat said, catching Belle's attention. Starting tomorrow, you'll have training with us on the wall. Training? Yes, and you can't refuse, the elf warned. We're going to teach you how to be a better fighter with your dagger and other weapons. Really? Exclaimed the albino, surprised and excited to learn from two great adventurers. Don't get too excited yet, it won't be until tomorrow, besides, we won't be lenient just because it's you, we'll be strict, said the cat with a stern look. Why yes, Belle agreed, trying to put on a serious face, but his innocent gaze made him look cute to both girls. I'm going to die of diabetes, Alicia whispered, looking in a direction other than Belle. Well, then your training starts tomorrow at 8 in the morning, I hope you don't miss it, Aki informed, turning around along with Alicia. Don't worry, I'll be there. Thank you so much. The albino said, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Goodbye Belle, take care. The elf waved. Goodbye Belle, Aki said, waving her hand gently. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Exclaimed the albino with a big smile before entering the pharmacy to continue working. So both girls, after saying goodbye to their friend, continued on their way to the Twilight Mansion, probably to make a training plan for him. Their walk home was silent, as both of them had only one thing on their minds, which had not left them in peace since they arrived at the pharmacy. According to what you have told us, you are very special to him. The words that the god Mych said about what Belle thought of them were repeated over and over in their minds. We are special to him, Alicia whispered, looking at the ground she was walking on. I see. Alicia, hearing her friend stutter, looked up to see her. Why are you blushing? She asked her friend mockingly. I'm not blushing, I quickly denied nervously. Besides, you're blushing too. Why you're wrong, this is my natural skin color, the nervous elf defended herself, looking away. Yeah, right, not even you believe that, he said, crossing his arms. We'd better hurry up. We need to prepare the training plan. You're right, tomorrow Belle is going to be surprised at what a great teacher I am, she said proudly, wanting to impress the albino. Compared to me, I doubt you'll teach her much, said Aki, holding back her laughter. Excuse me? I asked, offended. I remind you that before I started using a sword, my main weapon was the dagger, which is Belle's favorite weapon. I highly doubt you're better at that than I am. Want to bet? I asked with a challenging look. The first one Belle praises for her training will be the winner. What do you say? That sounds perfect to me, she said, shaking hands with the cat. The loser will have to do the other one's laundry for a week. Made. While the two were making their bed about tomorrow's training, a very excited Belle was tending the pharmacy while being watched by his god and captain. What's wrong with him? Mych asked, observing the albino with an aura of happiness surrounding him. I don't know, he's been like this ever since he said goodbye to them, Naza whispered, watching her pupil. I wouldn't be surprised if he fell in love with one of them in the future. You're right, it's probably that girl Alicia's, the god offered his theory. Is he crazy? It's obvious he'll fall in love with Aki, Naza said, frowning. Huh? You want to bet? Mych asked challengingly. That sounds good to me, Mych-sama. If you lose, you'll have to stop flirting with every woman you meet. But I don't flirt with anyone, the god defended himself, not quite understanding what his daughter meant. It's always the same, he always plays innocent, Naza whispered angrily. While they were arguing, Belle anxiously watched the pharmacy entrance. I can't wait for tomorrow, she thought excitedly. She asked me what kind of training we'll be doing. And with a feeling of excitement, Belle continued to serve the pharmacy, although unfortunately he only had 2 customers for the rest of the day, although this time he did not feel depressed because of the excitement he had for the training. End of chapter. Training. We find ourselves at the Twilight Mansion where Aki and Alicia were getting ready with their battle suits and weapons. But they weren't preparing to go to the dungeon. Today was the day Belle's training would begin, which had them excited. "Do you think Belle is already on the wall?" Alicia asked, putting a few potions in her backpack in case Belle got hurt. Knowing him, he must have arrived at the wall an hour ago, Aki replied, letting out a small laugh. He was very excited about training yesterday. "You're right, he looked like a little boy who'd just been given a treat," she said, recalling the albino's happy expression. "I know we said yesterday that we wouldn't be gentle with him, but we shouldn't overdo it. I wouldn't want to see Belle badly injured on the ground." "Don't worry, I wouldn't like that either. We just need to train him hard enough so he can handle the whole workout," Aki said, slinging her backpack over her shoulder. "Shall we go?" But before either of them could take a step, two boys from their family came towards them, stopping them in their tracks. They were Raul and Cruz, his exploration companions and very good friends. "Hey girls," Cruz called, catching both of their attention. "Raul and I are going to the dungeon. Do you want to come with us?" she asked, pointing to her companion. "It's been a week since we last explored together," Raul said excitedly, looking at Aki. But all emotion was erased by the cat's immediate response. "Sorry guys, but not today," Aki quickly refused. "Huh? Why?" Raul asked, disappointed by the answer. "We already have plans for today, so it'll have to wait for another time," Alice replied, eager to head to the wall. "But look on the bright side, you'll earn more money since it'll just be for the two of you." "But I wanted to spend time with Aki," thought Raul, watching the cat who seemed eager to leave. "Now that you mention it, they have a lot of luggage. Are they going somewhere?" Cruz asked curiously. "Training," they both said at the same time, turning around. "Maybe one of these days we'll explore the dungeon together," Aki said, starting to walk with Alicia toward the exit. "Goodbye, guys. Be careful in the dungeon," said Alice, gently waving her hand in farewell. And with those words, both left the Twilight Mansion, leaving the two men alone, one unconcerned and the other dejected. "I wanted to spend time with Aki," Raul whispered depressedly. "We haven't exchanged much of a word in a week." He used to talk to Aki every day, they even went to the dungeon together, just the two of them. Raul loved those moments alone with Aki, but for the past week she seemed to be busy with something else, which meant she hardly talked to him, and that saddened him. "Don't feel bad, Raul, I'm sure you'll be spending time with Aki again soon," Cruz encouraged his friend. "Maybe she and Alicia are training to create new fighting techniques, just give her some space." "You're right," he said, sounding a little more cheerful. "Do you think if I get much stronger I'll attract Aki's attention more?" he asked excitedly, imagining Aki praising him and giving him a rewarding hug. I'm not sure. Aki doesn't seem like the type of girl who's interested in someone just for their strength," he replied as honestly as possible. "Although you've got nothing to lose by trying." "Great. Then let's go to the dungeon, I'm eager to get stronger," he said, motivated, leaving the Twilight Mansion. If only he had that same motivation when he had to take the position of leader, Cruz thought with an anime-style sweat drop, following the dark-haired man. Thus the two friends began their exploration in the dungeon, only this time without their two companions. Back to the girls. They were walking through the streets of Arario towards the city walls with smiles on their faces. For some reason, they were really excited about training Belle. "I still feel strange doing this behind our superiors' backs," Aki said, feeling like they were breaking some rule, but even so, she would always train Belle, even if she was punished. "What do you think, Alicia?" "I doubt it. Until they give me a pamphlet signed by the captain and Loki outlining what's forbidden in the Familia, I'll keep training Belle," he replied nonchalantly. "After all, we already promised, and the Loki Familia doesn't like to break their promises." "You're right," Aki said with a smile. "Although I still think I would have liked Belle to be in our family." "Me too, it's a shame we met him 2 weeks late," whispered the dejected elf. "According to what Belle said, he went to ask to join many families, but I don't remember him going to ours," Aki said, searching her memories. "Unless. He probably went, but remember what happens to newbies who come to ask to join our family," Alicia said, narrowing her eyes. "That," they both whispered at the same time with disgust. "Because of him, we hardly have any new members in the family," Aki said with disgust. "I still don't know how the captain keeps letting him do whatever he wants." "That is a fool, I'm sure he's already been told off, but he didn't care," Alicia said, also with disgust. "But it doesn't matter anymore, Belle has a family now so there's no solution." "You're right, at least we can spend time with him," Aki said with a smile, as did the elf. Although seconds later both girls realized something and abruptly stopped walking. "Now that I think about it, since when did Belle become our main topic of conversation?" Alice asked, surprised to realize this detail. "For a week now," Aki whispered, also surprised. "1 week," Alice murmured. Seconds later, a small blush appeared on both of their cheeks as they imagined a smiling Belle. It's obvious, after all, he's our friend," Alicia said with a nervous smile, trying to hide her blush. It's normal. Haha, you're right, that's what any friend would do, said the cat, laughing nervously. After that, they both remained silent, staring at each other, still with their nervous smiles. Let's go to the wall. Why yes, Belle must already be there. And so they both continued their walk towards the wall in silence, since they knew that if they started talking again, Belle would somehow become the topic of conversation, and that wasn't a bad thing, but at this moment they were a little nervous to do that. Some time later. After a long journey, both girls arrived at their destination, and the first thing they saw upon arrival was Belle sitting on a part of the wall wearing his simple armor. Important information, advise Belle to buy better armor was the thought of both of them upon seeing the armor. After that, they turned their gaze to the albino's face, where they could see that he had a sad and worried expression, probably thinking that they would not arrive. Obviously, this brought a smile to both girls' faces, as there were still 20 minutes until their meeting time. I knew it, Aki thought as she saw that Belle arrived long before the agreed time, probably because of the excitement he felt. Belle. The first to catch his attention was Alicia, who shouted his name, capturing the albino's attention. He looked up and saw a smiling Aki and Alicia approaching him with some luggage, probably for training. Aki-san, Alicia-san. Exclaimed the albino excitedly, standing up and forgetting the sadness he had felt a few seconds ago. Ugh, I was the one who called you, and you said my name last, Alicia said, feigning sadness. You're mean, Belle. No. What WW is going on? I started stuttering when I saw the elf's decayed expression. Don't pay any attention to him, Belle, he's just teasing you, Aki interrupted, pointing at Alicia, who was trying to stifle her laughter. You're very easy to tease, Belle. It's not funny, whispered the embarrassed rabbit. I'm sorry, I had to, the elf apologized, managing to control her laughter. More importantly, are you ready for training? Yes. I will give it my all so that you don't feel disappointed, I exclaimed with great motivation. That's the spirit, Aki praised, setting her backpack down by the wall, just like Alicia. Come on, Belle, let's have a chat before training. And? After that, both girls sat down on the ground by the wall, and Belle, seeing this, copied their action, sitting down a few meters away from them, facing each other. First of all, Belle, we're going to ask you a few questions, Aki said, adopting a serious attitude. That way we can figure out how to train you. Understood, he said, ready to answer. First question, do you have any experience with any weapons? He asked curiously. Actually, no. Before coming to Arario, I'd never used a weapon. The closest thing I had were the tools I used in the fields, he replied, reminiscing about those times. And the weapon I always use is a dagger, but I'm not good with it. Interesting, whispered the cat. Second question. Exclaimed Alice. Besides the dagger, have you used any other weapons? A small sword, but it broke on my second day in the dungeon for certain reasons, he replied, somewhat nervously. And since swords are very expensive, I decided to use the cheapest weapon in the guild, the dagger. Upon hearing that this happened on their second day in the dungeon, both girls remembered what Naza had told them about what happened to Belle that day with those adventurers, causing them both to frown in disgust. Third question, Aki said, trying to calm her anger. Is there a weapon you prefer? Daggers, since it's the weapon I've used the most, although I'd also like to use a spear, he replied, eager to begin training. But the dagger is my favorite. It's easier to use, or at least I think so. I agree, the dagger is a good weapon, said the elf, remembering the times when she used that weapon. And that would be all, Aki said, much to Belle's delight. Then I think we can begin training, starting with dagger handling since it's your preferred weapon. Great. Belle exclaimed, standing up along with the two of them. I'm eager to learn how to use the dagger. And that's where I come in, Alicia said proudly, approaching Belle, but Aki stopped her. What? Hold on right there, cowgirl, we agreed that I would go first, the cat reminded Alice, taking her place. You go next. Okay, I agreed, sounding disappointed. But I'm still curious to see how you'll train our pupil, Alicia said, going to sit down a little ways away from the training area. Good luck, Belle. Thank you, he whispered, embarrassed. Focus on me, Aki said in an authoritative voice, frightening the rabbit. You use your usual dagger, I'll use a wooden sword. What will we do? He asked curiously. Obviously a friendly fight, he replied, drawing his wooden sword. Wow. So soon? He shouted in surprise. Yes. Isn't that right? She asked, confused, looking at her elf friend. She just had a seriously expression as she looked at Aki's training plan. It doesn't matter, said the cat, getting into a fighting stance. I've always said that practice is the best training method. The more fights we have, the stronger we'll become. I understand, Belle whispered, trying to get into a fighting stance. I hope I last at least 2 seconds. Relax, I'll hold back, the cat reassured him. Meanwhile, Alicia watched her from afar with an anime-style sweat drop. Are you serious, Aki? The elf thought. First, we have to teach her the fighting stance, how to defend herself, how to counterattack, and the fighting techniques, but you've forgotten all that and skipped straight to practice. While Alicia was thinking about her friend's mistakes, the other two were already ready to start the fight. Ready? Aki asked, getting into a fighting stance. Okay, Belle whispered nervously, unsure what to do. Upon receiving confirmation, Aki launched an attack, reducing all his power to a level 1 level halfway through. He believed that by reducing his strength so much, Belle could keep up with him and maintain an even battle. But there was something he had forgotten, and it was the same thing Alice had thought. Belle didn't know a single fighting style. He was literally a complete novice in battles, and obviously his reaction time was very slow due to his lack of experience. This caused a slow attack, according to Aki, to hit him squarely in the face, sending him flying a few meters away from the strong blow, leaving her perplexed. Aki! Shouted the elf upon seeing what her friend had done. Belle! Aki shouted, full of worry, running to see how the albino was doing along with the elf. He was lying on the ground with the mark of the wooden sword imprinted on his face. He didn't even know when he got there. Belle! Answer me. Aki said, agitated, taking Belle in her arms. He only slightly opened his eyes, observing how Alicia and Aki were in front of him with a worried expression, although because of the strong blow he received he was seeing double. I beat you again, Kami-sama, I have 4 queens, whispered the albino, thinking he was playing a card game with his god. Great job, Aki, you broke it. Scolded Alicia, going to get a potion to cure the albino. I am sorry, whispered the embarrassed cat, lowering her ears in sadness. Meanwhile, Belle was still disoriented, not knowing where he was. That day she discovered the terrifying strength her friend possessed. Minutes later. Now healed Belle stood before a dejected Aki, reeling from what had just happened. I am so sorry, Belle, she whispered, feeling bad about the hard blow she had given him. Don't feel bad, Aki-san, said the albino, encouraging his friend who had a sad aura surrounding her. The blow wasn't that hard. Wasn't it that hard? You still have the mark on your face, Alicia said, making Aki feel even worse. What were you thinking, Aki? It was obvious Belle couldn't defend himself. After all, we haven't taught him anything yet. What would have happened if you'd used your real sword instead of your wooden one? This only caused a shiver of fear to run down Aki's spine. I am sorry, I thought it was going to go well, she apologized regretfully. I already told you there's no problem, Aki-san, I'm fine, Belle reassured her with a smile, but it didn't help her much. You'd better stay there and think of a new training method for Belle. In the meantime, I'll train him, Alicia advised, then looked at the albino. Come on, Belle, I'll teach you how to fight with a dagger. Why yes, I accept, following the elf. While they both went to a place a little away from Aki, she remained depressed about her failed training. I ruined everything, she thought dejectedly. With Alice and Belle. Take a seat, Belle, Alicia ordered Belle, who obeyed, sitting down opposite her. Today I'll teach you how to handle a dagger, at least the basics. Later, I'll teach you dagger techniques and how to defend yourself with this weapon. Understood, said Belle, paying close attention. First, lend me your dagger, said Alice, extending her hand. He simply obeyed, giving his dagger to the elf. As you can see, the dagger is too short, making it an easy weapon to use, but there's a problem, and that's its size. So you'll be forced to be very close to your enemy. In short, you'll also have to learn melee attacks to be able to defend yourself and attack. You know, you have to have another trick up your sleeve besides your dagger. Belle simply nodded at those words, watching Alice pace back and forth as she explained. So right now I'll give you a demonstration of how to use this dagger so you can get an idea of what you'll be learning. My goal is for you to learn to use the dagger as well as I do, or even better, he said, taking a few steps back from Belle to give the demonstration. Pay attention to my movements, Belle. After all, you learn the most when you observe. Oh okay, he said, focusing all his attention on the movements Alicia would make. Under Belle's fixed gaze, Alicia began to feel a little embarrassed, but it wasn't the time for that. He trusted her to be a great warrior. The correct way to use a dagger is like this, he said, beginning the demonstration. The moment Alicia launched the first attack, it left Belle amazed. It was just a simple attack, but it was far better than any attack he had ever made in his life. You must become one with your weapon, the elf whispered. Every elegant movement of hers, every cut, left the albino amazed. No matter how much he looked in all directions, he couldn't see an opening in Alicia's body. Everything was well protected, leaving no angle unattended. It almost seemed as if she were dancing, with such refined movements and no unnecessary attacks that would waste her energy. The breeze from Alicia's powerful attacks gently struck his face, leaving him even more surprised. It was as if she were also wielding the very air as her weapon. Incredible, Belle thought, watching in amazement as the elf made her last move with great elegance. Meanwhile, from afar Aki could only watch the scene with a strange feeling inside her, a feeling she didn't like. "So, what did you think?" the elf asked after her demonstration. "It's been a few years since I stopped using the dagger, but I'm still skilled." But the only response she received was silence, which confused the girl. "El?" he said, looking at the albino. And there he saw how he had a strong gleam in his eyes, looking at Alice as if she were some kind of deity. "Ooh. That was amazing, Alicia-san," Belle exclaimed excitedly. "Those moves were incredible. I didn't have a single opening." "Well, I've practiced a lot to get to that level," she confessed, blushing slightly. "Please teach me those moves. I want to be an adventurer as amazing as you," he exclaimed in amazement. Upon hearing those words, Alicia could only lower her gaze in shame. "Come on, it's not that big of a deal," she whispered shyly but happy with the albino's praise. "Of course it is. You are amazing." Stop it, Belle, you're making me blush," she said, turning her back on the albino so he wouldn't see the huge blush on her cheeks. And all this was observed by Aki, who felt a sense of disgust within her. Alicia received a lot of praise, whereas she thought sadly. Perhaps I'm not a good teacher like Alicia. All I'll do is waste his time. All the enthusiasm Aki had that morning for training Belle vanished when she saw him praising everything Alicia had done, while all she did was leave him on the verge of fainting. "We'd better keep training," said Alicia, embarrassed by Belle's praise. "Yes. I want to learn those moves," said the rabbit, ready to learn. "Alright Aki, have you thought about a new training regimen for Belle?" Alicia called to her friend, but received no answer. "Aki. Huh? Oh, yes, the training," she whispered, looking at them both. Why don't you continue with your training, Alicia?" "Huh?" Alicia could only look at her friend in bewilderment. A little while ago she had been very motivated to teach Belle, and now she seemed dejected. Although seconds later he realized the reason for his radical change of mood. "I just remembered I left something unfinished at the mansion, I'll come back later," he said, taking a few steps back. "Then we'll wait for you to continue the training, Aki-san," said the albino, ready to wait for Aki since, according to him, the training had to be with both of them present. "No. You all keep training and all of that so you don't waste your time," she said with a nervous smile. "Aki," whispered the elf, feeling bad for her friend. "I'll be back in a little while, you guys keep training." And with those last words, Aki walked away from the wall, leaving them both alone with a confused Belle and Alicia feeling bad for her friend. "What was wrong with Aki-san?" Belle asked, confused. She seemed a little strange. "Girl stuff," she replied nervously. "Let's just get back to training." "Yes," he exclaimed in a military pose. "First I'll show you the correct way to hold the dagger," he began to explain to the albino, although part of his mind was on his friend. To be honest, she too would have felt depressed if only Aki had been praised. After all, it's the same feeling you get when your mother only congratulates your brother for his achievements, but not you. I just hoped that Aki wouldn't be depressed for too long and would return to the wall to train. Meanwhile, with Aki. I didn't know how much time had passed, but I had been sitting on the bleachers of the wall for quite a while, far enough away from the training grounds. "I look like a little girl," I whispered, letting out a sigh. Seeing Belle praise Alicia's demonstration with a big smile made her spirits plummet. It was more than obvious, Alicia was always a better teacher than me, she thought dejectedly, remembering how her friend trained the elves who were new to the family. Well, she only had one pupil, Raul, and she only trained him for one day, since he refused to train the next day because, according to him, he had learned a lot with just one training session. Now that she remembered that, she realized that Raul no longer wanted to train with her because she was a bad teacher. After all, she just spent the whole day hitting him. "I'm such a fool," she whispered, burying her face in her knees. "How am I supposed to help Belle if all I know how to do is practice sparring?" She spent the entire previous night excitedly in her room thinking about the 1,000 things she would teach Belle so that he would become a great adventurer. She even slept little because of the excitement she felt. But all that excitement vanished when she realized that she wasn't actually good at training someone, and that became clear when she knocked Belle out with a single blow, when the intention was for him to learn, not to leave him unconscious. And incidentally, after her failed training, Alice gave a great demonstration of her skills as a teacher, earning much praise from the rabbit. Compliments. Damn it. And to top it all off, I lost a bet too. I'll have to do Alicia's laundry, she thought, frustrated, sinking deeper into her sadness. Because I can't do anything right. Even she felt puzzled by her situation. If it had been Raul who had been training and he had praised Alicia, he wouldn't have felt sad. On the contrary, I would have opted for a bossy attitude, being stricter with his training. But with Belle it wasn't like that. Seeing that happiness and excitement in the albino's eyes for what Alicia had done made her feel sad where she would have wished that those compliments were directed towards her. "What's wrong with me?" she thought, tracing circles with her finger on the floor. "I'm getting sad because I'm a bad teacher to Belle, although it's normal. He had a lot of hope in me." Remembering the albino's expression of happiness when he told him he was going to train him hurt him because he realized that he only gave him false hope and failed him since he could not teach him anything useful. "I'm a useless teacher. Perhaps it would be best if only Alicia taught Belle." After all, he could see the happiness in the albino's eyes when he saw her movements, whereas with her, the only thing he learned was how to get knocked out with a single blow. "It's for the best," she whispered dejectedly, standing up. "He'll learn so much more if he only trains with Alicia. All I'll do is hold him back." And with those thoughts in mind, Aki headed back to the training grounds to deliver the news. Minutes later. Aki was already close to the training place, and as she approached she was lost in her thoughts. "I'll have to apologize to them for leaving and giving them the news. I'll have to apologize mainly to Belle for disappointing him," she thought dejectedly as she reached the place where Belle and Alicia were. Although he arrived just in time to overhear a conversation which caught his attention, he quickly hid from them. "And what do you think of Aki's training?" asked the elf sitting on the ground, with Belle standing a meter away from her. They were both resting after spending some time training the different stances that Belle could use in battle. "Well, his first test was very painful," he replied, still with pain on his face, as he remembered the hard blow he received. Upon hearing that response, Aki lowered her ears in a sign of sadness. "I knew it, I'm bad at teaching," she thought dejectedly. "But I'm still very grateful to her," he continued, once again capturing the cat's attention. "I could see how hard she worked just to teach me, and that makes me very happy. Honestly, you and Aki-san are the first people in Arario, besides my family and my advisor, who have been kind to me. If I hadn't met Aki-san that day, I'd probably be dead by now. I owe you both so much that I may never be able to repay you. So, I want to keep learning from you both. I want Aki-san to continue being my teacher. I want her to be proud of me when I become a great adventurer," he confessed with a smile, leaving both girls perplexed. There's no point in hiding it anymore since Kami-sama revealed it, so I'll say it. You two are very special to me. I want to keep spending time with you, and if that means taking a lot of hits from Aki-san during training, then I'll gladly accept them, as long as I can continue being trained by you both and become much stronger." Upon hearing that confession, a small blush appeared on Alicia's cheeks as she listened to the words that made her special to him. But not as much as Aki, who had a huge blush all over her face, but it was accompanied by a beautiful smile on her lips from the happiness she felt because of those words, completely replacing the sadness she had a few seconds ago. "Elle," she whispered the albino's name affectionately. He still trusts me," she thought, filled with happiness. "I didn't know you flirted with women like that, Belle," said Alicia, embarrassed, looking away. And no I. Before Belle could finish speaking, a certain half-cat girl emerged from her hiding place and headed towards her two friends. Aki-san. They both said at the same time upon seeing the beautiful smile on her face. "Sorry for leaving, but I've sorted things out," she said, still smiling. "Well, we need to keep training. Those stats aren't going to go up on their own," she added enthusiastically, eager to resume her training with Belle. That speech from the albino restored all the spirit she had lost a few moments ago. If he felt happy with his training methods, then she would gladly train him until his last day. She even felt silly for having been so depressed a little while ago. "Are you ready, Belle?" Upon hearing those words, Belle stood up, motivated and ready to learn from Aki. And Alicia only smiled slightly when she saw that her friend was back to her old self, and she already knew very well what had cheered her up after all. She even felt very happy with the words that Belle said. "You're a very special boy, Belle," thought Alicia, observing the albino with a beautiful smile. "Perhaps my training won't help you much in improving your dagger handling, but it will improve your stamina and reflexes," Aki said, drawing his wooden sword. "It doesn't matter, anything I learn from you two will be very useful to me," he said, motivated to begin his fight. "Then, while they're having their fight, I'll observe Belle's movements to see what mistakes he makes and correct them," the elf informed, standing up to pay closer attention to her friend's movements. "Did you hear that, Belle? Are you ready?" the cat asked with an excited smile. "Why yes," he exclaimed, getting into a fighting stance which had improved a little thanks to the brief lesson he received from Alicia. "Then let's begin," he shouted, launching into the attack. That day Belle received more blows than he had received throughout his life, but if it made him much stronger, then he would gladly receive hundreds of them. I also noticed that seeing that beautiful smile on Aki's face while they were training was like fuel for Belle to keep getting up and continuing to train. "I will strive for them," he thought with great determination within him. And so her first day of training alongside her two beautiful friends came to an end. End of chapter. A special gift. Holy Mother. A scream of the god Maich was heard throughout the blue pharmacy, scaring Naza, who immediately ran to her god's room to see what was happening to him. Maich-sama. Are you alright? The girl shouted, bursting into Maich's room. And the first thing he saw was Bell sitting on the bed putting on his shirt and his god at the other end, looking at a sheet of paper with great surprise. Naza quickly concluded that her god's surprise was due to Bell's statistics. What happened, Kami-sama? The albino asked, confused. Did something happen to my condition? Then nothing bad Bell, you just went up a lot in your stats, Maich replied, still not believing it. Really? Bell exclaimed excitedly, grabbing the sheet from his god's hands and beginning to read it. I have over 100 points in strength and agility. I have over 200 points in stamina. Maybe it's because of Aki-sen's blows. While Bell read his statistics with surprise, Naza listened to everything, confused. This is weird, I thought, looking at the albino's happy face. Just a week ago, Bell had only 30 points in strength, which he had earned over the course of 3 weeks, and now, in just 1 week, his strength had suddenly jumped to 100 points, along with his other stats. Something was off about all this, and he could confirm it by the expression on his god's face. If I keep this up, I'll soon be able to go down more floors on my own, said the rabbit excitedly, standing up. Aki-san and Alicia-san won't believe it when I tell them. Are you going to see them? Naza asked after hearing what he said. Yes, we agreed that we would meet today to go to Babel. You are going to help me buy a new suit of armor for myself, she said excitedly about having new equipment. That's good news. With better equipment, you'll be safer in the dungeon, and if those two help you choose armor, it will be of very good quality, said the god happily, seeing that his son was gradually improving as an adventurer. So that's why you were saving up these last few days, Naza said with a small smile. I hope you find some good quality armor at a reasonable price. I'd give you my old armor, which is very strong enough to protect a level 2, but it's only made for women, so that won't work. Don't worry, Naza-san, I have enough money with me, the albino reassured him. Then I'll be going. It won't be long before we meet. Handing the status sheet back to his god Bell, he stood up ready to leave. Give my regards to Aki and Alicia, said the god. Be careful on the way, Bell. Don't trust any stranger, especially if they're offering you sweets, Naza warned with a serious expression. Why yes, I whispered with a nervous smile. Goodbye. And with those words, Bell left the room, leaving Naza and Maich alone. They simply remained silent, listening to Bell's footsteps in the pharmacy until they heard him open the front door and leave the building. Seeing that the albino was no longer nearby, Naza turned her gaze to her god. Now that Bell isn't here, you can tell me everything, Maich-sama, he said, approaching Maich with a serious expression. He could only look at Bell's status sheet with a complicated expression. Well, Bell has gained a skill, said Maich, wondering whether to feel happy or worried. Skill? I suppose that skill has something to do with his stat boost, he said with intrigue. In response, he received a slight nod from him. Can I know what the skill is about? I asked curiously. Feelings, Maich whispered. Feelings? What do you mean? I asked, confused. Unwavering desire, she said without taking her eyes off the sheet. That's her ability. She'll accelerate her growth absurdly, as long as her feelings don't change. Naza just made a confused expression upon hearing what her god said. Although 5 seconds later he was able to understand what those words meant. This boy, Naza whispered, slapping her face. In the end, I was right, he did fall in love. Yes, I knew Alicia would steal Bell's heart, Maich said proudly. Excuse me? It's obvious that this ability appeared because of Aki, Naza said, confident in her words. We'll discuss this later, Maich interrupted, not wanting to start another argument with his daughter. Do you know what all this means, Naza? Yes, he said with a macabre smile. We'll get Bell up to level 7 quickly and destroy the entire die insect family so we won't have any more debts. No. He cried out in alarm upon hearing his daughter's dark plan. If this ability is revealed, it will attract the attention of all the gods. They'll take our Bell away from us. He screamed, filled with panic. Damn. It's true, he said worriedly. So what are we going to do? Well, for now, he'll keep his ability a secret from everyone, including himself, Maich whispered, gazing at the blue sky from the window. Dark times are coming, Naza. Bell turned out to be a very troublesome child, he said with a laugh. That's what purity does to you. That day, Naza and Maich could only think about the tremendous hack that Bell had. Meanwhile, with Bell. He was already in the Plaza de Babel, looking around for his two friends, but he couldn't find them. Perhaps they haven't arrived yet, I thought when I saw they were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a light touch on his shoulder made him jump in fright. Boo! He shouted, turning around quickly. Ahaha, relax Belle, it's us. Alicia laughed at the fright her friend had. You're very easily scared, Belle, Aki said, letting out a small laugh. Girls, Belle whispered, looking at both of them. This time they weren't wearing their typical combat gear. This time they were dressed differently. Alicia was dressed in a beautiful white dress that reached her knees, accompanied by a purse which was hanging on her shoulder. To give you an idea. And Aki was dressed in a long-sleeved black shirt accompanied by a red skirt that reached a little above her knees. To give you an idea. Upon seeing their appearance, Belle could only be mesmerized by how beautiful they looked. What's wrong, Belle? Aki asked, snapping her fingers in front of the albino's face. At that action, Belle snapped out of his shock and came to his senses. I am sorry, it's just that they look very beautiful, he said sheepishly. A little blush gradually appeared on both girls' faces because of Belle's praise. Thank you, they whispered shyly, but with a feeling of happiness inside them. After the initial embarrassment, Belle remembered the important topic she wanted to discuss with her two teachers and friends. By the way, girls, I have something important to tell you, he said, capturing their attention once again. What is it? Aki asked, still embarrassed by what had just happened. Please. You're joking, right? Aki asked, filled with astonishment, unable to believe what she had heard. I'm not joking, Aki-san, it's the truth, Belle said proudly. Even I couldn't believe it at first. Over 200 points in your stats in just a few days, that's insane, Alicia whispered, unable to believe it. Even I haven't managed that in all my years as an adventurer. Do you have any idea how you got that big raise? Aki asked curiously. Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure, he replied, tapping his chin with a finger. Although. Isn't it obvious? Exclaimed Alicia, her surprised expression turning into a wide smile. Our incredible training is paying off, isn't it, Belle? I agree. Aki-san's powerful blows and your strict classes are making me improve by leaps and bounds. Belle exclaimed, agreeing with the elf. I don't think that's why, Aki whispered with an anime-style sweat drop, but seeing her two friends so excited and celebrating their achievements, she let it go. From now on we will double no triple your training. Said Alicia excitedly. This emotion was not shared by the albino, who felt a slight shiver upon hearing that. I don't think it's necessary. With normal training, that's more than enough, she denied with a nervous smile. No. You've already proven you have great talent, now no one is going to stop me, said the eager elf, imagining new training methods for Belle. Meanwhile, the albino could only watch, frightened, as Alicia's excitement grew. Let's put training aside, Aki interrupted. We've come here today to buy armor for Belle, so we need to get down to business. You're right, with a sturdy armor it will withstand quadruple training better, said Alicia excitedly. Wasn't it triplicated? Belle asked nervously. Enough talk, we have to find that armor before it gets too late, ordered the cat, taking her two friends by the hand to drag them inside the tower, with an elf excited by the new ideas that were occurring to her and a Belle frightened by his fate. By the way, Belle said nervously, catching Aki's attention but not Alicia's, who was still in her own world. Where are we going to buy the armor? I don't have enough money to buy one from the Hephaestus family. Don't worry Belle, I know a perfect place for you to buy your equipment, she reassured him with a beautiful smile, making the albino blush. Oh okay he murmured, wondering where that place would be. The 200 Valis armor. Belle shouted in disbelief. The three of them were already inside the famous Esto family shops, but Aki guided them to a shop very well known to all the newbies. The novice blacksmiths are very desperate to sell their work, said Alice, also a little surprised by the price of the armor. The price is normal, Belle, Aki said, drawing the albino's attention. This shop is for novice blacksmiths to sell their weapons at extremely low prices. They think that way someone will buy their work and become interested in their skills. I understand, I whispered, still not believing the price. Believe it or not, there are many armors that are very good, despite having been created by a novice, said Alicia, observing the daggers that were in the room. Although I can't say the same about the weapons. Why don't you look in the store? Maybe you'll find some armor you like, Aki suggested. Meanwhile, Alicia and I will look around too. Then I'll go check that side, Belle said, eager to see all the armor in the place. And with a quick step, Belle separated from the girls, leaving the two of them alone observing the store. This place hasn't changed much, Aki said, looking closely at the shop. You're right. It's been years since I've been here, Alicia said wistfully, looking at the daggers. I bought my first dagger here from that girl named Anna. She was a very good blacksmith. It's a shame she was killed by Evilus, she whispered the last part sadly. This isn't the time to dwell on those bad memories, Aki interrupted, noticing her friend's downcast expression. Let's help Belle find something useful. You're right, whoever finds a good armor for Belle will be the winner, challenged the elf, returning to her usual lively attitude. Does everything have to be a gamble? I asked, with an anime-style sweat drop. Come on. It'll be fun, she said, clasping her hands together. Okay, Aki agreed, letting out a tired sigh. Good. Then we must separate, exclaimed Alice, going into the shop and leaving her friend alone. This girl, he thought with amusement, also starting to look for armor for Belle. While both girls went their separate ways, Belle was very entertained observing all the armor that was in the place. This armor costs 5,000 valis, it looks good, but it comes with a lot of accessories, better another one he thought, looking around for more armor. There were armors of all types, small armors aimed at children or palom, or enormous armors that looked like they were for a giant. But none of them were to Belle's liking. They all had too many accessories that he didn't like because they would hinder his mobility, and since he was someone known for his speed, they weren't recommended. This is difficult, thought Belle, frustrated at not finding anything to his liking. I thought I would find something quickly, but it was more complicated than I thought. Besides, the store was a bit big, so it would take a long time to find a good suit of armor for him. Luckily, he had company with him to help him check the store faster. Alicia's sweet voice was heard behind the albino, who quickly turned to look at her. Ta-da. With great excitement, the elf stretched out her hands, which were covered in armor, catching the albino's attention. "Ooh," he said in surprise, taking the armor. It was a very intimidating, light black armor. It almost looked like the armor of Hades' specters. And being a light armor, it had very few accessories, which pleased Belle. "Incredible," I whispered, looking in amazement at every part of the armor. "So, what do you think?" the proud elf asked. "I concluded that you don't like heavy armor, so I decided on this light one. Besides, the color will make you look intimidating, so adventurers will think twice about bothering you." "She's thinking about my safety," he thought, touched by his friend's beautiful gesture. "Besides, it has a very cheap price, 10,000 valis." At those words, Belle wrinkled his face slightly. He had brought the same amount as the armor was worth. He had hoped to buy a slightly cheaper armor so that he would have at least a little of his savings left over, but it seemed that this would not be the case. Luckily, Alicia wasn't the only one looking for armor for him. Ahem. A third voice was heard in the place, catching the attention of both of them. It was Aki who was showing off a rather large box, like when Quaiko used to show off his new toy to El Chavo. "Nice armor, Alicia, but it's not good enough," Aki said, making the elf frown. "What do you mean?" "Look," he said, extending the armor he had chosen towards Belle. Immediately upon seeing the armor that Aki chose, Belle's eyes lit up with excitement. "Damn, I lost," the elf thought as she saw the albino's gaze. The armor was as pure a color as snow, as pure as its future owner, with small red lines on the sides. And just like the black armor, this one was light, had few accessories, it was practically the same armor, but with a different color. "But they're the same, there's no difference," Alice complained upon seeing the similarity between the two suits of armor. "Maybe so, but mine has more privileges because of its color," Aki replied proudly. And it was true, after all. Belle seemed much more interested in the armor that Aki recommended than Alicia's, as he continued to look at the shiny armor with a gleam in his eyes. "And its price is 9,000 valis." Belle's expression brightened when he heard the price. In the end, he would have some of his savings left over. "Looks like we have a winner," Aki whispered mockingly. "Next time I won't lose," Alicia whispered, not very happy with the results. "And you were the one who said we shouldn't bet." She laughed innocently. "Thank you for your purchase." And as expected, the armor Belle chose was the one Aki recommended, much to Alicia's displeasure. Now the three friends were coming down from the Tower of Babel after making their purchase, an elf not very happy, a cat satisfied with the results, and an albino happy with the armor. "I'm so excited to try on my new armor," the rabbit said. "I wonder how I look in it." "Don't get ahead of yourself, Belle," Aki interrupted the albino's daydreams. "You'll have to wait until tomorrow. It's too late for you to enter the dungeon," the cat reminded him. "Besides, we'll train a bit tomorrow before going to the dungeon." "Yes. Tomorrow we'll test the durability of your new armor," said Alicia, returning to her excited demeanor as she remembered the training. I'll use my old armor during training, I don't want to risk the new one," said the albino, a little fearful as he remembered Aki's powerful blows. This action did not go unnoticed by the cat, who felt a little offended, although she wasn't going to deny it. She was even aware that she sometimes went too far. And amidst conversations and jokes from Alicia, they continued their tour of the Tower of Babel until they left it and were back in the square. "Are you going to do anything for the rest of the afternoon?" Belle asked curiously, looking at his two friends. "I have classes with Riveria-sama, so I'll be very busy," replied the elf, determined to surpass Lafia. "I promised Raul we'd have a few friendly matches," Aki said, remembering the request his friend had made that morning. "Raul?" the albino said, confused. "He's a friend of ours, and believe it or not, you two are quite similar in personality," he said with a touch of humor. "And he's a level 4. Bell felt a slight pain upon hearing that he was level 4, at this rate he was going to feel inferior to everyone. Don't worry, Bell, I'm sure you'll catch up with us soon, Alicia reassured him, seeing his frustrated expression. You just have to be patient. Why yes, and when that happens I'll be able to explore with you on much deeper floors, he promised with determination. I'll be looking forward to that day, they both said with a smile. After that, Bell turned around, taking the box with the armor in his hands. Thank you so much for today, girls, I really appreciate it, I'll see you tomorrow at training. Before you leave, Bell. Alicia's angelic voice caught the albino's attention, directing his gaze towards her. Is something wrong, Alicia-san? He asked curiously. I want to give you a gift, she said, searching for something in the purse she was carrying. While she was searching through her things, Aki and Bell watched her curiously. Here it is, he said, taking out the object he carried in his wallet. That's it, Aki whispered in surprise, looking at the object. What Alicia held in her hands was a very beautiful white dagger, which she could tell just by looking at it was of very good quality. A dagger? Bell commented, looking at the weapon curiously but also amazed. As I told you a few days ago, before becoming a swordswoman, my main weapon was the dagger, she explained, looking fondly at the weapon. This was the dagger I used a few years ago before I traded it for a sword. Bell opened his eyes in surprise at those words. Was that your dagger? Then. Yes, Bell, now I want you to use it, he said, extending the dagger toward the albino. It's a few years old now, but its edge is as sharp as the first day. This dagger is very special to me, since we've been through many adventures together, like when I first killed Goliath with this dagger, he recounted nostalgically. So I can't do it. Please, Alicia interrupted before Bell could refuse. I want you to keep it. I'll be so happy if you use this dagger, so I'll know that a part of me was always with you on your adventure. Upon hearing those words, the albino only blushed slightly. That's why you should accept it. I'm very sure it will help you a lot, just like it did for me, she said with a beautiful smile, embarrassing him even more. Oh okay, she agreed, taking the dagger in her hands. Just by touching it, she could tell it wasn't just any dagger. It was a very special one. Thank you very much, Alicia-san. You're welcome, I much prefer that you have it than that it loses its edge while it's locked in my room, she said, happy that Bell had accepted her gift. Meanwhile, Aki just watched the interaction between the two with a frown. I should have brought a gift too, she thought with frustration. Why didn't I think of that before? I promise I will treasure it for my whole life and have incredible adventures with this weapon, just like you did, he promised, now much more determined to become a great adventurer. I have no doubt about that, Bell, the elf whispered with a loving look. Then I'll take my leave. Thank you so much for everything you did for me today. Goodbye. And with a big smile, Bell, beaming at his new armor and dagger, went home eager to show his new equipment to his god and captain. Meanwhile, Aki and Alicia just watched with a smile as he slowly walked away until he was out of sight. So you have a dagger, Aki said, looking at Alicia with narrowed eyes. She could only look away, blushing, when she saw that she was being watched by her friend. What's wrong with it? That's strange, that dagger is very special to you, you didn't even let family members touch it, you almost killed me once when I hid it from you as a joke, he said with a shiver down his spine. Haha, the truth is that joke made me really angry, said Alicia, a little embarrassed, remembering that day. I thought you'd never part with that dagger, but now you've given it to Bell. Why? She asked curiously. Because with a very good quality dagger, Bell will be much safer in the dungeon and won't have the risk of it breaking in a battle, I'll be at ease knowing that. That makes sense, but I'm still surprised you let go of your most prized possession, Aki said, starting to walk with Alicia towards headquarters. You know, Alicia whispered, turning to look at Aki. I've realized something, and that is that Bell is much more important to me than the dagger, so it doesn't hurt to let it go if it means Bell will be safer in the dungeon. Aki could only look in surprise at the beautiful smile her friend had after saying those words. Alicia, he thought, watching the elf who continued walking towards the headquarters with her beautiful smile. From that moment on, the feelings of both girls began to gradually be released. And that was just the beginning of a love triangle, a troubled love triangle. End of chapter. The fear of losing you. We find ourselves in the busy streets of Arario where a certain albino was walking briskly with a smile on his face. His destination was the Tower of Babel, and the reason he was excited was because today he would explore up to the 20th floor with Aki and Alicia. Maybe he wouldn't do much since he was still too weak to be on a floor of that caliber, but he was still excited to get there for the first time. Besides, even though a few days had passed, he still felt excited about his new armor and his dagger, which became his most prized possession, and thanks to training, his fighting style had improved, making his mood much higher. I'm almost a level 1 adventurer halfway through the game, I thought excitedly. Soon I'll be able to explore floors 1 through 10 on my own. He wanted to reach level 4 as quickly as possible, so he would be at the same level as Aki and Alicia and could fight alongside them in the dungeon while protecting their backs, and vice versa. Her greatest wish is to reach her two dear friends. And after a while of so many thoughts, Bell arrived at Babel where his two friends were already waiting for him. But today something was different. They were not alone. Huh? Was her confused expression upon seeing two boys with him. The boy with black hair of average height who was somewhat close to Aki chatting animatedly with her, and a boy named Chienthrop, like his captain, with light brown hair, who was looking at a fountain as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Who are they? Bell wondered to himself, confused. Bell. Aki, noticing the albino's presence, stopped talking to Raul to call him in an animated tone of voice. And when Alicia heard the albino's name, she slightly raised her ears and then began to look for him. "Hi girls." He greeted with a smile full of excitement, as he always did when he met them. Both girls stopped what they were doing to approach Bell under the watchful eyes of their classmates, with Cruz curiously looking at Bell and Raul a little uncomfortable with the rabbit's presence. "I thought you wouldn't arrive," said Alicia as she was now close to him. "I'm sorry, I was helping Naza-san with some things before coming here," he apologized sheepishly. "Don't worry, the important thing is that you're here now," Aki said with a beautiful smile that did not go unnoticed by her black-haired friend. "By the way," Bell whispered, looking at the two boys behind them. "That's right," Aki exclaimed, remembering Cruz and Raul's presence. "These are Cruz and Raul, our friends and partners for exploring the dungeon," she said, introducing them as she pointed to them. "And guys, this is Bell. He's our friend, so he'll be going on explorations with us from time to time. I hope you don't mind," said Alicia, pointing at Bell. It's a pleasure to meet you," the albino whispered, bowing slightly to both of them. I hope we get along well." "The pleasure is all mine," Cruz said politely. "And don't worry, I don't mind you being part of the team." "Why yes, nice to meet you, Bell," Raul whispered with a nervous smile. I hope we get along well." "Excellent. Now that we've introduced them, we can begin the exploration," said Alice excitedly. "Our goal is to reach the 20th floor, so we can't let our guard down," Aki warned. "By the way, what level are you, Bell?" Cruz asked curiously. I'm still level 1, Bell replied, embarrassed to learn that he was the weakest there. "I understand, so from now on you'll be our support," Raul said, seeing the large backpack Bell was carrying, where he put the medicinal plants. "He's no support at all," Aki and Alicia said at the same time, looking at Raul with a serious expression. Obviously, he became nervous due to the intense gaze of both of them, quickly looking away. "Level 1?" Cruz said, slightly surprised. "I still say I don't mind you being part of the group, but isn't it dangerous for you to accompany us up to the 20th floor? That would be putting your life at risk." "Don't worry," Aki said, placing her palm on Bell's shoulder. "We'll be there to help him, so there's nothing to worry about. Besides, there are many medicinal plants on the 20th floor, which will be of great help to Bell," the elf explained, placing her palm on Bell's other shoulder. "Medicinal plants? Do you come from a family dedicated to medicine?" Cruz asked again, curious. "Why yes, I'm part of the Maich family." "You can chat on the way, we have to start the exploration," Aki interrupted the two, eager to enter the dungeon. And with that said, the group of 5 people entered the dungeon with Aki and Alicia leading the group, followed by Bell and Cruz who were exchanging a few words, and finally Raul, who was still observing Bell's back with that feeling of discomfort inside him. Dungeon floor 6. The 4 level 4 adventurers stood staring intently at Bell, who was battling the monsters on that floor. At Aki's request, they let Bell take care of the monsters on the first floors so that he could gather Excelia and thus improve his combat skills. "I have to admit, he's good with a dagger," Cruz said, surprised. "Of course, after all, we are their teachers," Aki said proudly. "Teachers? Are you training him?" Raul asked, unable to believe it. "Yes, we've been training him every morning for about 2 weeks now," Alicia explained. "I see, no wonder her style with the dagger reminds me of yours, Alicia," said Cruz, observing Bell's movements. But training another member of another family is against the rules," Raul said, realizing why Aki wasn't spending as much time with him anymore. "They'll get in trouble if they find out." "Are you going to betray us?" Alicia asked, looking seriously at the boy. "And no, but..." "Relax, Raul," Aki said, seeing how nervous he was getting. "Bell isn't a bad person. I'm even sure he'll be a great help to our family in the future, so don't worry. Bell isn't the kind of person who would take advantage of the situation and steal our family's training secrets." I understand," he whispered, not very convinced. "Now that I think about it," Cruz said, staring intently at Bell, "isn't that your dagger, Alicia?" "Why yes," she replied, looking away. "Don't ask, I just gave it to him because it will be more useful to him than to me." Both boys opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing that she had given away her dagger. Wow, you gave away your dagger, the one you'd kill for if anyone even touched it a few years ago, Cruz said in surprise. That's the same thing I told her, Aki said, looking at her embarrassed friend. Ready? Belle's lively voice once again captured the attention of the four. All the monsters that were in the surrounding area were gone. The only thing that remained of their existence were the magic stones that Belle possessed. You did very well, Belle. You still make a few mistakes when fighting, but with more training you'll be much better, Aki congratulated him with a warm smile. Thanks, he said, embarrassed. While Raul, for the first time since the date began, frowned slightly as he watched Aki praise Belle, an action that did not go unnoticed by Cruz. He's jealous, he thought, watching as Raul quickly disappeared from his frown when Aki turned to look at him. Very well, let's continue, said the cat, starting to walk, followed by the others. That was a good fight, Belle, the elf praised. Thank you, I hope I can soon be as good as you, he said shyly. It's likely, after all you're level 1, and you're already somewhat close to Alicia's fighting style, Cruz said, recalling the recent battle. To be honest, you're more talented than her. I don't think so, Alicia-san is incredible, said the albino, a little embarrassed by the comparison. I still have a long way to go before I can be like her. Well, you're amazing too, Belle. I have no doubt that in the future you'll be better than me with the dagger, she said, embarrassed to hear Belle call her amazing. While they chatted animatedly, Raul walked behind them. He was the only one who hadn't yet adjusted to Belle's inclusion in the group. He felt uncomfortable, especially when Aki got so close to him to talk. What's so special about him? The boy thought, remembering how Aki treated the albino affectionately. He's just a level 1. 16th floor of the dungeon. Now the roles had been reversed with the 4 level 4 adventurers battling a horde of minotaurs, while Belle stood a little way off from the battle watching everything in wonder. They're in a different league, he thought, surprised by Alicia's elegant movements and Aki's powerful punches. Then he turned his gaze to the 2 boys in the group who easily killed the minotaurs. They're good too, I whispered, watching Raul massacre the minotaurs without letting them defend themselves. But watching the 4 of them fight like that made him feel even more inferior than he already did. He almost seemed like an ornament or a mascot to the group since he was the only one who couldn't help them in the battle, and that depressed him. He knew he had to be patient to reach level 4, but with each passing day he felt more inferior to the others, he felt like he was just a burden to them. How frustrating, he whispered, staring at the ground, unaware that his companions had already finished battling the monsters. He would have continued to be lost in his depressing thoughts, but a hand resting on his head pulled him out of his world. Belle, Alicia's affectionate voice reached Belle's ears, making him look up at her standing in front of him. What did I tell you? She asked, gently stroking the albino's hair. Don't be impatient, he whispered, embarrassed by Alicia's caresses and even more so by having her beautiful face so close. Exactly. Before you know it, you'll be at our level, he encouraged with a warm smile, making the rabbit blush. And then we can fight together against as many monsters as you want. We'll be an unstoppable duo. Unstoppable trio, Aki corrected, arriving on the scene. And remember, we came here to explore, not to stroke Belle's hair, she said, taking Alicia's hand away from the albino. If you want to stroke her hair, you just have to tell her, said Alice, annoyed at having her moment with Belle interrupted. And I don't want to stroke her hair, Aki said, embarrassed. While the 2 of them were arguing, they were being watched by their 2 family members. Cruz let out a slight laugh upon seeing the argument. Quite the opposite of Raul, who was frowning at Belle, who was blushing as he watched Aki and Alicia's argument. What's so special about him that Aki pays him so much attention? He thought, feeling a pang of disgust inside him. Some time later. Now that all the monsters on the 16th floor had been eliminated, everyone decided to take a short break on that floor before facing the Goliath, everyone except Belle, who decided to cut down the medicinal plants in the surrounding area. I don't have to cut many, according to Alicia-san on the 20th floor, there is a great variety of different medicinal plants, I have to save space, she thought, remembering the advice the elf had given her. While Belle continued doing his work away from him, the 4 members of the Loki family were chatting about the newest member of the group. And how did you meet him? Cruz asked curiously. I haven't known him for long, but I've noticed he looks like he gets into trouble all the time, so I imagine your first encounter was rather peculiar. You can say that again, Aki replied with a laugh. Well, you're not far from the truth. I met him a few weeks ago on the 9th floor of the dungeon, she said wistfully. He was about to be killed by a dozen killer ants, and I saved him. Floor 9. How could he get to that floor on his own, being just a rookie? Raul asked, confused. Well, according to what he told me, he didn't know what floor he was on, and since no monsters appeared, he kept going down until he reached that floor, said the cat with a disapproving tone, remembering the scolding she gave him that day. You have to be ignorant to make a mistake like that, Raul whispered, still not understanding why Aki was paying him so much attention. The whisper which Alice clearly heard. You shouldn't criticize him when you did the same stupid things or worse when you were a rookie, the elf retorted, disgusted by how Raul de Bell had expressed himself. Come on, don't fight, Cruz intervened, a little nervous as he saw how tense the atmosphere was becoming. I understand your thinking, Raul, but Bell had his reasons for continuing to descend. We made the same rookie mistakes. He just needs someone to guide him down the right path so he can become a great adventurer, Aki explained, not very happy with how Raul spoke about Bell, but she didn't show it since she didn't want to argue with her friend and swordsman. I am sorry, I was just surprised that he went down so many floors without knowing where he was. Raul apologized, a little embarrassed for having made that comment, but also a little hurt to see how Aki defended the albino. It doesn't matter, Aki said, letting it go. After that, Alicia and I ran into him often, to the point where we had become friends. It's no wonder, he seems like someone who's easy to get along with, said Cruz, watching the rabbit continue cutting plants. I agree with you. The moment I saw him for the first time, I liked him instantly, said the elf, remembering Bell's frightened face when Aki scolded him that day. We even had lunch with his family, Aki said with a laugh, recalling the day they teased Bell. That day was really nice for me because we got to know him much better. Huh? You went to his headquarters? Raul asked in surprise. Yes, it's just him, his captain, and his god, Aki explained, watching Bell scan the area for plants until he spotted some in a corner and went to retrieve them. His family is currently going through a difficult time, so they can't afford to recruit any more people for their family. Oh, that's too bad for them, Cruz whispered, feeling sorry for them. I bet it's because of some debt. Yes, that's why Bell wasn't very good at fighting, since he didn't have anyone to teach him. That's why we decided to train him in how to handle the dagger. There are even days when we teach him how to fight with the sword, the cat explained, happy that her training had yielded good results. I still think it's not a good idea to train him, Raul said, feeling uneasy as Aki spoke so highly of Bell. After all, they've only known him for a short time. They don't know what his intentions are toward our family. That's the second time you've spoken about Bell like that. Make another comment like that and I'll break your face, Raul, Alicia threatened, starting to feel angry as she watched Raul speak ill of the albino. We know him well enough and I can say with certainty that he's not that kind of person, so I hope that's the last time you say something like that. I agree, I already told you that Bell isn't a bad person. He simply wants to be strong so he can help his family, Aki said, feeling a little hurt that her best friend didn't believe her and distrusted Bell. It almost seemed like he disliked him. I'm sorry, I'm just worried about the F family, he apologized, feeling intimidated by Alicia's angry stare. What's wrong with you, Raul? You're not like this, Cruz thought, confused by his teammates' comments. What's wrong with me? Raul thought, feeling uncomfortable with his behavior. I don't want to say these things, but I end up saying them anyway. I know very well that Bell isn't a bad person, but I don't like that he's so close to Aki. I'm glad you're worried about the family, but there's nothing to worry about, Aki said, not wanting to argue with the one she considered her best friend. All I ask is that you trust him. Bell is a good guy, and if you take the time to get to know him, you'll see he's a kind-hearted person. Oh okay, he agreed, avoiding looking Aki in the eyes because of how embarrassed he felt. Meanwhile, Bell watched the four adventurers from afar, confused. They look like they're arguing, I thought, seeing Aki's hurt expression and Alicia's angry one. I just hope the argument isn't about me. Bell was always someone who didn't like to make others uncomfortable or bother them, so if it turned out that someone in the group didn't feel comfortable with his inclusion, he wouldn't hesitate to leave the group to avoid causing any more problems. Although he wished it weren't so, he was really enjoying teaming up with them, even though he was just a weakling who had to watch their battles from afar. If he were to leave the group, he seriously doubted he could join another one. After all, Aki and Alicia were the only ones who didn't discriminate against him because of his weakness. The weakness he no longer wanted. He wanted to be strong to be of use to everyone, especially the two of them. Soon, Bell, soon, he thought, trying not to get depressed by those thoughts. Like Alicia-san says, everything in its own time. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice that a meter behind him a monster was silently beginning to generate from the wall. Meanwhile, with the others. It's best to calm down, Cruz recommended, no longer wanting that tense atmosphere. I don't know what you're talking about, Cruz. I'm calm, Alicia said, still with an angry expression. Very calm. Cruz is right, we're friends, we don't need to have these kinds of arguments, Aki said, wanting to end it all. What bothered her the most was that the argument was about Bell. His inclusion in the group was supposed to be met with smiles and positive comments, but it was the complete opposite. Raul seemed displeased by his presence, and that hurt her deeply. I am sorry, I won't do it again, Raul apologized again, feeling remorseful for the comment he made. It would be best if we continued with the exploration, Aki suggested, already wanting to put that conversation behind her and trying to forget that feeling of sadness. I agree, Bell must have finished cutting his medicinal plants by now, Alicia said, her angry expression turning into a smile. Bell, it's time to go. She shouted, turning her gaze to where the albino was, as did Aki. Yes. I'm done. Bell shouted, finishing closing his backpack. At the instant Alicia and Aki turned to look at Bell, their faces paled with fear, and not only them, Cruz and Raul's faces were filled with surprise and concern. And the reason was that behind Bell, just a few centimeters away from him, a huge minotaur had just been generated with a dungeon weapon. And obviously, since Bell was the closest, he would become their first target to kill. The eel. Aki and Alicia screamed in terror as they saw the minotaur raise his enormous weapon to kill him with one blow. Bell, confused by the panic scream of both of them, turned around to see what was happening. And his legs lost their strength when he saw the enormous minotaur in front of him about to kill him with a horrendous smile on its face. It all happened in slow motion. The minotaur's enormous weapon slowly descended to cut the albino in two, who could do nothing to prevent it due to the difference in levels and the fear he felt at that moment. While the others could only watch in terror what was about to happen, especially Aki and Alicia, whose faces were completely pale, rushed to save their friend, not wanting him to die in that way. It's impossible, Raul thought, watching Aki and Alicia prepare to help Bell. There's a great distance between us. The minotaur will have already torn him in two by the time they arrive. He'll die. Those were the thoughts that crossed the mind of a surprised and scared Raul as he saw how Bell was about to die at the hands of the nightmare of levels 2. But a loud crash pulled him from his thoughts, turning his gaze in that direction, as did Cruz. Where Aki and Alicia were supposed to be, there was only a huge crater, the result of the enormous pressure they both exerted while running towards Bell. What? They both said, full of surprise. The eel. Aki and Alicia shouted, preparing their weapons to save him. The minotaur could only watch in surprise as those two girls who were far away from him were now only a few centimeters away. Ah, you bastard. They both shouted, tearing the minotaur to pieces. He could do nothing but watch as those weapons slowly tore his body apart until it was completely destroyed. Bell could only watch in surprise as the enormous minotaur that was about to kill him now fell to pieces on the ground and then disappeared into dust, leaving only his magic stone. He slowly turned his gaze to see how Aki and Alicia were putting their feet back on the ground with a tired expression from the enormous amount of energy and strength they used to get to where Bell was. But that mattered little to them, as they quickly turned their gaze to Bell with an expression of great concern to see if he was alright. And all they saw was the albino's bewildered expression as he stared at them. Thank goodness, Alicia whispered in relief, falling to her knees when she saw that Bell was alright. Thank you. I thought that Aki stammered, unable to stop a small tear from sliding down her eye. Seeing Bell almost being murdered in such a ruthless way by the minotaur gave her a horrible and frightening feeling. She felt like her guts were turning, and not only her, Alicia also had the same feeling when she saw the scene. Knowing that Bell would have died if they had arrived a second late caused them both enormous fear. Meanwhile, with Cruz and Raul. They could only watch in amazement from afar everything that had happened, unable to process it. Raul stuttering Cruz. Why yes, he said, still bewildered. Is it just me, or did Aki and Alicia manage to match Ace's speed? Cruz asked, still in shock. And no. They surpassed Ace's speed, Raul replied, unable to believe it. Bell, are you okay? Alicia asked, slowly approaching Bell. Why yes, he replied, still surprised to have been close to death and to have been saved by them again. Alicia, now standing in front of him, hugged him tightly, surprising Bell since it was the first time Alicia had hugged him, or rather, it was the first time Alicia had hugged a man. Alicia-san. He stammered, embarrassed at being hugged by the cute elf. For a moment I thought you were going to die, Alicia whispered, burying her face in his chest. Small sobs began to be heard from the elf, surprising the rabbit. I'm sorry, Alicia apologized through her sobs. I just got scared thinking about it. All Bell could do was watch in pain as Alicia sobbed, and that pain increased when he realized that he was the cause of those tears. While Aki, still with a fearful expression on her face, stared intently at Bell, remembering what had just happened. This day wasn't supposed to be like this. Aki thought everything would be fine, that Cruz and Raul would happily accept Bell's inclusion in the group, but it wasn't like that. There was even an argument between friends about him. And now he was almost killed by a minotaur, all because she invited him to join the group. I said, capturing everyone's attention. I think it would be best to return to the surface. What? Bell exclaimed in surprise. And no. I'm not hurt. I can still go down. No, Belle, I've already decided, Aki said, lowering her gaze. I don't think I can go down any more floors after what almost happened. But I'm fine, nothing happened to me, Belle said, starting to feel more useless and a burden since the exploration would be cancelled because of him, all because he was a damn weakling. What if something had happened to you? Aki asked, her eyes glistening. I was the one who invited you to come with us to the 20th floor. Do you know how I would have felt if you had died at the hands of the Minotaur? Aki-san. I would have felt guilty for the rest of my life, she whispered, clutching her skirt and doing her best to hold back her tears. It's still too soon for you to be doing these kinds of explorations with us. If we're not careful for even a moment, the same thing could happen to you again, and I'm afraid I won't be able to save you next time. I'm afraid of losing you, she whispered as small tears trickled down her cheeks. Those words struck the albino deep in his heart. It was more than clear, he was just useless and a nuisance, he even made Aki and Alicia cry because of his weakness, and it was something that could not be forgiven. Please, Belle, let's go back, Alicia pleaded, pulling away slightly from the hug. Oh okay, she whispered, lowering her gaze because of how useless she felt at that moment. We just need to train more, I'm sure you'll be able to join us soon, I tried to encourage Alicia, but it didn't work. Let's go back to the surface, Belle whispered again, turning around to start walking. While Aki and Alicia could only watch his back, knowing what he was feeling at that moment, probably blaming himself for everything and denigrating himself over and over again. I'm sorry Belle, but it's for the best, Aki thought, gripping her sword tightly. And with everything decided, the group began their walk back to the surface with Aki and Alicia leading the group, alert in case a minotaur or some other monster appeared that Belle could not yet face, but still with that feeling of fear inside them. As Belle walked behind them with his head down, he felt an enormous pressure in his chest. Belle, Cruz's voice beside him caught the albino's attention, turning him to look at him. If it makes you feel any better, when I was a rookie I was about to be killed by 2 goblins who didn't even have hands. He tried to cheer him up, but obviously it didn't work. Belle simply lowered his gaze again, wishing to return to the surface and go back to his headquarters. He felt so ashamed and helpless that he couldn't stay with them at that moment, especially with Aki and Alicia, who had cried for him just a few seconds ago. No more, she thought, clenching her fists tightly. I don't want to be a burden to others anymore, to Aki-san and Alicia-san. At that moment his desire to become stronger had only increased, accompanied by the disgust he felt towards himself at that moment. Belle turned her gaze to the 2 friends who were still walking, alert to eliminate any enemy. I will no longer be a burden to you. End of chapter. Painful lap pillow. We find ourselves in the busy streets of Arario where a certain albino was walking calmly wearing his adventurer's armor and carrying the precious dagger that Alicia gave him. His destination was the usual training wall where his 2 friends were probably already waiting for him to start another day of training, another day to make him stronger. 2 days had passed since that exploration, which had been cancelled due to Belle's near-death experience. This made him feel even more useless than he already did, especially after seeing the 2 girls shed tears of worry over him. He truly was a complete failure. But that wasn't a reason for him to fall into depression or enter a Belle emo state where he behaves like an idiot towards his loved ones just because things didn't go his way. On the contrary, his desire to become stronger had increased even more, and that was both good and bad at the same time, since his suicidal instincts during training had increased even more. I don't want to be a burden to anyone anymore, the albino thought, clenching his fists. Aki-san and Alicia-san are sure I'll be a strong adventurer. I can't let them down. I have to work hard for them, for my god, for Naza-san, for the only people who believed in me from the beginning. That's why I can't be lazy anymore. Alicia-san was right. We have to quadruple my training until all my bones break. People passing by could see a flame of determination in Belle's eyes, confusing them, since it was rare to see someone with so much determination in their eyes. And if I want to be strong, I have to stop exploring the dungeon with them, he thought, feeling sad at the thought. They won't always be there to save me from every danger. I have to start relying on myself, battling powerful enemies without anyone leaving them half dead for me. Until I'm as strong as Aki-san and Alicia-san, I won't explore the dungeon with them, so I don't become a burden, the albino thought. Maybe I'll die trying, but that's better than remaining useless for the rest of my life. Thoughts that her 2 friends probably wouldn't like. I have to hurry, every minute I lose is training I'm wasting, I thought, starting to run towards the wall. I have to find a way to reach level 2. While at the training facility, Aki and Alicia were leaning against a part of the wall, calmly observing the panorama from above with a serene expression. Although his mind was on something else, and that thing was Belle. I miss Belle, Alicia whispered, catching her friend's attention. But we'll see him in a few minutes, said Aki, surprised by those words. I didn't mean that, silly. Hey. I mean, Belle has changed, the elf said sadly. Before the exploration, he was so cheerful, always smiling, but now all he thinks about is training, training, and more training. He doesn't even want to come with us on a little exploration of the 12th floor. It seems like what happened that day really affected him, Aki said, feeling guilty. It's all my fault. I rushed things and took Belle to those apartments when he wasn't ready. I was so excited about Belle going on that exploration with us that I didn't stop to think about the consequences, she said, clenching her fists in frustration. I was such a fool. Then it's my fault too, said Alice, turning her gaze back to the city. I should have been with Belle when he was cutting his medicinal plants. If I had been with him, Belle wouldn't have been so close to death, she said, feeling a slight fear as she imagined what would have happened if she had arrived a second late to save him. If I hadn't arrived in time. This fear was noticed by his partner. Don't dwell on that, Aki said, pulling the elf from her thoughts. The important thing is that we saved him from that fate, so there's no need to think about such tragic outcomes. You're right, she said, letting out a long sigh to relax. But we didn't save him completely. Belle was very affected by it, which is why he's acting this way now. Until he overcomes all of this, Belle won't be at peace, the cat said, imagining Belle's smiling face. He won't be the same again until he defeats his fears. So what can we do to help him? Alice asked, refusing to stand idly by. Train him, she replied quickly. Teaching him everything we can to make him stronger and help him overcome his fears is the only thing we can do, since he'll refuse any other kind of help. We can only be there for him as his friends. I'm not entirely happy about it, but it's better than nothing, Alicia whispered, tightening her grip on her sword. If it's for Belle, I'll try my best to be a better teacher for him. Aki-san. Alicia-san. And speaking of the King of Rome. The albino's voice echoed through the area, catching the attention of both girls, who quickly turned to look at him. There stood Belle a few meters away from them, wearing his armor and holding the dagger that Alicia had given him. I'm ready for today's training, he said with a serious expression and great determination. I must admit, he looks kind of cool acting like that, thought Alicia, looking at Belle's face. Although I still prefer the smiling, shy Belle. I see you're very confident today, Aki commented, staring intently at Belle. I simply have a great desire to become stronger, he said, a little nervous because of Aki's gaze. I like that attitude, but we shouldn't overdo it, I advised Belle, who nodded slightly. Since you're eager to get stronger, I won't be easy on you today. I'll need a bit more power, so I hope you can handle the training, Aki warned, stepping back from Belle, as if signaling they were about to spar. Don't worry, Aki-san, I'm prepared for anything, the albino said, getting into a fighting stance. I can't back down if I want to achieve my dream, he thought with determination. This determination was noticed by Alice, who decided to play with him a little. Your battle stance has improved, Belle, Alicia praised, watching Belle ready to fight. There's a big difference from your old self. Alicia knew it, she knew that the albino's weak point was praise, especially if it came from a girl, so she wouldn't rest until she brought out the shy Belle again. Thanks, I practice every day, Belle stammered, trying not to blush. His shy self wants to come out, but he's holding it back, the elf thought with amusement. Let's see how much longer he lasts like this. Meanwhile, Aki just watched from afar with a twitch in her eye, observing her friend's expression, knowing that she was about to start bothering Belle. This fool, she whispered in disapproval. Your handling of the dagger has also improved a lot. As your teacher I am very proud of you, I praised with a small smile. Everything is thanks to you, Alicia-san, she said gratefully, starting to stutter a little more because of her friend's praise. And that serious expression you've been wearing lately makes you look like a very interesting guy. We're training you to be stronger, not to charm the girls in the dungeon, he said, watching Belle's face turn completely red. Why, you're wrong, Alicia-san, he began to stutter, embarrassed by all the words the elf had said. As Alicia could no longer control her laughter, she began to laugh loudly, embarrassed even more by the albino. Finally, the old Belle has appeared. I've missed him, she said, wiping away a tear brought on by laughter. Although your serious demeanor is also quite interesting. And no, Jay, don't play with me, Alicia-san, Belle pleaded, dying of embarrassment. Alicia. Stop bothering Belle. We're in training. Aki scolded from afar, annoyed. Yes, I'm sorry, he apologized with a small smile, sitting down on a section of the wall to watch the training. If you manage to land a hit on Aki, I'll teach you some special moves with the Belle dagger. Really? Belle exclaimed, surprised and excited to learn something new. Yes, but that will only happen if you manage to hit her. In the meantime, put everything I've taught you into practice in this battle, the elf ordered, motivating Belle. Understood? Yes. He shouted, determined to achieve it, getting back into battle position. You seem very motivated, Belle. Remember, you'll only get that training if you manage to land a hit on me, the cat reminded him with a smile. Do you think you can do it? Well, I hope so, to be honest, he replied somewhat hesitantly, showing that he wasn't sure about hitting Aki. I'm going in more on faith than anything else. Well, it's something. The battle will decide, Aki said, preparing his sheath, still refusing to use his sword since there were times when he couldn't control himself and feared seriously injuring him. Ready. Ready. And with those words, they both launched their attack, with Bell determined to hit Aki even if only once. In his mind, he prayed to all the existing gods for that to happen. Meanwhile, Alicia stood a little apart, observing everything with a touch of pity. She's going to massacre him, I whispered, watching Bell take the first blow from Aki. I hope it lasts a while this time. 3 hours later. And between Aki's heavy blows, Alicia's advice every time he made a mistake, and a battered Bell, 3 long hours had passed. 3 hours in which Bell had not yet fallen unconscious, something very surprising, but worrying for both girls. We should rest, Bell, Aki advised, worried about her friend's poor condition. You're exhausted and battered. We should continue tomorrow. And no, he refused, struggling to his feet due to exhaustion and the pain from Aki's blows. I won't rest until I land a hit on you, he said, his eyes still filled with determination. But Belle, you need to rest, Alicia said with concern, seeing how stubborn her friend was. I'll always teach you the moves even if you don't hit Aki, so you'd better rest. No. I shouted, standing up completely. Don't feel sorry for me, you set me a goal and that's what I'm going to do, so I won't rest until I achieve it. But all you'll do is damage your body more and more. Remember that even the greatest warriors rested from time to time, Aki said, eager to end the training. But I'm not a great warrior, I'm just a weak child who has to be saved all the time. If I rest, I'll never achieve my goals, he said, clenching his fists in frustration as he struggled back into his fighting stance. You're very stubborn, Belle thought Alice, determined to go to Belle and stop him. His intention was to take away the dagger so that he would no longer fight, but someone else beat him to it with another plan in mind. Then you leave me no choice, Aki whispered with a serious expression. I wanted to make you rest the easy way, but I see it will have to be the hard way. Belle could only feel a slight chill upon hearing what the cat said, but his determination to become stronger was greater. I won't stop, he whispered nervously. Oh really? Suddenly, Aki increased her power from level 1 to level 3, surprising Belle. Just so you know, I warned you. Using his great speed, Aki took off from the ground, appearing in the blink of an eye in front of the albino. What? He said, full of surprise. I'm sorry, Belle. And with sorrow in her voice, Aki threw a powerful punch at Belle's stomach, which he could do nothing to dodge, knocking the wind out of him and leaving him unconscious in the process. That'll keep him still, he said, catching Belle before he fell to the ground. Aki! Alicia shouted, frantically running towards them after seeing how he hit Belle. Why did you do that? If I hadn't done it, Belle would have insisted on continuing to fight, she explained, gently taking Belle in her arms and placing him on the ground. It was for the best for him. Just taking the dagger away would have been enough, there was no need to hit him so hard, Alicia scolded, a little annoyed. Why do you always have to solve things like this? That's why Raul is afraid to train with you. Don't judge me, Belle is very stubborn. He surely would have kept insisting we give him back the dagger so he could continue fighting. The best option was to knock him unconscious so he could rest, he said, observing the albino's peaceful, unconscious face. I didn't like hitting him, but it was the only thing I could think of to stop him from pushing himself any further. Well, why you're right, she said with a nervous smile, also observing the unconscious Belle. So much determination can be a bad thing. Thus, both girls observed the peaceful pained face of the unconscious albino after the blow. From the way things looked, it seemed that he would not wake up for a long time. But you still went too far, Aki, you hit him too hard, scolded the elf upon seeing the pained expression of the unconscious Belle. I'm sorry, he whispered, embarrassed. I always have trouble holding back. Although at that moment Aki had an idea to make Belle more comfortable, although it would be very embarrassing to do it, but if it was for Belle, then he wouldn't mind. And that was giving her a lap pillow. So, with a decision already made, Aki took her sword to put it on the ground and then sat down next to the unconscious Belle. As Alicia watched, confused, what her friend was doing, she wondered what she was trying to do. Although seconds later she got his answer, making her open her eyes in surprise. Delicately, Aki, with a slight blush on her cheeks, took Belle's face in her hands and gently placed it on her thighs, giving him the classic lap pillow. He'll be more comfortable that way, she thought, embarrassed, watching Belle's expression change to one of tranquility as he sat on her lap. What are you doing? Alicia asked, looking at the scene in surprise. Obviously I'm giving him a lap pillow, that way he'll rest better, she replied, gently stroking Belle's hair. It's the least I can do after knocking him unconscious. Wouldn't it be better if I did it? She asked, feeling a little jealous at the sight. Don't bother, Alicia, Aki said with a mocking smile. I know very well that elves dislike touching human skin, so, being the good friend I am, I'll spare you that ordeal. You should thank me. It doesn't bother me. He's Belle after all. I can pet him all day and night. I shout, determined to give Belle a lap pillow. Although seconds later he realized what he had said. What? Aki whispered, her face blank. It's fine, that sounded weird, she whispered, embarrassed. What I want to say Just give it to me. I'll give you the lap pillow. No, she refused, continuing to stroke Belle's hair with a smile. It's too soft. Alicia, upon hearing that response, slightly puffed out her cheeks in disgust, especially when she saw that Aki was enjoying it. Refusing to accept that, Alicia sat down in front of Aki and in one swift motion, snatched Belle away, gently placing him on her thighs. Hey. He complained when he saw Belle being snatched away. My thighs are softer than yours, so Belle will be more comfortable with me, said the elf, stroking Belle's hair with a happy smile. Liar, mine are softer, she said with disgust, taking the rabbit's face and placing it back on her lap. It'll be better with me. But he certainly won't be very happy being on the lap of the girl who knocked him unconscious, she remembered, picking Belle up again. You're going to scare him when he wakes up. But I did it for your own good, he defended himself, snatching it away again. But before she placed him on her thighs, Alicia took Belle's face in her hands. Just give it to me. Alicia shouted, tightening her grip to hold Belle. Don't insist, Alicia, she shouted, tightening her grip and refusing to let go of the albino. Don't be stubborn and let him go. The elf shouted, using more strength to hold Belle. You're the silly Alice. Let him go. She shouted, refusing to release the rabbit. While the albino was only a little short of having his head crushed by the force of both girls, causing a grimace of pain to appear on his unconscious face. Let it go, Alice. No. The rest of the afternoon the two friends spent fighting over who would have Belle on their lap, and curiously, the albino never woke up despite the damage they were both unknowingly causing him. I feel happy, but I'm scared at the same time, Zeus thought from the sky, watching two beautiful girls fight over his grandson, nearly tearing his head off in the attempt. Hold on, Belle. Hours later. The blue pharmacy bell rang, alerting Naza, who thought it was a customer. But no, it was his beloved pupil Belle who wore a haggard expression. Belle? What happened to you? Naza asked, a little worried upon seeing the albino's condition. I don't know, after passing out during training I woke up with a terrible headache and neck pain, it's unbearable, he complained about the intense pain. I asked the girls what it was, and they said it was from overexerting myself during training. You're very stubborn, Belle. You need to rest sometimes too, Naza scolded, approaching Belle. Would you like me to give you a massage on your shoulders and back? Perhaps that will ease the pain a bit. I don't want to be a bother, but I really think I need it. It would be a great help, I agreed, hoping the pain would disappear. Okay, then let's go to the sofa. I'm not a very good masseuse, but I'll do my best to make you feel better, she said, walking towards the living room, followed by a sore Belle. Why yes. Meanwhile, on the wall. If Belle doesn't show up for training tomorrow, it will be your fault, Alicia accused her friend. My fault? You were the one who didn't want to let go, the cat retorted angrily, frustrated at not having calmly given Belle a lap pillow. You were the one who had to let him go. You did him more harm than good. You hurt him too, so I'm not the only one to blame. Maybe so, but you have more physical strength than me, so you did most of the damage, Alicia countered with a sly smile. You silly little elf. Furball. The rest of the day the two girls spent arguing on the wall until they reached the Twilight Mansion. They even fought at dinner, where the others wondered what had caused the argument. And so Belle received her first lap pillow from both girls. A painful lap pillow. End of chapter. Sita. A new day dawned in the city of Arario, where everyone was preparing to start their day, and the blue pharmacy was no exception, where Naza was already serving, hoping that they would have at least 2 customers that day. Meanwhile, in Maicha's room, Belle was anxiously updating his status. Is something wrong, Kami-sama? Belle asked, confused by his god silence. It had been a while since his last update, and given Aki and Alicia's intense training and going to the dungeon almost daily, he had hoped that his stats had increased a lot, but the silence of his god was scaring him, thinking that he had only increased a little. Belle the god whispered in amazement. And? Your status already has enough points to level up, said Maich, unable to believe it. What? The albino shouted upon hearing such shocking news. I quickly snatched the status sheet from my god to see his stats. They're all in S except for magic, I whispered, trembling with shock at the news. I can't believe it. As far as I understood, the person with the record for leveling up the fastest was the Sword Princess, who took a year, but he had only been an adventurer for a month and 2 weeks and had already broken that record. That was complete madness. He would literally become the most famous person in Araria when that news broke. But that was the least of the rabbit's concerns. He had other priorities. Then. I exclaimed, excited to be one step closer to Aki and Alicia. Don't get too excited, Belle, Maich interrupted. It's true that your stats are already high enough for you to level up, but until you make a discovery that astounds the gods, you won't be able to take that next step. All the enthusiasm Belle had at that moment disappeared when he heard that he had to take one more step to reach level 2. I knew it wasn't that easy, he thought, discouraged. Although a doubt instantly arose in his mind as he looked at his god again. What kind of discovery, Kami-sama? He asked curiously. Well, do something amazing like defeat a rival more powerful than you or something like that, Maich replied, not very sure. A more powerful rival, he thought, imagining how he could get to level 2. The image of a cow with horns came to his mind, making him hesitate about whether to confront that monster or not. But he quickly dismissed that option. The horned cows were from the 15th floor upwards, and although he was stronger than before, it was still impossible for him to explore those floors alone, and he didn't even have an exploration team to go to those floors. He also didn't want to bother Aki and Alicia with that, besides, he highly doubted they would let him face a minotaur. Don't rush, Belle, you still have plenty of time to level up, the god reassured, hiding his concern. He was worried because when the news of his level increase was announced, the vast majority of gods would set their eyes on his son, and that scared him because they could snatch him away without any effort. That's why I wanted the level up delayed, so I'd have a little more time to relax. You're right, I still have time to think about what kind of discovery I'll make, Belle agreed, a little discouraged. I really wanted to level up to level 2 to be closer to them, but I had no idea it would be so difficult to level up to the next level. He had to think about potential rivals who were superior to him, but with the hope of being able to beat them in order to achieve that discovery. And also make Aki and Alicia proud of him. Well, he whispered dejectedly. I'll go back to reception with Naza-san, I have to get back to work at the pharmacy, thanks for updating my status, Kami-sama. You're welcome. And with those words, Belle left the room, leaving his god alone. When he was left alone, he turned his gaze to Belle's status sheet, looking at its absurd statistics with a complicated expression. You're an amazing kid, Belle, Maich thought, still not believing his son was already capable of leveling up. I'm starting to think it's a waste to have someone as talented as you in my family. Meanwhile, at the Twilight Mansion. In one of the many hallways of that mansion, two beautiful girls were leaning on the balcony, watching some of their classmates train in the training yard. They were Aki and Alicia, who had a bored expression on their faces. I'd forgotten that aside from going to the dungeon, training with Reveria-sama, and training Belle, I have nothing else interesting to do, said Alicia, boredly watching her companions train. What a boring day. Tell me about it, since I woke up all I've done is be with you, Aki said, letting out a tired sigh. You say it like it's a bad thing, Alicia complained, offended. I don't say it that way, but even I get bored being in the same place all day just talking. Do you have any plans for today? Alicia asked, curious but still with her bored expression. No, I don't have anything interesting to do. The only fun thing is training with Belle, but we gave him a break today, so there's not much to do, Aki replied, thinking about what her plan would be for today to avoid being bored. In the end, the only interesting thing about these days is spending time with Belle. You're right, I still wonder when we became so attached to Belle, Alicia said with a smile, thinking of the smiling albino. I don't know, before I knew it we were spending every day with Belle, she murmured with a small smile, remembering the day she met him. How long has it been? A month? Probably, although for some reason I feel like I've known him for a long time, the elf said with a gentle gaze. Days without him are very boring. While Alicia was dying of boredom, Aki stared intently at her classmates training, and then her gaze turned to her two friends Raul and Cruz, who were having a friendly fight between them in the courtyard. A small idea to relieve his boredom arose in his mind. How about a friendly match with Raul and Cruz? I asked, noticing how Raul started to get nervous when he realized I was looking at him. It might be entertaining. No, not really, I replied quickly. Besides, I don't think Raul has recovered from the trauma of the beating you gave him in the last training session. You don't remind me, she whispered, embarrassed. You said it was a friendly fight, so there was no need to fight seriously, but in the end you got too excited and beat Raul up, the elf recalled with amusement how Raul didn't fight at 100%, thinking that Aki wouldn't be serious either, but in the end he took him as a punching bag. But his resistance increased a lot, and it's all thanks to me, said the cat with a nervous smile, trying to find something positive in all of this. Yes, after being in a coma for 3 days, she said, wiping Aki's smile off her face. I'm still surprised Belle wants to keep having those fights with you after all the beatings he takes, she said with a sigh. It's because Belle has great determination, and I like that. He's the only person I can train with without him complaining about the beatings I give him, she said excitedly, remembering how Belle would get up again and again to keep fighting. That's what makes him special. Now that we're talking about Belle again, I wonder what he's doing. Alice wondered, thinking about her rabbit friend. We haven't seen him since yesterday. I don't know, knowing how stubborn he is, he's probably training or working. You know he can't just sit around doing nothing, Aki said, letting out a soft laugh, knowing her friend. If Belle had been in our family, I'm sure our captain would have liked him because of his great determination, although he's too determined, to the point where he pushes himself too hard, even demanding more of himself than necessary. Now that you mention it, does Belle ever rest? Alicia asked again, confused. Well, in the morning he trains with us, he spends a large part of the afternoon in the dungeon, and according to what he told me, after returning from the dungeon, he helps out at the pharmacy until it's time to sleep. He practically doesn't rest, she said with astonishment at realizing this detail. I think at this point we shouldn't be surprised anymore, knowing how demanding Belle is of himself, the cat said with a touch of amusement. Although he really should rest, even if it's just a little, like spending time with his friends or something. Upon hearing the word friends, a doubt arose in both girls. Does Belle have any friends besides the two of us? Alicia asked curiously. No, he replied upon noticing that detail. Both of them couldn't help but feel a little sad when they realized that they were the albino's only friends. How is it possible that a being of light like him has no other friends besides them? That was the question that was on both girls' minds. We're her friends and all we do is train, Aki said, embarrassed. What great friends we are, said Alice sarcastically. We should do something normal for friends, something that will strengthen our bond. Shall we go for a walk? Aki suggested, thinking that was the most normal thing a group of friends would do. Exactly. That's a good idea, exclaimed Alice, thinking of all the possible places they could go with Belle for fun. Belle works so hard to be strong that he forgets he sometimes needs to rest. Maybe a short walk around town would relax him. I highly doubt he knows all the places in Arario, Aki said, also thinking about where to go with the albino. I know. The elf shouted, catching her friend's attention. Monsterphilia is in 2 days. Why don't we invite him out that day? It's not a bad idea, knowing Belle, he'll surely be very excited to go to the fair, besides, it's a place where only civilians will be enjoying the day, it's impossible for him to get into any trouble, she said, seeing all the benefits of going out with Belle to Monsterphilia. And while we're at it, we can show him the places in Arario he doesn't know, except for the pleasure district, that place is forbidden to him, Alicia remembered, refusing to let Belle enter such an impure place, where, being so innocent and with a pretty face, the women there would tear him apart in seconds. Just imagining that sent a shiver down the spines of both girls. That place is definitely off limits to Belle, Aki whispered, agreeing with Alicia. Putting those disturbing thoughts aside, we should go see Belle and invite him, said Alice, getting up from the balcony railing, ready to go and tell Belle the news. He'll surely be surprised that we're coming to see him. That sounds good to me, it's been a while since we've visited him at the pharmacy, Aki agreed, starting to walk with Alicia through the mansion's hallways. I bet Belle doesn't even know what monsterphilia is, he said to the elf with a laugh. It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. He hasn't been here in Arario long, Aki said, remembering that Belle knew very little about the city. As his friends, we should start showing him some places around. I agree, Alicia accepted without complaint. In the end, his boring day stopped being boring again thanks to the albino. And so, chatting about what they would do next with Belle, both girls walked away from the place towards the blue pharmacy. Back to Belle. He was still in the blue pharmacy putting a few potions into a box while having a quiet conversation with his captain who was running the pharmacy. Are you planning to go to Monsterphilia, Belle? Naza asked, watching as his pupil looked up, confused by the question. Monsterphilia? He said, confused. What's that? I should have guessed you didn't know what it was, she said with a sigh. You see, Monsterphilia is a monster festival that's held every year. Monster festival? Is that legal? I asked upon hearing that it was a festival about those dangerous beasts. Very legal, it's run by the Ganesha family, and many things happen at that festival. The most striking thing is their show where they try to tame the monsters, he explained nostalgically, remembering the first time he went to that event with his former family members. Taming monsters? I exclaimed, surprised by that fact. That's incredible. Very incredible, and from what I've heard, this year they have a special event planned that they haven't done in previous years, which is why people are so excited for this Monsterphilia. That sounds really interesting, he whispered, curious to see what the event was about. Are you going to the fair? I asked curiously. I'd like to go, but I have work to do that day. You should at least go and have some fun. Maybe you'll see something interesting. For a moment Belle considered going, but then he remembered that he didn't have enough money to go to the fair and also had no one to go with. No, he replied after thinking for a few seconds. I'd like to go, but I wouldn't want to be at such a lively fair all by myself, besides, I don't even have the money to buy a ticket. You can take some money from the pharmacy. The ticket isn't very expensive, Naza suggested. And why don't you invite Aki and Alicia? I'm sure they'd accept. Belle had already considered inviting both girls to go to Monsterphilia with him, but there were 3 reasons why he ruled out that option. 1. He didn't have enough money to afford to invite his 2 friends. 2. They surely had very important things to do than be hanging around a fair with him. And the third and most embarrassing thought was just imagining going up to them and inviting them out made him feel ashamed because it would seem like he was inviting them on a date, although he wouldn't deny that he liked the idea. Walking peacefully through the city, the 3 of them together, laughing and having fun at the fair, trying all kinds of food and enjoying the monster show, made a silly smile form on his face. Belle? Naza called, snapping her fingers in front of the albino. What happened? He asked, coming out of his thoughts. I was telling you why you don't invite Alicia and Aki to Monsterphilia, I'm sure they'll have a good time. I don't want to bother them, to be honest, and they probably have more important things to do than go out with me to the fair, he said in a nervous tone of voice, not wanting to say that the real reason was because he was embarrassed to invite both girls out. You're quite a character, Belle. I think you're the only one who considers himself a nuisance to others, Naza said, letting out a tired sigh at how stubborn his friend was. Naza would have continued to insist that he invite both girls to the fair, but at that moment the doors of the pharmacy were opened, catching both of their attention and interrupting the conversation. And we make our appearance. Alicia shouted, entering the place with Aki. Stop yelling like it's your house, Aki scolded her elf friend. Girls, said Belle, a little surprised by their presence. Hi Belle, it's been a while, Alicia greeted with a warm smile. It's only been a day, he said with an anime-style sweat drop. A day can feel like an eternity to many, Naza whispered, observing both girls. It seems my suspicions were correct, Aki said, catching Belle's attention as he watched him working in the pharmacy. You should rest once in a while. It's the same thing I tell him every day, Naza said with a bored expression. But he's stubborn, he never obeys. Sorry, but I can't help it, he laughed sheepishly. By the way, what are you doing here? I'll get straight to the point, Alicia said, looking at the albino. Would you like to go to Monsterphilia with us, Belle? She asked with a small hopeful smile that Belle would accept. To Monsterphilia? I asked, surprised by the invitation. Yes, do you know what Monsterphilia is? Aki said, imagining that Belle knew nothing about the subject. Naza-san just explained it to me a few minutes ago, he explained, looking at his captain who had a smile on her face and an expression of I told you so, making the rabbit embarrassed. That'll save us the trouble of explaining, said the elf, taking Belle by the shoulders. Will you come with us? It'll be fun. You'll see, Monsterphilia is a very entertaining place. You should take advantage of this opportunity since it only happens once a year. And while we're at it, we could also show you around the city so you can get to know it better, Aki said, excited by the idea. Think of it as a break after all the work you've put in these last few weeks. Me too. Except, Belle, Naza said, catching the albino's attention. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. You need to rest at least once, and what better place than at such a lively event as Monsterphilia, with the 2 of them. You heard your captain, Belle, you have no way of refusing now, said Alice, waiting for Belle to accept. Belle could only blush slightly when he saw that both girls were inviting him out. He had already gone out with them once, but it was only to buy his armor. This time, however, the circumstances would be completely different. It was the first time he'd ever been asked out, and on his first date, it was 2 beautiful girls. If his grandfather saw this, he'd surely be crying tears of joy. He didn't want to get that idea into his head, but it almost seemed like he was going to have a date with the 2 of them. Oh okay, she agreed with her typical shy attitude, making both girls smile contentedly. Good choice, Belle. I assure you that day will be unforgettable, Aki said, happy that Belle had agreed. And don't worry about the expenses, we'll pay. But nothing, the elf interrupted, patting Belle on the head. Take it as a reward for all your effort. Belle could only look away, embarrassed by the slaps he was receiving from Alicia and because she was so close to him. Then I'll be eager for the exit, he said shyly, taking the box of potions. Are you going somewhere? Aki asked curiously as she watched Belle walk towards the exit. I am going to leave this potion order, she replied nervously. See you later. And with those words, Belle quickly left the pharmacy with a flushed face, leaving both girls alone and confused. What's wrong with him? Alicia asked, confused. I don't know, Aki said, confused. He looked very embarrassed. Meanwhile, Naza just watched both girls with an amused smile. You 2 are quite daring, he said playfully, capturing their attention. What do you mean? Aki asked, puzzled. You two literally just asked Belle out on a date, he said playfully. Who would have thought my little pupil would get two girls to ask him out at the same time and that they'd both be willing to share him during the date. Upon hearing those words, both understood the reason for the albino's previous actions. And not only that. Little by little, both of their faces turned red with embarrassment. Now that they stopped to think about it, it was the first time the two of them had invited a boy out who had nothing to do with the dungeon. And no, it's a D-date, the two stammered, embarrassed, to Naz's amusement, who just let out a laugh. You drive them crazy, Belle, she thought with amusement. The long-awaited date at Monsterphilia was just around the corner. A date in which Belle would make that great discovery so that he could level up. End of chapter. Monsterphilia. Is all this necessary, Naza-san? Belle asked, embarrassed. Very necessary, after all you're going out with two girls. The place where we find ourselves is in the classic blue pharmacy, specifically in Belle's room where he was sitting in a chair and Naza was standing combing her hair. It's good that you recommended buying more clothes, otherwise you'd go on the date in your usual outfit, Naza said, gently brushing Belle's hair. The outfit Belle is wearing. I feel weird wearing these clothes, he said, a little uncomfortable. And it's not a date, he whispered, embarrassed. Say what you want, it's more than obvious this is a date, Naza said with a mocking smile, further embarrassing Belle. When I first met you, the day you came to ask to join our family, I realized one thing. What? He asked curiously. Seeing your handsome face, I knew immediately that the day you became a little famous in Arario, you'd start attracting the attention of many women, or even sooner, and I wasn't wrong, he said, watching Belle's face flush when he called him handsome. And it seems those two were the first girls to notice you. Aki-san and Alicia-san are just my friends, he stammered, embarrassed. They don't look at me like that. Are you sure, Belle? I asked, gently stroking the albino's hair. I think you're still too innocent to notice certain details. What details? You'll have to find that out for yourself, she said, putting away the comb. There. You're presentable for the date now. I'm sure Aki and Alicia will be surprised by your new look. Thank you for helping me, Naza-san, Belle said, getting up from his seat. I think it won't be long before I meet up with Aki-san and Alicia-san. Then you should hurry up. You can't keep a girl waiting, or in this case, two girls, he said, straightening the albino's shirt. I hope you have a good time. I still feel bad that you and Kami-sama can't join us, he whispered, looking down. Don't worry, Maichi-sama and I have already been to Monsterphilia a few times, so we don't mind missing this year's. I understand, I promised to have enough money next year to take you both with me. That's a nice gesture of you, Naza said, stroking Belle's hair. By the way, one last thing. Naza momentarily moved away from Belle to go to the drawer where he kept his things while he looked at her curiously. Take this with you. In her hands Naza held the white dagger that Alicia had given to Belle a few weeks ago. My dagger? He said, confused, taking it in his hands. Why do I have to carry it? You never know what might happen. Who knows if you'll run into a criminal who tries to hurt you. It would be best to take her with you for your safety, I recommended, worried about Belle's well-being. Either he'll stab you, or you'll stab him first. Then I'll take your advice, he agreed, sheathing the dagger behind his back. Thank you, Naza-san. You're welcome, and be careful, Naza reminded Belle, patting him on the shoulders. Now go, your girls are waiting for you. And Naza-san. Ahaha, sorry. And with those words, Belle, his face flushed, left the room, leaving the smiling Naza alone. You're in a tough spot, Belle. Those girls haven't realized it yet, but they've fallen for you, and the same could be said of you, she thought, considering how problematic that would be in the future. But I'm sure you'll make the right decision when the time comes. Meanwhile, with Belle. He was already walking the streets of Arario at a somewhat brisk pace. I had arranged to meet Aki and Alicia in Babel Square, so I had to hurry because it was getting close to the agreed time. Naza-san is such a joker. It's impossible that Aki-san and Alicia-san feel anything more than friendship for me, the rabbit thought, remembering what his captain had said. Surely there are more attractive and stronger boys in their family who might interest them. Just imagining that caused a small pain to appear in his chest, confusing him. My friends, she whispered, lost in her thoughts. Now that he stopped to think, what were Alicia and Aki to him? It is true that the appreciation and affection he had for both of them was enormous, but he never stopped to think if what he felt for them was friendship or something more. Aki saved him from almost dying the day they met, and not only that, she also saved him on multiple occasions, as did Alicia, who gave him her precious weapon. These and many other actions made the albino realize that the two of them were more than just friends. They were much more valuable than that. But even so, she found it difficult to decide to cross those feelings of friendship into something more. It almost seemed as if his heart was on the verge of romantic interest in the two of them, if it hadn't already crossed that line. But it was Belle we were talking about. It was very obvious that he would try to deny those feelings or confuse them with friendship, but that wouldn't last forever. Sooner or later he would realize that what he felt for the two of them was not just friendship. He just needed a little more push to accept his feelings. I'm already getting a headache, he thought dizzily, observing the people around him. Now that he realized it, the streets of Arario were more crowded than usual, probably due to monsterphilia. It seems today will be a very lively day, he thought excitedly as he arrived at Babel Square, where his two companions were already waiting for him, sitting on a fountain. And as expected, they both looked very beautiful. He was already aware that even in their adventurer outfits they looked beautiful, but when they dressed in civilian clothes, it made their beauty stand out even more. Watching them chat with smiles on their faces made my face warm up a little because of how beautiful they looked. Calm down, Belle, she thought, shaking her head from side to side. This day is very special, so don't be an idiot, she thought, refusing to do anything that might make her two beautiful friends uncomfortable or scared. Words that he would forget in a few hours. But that will have to wait. So, recovering from the initial shock and taking a deep breath to relax, Belle headed over to where both girls were to greet them. But for some reason, every time he got closer to them, his heart raced as he remembered that this outing was like a date, or rather, it was a date. A date with two beautiful women still seemed like a dream. Hello girls, the albino greeted as he stood before them. Upon hearing Belle's voice, they stopped their conversation to look at the albino, and upon seeing him, they were surprised. If their memories were correct, this was the first time they had seen Belle in an outfit other than the one he wore to the dungeon or his classic brown suit. It was the first time they had seen him dress differently, and that surprised them a lot. He had even styled his hair for the occasion. Hello Belle, the two greeted, still staring at the albino. Is something wrong? I asked nervously, noticing the way they were looking at me. I'm sorry, this is the first time I've seen you in different clothes, Alicia said, blushing slightly and looking away. Why, you look very nice. I agree, it looks good on you, Aki whispered, embarrassed. Obviously, Belle's first reaction upon receiving such praise was to feel embarrassed, as was his custom. Thank you, you look beautiful too, she stammered, surprised that she had said such words. Well, now we're all gathered together, Alicia said, trying not to show the embarrassment she felt because Belle had called her beautiful, but it was difficult. Ahem, Aki coughed, trying to calm down. The monster show starts in 3 hours, so we have plenty of time to have fun at the fair. What do you suggest we do? The moment Aki asked that question, the embarrassment that the three of them felt disappeared, replaced by a long silence. I don't know, Alicia replied with a nervous smile. I was so excited about the date, about the outing, that I forgot to think about what we would do. Same here, Belle replied sheepishly. For starters, I barely know the way to the guild, so I couldn't think of anything to do today. I figured as much, Aki said with a sigh. Well, I suggest we take a walk around the fair. Maybe we'll find something interesting. At Aki's suggestion, they both nodded slightly in agreement. Then let's go, I ordered, starting to walk, followed by the other two. By the way, Belle, why are you carrying a dagger? Alice asked, confused. Just in case, he replied, remembering that he had brought his dagger with him. Naza-san recommended that I carry it with me in case a criminal tries to harm me. She protects him like she's his mother, the two thought with a touch of amusement. Don't worry, Belle, I highly doubt we'll have any problems today, Aki said calmly. Unless you decide to go looking for trouble, said the elf, knowing what the albino was like. Don't worry, I'll behave, she promised with a nervous smile. So with their plan already created and with the albino's empty promise, the trio began their walk through the fair, hoping to find something entertaining to do. Some time later. After walking for a while through the lively streets of the city, they stopped because both girls saw a stall that caught their attention. The crepe stand. We've been walking for a while now, we should eat, Alicia recommended with a hungry expression. That sounds good to me. What do you think, Belle? Aki asked, looking at his friend. Well, I'm a little hungry too, he said, a little embarrassed, since he knew they would both pay for it. If I had known I was coming to Monsterphilia I would have saved up earlier, but I stopped saving after I bought my armor, and I didn't want to take money from the pharmacy, not when they had that problematic debt. So he had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept the invitation. So, with the decision already made, the three of them went to the crepe stand, much to Alicia's delight. Write this down, Belle, Alicia and I love crepes, Aki said, arriving at the stand. Belle simply nodded, burying that information deep in his brain in important files, so he wouldn't end up alone. Give me 3 crepes. Alicia excitedly asked the lady who was running the stand. Right away, said the lady, starting to prepare the crepes. While Alicia was eagerly awaiting her crepe, Aki and Belle were having a conversation. By the way, Belle, Aki said, catching the albino's attention. I've noticed you've been very anxious and distracted these last few days, almost as if you're waiting for something, the cat remarked, puzzled. Has something happened recently to make you so upset? Well. Belle was hesitant about telling Aki the great news that she could now level up. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but she and Alicia would surely disagree upon hearing the suicidal plan he had in mind to level up. Go down to the 15th floor and punch a minotaur until you kill it. Even he knew it was an idiotic and suicidal plan, but he couldn't think of anything else. He didn't want to defeat an opponent like an orc. He wanted it to be the minotaur, no matter what, and nobody would take that idea out of his mind. But the way things are going, he can't even reach the 13th floor on his own. He'd have to wait for a minotaur to magically cross his path. So for the time being, he would keep the level upgrade a secret. Besides, he was in the middle of the street and didn't want other people to hear that important news. Just a few unimportant things, the albino replied with a nervous smile. When you act like this, it's because you're hiding something from me, Aki accused, narrowing her eyes. What are you hiding, Belle? And nothing, I swear, he said with a crooked smile. When you smile like that, it's because you're lying, Belle. I know you very well. Is that something wrong? She asked again, a little worried, thinking that something bad was happening to Belle. Don't worry, Aki-san. It's nothing bad, let's just enjoy today. I promise I'll tell you all about it when this is over, he promised, trying to convince Aki, which worked. Okay, I just hope you're not involved in anything troublesome, she said with a sigh. Haha, and no, what do you think? She said with a nervous laugh. Aki was about to ask about that suspicious laugh, but the saleswoman's voice interrupted them. Okay, here are your crepes, said the woman, catching the attention of the three of them. Enjoy them. Thank you so much. Exclaimed Alicia excitedly, taking her crepe and starting to eat like a squirrel. Thank you, Aki said gratefully, taking her crepe, as did Belle, while giving the money to the vendor. Thank you all, and don't worry, I won't say the typical cliché words that the salesman says in every story, said the old woman with a smile. What cliché words? The albino asked, confused. Just a few words, enjoy your day, the old woman said, taking her leave and starting to attend to another customer. Meanwhile, Aki, Alicia, and a confused Belle walked away from the stall, happily eating their crepe. This is the best, said Alicia, holding only half her crepe. They should have a crepe festival. Isn't that an exaggeration? Asked Belle, who had just started eating his crepe. Are you kidding? Said Aki, who was only holding the wrapper in her hands, a sign that she had already finished it. This is one of the best dishes in Arario. It should be more popular. I agree, said Alicia, finishing her crepe. However, that Jag American is more popular, which I don't find funny. Don't say it so loud or Ace might hear you, Aki warned, knowing how the blonde with tumors got when people spoke badly of her favorite dish. But it's the truth, said Alice, with her arms crossed. Belle laughed at the scene. Honestly, he wasn't a big fan of crepes. He even thought Jag American was better, but he wouldn't dare say that in front of Alicia. She seemed to have a great love for crepes, so he would have to keep his comment to himself. Boo. Alicia. The female voice was heard behind the three friends, stopping their walk and their lively conversation. Slowly, the three of them turned around to see who had said their names. The one who had spoken to them was a pretty elf with orange hair who looked at them in surprise. Lafia. Aki and Alicia said, confused. An elf. Belle thought in amazement as he looked at Lafia. Alicia noticed this look and discreetly gave Belle a sharp pinch on the shoulder. Ah. I screamed in pain from the sharp pinch. What are you doing here? Aki asked, confused, ignoring Belle's shout. Well, I came with Tyan-san and Tiona-san, but I got lost, she confessed, embarrassed. Typical of you, said Alicia, further embarrassing Lafia. Hey, by the way, what are you doing with that human? Lafia asked, looking at Belle with curiosity since she had never seen him before. It's not a human, it's the human, Alice corrected. He's our friend, his name is Belle, Aki introduced the albino. And Belle, this is Lafia, she's our friend and family member. Hello, Belle greeted, wincing in pain. Hello. Lafia replied, surprised. If Loki sees you with him, he'll surely get the wrong idea. Wrong idea? What do you mean? Asked Alicia, confused, as was Aki. Did you forget? Lafia said, a little surprised by both of their bad memories. Upon hearing those words, both began searching their memories for those fateful words Loki had spoken, which, according to Lafia, would bring them trouble. It is absolutely forbidden for them to have a romantic relationship with any member of another family. If anyone does so, they will be expelled from the family. Boo-oh. They both said, surprised to remember that. At great speed, both were already in front of Lafia, grabbing her by the shoulders. Give us a few seconds, Belle, we'll talk about girl stuff, Aki said with an angelic smile. Oh okay, he whispered confusedly, taking a few steps back. Now that Belle was away from them, they could talk in peace. Listen Lafia, don't tell Loki that you saw us with Belle today. Knowing that goddess, she'll do many things just to annoy Belle, Aki warned a nervous Lafia. It's not that we're a couple, but Loki will look for any excuse to bother Belle, and we don't even know if the words he said that day were true, said Alicia, blushing and playing with a lock of hair. But you guys aren't doing your part by walking around outdoors with him with those happy smiles on your faces, said Lafia with an anime-style sweat drop. Well, we can't just keep him locked up, we also have to take him for walks, Aki whispered, embarrassed. You talk like I'm your pet, Lafia murmured with a nervous smile. The point is that you cooperate with us. If you do, we'll do everything we can to get you a date with Ace, Alicia promised. Count me in, I promise to keep Loki at bay so he doesn't find out your secret, Lafia agreed with a serious expression. Thank goodness, we don't mind people looking at us with Belle, but we wouldn't want to get him into unnecessary trouble with Loki, said Aki, observing the albino who was looking at the fair stalls with amusement. That boy looks like he's the kind of guy who looks for trouble, Lafia thought, with an anime-style sweat drop. If Loki hadn't put that stupid rule in place, we would have invited him to the mansion a long time ago to train with us in the training yard, Alicia whispered dejectedly. You train him? Lafia asked indignantly. When I asked you to train me, you didn't even say hello, but you did with this human. Believe me, we rejected you for your own good, the elf said, glancing sideways at Aki, who looked away in embarrassment. Or would you rather be in a coma for a while? And no, she replied nervously. Is there anyone else who knows about this? Only Cruz and Raul, but they already promised not to tell Loki, Aki replied, relieved that Lafia would keep the not-so-secret secret. Great. Problem solved. And with those words said, the three girls separated and approached Belle again. Did something bad happen? Belle asked as he saw them approaching. Nothing important, Aki reassured him with a smile. I have to go now, I have to find Tyan-san and Tiona-san, Lafia said with her typical nervous attitude. I hope you find them or you'll be alone all day, Alice joked. It was a pleasure meeting you, Belle, Lafia said, bowing slightly. The pleasure was all mine, she said with a shy smile. Goodbye. And with those last words, Lafia slowly moved away from the trio until none of them could see her anymore. And now with Lafia gone, the atmosphere became tense. Belle, said Alicia in a serious tone of voice, frightening the albino. Yes. At first, when I met you, I saw a sparkle in your eyes when you saw me. For a moment, I thought maybe I was someone special, but you just had the same look when you saw Lafia, he said with an extremely serious expression. Tell me, do you have a fetish for elves? What? Of course not. She quickly denied, her face flushed. At first I thought it was just a coincidence when you were watching other elves in the dungeon, but I can see I was wrong, she said, looking away. It seems I'm not special after all. You'd be comfortable with any elf by your side. No. You're wrong, Alicia-san. Belle shouted, upset that he had offended his friend. It's just a normal reaction for me. I swear. I'm sure you say the same thing to all of them, she said, turning away so she wouldn't have to look at Belle. Listen to me, Alicia-san. He exclaimed desperately, approaching her. And all of this was observed by Aki, who had a nervous smile as she watched the scene. They're acting like a couple, I thought with amusement, watching Alicia turn away every time Belle stood in front of her. Although his amusement was immediately changed to disgust when he realized why they were fighting. So, the elves, he thought, not very happy about that. Slowly, I bring my hands to his head to gently touch his furry cat ears. As he did that, a grimace appeared on his face. Damn it, she whispered in frustration. It's just a misunderstanding, said Belle, trying to approach Alicia again, who was already blushing as she saw Belle getting closer to try and get her attention. You two stop playing around. Aki interrupted, a little jealous, pulling Belle away from Alicia. There are still many places to explore. But Belle whispered, looking at Alicia. When she saw that Belle was looking at her, she looked away again, a sign that she was still angry, but with a very slight blush. Don't worry, it'll pass, Aki reassured her rabbit friend. Okay, he said dejectedly. Meanwhile, Aki just let out a tired sigh as he realized he would now have to deal with an angry Alicia and a discouraged Belle. Luckily, that's the only problem that could happen today, she thought positively, knowing that nothing more problematic than this little argument could occur. Without knowing that everything would go to hell in a few hours. Something that would be etched in history. End of chapter. The beginning of my adventure. From childhood, Belle was a fearful and cowardly person, asking his grandfather for help whenever something terrified him, and his fear became much greater the day he was almost killed by a goblin when he was a child. And now that he was in Arario he was still afraid of many things. The day he first entered the dungeon he was afraid of anything that appeared, and even to this day he still gets scared from time to time in the dungeon. He knew it. That fear he felt was his weakness and what prevented him from being stronger. And the day he was almost killed by the Minotaur, he realized that he really was useless, a burden to others. His grandfather told him that it wasn't bad to be weak, what was bad was to continue remaining that way, and he continued to remain that way. As long as he remained afraid of his past traumas, he would never move forward and would never be the hero he always wanted to be. He already overcame his fears and traumas once, the day he killed his first goblin. Now his job was to overcome that new fear that was in his heart, that fear known as the Minotaur. The day he defeats that fearsome beast with his own hands, he will leave his fears behind and transform into a new Bell. A Bell with a clear path toward his dreams. He just wanted to prove to himself that he wasn't useless, that he could be useful to others. Without knowing that that same day would be the moment she had been waiting for, the moment to face her greatest fear. Are you ready? Why? We found ourselves in the enormous Aerario Coliseum where the famous monsterphilia was about to begin, and the audience was very eager to see the show. And among them were the couple of 3 friends who had just arrived at the Coliseum after their walk date through the city. We arrived just in time, Aki said, taking a seat next to Alicia and Belle. And we have very good seats. Why yes, whispered Belle, glancing sideways at Alicia, who still hadn't spoken to him. Alicia's anger had subsided a while ago, but she didn't know how to start a lively conversation with Belle again after being angry for so long, so she decided to remain silent, waiting for the right moment to talk to him. Contrary to what the albino said, he was dejected, thinking that Alicia was still angry with him. I wish I wasn't so obvious about my interest in elves, he thought, embarrassed. I am Ganesha. The god shouted to the 4 winds. Exactly. Let the show begin. Shouted the presenter, translating the words of his god. And with those words, the long-awaited event began, to everyone's excitement. Last year I couldn't come to see it because I was busy with a lot of family matters, so I'm feeling a little anxious about this, Aki said, looking excitedly at the sand. And I'm excited too, I wonder what kind of show they'll put on, Belle said curiously. The spectacular one, I'm sure, said Alicia excitedly, taking the perfect opportunity to chat with Belle. Last time they tamed an orc in a very peculiar way. Peculiar? Belle asked internally, happy that Alice was talking to him again. I tamed him by preparing a dish of food in the middle of the arena and then feeding it to the orc, winning him over with my stomach. It was strange, but amazing, the elf replied, remembering that day. I think that guy's name was Soma. Silence, it's about to start, Aki interrupted, focusing all her attention on the show. Taming monsters is very interesting, Belle thought excitedly. And so the long-awaited show began to the excitement of all the spectators as a cage with 3 enormous wolves entered the place, followed by a man from the Ganesha family with a whip in his hands. Meanwhile, in another part of the stands. The group of friends were chatting animatedly about the show and their expectations, all except one. I still wonder why I'm here, whispered a blonde girl, looking with disgust at the monsters in the arena. Come on Ace, don't be boring, you'll see it will be fun, said a very cheerful Amazon, putting her arm around the shoulder of the girl now known as Ace. I don't see what fun monsters can provide, Tyan, Ace said angrily. Party pooper, huffed another Amazon with a more developed body. See come on Tiona-san, we just have to enjoy the event, Lafia said nervously. Meanwhile, Ace just turned a deaf ear, watching as that member of the Ganesha family tamed those monsters, while the audience screamed with excitement. How could they get excited about horrible monsters whose only purpose is to murder people? No matter how much she thought about it, she would never understand. To her, monsters were the most repulsive beings on earth, especially that dragon that had taken her parents from her. She hated them with all her being. The only reason she stayed standing was to kill those beasts, especially that dragon. So she would refuse to enjoy such an event. That would go against her principles. While her friends just watched as Ace turned her face away so as not to observe that disgusting event, as she called it. Ace-an, Lafia whispered, looking at her idol. Leave her alone, Tiona said, watching the monsters being tamed. She may be one of the strongest adventurers, but her mind is still immature. Upon hearing those words, Ace merely frowned at what her friend had said but decided to remain silent. The only reason she stayed there was because, to her delight, a Jag-American vendor passed by every 5 minutes. Well, let's enjoy it said Tyan, animated as always, watching the show with the others. Returning to our protagonist. They were enjoying the show, each with a juice in their hands that they had bought from a passing vendor. Strawberry juice is very delicious, said Alicia contentedly, watching the show. Really? I always try the pineapple one, I've never given other flavors a chance, Belle said, staring intently at his juice. Then why don't you try mine? Alice asked, holding out her glass with a straw for Belle to try. I assure you, you like it. Meanwhile, Belle just stared at the glass, specifically at the straw. If I took it, it would be an indirect kiss with Alicia, an indirect kiss with a beautiful elf. Thinking about that, a blush appeared on her cheeks, a blush which was noticed by Alicia, who blushed when she realized what she was thinking. But that didn't stop her. "Try it, strawberry tastes good," Alicia insisted, still blushing. Meanwhile, Aki watched everything with a frown, refusing to stand idly by. "Belle, try mine better," Aki said, catching their attention. "Strawberry isn't very delicious, grape is much better," she said, extending her glass for Belle to try. "And he whispered nervously, realizing that he also had a chance of having an indirect kiss with Aki. "Don't get involved in this, Aki," Alicia said, frowning. "I'm sure Belle doesn't like strawberries, so I'm preventing him from trying anything he might dislike," she defended herself, refusing to let Belle drink from the same straw as Alicia. "And how do you know that? I'm sure Belle will love the strawberry." "You'd better go back to your seat, Alicia, and let Belle drink from mine." While the two friends were arguing over who would give Belle some of their juice, he was watching the scene with a flushed face and a nervous smile. "For some reason, I feel like my grandfather is proud of me right now," she thought, remembering her perverted grandfather. "Belle." The two shouted, startling the albino. "Yes, yes. Which glass do you want to drink from? Mine or Alicia's?" Aki asked Belle, eager for an answer. "Strawberry," Alice whispered so Belle could choose his. Belle just started to stutter because of how nervous he felt at that moment. Typical of him. Meanwhile, in another part of the Coliseum. The pair of friends were sitting enjoying the show, well, one more than the other. "No matter how hard I try, I'll never be able to tame an orc," Crew said, watching excitedly as a member of the Ganesha family tamed two orcs at once. "Haven't you ever tried to tame a monster, Raul?" When Cruz didn't hear his friend's answer, he turned his gaze to him and saw him with his head down, as if he were lost in thought. "Raul?" "Huh?" he said upon hearing his name. "What's going on?" "That's what I should be asking," he said, puzzled. "You were the one who suggested coming to see Monsterphilia, but you've been distracted since we arrived. Why?" He could only look at the show with a nervous smile. "I'm sorry, it's just that I'm a little distracted." "Distracted? I think I know why," he said, letting out a tired sigh. Upon hearing that comment, Raul could only feel embarrassed when he saw that his friend quickly realized what was happening to him. "It's because of Aki, right?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Yes, I accept," looking down. "What's bothering you?" I asked, turning my attention away from the show. "Is it because of her sudden friendship with Belle?" Raul could only crumple his pants with his hands upon hearing that question. "Yes," he replied, remembering how Aki had a big smile every time she talked about Belle at headquarters. It's frustrating." "Do you hate Belle?" he asked, a little surprised. "No, to be honest, I don't even dislike him," he replied sincerely. "Belle is a good guy, his attitude is pleasant, but you don't like that he's so close to Aki, do you?" I finished, seeing Raul frown slightly. "Yes," he whispered dejectedly. "You know, it took me 8 whole years to earn Aki's friendship and become very close to her. I even hoped our friendship would turn into something more. After all, I've liked Aki for years." Cruz wasn't even surprised by those words, since it was very obvious what her friend felt for her. "But it seems everything I did was for nothing," he said, remembering the albino. "What I accomplished in 8 years only took Belle a few weeks to achieve, to have her undivided attention. Even Aki spends so much time with him, completely forgetting about our occasional outings to see the Hephaestus Familia's new weapons, our joint dungeon explorations, and those special days when we sat together in the training yard just chatting about anything and everything. Since Belle came into her life, all of that has been forgotten, and that frustrates me." I finished speaking with a sad expression, seeing that the show with the orcs had already ended. "I understand you," Cruz said, catching Raul's attention. "Do you understand me?" "Why?" he asked curiously. "You see, before I joined the Loki Familia, I lived in a town near Arario. I had a friend there, and I loved her very much. She was everything to me," he said nostalgically, remembering those days. "I did everything to get her to notice me. I gave her chocolates, flowers, all my attention, and treated her very specially, all because I loved her. It seemed like I was succeeding, but one day, a new guy arrived in the village. He was a bum in every sense of the word. He was rude to everyone, a heavy drug addict, practically a hopeless case. But even so, without doing anything, just by being a jerk, he completely won her heart. Only a few weeks had passed since his arrival when it was announced that they were in a relationship, kissing in front of everyone, right in front of me," he said with frustration. "In that village, I lived alone. The only reason I stayed there was for her, but seeing that she only dedicated time to him now and barely spoke to me despite me being her best friend, I decided to leave the village and come to Arario to try my luck. And that's how I ended up in the Loki Familia," he finished his story with a bitter feeling. While Raul was speechless after his friend's story, Cruz had practically experienced the same thing, but in a worse way. And I'm sorry, Raul apologized upon seeing what happened to his friend. Relax, it was a long time ago, he said dismissively. The last time I heard from her was 4 years ago when I ran into a friend here in Arario. She used to live in that village and he told me she had 2 children and that guy had left. For a moment I thought about going back to see her, but no, I still had some dignity left. While Raul was still speechless after the story, he seriously doubted he could bear it if the same thing happened to him with Aki. What I'm trying to say is that no matter how hard you try to win someone's love, if that person doesn't love you back, all your efforts will be in vain. It's already in your destiny that that person won't fall in love with you, no matter how hard you try, he said, patting Raul on the back. I'm not telling you to give up on Aki, but if she happens to be in love with Belle, leave with your head held high and wish her the best. At least be grateful that Belle is a good guy and not like the one who stole the girl I loved from me. After that advice, Raul just lowered his gaze, processing what his friend had said. Give up, he thought, the image of a beautiful, smiling Aki flashing through his mind. Just thinking about her being in a romantic relationship with him caused a sharp pain in his heart. I still had to think about those words to make a decision. Now, back to our main characters. Elle sat blushing in his seat after what happened. Finally, without warning either of them, he took the glass from each of their glasses, surprising them. I was bold, he thought, blushing as he realized he had indirectly kissed both of them. Meanwhile, Aki and Alicia only blushed slightly as they watched the orcs being put into a cage and taken back inside the Colosseum. It wasn't what I expected, but I'm satisfied, thought the cat, finishing the last bit of juice left in her glass. It seems the main show is over, Alicia said nervously, trying to maintain her composure. What did you think, Belle? It was incredible, he replied, forgetting his embarrassment and being replaced by excitement as he remembered how easily those men tamed the orcs. I want to be a tamer too, they look amazing. You need a lot of training for that, it's not easy, Aki laughed upon hearing Belle's words. That's why there are so few tamers in Arario, it's very difficult to achieve, Alicia commented, watching Belle's expression change to a discouraged one. I knew it wouldn't be easy, he whispered dejectedly. Leaving that aside, this year's show was incredible, Aki said, satisfied with the event. You're right, we should come back next year too, Alicia excitedly recommended. I wonder if next year I'll be up to their level, thought Belle, looking at her 2 friends who were smiling beautifully and talking about monsterphilia. Something strange, a moment ago they were both fighting over who would give Belle their drink, and now they were chatting animatedly as if that hadn't happened. For some reason, Belle found that funny. At that moment, the presenter entered the arena, once again capturing the attention of all the spectators. I see everyone loved this year's show. I shouted excitedly, seeing the audience's jubilation. Well, get ready because this year there will be a very special event. Upon hearing those words, the audience became even more excited upon hearing that the show was not over. That's right. Naza-san told me there would be a new event this year, Belle said, remembering his captain's words. I wonder what kind of event the Ganesha family has planned, Aki said curiously, as did Alicia. Many of you have been asking for this many times. Even though monsterphilia isn't about that, we decided to listen to you just this once. He exclaimed, making many people excited to learn what it was. I am Ganesha. Exactly. Just what you all asked for. Today, right here in this arena, we've brought one of the most well-known and strongest monsters. The monster that terrifies so many adventurers. Upon hearing those words, Aki and Alicia quickly understood which monster they were referring to, the monster that had marked Belle. The most anticipated event for the public. A one-on-one battle against that fearsome beast. And that beast is the Minotaur. As he said those words, enormous gates opened behind the presenter, capturing everyone's attention. And what they saw left them surprised, especially the civilians. 4 adventurers from the Ganesha family were dragging a huge cage, and in that cage was the fearsome monster, a black minotaur almost 3 meters tall with completely red eyes, struggling to get out of the cage. The moment Belle saw the monster, a flashback to Vietnam crossed his mind, reminding him of the day he almost died. A small shiver of fear ran down her spine as she remembered that. It's here, I thought, staring at the enormous animal. That monster is on the surface. The Minotaur, Alice whispered in surprise. I admit it, this is quite a surprise, said Aki, looking at the fearsome monster. Obviously, we won't put a level 4 adventurer to battle this monster. It will be an even fight with our level 2 adventurer Nathan, who has proven himself a great warrior in the Ganesha familia. Upon hearing those words, the audience became even more excited, knowing they were in for a very entertaining battle. Everyone except Belle, who could only be disappointed to see that the Minotaur already had an opponent. I thought it would be voluntary, he thought without taking his eyes off the enormous monster. And also. The presenter was about to give more details about the fight, but stopped his speech when he saw a member of his family enter the arena and head towards him. "What's wrong, Hugo?" I asked, moving the magic stone away so the audience wouldn't hear what they were saying. "Everything's cancelled, Miguel," said the man named Hugo. "Nathan got a bad case of diarrhea, so he won't be able to participate today." "What?" he shouted, agitated. "But Nathan is the only level 2 we have in the family. Without him, the show can't go on." "I'm sorry, but you'll have to cancel it," the boy said dismissively. "It's easy for you to say, but the whole audience is going to boo me for not giving them what they wanted. That's your problem, not mine," and with those words the man withdrew, leaving the presenter alone with the cage containing the enormous minotaur. "Shit," he whispered in frustration. Meanwhile, the rest of the audience was curious to know what had happened. Dear audience, I'm sorry to inform you that this special event is cancelled," I announced with a nervous smile. It was the cry of disappointment and anger that was heard throughout the stadium. Except for Belle, who only listened to the news with interest. "Don't worry. Our participant had a last-minute problem, so they won't be able to participate in the event," she said, hoping the audience would understand. "But we also have a special penguin event. We want to see the Minotaur in action. We want blood. One-on-one, battle. Put another adventurer into fight. Anna, please come back to me. Fight, fight, fight." In a matter of seconds the stadium was filled with angry shouts demanding the battle they had been promised, making the presenter even more nervous. He no longer has an opponent, Belle thought with a strange feeling in his stomach. This was the perfect opportunity. A minotaur had literally appeared right in front of him, conveniently enough. He probably wouldn't get another chance like this. Unconsciously, Belle gripped his dagger, a burning sensation in his back, which only intensified his desire to fight. "I have to do it." Suddenly Belle was walking through the stands of the Colosseum without Alicia and Aki noticing because they were watching the people screaming. Meanwhile, in the rest of the stadium, people were very angry and started throwing peanuts at the presenter. "I got what I deserved," the man whispered, starting to catch the peanut in his mouth. "Delicious." Meanwhile, the two friends just watched as the entire audience threw all sorts of things into the arena. "Well, it looks like it's cancelled," Aki whispered in boredom. "For a moment I really thought we were going to have a battle." "At least the rest of the event was entertaining," said Alice, amused by the people shouting over a fight. "Right, Belle." When both girls didn't hear a response from their albino friend, they turned their gaze to where Belle had been sitting, only to be shocked to find he was no longer there. "Belle!" the two exclaimed, worried when they couldn't see him anywhere. Meanwhile, in the place of the sand. "Damn it, what do I do now?" the presenter thought, terrified, as the audience's screams continued unabated. "Should I send someone to a higher level, lying that it's a level 2? No, people would quickly realize it's a charade." He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice a white-haired man slowly approaching him. "Mister?" Before the presenter could panic, a voice was heard next to him, pulling him out of his thoughts. Slowly, he turned his gaze to that place, finding an albino with a determined expression on his face. "What do you want, child?" the man asked, forgetting to turn off the magic stone, causing everyone to hear his words. But the group of friends. "Look, that boy went down to the sand," Tiona said, pointing at the albino. "He probably wants a picture with the Minotaur," Tyan said with amusement. "What is that human planning?" Lafia thought, confused, clearly remembering Belle's face. Meanwhile, Ace just watched with curiosity what was happening in the arena. "I have something important to say," Belle shouted, wanting the entire audience to hear him. Upon hearing Belle's voice, Aki and Alicia quickly turned their gaze to the arena, only to be greatly surprised to find him there. "Belle!" Alice cried when she saw her friend in the arena. "You damned rabbit. Come back here this instant." Aki ordered, but Belle completely ignored her, causing a vein to throb on his forehead. "Are you rebelling?" "Isn't that Aki?" Cruz asked, confused, watching as the cat angrily shouted Belle's name in the distance. "Yes. And it seems he came to Monsterphilia with him," Grawl said with disgust. "I wonder what Belle is planning," Cruz said, looking curiously at the albino. While on the sand. "Tiled, this place is dangerous," said the man, referring to the caged minotaur. "You'd better go back to your friends." But Belle ignored him, he just moved a little closer to him and snatched the magic stone from his hands. "Hey!" shouted the man, trying to grab him, but Belle, with great agility, dodged him. Slowly, Belle brought the magic stone close to his mouth to begin speaking. "Me too." The echo of his voice was heard throughout the stadium, causing everyone to fall silent to hear what he would say. "Don't you dare say it." Alicia and Aki mentally screamed, alarmed, knowing what the albino was planning. It was obvious, after all, Belle had a score to settle with that monster. "And I will face the Minotaur." The great scream echoed throughout the Colosseum, leaving the entire place silent with shocking news. But the group of friends surprised by the news, mainly an orange-haired elf. The duo of friends were also surprised, though also confused, knowing Belle's level. And a pair of friends were very worried upon hearing the words she said. "I will face him," he whispered, turning his gaze to the cage. Belle had already decided. Was I afraid? Yes, very much so to be honest, but I had to do it. If he didn't do it today, he probably never would. If he wanted to overcome his past and his fears, he had to prove that he was strong and worthy of being by their side. This will be the beginning of my adventure, he thought, observing with a determined expression the caged minotaur who looked at him with his red eyes, as if he knew he was being challenged. I will defeat you and climb that step to be closer to them. The beginning of an epic battle was about to begin. End of chapter. Determination. And I will face the minotaur. Belle's strong statement echoed throughout the Colosseum, leaving the enormous venue in a cold silence. Alicia and Aki could only watch in surprise as their friend suddenly found himself in the arena challenging a minotaur who surely outmatched him in strength to a battle. Meanwhile, Belle just kept a serious look directed at the minotaur who, since Belle's arrival, stopped trying to escape from the cage. What did that child say? I think he wants to fight the minotaur. Is he crazy? Those were the murmurs that could be heard in some parts of the place, filled with confusion. To all of them, Belle was nothing more than an ordinary civilian. He had nothing special about him other than his hair color, and he didn't even look like an adventurer. That's why they were confused by the words he said out of nowhere. But Belle didn't seem to notice that. He just stood there waiting for someone to say something or for the host to accept his proposal. And? Eggs? But it was quite the opposite. Suddenly the silent Colosseum was filled with loud, mocking laughter, the vast majority belonging to the adventurers who were watching the show. Is that kid an idiot? Hey. Your mom punished you and you're doing this as a tantrum to worry her. Go play somewhere else, you idiot kid. That's a job for strong people, not for weaklings. And as if that wasn't enough, the scandalous laughter was accompanied by insults and mockery towards the albino, who could only lower his gaze in shame. Obviously this angered her two friends who could only watch angrily as all those people made fun of Belle. Who do those idiots think they are? Said Alicia angrily, watching them continue to mock Belle. PSK, I'm sure those idiots can't even kill a minotaur without going in a group, Aki said angrily. Meanwhile, Belle just watched as all the laughter and taunts directed at him seemed endless. I'm not joking. I'm really going to face the minotaur. He shouted with determination, hoping the audience would believe him. Ahaha, what a good joke, kid. Now it's time to tell the one about the squirrels and the light bulb. And contrary to what he expected, the taunts only intensified. What's wrong with him? Is he stupid? Tyan said with amusement, looking at the albino from her seat. He doesn't even look like an adventurer. I'd like to say the same, but there's a lot of determination in her eyes, Tiona said with emotion. What is that human thinking? Lafia wondered, mentally confused. I knew he was a very troublesome person. Meanwhile, Ace just watched with curiosity as that civilian asked to fight that enormous beast. Meanwhile, in another part of the Colosseum. Is he crazy? Raul asked, surprised by Belle's words. I thought what happened that day with the minotaur wouldn't affect him much, but it seems it did affect him to the point of wanting a battle with one, Cruz said, showing disapproval of the rabbit's recklessness. But it's only a level 1. The monster will kill him. Raul said, unable to believe what he was seeing. Relax, let's just see how this all unfolds. Back to the arena. Please. Let me fight the minotaur, Belle pleaded with the presenter. Kid, I think you've confused the Colosseum with the psychiatric hospital, he said, feeling sorry for Belle. I'm not crazy. I'm an adventurer, he said, offended by the man's words. Adventurer? You don't even look like one, he said, not believing him. Hey kid. Why don't you dance the little hen dance? Those were the words of a man in the audience mocking Belle. I'm going to shove a chicken up your ass, you damn idiot. Huh? Who said that? The man asked, confused, upon hearing the insult directed at him somewhere in the Colosseum. Meanwhile, at the place where the insult originated. Aki. Don't say those words, Alicia scolded her friend, who had a vein throbbing in her forehead. But that idiot was making fun of Belle. I wasn't going to stand idly by, he defended himself, looking at the albino who was talking to the presenter. That's it, I'll go there and get him. But before he took a single step, everyone could see how the god Ganesha entered the arena accompanied by a girl who was carrying some papers. Ganesha-sama, the presenter whispered, stepping aside so that he was face to face with Belle. The moment Ganesha stood before the rabbit, it became nervous due to the god's presence. What is your name, boy? The god asked calmly. Bellcranel, he answered as best he could, he was so nervous. The moment he said his name, the girl next to Ganesha began to quickly review the papers she was carrying, surprising Belle. Well? Ganesha asked the girl. Indeed, Ganesha-sama, that child is an adventurer, the girl confirmed, adjusting her glasses. What? Exclaimed the presenter in disbelief. Meanwhile, the rest of the audience just stared in confusion as they couldn't hear what they were saying. Tell me, boy, why do you want to face the Minotaur? Ganesha asked again seriously. But this time Bell didn't get nervous. He simply dedicated himself to answering the question with sincerity and determination. To overcome my fears and prove to myself that I'm not useless, that I'm not a burden to others, he replied with an expression full of determination and courage. I have to do it to achieve my goals, my dreams. Meanwhile, Ganesha merely narrowed his eyes upon seeing that Bell was telling the truth. How long have you been an adventurer? He asked curiously. A month and a half, he answered, embarrassed. A month and a half? Exclaimed the surprised presenter. Are you crazy? Your stats aren't even at 100. The Minotaur will kill you. A month and a half, Ganesha whispered, slightly surprised. Can you show me your back? My back? He said, sounding unsure. Don't worry, I promise I won't do anything bad. Bell, still not entirely sure, turned around and lifted his shirt to show his back to the god. What are you doing? Aki asked, confused, and sat back down just as the god arrived. He's probably looking at his stats to see if he's strong enough to fight that monster, Alicia replied, drawing her own conclusions. Then it's over, Ganesha-sama will deny Bell's request, Aki said, letting out a sigh of relief. While Ganesha was just intently observing Bell's statistics, the more I read, the wider his eyes became, filled with surprise and disbelief. Is something wrong? Bell asked, nervous about the god's silence. Boy, Ganesha whispered as a big smile slowly formed on his face. Ganesha-sama, said the presenter, confused by his god's silence. And jahahahahaja. And suddenly a great laugh from Ganesha filled the stadium, confusing everyone present even more. Perfect. Ganesha shouted. Very well, bellcranel. I accept your request. You will have a one-on-one battle against the Minotaur. And immediately the confusion of the spectators was changed to great surprise at what the god said. What? It was the scream that was heard throughout the Colosseum, leaving many deaf. Meanwhile, Aki could only watch everything with concern, just like Alicia. What did he expect? That god is crazy, it was obvious he'd accept Bell's crazy request. Aki thought, agitated at the madness Bell was about to commit. I'm going to get him out of there. Wait. But before Aki could take a step, Alicia's hand stopped her. What's wrong? Aren't you worried about Bell? Aki asked, confused. I am, but Alicia turned her gaze to the arena, precisely where Bell stood with that determined expression on his face. You've seen how he's progressed these last few days. He's not the same boy he was back then. I know, but I'm worried something bad might happen to her, Aki whispered anxiously. Me too, but I believe in him, she said with a small smile. I feel like Bell will give us a big surprise, so I'll believe in him. Aki wasn't very sure about that. She knew very well that Bell had improved a lot, but she was afraid that the Minotaur would seriously injure him. But for some reason, she also felt that this would end in a big surprise. Okay, Aki agreed, sitting back down. But if he's in great danger during the battle, I won't hesitate to go and save him. Well, now there are two of us, said the elf with a small smile. Back to the arena. Before your battle begins, I want to make two things clear, Ganesha said, capturing Bell's attention. You only have 10 minutes to defeat the Minotaur. If you don't defeat him within that time, the battle will end. And second, if at any point during the battle you are in danger of dying, I will not hesitate to send my children to save you. I wouldn't want many civilians to witness an adventurer dying at the hands of a monster. Understood. I accept, Bell, in accordance with the rules. One question, the presenter said, calling Bell. Will you fight like that? Bell, seeing that the man was pointing at him, observed his clothing, realizing that he was only wearing the clothes from the date. The only thing he had in his hands was the dagger that Alicia gave him. Do you want us to lend you some armor? Ganesha suggested. No, he replied after thinking for a few seconds. I'm the one who got involved in this, so you don't have to give me any of your weapons. My dagger alone is more than enough to win, he said decisively. Perfect, said Ganesha, turning around. If you win, I'll give you a prize. And with those words, the god and the girl left the arena, leaving Bell alone with the presenter and the Minotaur. Just so you know, I warned you, the man said with a sigh. I know. I promise I'll win, he vowed, confident in his words. The ones you should calm down are the two women in the stands, the presenter pointed out, recalling how they shouted at him when he made his request. Bell could only watch with a nervous smile as they both stared at him, Aki with an expression somewhere between worried and angry, and Alicia with a small smile, but with concern on her face. For them, he thought, drawing his dagger. I will win. Very well, kid, move about 20 meters away from the cage, that way you'll have time to defend yourself if the minotaur comes out of its cage quickly, advised the presenter, heading towards the cage that kept the minotaur locked up. Belle merely nodded slightly, moving about 20 meters away from the monster and assuming a battle stance. Are you seriously going to fight? Tyan asked, surprised. For some reason I feel like this is going to be amazing, Tiona said excitedly. I don't want to see, Lafia whispered, lowering her gaze so as not to see how they massacred the albino. She has courage, Ace thought, surprised. While the rest of the audience just murmured in surprise at what was happening. I bet it won't last more than a minute. 1 minute. It'll be a miracle if it lasts even the first second. These were the words spoken by two men sitting behind Aki and Alicia, who were angered by the comments. You'll see, you bunch of idiots, Belle is going to shut you up, Aki said angrily to the two men. What? Are you that guy's girlfriend? Well, you're wasting your time with him, the arrogant man said. Belle is 1,000 times better than any of you, Alice said angrily. At least he has a nice face. What do you mean, elf? He asked angrily. His face is shit, Aki replied. And get ready, because when Belle wins, he'll shove the minotaur's horns up your asses. Before he could finish speaking, Alicia covered his mouth with a nervous smile. Remember this, Belle will win, Alicia said confidently, walking away with Aki to another seat to avoid further trouble with the two men, who remained angry. Meanwhile, at the place where the battle was about to take place. The day, dear audience. On a balcony which was high up in the Colosseum, a member of the Ganesha family was standing with a magic stone in his hand. My name is Arthur, and I will be your narrator for this battle. The man announced, looking down at the albino preparing for battle. Today we are about to witness a very curious battle. On one side, we have a young, novice adventurer of level 1 who is eager to defeat his opponent, bellcranel. Level 1. Today I am more than sure that that child is crazy. Young people today do not appreciate their lives. These were the comments heard all around the Colosseum, surprised to learn that Belle was just a simple level 1. And on the other side we have a powerful minotaur whose sole purpose is to kill every opponent who crosses his path. He has no name, but I will christen him Mysterious. Upon hearing those words, the enormous minotaur roared to the four winds as if he were ready for battle. The level 1 monster against a monster close to level 3. Who will win? Meanwhile, Belle in the arena had his heart racing 1,000 miles an hour from how nervous he was. Come on Belle, you're already here so don't back down, he thought to himself, encouraging himself. If you don't defeat him, you can't be a hero. Are you ready, kid? Asked the man, preparing to open the cage. Why yes, he replied, adopting his attack stance. Good luck, he whispered, opening the enormous cage. The moment the man opened up, using his great speed, he disappeared, leaving Belle alone with the minotaur in the arena. I'm ready. He had to cut his words short because suddenly the minotaur was standing in front of him with his fist in the air, ready to strike him. When did this happen? He thought in surprise, narrowly dodging the monster's enormous fist and taking many steps back to get away. What a surprise. The enormous minotaur, despite having a large body, moves at great speed. This will be a big problem for bellcranel. Arthur shouted, observing every detail of the battle. I know, you don't need to say it, Belle thought, watching the minotaur's confused expression as his attack failed to connect. He's fast. For a moment I thought I'd have the advantage because of my speed, but it seems that won't be the case. Upon locating Belle again, the minotaur launched an attack, throwing one powerful blow after another. While Belle dodged each one by a hair, retreating with every blow he threw. He's fast, but compared to Aki-sen's punches, they're slower, he thought, dodging another blow. But I won't be in very good shape if he manages to hit me. Using his great agility, Belle swept under the minotaur, attempting to cut the monster's ankles with his dagger to unbalance it. But the minotaur, seeing what Belle was trying to do, launched a powerful kick towards him, which he barely managed to cover with his arms to avoid hitting his face. And obviously the monster, having great strength, sent Belle flying through the air to crash into one of the walls of the Colosseum. And there it is. Bellcranel has received the first blow from his opponent, a very powerful blow. I hope he hasn't suffered serious consequences. Meanwhile, with Aki and Alicia. What the hell is that monster? Aki exclaimed in surprise. A normal minotaur wouldn't have anticipated Belle's attack, it doesn't make sense. You're right, said Alice worriedly. It doesn't seem to be a normal monster. It's an irregular. This isn't good, Aki said anxiously. If the battle goes on any longer, Belle won't be able to win because of the physical exhaustion. Alice whispered, observing the place where she had just crashed. As the albino slowly emerged from the smokescreen with a trickle of blood running down his head. This is going to be harder than I thought, Belle whispered, watching as both his arms trembled violently from the powerful blow. Now he realized that Aki and Alicia were in a completely different league than him. While they were killing dozens of them with great ease, he was having a lot of trouble with just one. That only made him want to become stronger so he could fight alongside them. "This has barely begun," Bell whispered, launching his attack. Incredible. It seems bellcranel is more than just a pretty face. Just look at that speed. The audience, mainly the adventurers, watched in amazement as this child, who was supposed to be only a level 1, had the speed of a level 2. Speed is what defines me, thought Bell, beginning to make many cuts with his dagger at the enormous body of the Minotaur. The monster angrily launched its powerful blows towards Bell, but he easily dodged them at the last second and then cut the Minotaur's strong flesh with his dagger. But the damage he suffered was minimal. He barely had any cuts on his body from the frenzied attacks he received from Bell. "Damn it," Bell thought in frustration, narrowly dodging a blow that was headed for his face. He knew it. The dagger he held was powerful enough to kill the Minotaur with a single blow. It was he who lacked power. He lacked the strength to inflict even a serious wound on the Minotaur. Bellcranel is relentlessly attacking his opponent, but his attacks don't seem to be very effective. He'll have to come up with a new strategy if he wants to win. "I know it," Bell shouted, trying to stab the monster in the chest. But he effortlessly grabbed Bell's arm before the dagger could stab him. "This is bad," Aki shouted, very worried, as was Alicia. While Bell did everything he could to try to break free from the grip. "Damn it. He's really strong," he thought, frustrated at not being able to free his arm. "Come on." No matter how hard Bell tried, he couldn't free his arm from the Minotaur's strong grip, who just looked at Bell as if he were insignificant and wasting his time. And so the monster, applying much more force, made the inevitable happen. Crack. Ah. The heart-wrenching scream from Bell echoed throughout the Colosseum after the monster completely severed his right arm. "Ouch. It even hurt me," Arthur exclaimed, surprised by what he was seeing. "Bell." Aki and Alicia shouted upon seeing the horrifying scene. While the rest of the public, mainly civilians, could only watch in fear, as for some it was the first time they had seen such a thing. Some of the adventurers looked at Bell with pity and others with mockery. "Damn it." Bell groaned as he watched the dagger Alicia had given him fall to the ground because he could no longer wield it with his broken arm. But the Minotaur was not satisfied with that, so without letting go of Bell's broken arm, he lifted him into the air and slammed him hard into the ground, creating a crater from the strong impact. "Ooh!" shouted the Minotaur into the air with great force. "Bell," stammered Alice, frozen after seeing that terrible scene. Meanwhile, Aki just stayed in her seat, observing the place where Bell hit, with a strong pressure in her chest. "If Bellcranel survived that attack, it will be a miracle," Arthur exclaimed, hoping that Bell was still alive. Meanwhile, on another rooftop of the Colosseum, Ganesha was intently observing the encounter. Ganesha-sama, one of his sons, called to the god. "I think it's time to stop the encounter. If it continues, it will be too late for the boy." "No," Ganesha quickly refused. "That boy is special, I know he's going to win," he assured with a small smile. In another part of the Colosseum. "I knew it. I knew it would end like this," Lafia said, terrified, after seeing how that monster massacred the albino. "That's too bad, the boy was good with the dagger, but it wasn't enough," Tyan said, disappointed. Meanwhile, Ace and Tiona just stood there, watching the cloud of dust raised by the impact of Bell's body hitting the ground. "I can't keep watching this, I'll go there and kill the monster," Aki said, ready to leap into the arena and save Bell. Seeing him being massacred before his eyes caused him great pain in his chest, so he could no longer stand idly by. His heart was crying out for him to save Bell. "Bell!" exclaimed Alicia, surprised to see the sand stopping Aki, who turned to look at the same place, worried. Meanwhile, at the battle site. Gradually the curtain of dust dissipated, revealing the state in which Bell had ended up. "Incredible!" Arthur shouted, surprised by what he was seeing. When all the dust had settled, Bell's condition could be seen. His right arm was completely broken while bleeding profusely, a large amount of blood was running down his head, surely some bones and ribs were broken by the impact, and part of his clothing was torn to shreds, leaving the upper part of his body exposed. But there was something that hadn't changed. Bell's determined look remained on his face since the encounter began. What determination. It seems Bellcranel hasn't given up. But will that be enough to defeat Asterius? Meanwhile, the monster just smiled horribly when he saw that his opponent was still alive. "Let's see how much longer that smile lasts," Bell said, a flame of determination burning within him. "I told you, didn't I? I'll win this fight." The pain Bell felt throughout his body at that moment was enormous. A normal person would have already fainted. But there was something inside him that was much stronger and that kept him standing, and that with every passing second made his back burn more and more. And all of that was due to his enormous desire to win the fight and be closer to them. Let's keep fighting. 3 minutes since the fight began. End of chapter. The victory for the history books. Sounds of amazement were what could be heard in the enormous Colosseum of Arario, which were accompanied by loud blows to the ground. "Damn it," Bell whispered wearily. He was dodging the blows thrown by the Minotaur by jumping from side to side, causing the strong blows to hit the ground. His goal was to retrieve the dagger he had dropped a few seconds ago, which was a few meters away from him, but every time he approached, the Minotaur attacked him, forcing him to retreat. "At this rate, I'll spend the next 10 minutes just dodging blows," he thought in frustration, watching the monster pull its fist out of the ground. His arm, having been completely broken, was now completely useless, so he only had his left arm to fight with. He was at a total disadvantage against the enormous monster, but that didn't mean he had given up. He couldn't give up knowing that two very important girls to him were in the stands watching him with great concern. Bellcranel has held up remarkably well these past few minutes, but the bleeding doesn't seem to be stopping. He'll have to finish this quickly before he loses much more blood, Arthur said, watching the fight with interest, as did everyone else. Even those who initially mocked Bell had remained silent just to pay attention to the battle. "Go Bell. You can do it," Aki shouted loudly from the stands. While Alicia watched everything attentively, not wanting to miss any detail, it was difficult for her to observe Bell with his arm completely broken. "I have to stop running away," the albino thought, seeing how both girls were supporting him. "I have to fight with her without the dagger." Having made his decision, Bell stopped, facing the Minotaur who was running towards him to attack. When the monster got close enough, he threw a powerful punch at Bell's face, which Bell dodged at the last moment by ducking. But not stopping there, Bell at great speed launched a powerful kick at the monster's leg, which was strong enough to make the Minotaur kneel. Incredible. Bellcranel managed to bring Asterius to his knees with a single kick. Arthur shouted in surprise. "Take this, you steroid-infused cow," Bell yelled, burying his fist in the Minotaur's face. The blow was so strong that it made the monster fall backward to the ground, stunned by the punch. "Damn. It hurts," Bell complained, exclaiming the sharp pain in his fist from punching the monster in the face. But the Minotaur did not let him recover as he quickly came out of his stupor, sweeping Bell away with his paw and causing him to fall suddenly to the ground. The monster quickly stood up, raising its enormous paw to try and crush Bell's head and end this once and for all. But before his paw could strike the albino's face, he quickly rolled his body to the side, miraculously dodging the attack. But as he tried to stand up, the Minotaur grabbed his head with his large hand, lifting him off the ground and causing Bell to let out a groan of pain. "Damn it," he thought as he saw the monster's fist heading towards his face. He quickly covered himself with his right arm, which was already broken and became much more broken due to the strong impact of the blow. The enormous force sent Bell flying, landing a few meters away from Asterius, with his arm already purple from how badly it was damaged. "It will be a miracle if I manage to move it after this," he said with difficulty, looking at his arm which he surely wouldn't be able to use for the rest of the battle, or at least that's what he thought. But as he looked at his arm, he noticed his white dagger was in front of him. Thanks to the blow that sent him flying, he landed in front of his weapon. How convenient, thought Bell, taking the weapon in his left hand. Bell slowly stood up, watching the monster which was slowly approaching him. It seemed that it wanted to prolong the fight to torture Bell more and more. Bellcranel has recovered his dagger, but he couldn't do much damage with it before. Let's see what he has planned this time. "I don't have any plan, I just jump into the fight and do the first thing that comes to mind," Bell thought with amusement upon hearing what Arthur said. "Hey kid." The man in the audience shouted at the top of his lungs, capturing everyone's attention, including Bell's. "Use this." To everyone's surprise, the man threw a large greatsword into the arena for Bell to use and inflict more damage on the monster. "Thank you," Bell thought with a smile, watching the greatsword approach. Unfortunately, the enormous weapon fell in front of the Minotaur, who looked at it confused, then seconds later picked it up in his large hands and brandished it from side to side. The entire audience stared blankly at what had happened. Even Bell looked at the monster in disbelief. "Stupid." A scream was heard from somewhere in the Colosseum, causing the man to sink into shame. "I just wanted to help," he thought, embarrassed that he had messed up. Meanwhile, the Minotaur, after brandishing the greatsword a few more times, smiled contentedly before pointing his new weapon at Bell. "What a misfortune. Because of a man I'm seeing right now, Bellcranel is now at an even greater disadvantage. Will he be able to emerge victorious from this?" While Arthur was giving his speech, Asterius took off from the ground, raising his greatsword to cut off Bell's head. And surprisingly, Bell also took off from his spot, running towards the Minotaur, pointing his dagger at it. "He's suicidal," shouted a burly man from the stands. "She reminded me of myself," said a beautiful, proud Oriental girl. Being close enough, the human and the monster clashed their respective weapons, creating a slight shockwave from the power of both attacks and cracking the ground around them. But obviously the Minotaur's strength was superior, gradually gaining ground and causing Belle's arm to give way. "I won't give up," Belle shouted, putting much more force into his attack and beginning to match Asterius's strength. And since neither weapon yielded to the strong attacks, it caused both to bounce and fly out of their owner's hands, each to the opposite side of the other. But this didn't seem to bother either of them, who raised their fists in the air ready to throw a punch. "Don't do that crazy thing, Belle," Aki shouted when she saw that the albino was planning to have a fistfight with the monster. But the adrenaline and the desire to win made Belle not hear her, throwing his powerful punch towards the Minotaur, just as the Minotaur did. Both fists were buried in the faces of both with great force, causing both opponents to spit blood. Obviously, Belle, being weaker, was sent flying by the powerful punch, while the Minotaur only retreated a few steps, starting to bleed from his nose and mouth. "What is going on, Ganesha-sama? This fight is insane. How is it possible that a level 1 is giving a Minotaur a run for its money?" Arthur shouted in disbelief as the audience watched in amazement. "I think they just shut my mouth," Tyne whispered, not believing what she was seeing. "That boy is amazing," Tiona shouted, starting to throw cheers. "It's definitely because of Aki and Alicia's training. If they had trained me, I would be just as strong," Lafia thought jealously. While Ace, who at first refused to enjoy the disgusting monster event, now couldn't take her eyes off the arena, mainly on the bloody Belle. "Why is he so strong?" Ace wondered, very curious. Returning to the battlefield, Belle quickly stood up again, completely ignoring the enormous pain he felt in his face from the strong punch he received. Meanwhile, the Minotaur slowly stood up again, gradually recovering from the shock of the blow. Taking advantage of the monster's distraction, Belle shot towards the place where his dagger had fallen before the monster had fully recovered. When Asteria saw what Belle was trying to do, he roared angrily and started running towards him, leaving large cracks in the ground with his big footsteps. "Take this." Belle, upon reaching his dagger, quickly grabbed it and, using all his strength, launched it like a projectile towards the monster. He could only watch in surprise as the dagger hurtled towards him at great speed, and because he was running, he didn't have time to dodge it. Blood splattered all over the Minotaur's face, and he began to bleed uncontrollably. "Ooh." The monster could only scream in pain as he saw the dagger pierce his right eye, causing him to lose it and become blind on that side. "What aim?" Bellcranel managed to do great damage to Asterius. "I taught him that," Alice exclaimed proudly, watching Belle put one of her tactics into practice. Although the advice was only for when your enemy was weakened, but that monster still has plenty of energy. "So what? I managed to seriously injure that cow," Aki exclaimed excitedly, hoping Belle would win the fight. "Keep it up, Belle." Meanwhile, the albino only smiled slightly upon hearing his friend's words. "I will win," she whispered with determination, pushing her hair back with her left hand. "I refuse to give up." And without waiting another second, Belle shot off towards the monster with no intention of letting Asterius recover. The Minotaur could only watch in surprise as Belle leaped towards him until he was level with his head. Using all his strength, Belle slammed both feet into the monster's face, causing the dagger to sink in closer to its brain. Filled with rage, Asterius grabbed Belle's foot, which was still in the air, lifting it up and slamming it hard into the ground. "Don't think this will stop me," Belle shouted, starting to kick Asterius in the face to make him let go and the dagger sink deeper into him. "Ooh." Once again, Asterius, using his strength, sent Belle flying towards the arena wall, creating a large crater from the impact. "It hurts," Belle complained, falling to his knees and vomiting blood. The damage he had received throughout the fight was already taking its toll, showing in his deplorable appearance. Bellcranel, despite having harmed Asterius, seems to be on his last legs. Is this the end of Bellcranel? Meanwhile, Ganesha just watched everything attentively. "Only 2 minutes left," I thought, watching Belle slowly get up. People could only watch in amazement as Belle, despite all the injuries on his body, continued to stand up. "What are you waiting for? Fight." The albino taunted the monster, who had simply remained standing. As if he understood her words, many veins bulged on his face and body, which was filled with anger. Bringing his hand to his face, he pulled the annoying dagger from his eye and then threw it as far away as possible. "Come on, come here," Belle whispered, glancing sideways at the enormous greatsword that was just a few centimeters away from him. "Ooh." With a war cry, the Minotaur began to run towards Belle, ready to kill him with a single punch. Belle, who had already anticipated everything, quickly took the enormous greatsword in his left hand. "If only my other arm wasn't broken," he thought, seeing how heavy the enormous sword was. But that didn't stop him. He would win that fight no matter what, and nobody would stop him. Dodging the monster's fist at the last second, Belle stepped aside, seeing how Asterius had been left unprotected on his right side, and, since he didn't have the eye on that side, he wouldn't be able to dodge that attack. "Ah." Putting all his strength into his left arm, Bell lifted the enormous greatsword and then lowered it at great speed, ready to kill him. Blood splattered around both of them and stained part of Bell's face as a result of the fatal wound. Ooh. Asterius could only roar in pain as he watched his severed right arm fall to the ground, bleeding profusely. Damn it, my target was the head, Bell complained when he realized he had missed. Filled with rage, the monster launched a powerful kick towards Bell, who quickly covered himself with his greatsword. But the sword was not enough to withstand the powerful blow of the Minotaur, breaking it in two and plunging its paw into Bell's stomach, sending him flying many meters away from him. People could only stare in awe at the amazing battle. For the civilians it was a great surprise as it was the first time they had seen anything like it. Meanwhile, the adventurers had different reactions. Some were surprised, others excited, and a large percentage were jealous to see that a mere level 1 was standing up to a beast that even they had struggled to defeat when they were level 2. You can do it, Bell, Aki and Alicia whispered, watching their dear friend struggle to his feet after the powerful kick he received in his stomach. While Asterius just stared at his severed arm on the ground, he then turned his gaze towards Bell. His face no longer showed anger, only a strong desire to defeat that man whom he had recognized as a strong rival. Slowly, Asterius got down on all fours, or in this case on 3, since he had lost one of his arms. His intention was to ram Bell with all his strength to completely destroy his body. That would be his final attack. Let's finish this, Bell whispered without moving from his spot, looking at Asterius with his one eye, since the other had become swollen from so many blows, obstructing his view. What? Does bellcranel plan to face the most powerful attack of a Minotaur head-on and unarmed? Arthur shouted, leaving the spectators even more surprised. Don't do it, Bell. Aki shouted, frightened by what Bell was trying to do. He'll kill you. Alicia screamed, starting to panic. Relax, Bell whispered, turning his gaze towards both of them. A small smile formed on his face as he stared intently at Aki and Alicia, who were just looking at everything with concern. I will win, he said, turning his gaze back to Asterius. Come on. Ooh. With a great shout, Asterius took off from the ground, leaving a huge crater due to the enormous pressure he put on his start. With each step he took, enormous cracks formed in the ground as a result of his great strength. Meanwhile, Bell just calmly watched as the monster approached him at great speed. Some people covered their faces so they wouldn't see the albino dying. Meanwhile, Aki and Alicia were already preparing to jump into the arena with a panicked expression to save Bell. I will win. The great gust of wind covered the entire place after Asterius's body collided with Bell's, raising a large curtain of dust. People could only watch in amazement as the entire arena filled with dust, preventing them from seeing the outcome. Aki and Alicia could only hold their breath with small tears in their eyes, hoping that everything hadn't ended with Bell's death. And Ganesha just watched everything seriously from above. Hey, you're amazing, I whispered with a smile. Silence reigned in the place. No one dared to say anything after what they had just seen, they simply waited impatiently to see the result. Little by little the dust settled from the sand, giving spectators a chance to see how it all ended. And what they saw left them speechless. I stopped him. The moment all the dust settled, it could be seen how the Minotaur was still on all fours, and in front of him was Bell with his left arm outstretched, grabbing the monster's horn to stop its advance. Because Bell wasn't wearing a shirt, you could see all his veins standing out due to the enormous strength he was exerting to stop Asterius's advance. Some of his veins had even ruptured due to the enormous pressure on his body. He stopped it. Bellcranel stopped a Minotaur's charge with just one hand. Arthur shouted in disbelief. What are you, Bellcranel? What am I? Bell whispered, seeing how Asterius had stopped struggling, surprised at being stopped. I'm just a human with a desire to be a hero. Taking advantage of the fact that Asterius had stopped straining, Bell grabbed him by the neck with both arms, even with his right arm which was completely broken, and without waiting a second longer began to apply all the strength he had in his arms to strangle the monster. I will win, he said, clenching his teeth tightly, trying to break the monster's neck, causing his veins to bulge on his body once again. Asterius, seeing that the oxygen was no longer flowing through him, tried to free himself from Bell's grip with his only arm. But he couldn't. The force that Bell was using at that moment was not normal. Even though he was using all his strength, it was impossible for him to break free from the grip on his neck. So, in desperation, he began throwing hard punches at Bell's ribs to make him let go. I won't let you go, he whispered, beginning to apply more and more force to his grip. The Colosseum had fallen into total silence as no one could speak, the shock had left them speechless. Even Arthur had remained silent, watching the outcome of the battle. Bell, Aki and Alicia whispered. Voo. The ground beneath them both began to crack from the superhuman strength they were exerting, one trying to break free and the other trying to kill his opponent. Belle's lower side was already purple from so many blows he was receiving from Asterius, but despite that, he didn't let go. What Arthur said, incredulous. Little by little, Asterius's body was being lifted from the ground by the enormous force that Belle was using to break his neck. The monster's teeth began to break into pieces, no longer able to withstand the enormous pressure. Vivu. Ah. Giving his last scream, Belle used the little strength he had left to end the fight once and for all. Crack. The sound of something breaking echoed throughout the Colosseum, leaving everyone surprised by the outcome. Everyone watched as Asterius's only arm, which had been hitting Belle, slowly fell to the ground, ceasing to strike him. That only meant one thing. Slowly, Belle, with his arms aching terribly, began to release Asterius's neck. No longer having it by the neck, Asterius's body fell suddenly to the ground, proving that he was already dead. Belle just stared in surprise at the monster, then looked at himself. His right arm was purple from how badly it was beaten, his left eye was swollen from so many blows he received, and all over his body, he had multiple wounds which did not stop bleeding. Then he turned his gaze to the sand. The dagger on the ground. A huge greatsword broken in two. Blood splattered across the entire battlefield. Enormous craters all over the place, produced by the force of both. His opponent's severed arm in the distance. And the dead minotaur at his feet. And despite that brutal battle, he was still standing like a winner. I won. He shouted at the top of his lungs, raising his only halfway decent arm in a sign of victory. People could only watch in amazement as that child, who was only a level 1, had defeated a minotaur. It was unbelievable, but they had seen the entire battle live, from beginning to end. That was a find that had never been seen in Arario, or at least one that they wouldn't remember. A discovery that would go down in history. I won, Aki and Alicia said with teary eyes, looking at their dear friend in a victorious pose. Little by little the silent stadium began to fill with shouts of euphoria for Belle's victory. Bellcranel won. Arthur shouted like a madman. He won. That son of a bitch did it. Is it really a level 1? I think I've fallen in love. Belle. The shouts echoed throughout the Colosseum as people yelled and supported the albino. Just a few minutes ago everyone was making fun of him, and now it was the complete opposite. Although some were not happy. It was just luck. The minotaur was surely already weakened. TSK, he's still a weakling. These were the comments made by some adventurers who were not happy with the result as they left the Colosseum in disgust. Meanwhile, the albino just stared in surprise with his one good eye as everyone praised him and shouted his name. Here begins my adventure, I thought with a small smile. Belle. The scream of her two friends could be heard in the distance, causing Belle to turn his gaze towards them. Girls, he whispered, watching as they both got up from their seats and ran to the arena where he was. Belle. The first to arrive was Aki, who, upon reaching him, launched herself at him to give him a big hug, causing him to let out a groan of pain. But that wasn't enough, Alice also lunged at him, knocking him down completely. And now two beautiful girls are hugging him. What more could you want? You deserve it, champ. Arthur shouted, manly tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, in another part of the Colosseum. I thought Aki and Alicia were supporting him just because, but it seems they know him, Tyne said, surprised. And they seem to be very close, Tiona said with a small smile. Well, Lafia just hit his face with his hand. And they told me not to reveal their secret and they gave themselves away, he thought, seeing how both of them had no intention of separating from the albino. He won, Ace whispered, unable to believe it. Yes, that boy shut the mouths of all those who didn't believe in him, including me, said Tyne, ashamed for having mocked him earlier. Belle, shouted Tiona, who was very excited by the fight. Meanwhile, elsewhere. I'm leaving now, Roll whispered, not wanting to see Aki hugging Belle anymore. He quickly got up from his seat and left the Colosseum under the watchful eye of his friend. This kid, he whispered, then turned his gaze to the sand. Well done, Belle. And with those words, Cruz also withdrew to look for his friend. Why did you do that stupid thing? Aki shouted, starting to shed tears. I thought you wouldn't make it, Alicia whispered, refusing to separate from Belle. I am sorry, but I had to do it, she said, struggling with pain. I'm sorry for worrying you. Idiot, they both said, breaking away from the hug. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to faint. And with those words, Belle suddenly fell to the ground, worrying them both even more. Belle, wake up. While both girls tried to wake the albino up above, Ganesha watched everything with a smile. I did it in 9 minutes and 50 seconds, it's truly incredible, he said, satisfied with the result. Ethan. Yes, Ganesha-sama said a man upon hearing his name. Go to my room and bring one of the many grimoires I have. That will be the perfect reward for that boy, I ordered, watching the medics arrive at the arena to take Belle away. I'm sure he'll achieve great things in the future. That day Belle made history under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people. Earning the respect and admiration of many and the hatred and envy of many others. But Belle didn't care much about that. The only thing that mattered to him was that day he managed to take another step towards achieving his goal. I managed to take another step towards being closer to my two dear friends. And this was just the beginning of their story. End of chapter. Level 2 in problems. Hurts. Belle complained about a sharp pinch he received from Naza. Well, if it hurt so much, next time think twice before you punch a minotaur, Naza scolded, changing the bandages on Belle's right arm. The day had already passed since that battle. That battle in the Colosseum where Belle made history in front of so many people. When Naza and Maich found out that he was in the hospital, they became very worried and rushed to see him. Even Naza had to swallow his pride to enter Diane-set's hospital. He hated them very much, but Belle was being healed there, so he would have to forget that hatred momentarily, just for Belle's sake. Hours later Belle woke up after fainting in the arena and at that moment received the biggest lecture from Naza, Aki and Alicia. Are you an idiot? How could you do such a stupid thing? Do you have any idea how worried I was when that minotaur broke your arm? I thought you were going to die, you idiot. Don't do it again. These were the complaints that could be heard from the three girls. Hermit even had to enter the room to calm them down as they were disturbing all the patients. That day Belle, with a frightened smile, promised the three of them that he would never worry them like that again. He knew they were going to be angry, but he never thought they would be this angry, and that scared him. After that, Hermit recommended that Belle stay in the hospital for another week to recover, but Naza, not wanting any more help from those people, said that she would take Belle and care for him at her house. Obviously Hermit refused since she is very strict with her patients, but Naza stood firm and after a long discussion, Naza managed to win custody of Belle. And now, a day later, we find ourselves at the Blue Pharmacy with Belle in Naza's room where she was carefully changing his bandages. Seriously, what were you thinking when you did that? Naza asked, still a little angry at Belle's stupidity. To become stronger. He replied with a nervous smile. Thanks to that, he received a strong blow to the head from Naza, leaving him with a bump. Because it's funny, she said as she began to change the bandages on Belle's head. Do you have any idea how worried I was? When they told me you were seriously ill in the hospital, I imagined the worst, she confessed in a trembling voice. I'm sorry Naza-san, I didn't mean to worry you, he apologized sincerely, giving the girl a hug with his only good arm at that moment. His right arm still hurt. Just don't do it again, I whispered, returning the hug. Although you should also sincerely apologize to Aki and Alicia. When I saw them at the hospital, their eyes were red from crying, imagining you wouldn't make it. You're right, I also have to apologize to them, Belle said, ashamed of his actions but unrepentant. At that moment, the bedroom doors opened, catching both of their attention. It was Maich who had a small smile on his face as he looked at his two children. First of all, Belle, from what I've heard from people, your battle with that monster was very epic. I congratulate you on winning, said the god, raising his thumb. Thank you. The albino said happily, grateful for the compliment. The one who wasn't happy was Naza, who looked at her god with an extremely serious expression, causing a shiver to run down the noble deity's spine. You don't need to be a fortune teller to know what Naza was saying. But even so, I'm very disappointed. You were very reckless. Let this be the last time it happens, he stammered nervously under Naza's gaze, trying to adopt an authoritative tone of voice, but he couldn't. Why yes Kami-sama whispered the albino, lowering his gaze. Obviously Maich didn't like to scold his children, so after the scolding, he tried to cheer Belle up. But I think with that great discovery you can already level up. Do you want to update your status? He asked his son. And obviously, upon hearing those words, the albino became excited, raising his gaze. Yes. He shouted excitedly. I want to know what the difference is between a level 1 and a level 2. Perfect. Then take off your shirt for the update, Maich said, searching for a sheet of paper. Sure, but… Belle turned his gaze to his captain, who had not moved from her place. What? She asked, surprised. Well, it's a little embarrassing to take my shirt off in front of you, Belle said, a little embarrassed. So? There's nothing I haven't seen about you. I had to help you shower because you couldn't move your arms, she said mockingly. And I must say, you're not bad looking at all. Naza-san. The moment he said those words, Belle turned bright red from head to toe with embarrassment. At that moment he had a fever so he wasn't in his right mind, that's why he asked Naza for help to shower, which she readily agreed to, and now Belle was regretting it. Relax, don't touch your private parts, at least not directly with your bare hand. Belle was about to have a heart attack when he heard everything Naza had done. Naza, don't bother him, Maich scolded his daughter. I'm not bothering him, that's the truth. If I'm going to help him shower, it has to be a full shower. I never do anything halfway, she complained, crossing her arms. He asked for help, and I gave it to him. Meanwhile, Belle had already disconnected from that world of so many embarrassing revelations. I won't be able to get married anymore, he thought, ashamed. Meanwhile, Naza just watched with amusement as Belle's ears practically steamed. Okay, I'll leave the room, call me if you need anything, and with a mocking smile, Naza left the room leaving a red-faced Belle, now a god, with a tired expression. This girl, whispered the god, pricking his finger. Very well, Belle, show me your back. Belle, without answering, simply turned his back on his still red-faced god. The fact that a woman had seen him naked and showered him was something that had hit him hard. I probably wouldn't be able to look Naza in the eye for a long time. A little while later. Congratulations, Belle. You're now level 2, Maich said, handing the status sheet to his son. While I'm still a little flushed, I take the sheet so I can read it. And indeed, now he was finally a level 2 and with his new development ability. Luck, I whispered, watching the ability. I feel like this ability will give me everything but luck. Now at last, after so long, he had reached that long-awaited level 2. Betting into a fistfight with that minotaur was truly worth it. He was finally able to overcome his fear and prove to himself that he was not useless. And most importantly, now she was one step closer to her dear friends Aki and Alicia. Although thinking about them, Belle found it strange that the two of them weren't with him at that moment. Knowing how they were surely there scolding and congratulating him non-stop. It really was strange that they weren't with him. I wonder what they're doing, I thought curiously. At that moment, Maich remembered something important that they had both forgotten. Belle, remember that Ganesha gave you a grimoire as a reward, the god reminded his son. That's right. Belle exclaimed, remembering that detail. Where is it? Don't worry, I'll bring it myself, said the deity, standing up and going to get the book. Meanwhile, Belle sat on his bed, eagerly awaiting the grimoire. When he learned that this book was capable of granting magic, it caused a great excitement to grow within him. Knowing that it was going to have magic made her very excited. Here it is, said Maich, arriving and handing over the book. Belle quickly picked it up and looked at the cover. The cover was a shiny silver color which amazed Belle. There are many types of grimoires, and it seems Ganesha gave you a very special one. You should read it to regain your magic and update your status again, Maich recommended. And without waiting another second, full of excitement, Belle began to read the grimoire to obtain his long-awaited magic. While he was happy about that, with his two friends it was different. Twilight Mansion. Aki and Alicia were very nervous in the executive's office, sitting in the middle of the room. Scattered around them in the enormous room were the other executives. Bed leaning against the wall, Tiona and Tyan sitting on a sofa to the right, Ace standing calmly in front of the window, Riveria with a serene expression next to Ace, Garrett in a corner of the room, Finn sitting at his desk staring at Aki and Alicia, and finally Loki, who was sitting on top of the desk with a calm expression. Both girls' hearts were beating very fast. That's it, we've been kicked out of the family, they both thought, frightened. The news that both girls were secretly dating the albino spread throughout the Loki family, reaching the ears of the executives, and along with that, more information, and since it was Belle, it interested Finn the most. That's why he called them to his office to have a small meeting with them and the other executives. A meeting which had both girls very scared. What am I doing here? Bet thought with annoyance. Alright, let's begin, Finn said in a serious tone, startling both girls a little. How long have you known that boy, bellcranel? Was the first question he asked. I was very curious about him. He had defeated a minotaur while being level 1, not just anyone could do that. Well, Aki said nervously. For a month and a few weeks now. 1 month. It only took that boy 1 month to seduce 2 of my daughters. You wretch. Loki shouted, throwing a tantrum. Obviously, both girls blushed at those words and tried to deny it, but their nerves prevented them from speaking. Luckily Riveria hit Loki with her staff to shut him up. Shut up, Loki, this isn't what's important here, Riveria said, annoyed. That's true, I don't care what kind of relationship you have with that child, but he said, looking seriously at both of them. You know it's against the rules to train an adventurer from another family without my consent. Both girls were scared and surprised at the same time by those words. They weren't surprised that people found out about their friendship with Belle, since they had given themselves away in the Colosseum, but the training thing confused them. Unless someone betrayed them. How asked Alice, surprised. How I found out is beside the point, she said, closing her eyes. But they've just broken an important family rule, and that kid, with how fast he's growing, could be a real. Belle is not a bad person. For the first time in her entire life in the Loki family, Aki raised her voice to her captain, standing up and refusing to let them say those words about Belle without knowing him. Everyone in the room was surprised to see Aki raise her voice, even Finn was surprised. Aki is right, Belle isn't like that, said Alicia, also defending the albino. I may not have known him for even 2 months, but I can say with certainty that he is not a danger at all. He is the noblest person I have ever met, Aki whispered, looking down. I wasn't trying to accuse him or anything, I was just making assumptions, Finn said, a little surprised by how Aki defended that boy. She likes it, Tyne whispered mockingly to her sister. I lot Iona. Sorry, Aki apologized, embarrassed by how she raised her voice, as she sat back down. Before you continue speaking, Loki interrupted, breaking the tense moment. What family does that boy belong to? The truth is, Loki was very curious to know which family that child belonged to. His growth wasn't normal, according to what he heard from Ganesha. If it turned out he was from Freya's family, he was going to forbid them from ever seeing him again. He didn't want any trouble with that nymphomaniac. She's from the Maich family, Alicia replied, calming down as did Aki. Familia Maich. Everyone in the room spoke at the same time, confused. The Maich family wasn't exactly well known. Maich? Is he still alive? Loki asked, surprised. Yes. Aki said, surprised by the question. Then there's no problem. Maich, despite being a womanizer, is a good guy. His child won't cause any trouble for our family, Loki said, now relaxed. Besides, his family is in the medical field, so that won't hurt anyone. Right. That's what I've been saying for several chapters now, said Alice, happy that Loki thought the same as her. So they won't kick us out of the family for hanging out with Belle? Aki asked, puzzled. Why should we? Finn asked, confused. You can still be friends with that boy. The only problem is that you were training him without our consent, but now there's no problem if Loki trusts the god Maich. I just ask that you don't teach him any family secrets. Understood, they both agreed, happy to be able to meet with Belle and this time without hiding anything from anyone. But doesn't Loki bother you? Aki asked her goddess. Annoy me? Why? Well, Alicia murmured, blushing. You said we were forbidden from having a relationship with someone from another family, and not that we're dating him, but we were afraid you'd get the wrong idea. At that moment Loki began searching his memories, trying to remember if he had ever said anything like that. I exclaimed, remembering that day. The truth is, I was a little drunk that day. I only said it as a joke. I didn't think they would take it seriously. Both girls were left with blank faces when they realized their goddess had deceived everyone. Some members even had to break up with their girlfriends or boyfriends, believing what she said was true. There was going to be a huge uproar when everyone found out. I really want to hit you, Aki threatened, a vein throbbing in her forehead. Come on, it was just a joke, she said, nervous about the threat. Don't get angry, Aki, it's better that it was all a joke than that it was true, Alicia reassured, seeing the positive side of things. You're right, I'll let it go just this once, Aki agreed, making Loki sigh in relief. So everything's sorted out now? Alicia asked, already wanting to leave the office. Just one last thing, Finn said, drawing everyone's attention. That kid is very peculiar. According to Ganesha, he can already reach level 2, and he hasn't even been an adventurer for 2 months. The moment she said that, Ace looked up, focusing all her attention on the topic. You're right, that's not normal, Garrett said, stroking his beard. Do you know anything about that abnormal growth? Finn asked, looking at both of them. We don't know anything about that, they both said, not liking where this was going. Well, since you're friends with him, I'll give you an order, Finn said, making them both frown. You have to investigate bellcranel's secret to leveling up. If we knew his secret, the Loki Familia would become more powerful. Finn, I don't think it's right to ask that, Reveria said, refusing to use the child in that way, especially since their friendship with him was involved. Meanwhile, Ace just frowned at what Reveria said. Calm down, Reveria, they just have to investigate to find out if… No. Finn's words were quickly cut off by Aki's voice, capturing the hobbit's attention. What? Finn asked, not understanding what Aki meant. Even if it's an order from the captain, I refuse to do that, he said with a serious expression, surprising some more than others. First he raises his voice to Finn, and now he disobeys one of his orders. Who is that kid? Loki thought in surprise. Bell is our friend, and I refuse to use him either. I would be betraying his trust, and I don't like that, said Alicia, clutching her skirt with her hands. You heard Finn, respect his decision, Reveria said, looking at his partner. While Finn only wrinkled his face a little, he respected Aki and Alicia's decision, but still wanted to know how that child grew up so fast. He was about to say something else, but someone else spoke first. Why? The calm voice of the Sword Princess echoed throughout the room, capturing everyone's attention. What? Aki said, confused. Why are you refusing to find out why he levels up so fast? Ace asked, still confused. If you did, we could become stronger in no time by discovering that boy's secret. Those in the room looked at Ace with a complicated expression, especially Riveria, who had a disappointed expression. This girl, the elf thought disapprovingly. I don't see anything wrong with you using it for that, in return you can train it, Ace finished speaking, believing that this was the most normal thing to do. It bothered her a little that her two family members refused to discover the albino's secret. With that secret she could become stronger and get closer to her goal. Meanwhile, Aki just kept her gaze lowered, thinking of the right words to answer Ace without sounding offensive. Forgive me for what I'm about to say, Ace, Aki whispered, catching the swordswoman's attention. But someone whose sole purpose is to kill mindless monsters will never understand what Alicia and I feel. You're incapable of understanding the symbol of true friendship. Upon hearing those words, Ace could only open her eyes in surprise at what Aki had said. Ooh, said the Amazon sisters upon hearing those words. What? Ace whispered, frowning. I said I refuse to use my friend like that. When you have a friend you truly appreciate, you'll understand what Alicia and I feel, he said, not lowering his gaze, even though Ace's face was beginning to show disgust at those words. Oh okay, you don't need to find out their method, Finn interrupted, a little nervous about the atmosphere. But if you discover anything interesting, you can tell us. I'm not promising anything, Aki said, taking one last look at Ace before leaving the room, followed by Alicia, who had a nervous expression. The moment both girls left, the place fell into an awkward silence. Ace just kept her gaze lowered, remembering the words Aki had told her. Well she's right, actually Bet broke the silence, agreeing with Aki. Shut up, Bet, Riveria said, silencing Ace to prevent her from getting even angrier than she already was. Why could she detect a slight anger in Ace's gaze? She hadn't liked Aki's words one bit. I'd like to meet that boy, so I could understand why Aki and Alicia love him so much, Loki said, holding a bottle of liquor. Me too, that kid is interesting, Finn said with a smile. Now get off my desk, I have to work. Boring, Loki complained, jumping to the ground. Well, the meeting is over, so you can all leave, Finn told the executives. And Ace, I hope you'll respect Aki and Alicia's decision. Ace didn't even answer him, she simply left the room still frowning. She would have been more polite if I had raised her myself, Loki whispered, receiving another blow from Riveria. Shut up, Loki, said the offended elf, since she was the one who raised her. And with those words, the executives went their separate ways, some curious about Belle's growth and others wanting to sleep. Meanwhile, with Aki and Alicia. They walked slowly through the mansion's corridors, a little annoyed by the meeting. I can't believe the captain asked us to do that, Aki said sulkily. That would be like betraying all the trust Belle has placed in us. In the end, power is what interests most people, Alicia whispered, recalling Ace's words. I hope Ace doesn't hold a grudge against you for what you said to her. I don't care. Ever since she was a child, Ace has only thought about power and nothing else. She'll probably go and get her revenge in the dungeon, he said dismissively. The good thing about all this is that we can finally hang out with Belle without the fear of someone discovering us, said Alice, happy and excited. You're right, I'd say we could invite Belle to train with us at the mansion, but I'm sure the captain will want to supervise the training to find out his secret, Ace, she said, already imagining everything that would happen. Do you think Belle is hiding any secrets? The curious elf asked. I doubt it, and I bet even he doesn't know how he did it, he said with a touch of amusement. But I don't care. It's much better that he gets stronger faster, so we can explore without fear of anything happening to him. You're right. What if we go visit him? I want to know how he is after the battle, suggested Alice, worried about the albino. I'd like that too, but… Aki only directed her gaze to the end of the hallway where Raul and Cruz were chatting without noticing her presence. Raul, Cruz. Aki's scream alerted them both, turning their gaze towards her. There she came with a grumpy face, followed by Alicia who had a nervous smile. Hey Aki. How are you? Raul stopped his animated question when he saw how Aki grabbed him and Cruz by the collar of their shirts. Traitors, they said they wouldn't tell the captain about the training, and in the end they did, the cat said angrily. What are you talking about, Aki? Raul asked, scared and nervous because of the girl's closeness. Yes, what are you talking about? Cruz asked calmly. You betrayed us, didn't you? No one but you knew about our training on the wall with Belle, he accused, bringing his face closer to an embarrassed Raul. We didn't say anything, Raul stammered, very embarrassed. Yes Aki, we swear on Diego, Cruz swore, already wanting to end this conversation. Upon hearing those words, Aki let go of the two of them and walked a few steps away. Really? I asked, surprised. Why yes, I wouldn't be capable of betraying you, Aki said Raul, still recovering from the embarrassment. Are you sure only we knew? Cruz asked, puzzled. Of course yes. At that moment Aki fell silent, beginning to search through her memories, just like Alicia. And when they remembered the culprit, they frowned. Lafia, they whispered with squinting eyes. Meanwhile, in the training yard. The courtyard was a little empty since there were only two girls. It was Elfie, who was sitting on a bench reading a book, and Lafia, who was standing explaining something to her friend. There's no doubt about it, Elfie, that human became strong thanks to Aki and Alicia's training. I can't find any other explanation for how he defeated that minotaur, Lafia said angrily. Were Elfie's words, pretending to pay attention. Can you believe it? Aki and Alicia chose to train that human instead of me, whose family, she said indignantly. Tiona-san and Tien-san told me I was exaggerating, but I don't think so. So it was you. Two voices were heard behind Lafia, startling her, and her fright increased even more when she felt two hands land on her shoulders, gripping her with a little force. He slowly turned his gaze to that place, finding Aki and Alicia, who had a very kind smile, too kind for his liking. I can explain, she stammered, frightened. If you want to train with us so badly, we'll give you the training you desire, Alicia said in a sweet voice. Thinking about it, I think I don't want that training anymore, he said, starting to panic. Don't worry, this training will really help your stamina, Aki said with a sinister smile. Maybe this way you'll learn to keep your mouth shut. Elfie, help me. She shouted, pleading with her friend for help. But she didn't even pay attention to him. She was lost in her reading. No. That day Lafia made it more than clear to never again ask both girls to train her. If you could even call it training. End of chapter. The revealed truth. The day was a cloudy day in the city of Arario, and days like this only foreshadowed bad things, or at least that's what Alicia thought. Stop looking at the sky, Alicia. I already told you that cloudy days don't predict anything, Aki said to her friend, who was standing in front of the window observing the sky while she was brushing her hair. After their morning training, they decided to visit Bell. 2 days had passed since the fight, and they hadn't seen him since he left the hospital. They were going to see him the day before, but they had to take care of Lafia, and it took longer than they thought, so they decided to go see him today and see how his recovery was progressing. Although Alicia had a bad feeling ever since she woke up and saw the cloudy sky. My mother told me that these days they warned you that something bad was going to happen, and my mom doesn't lie, said Alicia, looking away from the window to look at her friend. You're being very paranoid. I highly doubt anything bad will happen in the family, and Belle is currently incapacitated, so he's not going to do anything stupid, she said, finishing brushing her hair. I'd like to believe that, but Belle always finds a way to get into trouble, the elf murmured, still with that bad feeling. You're overthinking this, let's go to the pharmacy now, I want to see Belle, said Aki, ready to leave. Well, but I still have that bad feeling. And so after that conversation, both friends set off on their way to the blue pharmacy. But before they could take a step, they were intercepted by 2 Amazons with playful looks. Tiona. Tien. Aki said, confused. So, to see Belle. Tiona said with a teasing smile. What does that mean? Are you here to see your boyfriend? Tien said, putting her arm around Aki's neck. When the word boyfriend was mentioned, both girls blushed slightly. He's not, but you're acting like a bride, just like Alice. Tiona said excitedly, making the elf blush. The way they defended him yesterday really surprised us. It's like 2 girls defending the man they love to the death, right there with the captain and me, Tien said, moved. I want to hear how their love triangle started. TTT love trio. Stammered Alice, blushing furiously. The elves were the purest women when it came to love, and hearing such topics embarrassed them greatly, especially when they were involved. How did you come to the agreement to share it? Tiona asked curiously. Let's go, Alicia. Don't listen to the nonsense of these Amazons. A blushing Aki took her friend's hand, and they quickly left the place to avoid talking to the Amazons anymore. They're in love, it's written all over their faces, Tien said, watching them quickly walk away. Well, I don't blame them, that boy has a pretty face. How long do you think they'll remain in their denial phase? Tiona asked curiously. I don't know, but soon they'll find it impossible to deny what they feel for that albino boy. Seeing couples like that makes me want the captain in my arms even more, Tien exclaimed, hugging herself as a pink aura surrounded her. While the Amazons were locked in their world in the streets of Arario, the 2 friends walked towards the blue pharmacy. But both of them had a blush on their faces, remembering Tiona and Tien's words. Those 2 have nothing better to do than bother others, Aki complained, trying to hide her embarrassment. The one who couldn't was Alicia, who was clearly blushing. Topics related to love always embarrassed her, especially when she was the protagonist of the topic. Although now that Tiona and Tien brought up that topic, a doubt arose in the mind of the beautiful elf. Aki, the girl, whispered her friend's name. What? You don't like Belle, do you? She asked, embarrassed, looking at the cat. She just opened her eyes in surprise as the blush she was trying to hide grew more and more intense. Oh, of course not, I don't like Belle, he's just my friend, Aki denied, looking away, though with a strange discomfort as he said those words. The moment Alicia heard those words, a feeling of relief filled her heart. That's great, it would be a problem if we were both in love with him, Alicia whispered, barely audible, looking down. What? Aki turned her gaze back to her friend with a surprised expression. What did you say, Alicia? He asked, not believing what he had just heard. And nothing, I didn't say anything, she stammered with a nervous smile. But obviously Aki didn't believe that lie. She clearly heard what the elf said and it completely baffled her. Is Alice perhaps, she thought, full of surprise. Aki was about to ask him for the truth, but something stopped her from asking her question. And that was that they had already arrived at the Blue Pharmacy, but there was something different about the place. Something very, very different. What? Both girls said at the same time, not believing what they were seeing. And what had they seen? The Blue Pharmacy, a pharmacy that barely had 2 customers all day, a pharmacy that wasn't famous, now surprisingly had a line of more than 20 people at the door. Everything was fine up to that point, but there was a problem. Those 20 customers in line were all women. Young people aged 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20, anxiously queuing for their turn. Humans, Amazons, beastmen, hobbits, and what Alice disliked most, elves, about 6 pretty elves anxiously queuing up. What happened here? Aki wondered, not understanding anything. They're probably just customers, Alicia said with a nervous smile. The smile disappeared when she heard the girls talking. Are you sure bellcranel works here? A beautiful black-haired elf asked anxiously. Absolutely, there are many people who have seen him come in here every day, I have no doubt, said an excited brown-haired human. That conversation made both girls frown in disgust, quickly understanding what was happening. It was more than obvious, Aki thought with disgust. Belle faced a minotaur face to face in front of more than 100 people. It was obvious that he would quickly become popular, especially among novice adventure girls, and his cute face didn't help much. Your mom was right, Alicia, Aki whispered with a serious expression. I told you so, said the elf, just like her friend. But it didn't end there. To top it all off, 2 Amazons left the pharmacy with happy smiles. It's very beautiful up close, said one of the Amazons with a smile, carrying in her hands a few potions that she had probably bought. You're right, and he's also very innocent. Did you see how he reacted when I stole that kiss on his cheek? The moment the Amazon said those words, both girls' minds went blank. The kiss, they both whispered, unable to believe it. Kiss. That Amazon had kissed Belle. To the innocent and pure Belle. The feeling of disgust and jealousy arose within both of them as they watched the 2 Amazons walk away from the pharmacy, chatting about how cute Belle was. Let's go in, Alicia whispered, starting to walk alongside her friend. They didn't even bother to queue. They just went straight to the door to enter the pharmacy. And obviously the others didn't like that. Hey. The shout of a black-haired wolf girl who appeared to be about 18 years old stopped the 2 girls in their tracks. What? Aki said with a sour face. We don't care how much you want to see Belle, but respect the line. We've all been patient here waiting to see him, and we're not going to let you 2 just walk right in, Beastman complained, prompting the others in line to respond to her words. Bro? Aki whispered, approaching Beastman, while Alicia stayed put, watching everything with a serious expression. Yes, child, respect the rules, he said, facing the cat. But she didn't even flinch, and to the surprise of everyone except Alicia, Aki grabbed Beastman by the collar of her shirt and pulled her closer to her. Listen here, little wolf, Aki said with an intimidating look. Alicia and I are the women who have the most right to see Belle. We've been by his side since before he defeated that minotaur, unlike you gold diggers who only care about him for his strength. So I'm not going to let a bunch of little girls like you force me to stand in line to see someone important to me. Alicia and I can come and go as we please, and neither you nor anyone else is going to stop us. Do you understand, or should I explain it another way? Beastman, intimidated by Aki's threat, could only nod repeatedly, as fear prevented her from speaking. I hope that's clear, she said, releasing Beastman's grip on her neck before looking at the other girls. And you'd better watch out if I find out any of you kissed her without her consent, or I swear you'll regret it. And with those words, Aki turned around and walked towards the pharmacy while Alicia looked at all the girls with a small smile. Interested, the elf whispered, then turned around and followed Aki. Meanwhile, the other girls were simply surprised by what had just happened. Those girls are real fans, whispered a human. Inside the pharmacy. The blushing Belle was tending to a black-haired human of about 14 years old as she looked at him as if he were the most amazing person in the world. Here's your order, he said nervously, handing the girl a bag with about 5 potions. Thank you so much. She said happily, taking the bag and leaving the pharmacy. The moment the girl left the pharmacy, Belle let out a tired sigh. Why do I have to do this? he thought, blushing. Throughout the morning, 4 girls had kissed him on the cheek when he was off guard, and among them was a shy elf who, after giving him the kiss, ran away from the pharmacy very embarrassed, but not as much as Belle, who looked like he was about to have a heart attack. After recalling those embarrassing moments, he turned his gaze to the side of him where his captain Naza stood with a huge smile on her face, counting at least a dozen bags full of valise that were on the table. "Ha. Come on. Keep coming," she exclaimed excitedly, counting the 10th bag. "We're not even halfway through the day and we've already won over 100,000 valise. Blessed be the day you were born, Belle. Blessed be the day you joined our family. Blessed be the day you got the luck skill. Just keep that pretty face of yours and we'll reach the top." "Naza-san, I don't think my heart can take another customer," he whispered, embarrassed. "Just hold on for another 20 or 30 years and we'll be the richest people in the city, ha. At that moment, the pharmacy doors opened again, catching both of their attention. Naza smiled happily, thinking it was just another customer, while Belle, embarrassed, thought it was just another girl who would look at him with hungry eyes like the Amazons. But they were surprised to find that it was Aki and Alicia who had unfriendly faces, which scared Belle. "So you're using your popularity to attract women to the pharmacy," Aki said in a serious tone of voice. "You disappoint me, Belle," Alicia whispered, avoiding Belle's eyes. It's not what you think," he said, scared and nervous. "I was worried thinking you were still in bad shape from your fight, but I find you flirting with women." "It seems I worried for nothing," she said, still in her angry tone, approaching the albino. "I'm doing this against my will. Naza-san asked me to." The albino shouted, not wanting to anger them both any further. The moment she said that, both girls turned their gaze to Naza, who was counting valise. "What?" she said, surprised by the way they both looked at each other. "How can you use Belle like that?" Alice asked indignantly. "I'm not forcing him to do anything, he can leave whenever he wants, but he doesn't," the girl defended herself. "Because you know he's too noble to refuse to do a favor," Aki accused. "Oh, come on. Don't exaggerate, it's not like I'm prostituting him," Naza said, patting Belle on the back. "We'll only do this until we raise the money for the debt and can pay it off. Until you gather everything. Do you expect me to just sit around watching all those women flirt with Belle?" Aki asked, clearly jealous. "You have no right to complain. Or are you his girlfriend?" Naza retorted with a sly smile. Aki's cheeks flushed slightly at that question. "And no, but he's my friend and it bothers me when women approach him like that," she defended herself nervously. "Those are the reactions of someone who's in love," Naza whispered, just loud enough for Aki and Alicia to hear. "Aki, Alicia, could it be that you two?" That's not the point," Alicia stammered, blushing. "Besides, I'm not jealous." At that moment, the pharmacy doors opened, signaling a new customer and capturing everyone's attention. The new client was a very beautiful elf with white hair who appeared to be about 19 years old and had blue eyes. "Belle-sama," said the elf, blushing as she saw Belle. Belle, upon seeing the elf's beauty, was mesmerized, which was noticed by Alicia. No, she repeated over and over, approaching the elf. "The only elf who can be here is me." But. The girl tried to say something, but Alicia didn't let her, grabbing her by the shoulders and pulling her out of the pharmacy. "No elves allowed, I'm the only exception," I shouted, then closed the door and changed the open sign to closed. "Hey. Don't close it," Naza shouted when she saw what Alicia had done. "That's jealousy," Aki whispered with an anime-style sweat drop, watching Alicia blush as she realized what she had done. Meanwhile, Belle just stood there nervously watching the 3 girls argue. "Belle has the right to refuse to do this," Aki told Naza. "It's easy for you to say that. Well, you bathe in money in your Twilight mansion, we bathe in misery. We need money," Naza exclaimed in defense. But some of those women might take advantage of Belle," Alicia said, blushing. "And you think I'm going to allow it? The 4 women who kissed him on the cheek did it when I was distracted. If I had noticed, I would have kicked them out," Naza said angrily. "So there were 4 of them," Aki and Alicia said, giving an accusing look to a nervous Belle. Don't look at me like that, I couldn't see help it," he defended himself, frightened. "Couldn't you or didn't you want to?" Aki asked, narrowing her eyes. "Okay. Fine, let's talk this over calmly in the living room," Naza shouted, wanting to end the discussion. "That sounds good to us," Aki and Alicia said, satisfied that Belle wouldn't be seeing any more girls. "While we chat, Belle can attend to the customers," Naza said with an innocent smile. "No." A little while later. We are now in the pharmacy room where Aki, Alicia and Naza were sitting having coffee. "Why, Belle?" He received orders from Naza to go clean the 2nd floor of the pharmacy, so he left, leaving the 3 of them alone. Aki and Alicia were blushing slightly as they drank their coffee, while Naza had an amused smile on her face. Business was going so well, Naza whispered, letting out a tired sigh. So? She asked them both. What was all that about? Jealousy of friends, they both said, embarrassed by their recent actions. That doesn't exist, he said, laughing at the response. Tell me, how much longer will you continue to deny the undeniable? Why, you're wrong, Naza, Aki stammered. We're just worried that someone might try to take advantage of him. Why yes, Belle is our friend and we care about him, the embarrassed elf affirmed. Really? She said, not believing them at all. Is that it, or will another girl come along and win him over? The moment Naza said that, both of them remained silent, not knowing what to say. You are an open book, he said with a smile. You say one thing, but your face says the opposite. Don't make fun of me, Aki said angrily. It seems they will be upset until they are sure that Belle will not be taken away from them. You're wrong. Before Alicia could finish speaking, Naza raised her finger to signal them to be quiet. Listen, girls, I'm going to tell you something that only Maichi-sama and I know. I'll tell you so you can relax and realize what you've been denying from the beginning, she said, capturing their attention. But I don't want you to tell anyone what I'm about to say, not even Belle. Why? They asked, confused. Because if it comes to light, it would create a disaster among the gods, and Belle isn't someone who can keep secrets, she said, making both of them open their eyes in surprise. What's it about? Asked Alice, very curious and afraid, thinking it was something that would endanger Belle. Did you ever wonder why Belle leveled up so fast? The moment Naza asked that question, both of their eyes widened in surprise. Is there a secret way to do that? Aki asked, unable to believe it. SHHH. Lower your voice, Belle doesn't need to hear, Naza said irritably. Aki just shrank back in her seat, embarrassed by the scolding. Go on, whispered the cat. Very well, the truth of all your growth is you, she said with a small smile. When Naza finished saying those words, both girls' curious expressions changed to confused and surprised ones. For us? Said Alice, confused. What do you mean? Aki asked. Unwavering desire, Naza whispered so only the two of them could hear. Belle has an ability called unwavering desire. That's his ability. It will accelerate his growth rapidly, as long as his feelings don't change. Upon hearing the explanation, both girls looked at each other confused, not understanding what he meant by that. Still don't you understand? Naza asked, receiving a negative nod from both of them. That ability appeared because of you. Feelings Belle's deep affection for you both is so great that it even gave him an ability to be by your side. Open your eyes. Belle is in love. Upon hearing those last words, both of their expressions changed to one of great surprise at such a revelation. I'm in love, the two of them stammered, unable to believe it. Then he said Alice as her face gradually turned red. Exactly, or one of three things. Belle is in love with Aki, Belle is in love with Alicia, or Belle is in love with both of them. Whichever option it is, his feelings are so strong that it granted him the ability to grow faster, so he can keep up with the person or people he loves in this case, you too, she explained, watching with amusement as their expressions shifted from surprise to embarrassment to happiness to doubt. It was certainly entertaining to watch. When did that ability appear? Aki asked, still processing the information. I'm not sure, but I think it was when I started training with you guys. Back then, I spent almost all day with you at the pharmacy, so my feelings might have awakened then, Naza said, reminiscing about those days. So Belle is in love with us? Alicia whispered, looking down, not believing what she had just heard. All this time, Aki said, echoing her friend. Little by little, both of their faces became redder and redder as they processed the information. So relax, Belle doesn't have eyes for anyone else, Naza said, looking amusedly at them both. I've told you all this because Belle probably still mistakes the love he feels for one or both of you for friendship, knowing how dense he is. So what will you do now that you know this? Both girls just kept their heads down, thinking about Naza's question. What will they do? Well, that's something they're not sure about at that moment. Knowing that their best friend was in love with one of them completely threw them off, and that caused hidden or suppressed feelings from both of them to start surfacing. Both of their hearts and thoughts were a mess at that moment. Naza-san. Both girls were startled when they heard Belle's voice enter the room. Looking up, they could see him entering the place with a nervous smile, probably still thinking about what had happened a while ago. Just seeing Belle's smile made both their cheeks blush and their hearts leap, something that hadn't happened to them before, or maybe it had, but this time stronger than before. What's wrong, Belle? Naza asked with a friendly smile. Where are the cleaning supplies? Belle asked, confused. I think they're in Maichi-sama's room. He usually keeps them there since he cleans his room all the time, she said, letting out a soft laugh. Then the sound of a chair moving caught both of their attention. It was Aki who had stood up. And I'm leaving now, she said, looking down and avoiding Belle. And me too, said Alice, also standing up. They couldn't stay there a minute longer, not after what they heard. Their hearts wouldn't let them rest. So fast? Belle asked, disappointed. That single action by Belle made both of their hearts leap again, filled with a flood of emotions. Why yes, see you tomorrow. Aki said goodbye, quickly leaving the room. Goodbye Belle and congratulations on the level up, Alicia said, congratulating her friend and saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Belle just stayed in the same place, confused by the actions of both of them. It was the first time they had behaved like that since he had met them, and it confused him a lot. Did something happen? He asked his captain. Not that I know of, he replied with an innocent smile. That's too bad, and I wanted to show them my new magic, he whispered, disappointed. Don't worry, you can do it another day, she said, patting him on the head. Now let's open the pharmacy again. Well, outside the pharmacy. As both girls left, they could see that there were still some women waiting for the pharmacy to open, perhaps to ask Belle for an autograph or simply to see him, but they didn't care and walked right past. Naza's words echoed over and over in both their minds as they stared at the ground. Belle is in love. It repeated itself over and over in his mind like a broken record. From one of you two. And no longer able to contain it, both their faces burst into a deep red color from the great shame they felt at that moment, accompanied by happiness. Belle is in love with me. They both shouted in their minds, still unable to believe it. Belle likes me. Things would never be the same for this trio of friends from now on. End of chapter. I'm in love with Belle. Firebolt. A huge burst of flame shot out of the albino's palm, hitting one of the straw dolls. He was with Aki and Alicia on the wall showing his new magic to both girls. His body was now fully healed and his level up was already known throughout Aurelio, and in a few days his god was going to meet with all the gods to think of a nickname for him. What do you think? Belle asked excitedly to both girls. Doesn't it have a song? Alice asked, surprised. No, Kami-sama says I obtained a very special magic, Belle explained proudly. How envious I am, murmured Alice, since she, like everyone who uses magic, would like to have one without a chant. It's a really good magic, you can use the element of surprise against your enemies, Aki advised, happy about Belle's new magic. Right. This magic is incredible. She said with a big smile before launching her magic at her targets again. And it was good for both girls because that way he couldn't see the blush they had when they saw his charming smile. I still can't believe he likes me, Aki thought, watching Belle aim the targets. Damn. This is the first time I've ever been in a situation like this. Haha, Belle likes me, thought Alicia with a smile, watching the albino continue training. But the bad thing. They both looked at each other at the same time as the same thought passed through their minds. Who is also in love with Alicia, who is also in love with Aki, they both thought, observing each other before quickly looking away. While Belle continued to be excited about his magic, unaware that both girls were thinking about him behind his back. This will be problematic, they both thought, not knowing what to do from now on. A little while later. After training for a few hours as usual, the three leaned against a wall to observe the city and rest a little. Do you have any plans for now? Belle asked the two of them. Alicia, who was standing next to him, felt a little nervous because of his closeness. Well, I had planned to go read at the library, the elf replied in a timid tone of voice. I think I'll just wander around for a bit, replied Aki, who seemed a little calmer than Alicia. And you, Belle? Me? Well, I'm going to help Naza-san with the pharmacy, he replied calmly. Naza is very cunning, using your popularity to attract clients. She's someone to be feared, Aki said, narrowing her eyes. Haha, she's only doing it to pay off the debt, Belle said with a nervous smile. Just be careful, Belle, especially of the Amazons. They might take advantage of you, advised a worried Alicia. You're right, I don't want to find out that one morning they find you naked in the middle of Aurelio surrounded by a group of Amazons, Aki said, thinking about that outcome. The moment Aki said those words, a great chill ran down the albino's spine. Aki. Don't say that. Cried Alicia, red-faced, imagining the scene. I don't know if I should even run the pharmacy anymore, Belle whispered, frightened. Don't worry, I highly doubt they'll try anything, Alice reassured the rabbit. And if they do, I'll be there to protect you. Thank you, Alicia-san. I'll be there to protect you too, Belle. Aki exclaimed, a little jealous at the sight of the two interacting. And what will you do? You're the one who instilled that fear in her, Alicia accused, pushing her friend slightly. I am stronger than you, said the proud cat. Don't start with that, Aki, said the offended elf. You may be stronger, but I'm smarter. Hey. While the two girls were arguing, Belle just watched everything with a nervous smile. Come on, don't fight, he said, but neither of them paid any attention to him. So, nervously, I tried to stop their argument, but with each passing second, the fight grew longer, frightening the rabbit. I think I'll go now, he whispered, frightened. I'll see you tomorrow. And obviously they didn't even answer him because they were fighting, so I took advantage of that moment to quickly climb down from the wall. After about 30 seconds of Belle leaving, both girls stopped arguing to look around. "It seems he's already gone," Aki said, seeing no trace of the rabbit anywhere. "I feel bad for having ignored Belle," Alice said sadly. After that, they both let out a long sigh, then leaned against the wall and looked at the city. "It's difficult to be around him knowing that he's in love with us," Aki said with a slight blush. "Tell me about it. I had to use all my willpower not to get nervous every time I went near him to show him new ways to use the dagger," Alicia said, embarrassed. "Belle is a pervert for falling in love with both of us." "He's not a pervert, he hasn't even realized what he feels," Aki whispered, thinking about the albino's face. Meanwhile, Alicia just watched her friend's lost gaze, remembering a certain question she had asked her just a few days ago. "Aki?" "Yes," he said without taking his eyes off the city. "I'll ask you again, are you in love with Belle?" she asked, stepping down from the wall to look directly at her friend. This time Aki wasn't surprised, she just blushed slightly. "I'll be honest, Aki, I am in love with Belle," she said with a serious expression, but the deep blush on her face broke the seriousness. "Since when?" Aki whispered, looking down. "To be honest, I was interested in him from the first moment I saw him," she confessed, surprising Aki. "That day we found him on the 7th floor of the dungeon and you scolded him for being reckless, that's when I became interested in him. Not romantically, I just thought, I want to be friends with this guy and I did. I became his friend, but without realizing it, I also fell in love. I didn't realize it until the day he almost died at the hands of the Minotaur in the dungeon. That day I realized how important he was to me. So today I can say with certainty that I'm in love with Belle." Aki just stared in surprise at Alicia, seeing how sincere she had been with her feelings, something that had always embarrassed her and was very difficult for her to show what she really felt, but now she had revealed all her feelings. "And you, Aki? What do you feel for Belle?" she asked, still embarrassed by what she had just said. "Please, be honest with me." Upon hearing those words, Aki simply lowered her gaze, thinking about everything she had experienced with Belle since she met him, most of them very special and which she would probably never forget. She whispered, looking at her friend with embarrassment. I'm also in love with Belle." Alicia could only smile slightly when she saw that her friend was finally honest about her feelings. "Unlike you, I don't know when I fell in love with Belle. I just know I'm in love with him," she said, turning her gaze shyly toward the city. "It's funny, I've been with many men in my life, but none of them made me feel these ways, not even Raul, who's been my best friend and partner in adventure for 8 years. The only one who's ever made me blush, made me nervous, made me happy every time I see him, and made my heart race for him has been Belle, and no one else. That's why I'm 100% sure I'm in love with Belle. I was just embarrassed to admit it since it's the first time I've ever been in love." "I'm glad you've finally found love," Alicia said, happy for her friend. "The bad thing is you fell for the same boy I like. And the bad thing is that the same boy is in love with both of them." Upon hearing that, both girls smiled nervously, realizing that detail. "So what do we do now that we've put our feelings on the table?" Aki asked. "What do we do?" said Alice, confused. "You know, I want to be in a relationship with Belle, but I don't want my best friend to be alone. I also want you to be happy with Belle, but I don't want to be alone watching my best friend be happy with the guy I like," she said with an anime-style sweat drop as she realized what she had said. At that moment an imaginary light bulb appeared in Alice's head, a sign that she had an idea. "I know!" she exclaimed excitedly. "What do you know?" she asked curiously. "Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins twice will have the right to win Belle's heart," said the elf, proud of her idea. "Do you want to let our love life be decided by a game?" the cat asked with a nervous smile. "Yeah. Since," he said, downplaying its importance. "Great. Are you ready?" Alicia asked excitedly. "List. Stone. Paper. Scissors." "Yes. I won." Aki celebrated, raising her fist in victory. "I'll be able to win Belle over." "Congratulations, Aki, I hope you'll be happy," Alicia whispered depressedly. Obviously Aki felt bad seeing her friend in that state. Her heart wouldn't allow her to leave things like that. "Hey, Alicia, do you think I'm the one who won 4 times?" a smiling Aki suggested. "Really?" the elf asked, her spirit slowly returning. "Sure. Come on, let's do it." "Yeah. Stone. Paper. Scissors. I won," Alice shouted, overjoyed. "Get ready, Belle." "Congratulations, Alicia, take him to the moon for me," Aki said, trying to hide how sad she felt, but it was difficult. And obviously Alicia noticed this, and Aki, being her best friend, couldn't leave her like that. It broke her heart to see her sad. "Aki?" "Yeah? Do you think the one that wins 6 times is right?" he suggested with a small smile. "Really?" Aki asked in surprise. Of course. Anything for my best friend. Wood. Stone. Paper. Scissors. 2 hours later. Both girls were still playing on the wall, only this time with an extremely bored expression. How about the one that wins 200 times? Alice suggested sleepily. You know, we'll never reach an agreement on this, let's just drop it, Aki said, already wanting to end the silly game. You're right, I think it was a bad idea to put our love destiny in a game, Alice whispered, leaning against the wall just like her friend. So? Asked the cat. How do we decide who wins Belle's heart? I can't think of anything, said the elf boredly. What if each of them invites him on a date? Both girls were startled when they heard a third voice on the wall and began to look around. Hello. And there, a few meters away from them, was an elderly man with very worn clothes and a long white beard. Just by looking at him, you could tell he was a homeless person. Who are you and what are you doing here? Aki asked defensively. My name is Carl and I sleep here every night, the man replied calmly. Then nice to meet you, Carl, I'm Aki and this is my friend Alicia, she introduced herself, but without letting her guard down. Excuse me, a nervous Alicia said, catching the man's attention. What did you say before? Oh, of course, excuse me, but I overheard you talking about how you're both in love with the same guy. At those words, both girls blushed slightly. I can see that neither of you can decide what to do, so I propose that you each go on a date with that boy and show your feelings, and then he can decide what to do. It would be fair, the old man proposed with a smile. Both girls listened in surprise to the old man's advice. It wasn't a bad idea. Each of them would have their moment alone with the albino and could confess their feelings so that in the end, Belle could make the decision. Wow, I never thought a homeless person could give good advice, Aki whispered in disbelief. It's a good idea, actually, said Alice, echoing her friend. Right. I always give good advice, he said proudly. And now? What will you do? Alright, we'll take your advice, Carl-san, Aki said, looking at her friend. Each of us will have a whole day alone with Belle, and neither of us is allowed to interrupt the other's date or spy on her. Sound good? That sounds good to me. Alicia agreed excitedly. And it's only fair that Belle decides which of the two he wants to reciprocate. And no hard feelings in the end, Aki said, extending her hand. No hard feelings. And with those words they both shook hands, a sign that the agreement was sealed. I'm glad I could help with this agreement, Carl said, satisfied. Thank you for your advice. If I ever see you again, I'll give you a good amount of Alice, Aki said gratefully and promised. Don't worry, I simply enjoy watching how young people's love lives unfold. It's my hobby, said the old man, making them both smile nervously. Well, once again we thank you, but we have to go now, said the cat, starting to walk away with her friend. Sure, and good luck, he said, waving his arm as he left. And with that goodbye, both girls climbed down from the wall a little calmer than before. So, a date, they both thought at the same time. The date of a whole day alone with the albino was undoubtedly something that thrilled their hearts. At that moment, both of them began to put their minds to work, creating various plans to make the albino realize the feelings he has for each of them. Meanwhile, in the blue pharmacy, a small shiver ran down Belle's spine as he was cleaning the dining room table. I have a feeling these next few days are going to be crazy, the rabbit thought with a nervous smile. Get ready, Belle, Aki and Alicia thought excitedly. Meanwhile, on the wall, Carl remained seated on the ground, observing the place where Aki and Alicia had gone. Slowly, a smile began to form on his face, a smile of pride. What would you do without me, Belle? He said, looking up at the sky. You're great, Zeus. End of chapter. Invitation. Here is your order. A nervous Belle extended a bag containing about 6 potions to a beautiful Amazon standing in front of him in the pharmacy. Thank you very much, handsome, the Amazonian woman said, winking as she left the pharmacy with her purchase. The moment Belle left, he let out a tired sigh. I had been doing that for many days, and the worst part was that the number of customers didn't decrease. It seemed that now they would be regular customers. Perfect, Belle. 1 more month doing this and we'll get out of that debt. And the one who caused that problem arrived with a happy smile towards him. I thought that would be a one-day thing, Naza-san, the rabbit whispered wearily. I never said that, only until we pay off the debt, he said innocently. Belle's face only wrinkled more at her words. They still had a long way to go to pay off the debt, so he'd have to keep doing this for a while. Luckily, none of the clients were trying to take advantage of him anymore. That was something. I'm very sorry, Belle, but it's for the greater good. If by chance a huge mansion with a great fortune were to come into our hands, you would stop doing this. Mansion? Fortune? I don't think I'm lucky enough for that to happen, Belle said dejectedly. Then they both saw a letter being slipped under their door, confusing them. What is that? Belle asked, confused. It's a book, Naza said sarcastically. Obviously a letter, I just hope it's not more dead. And crossing his fingers, Naza reached where the letter had fallen to take it in his hands and read it. Well? Belle asked, seeing the confused look on his captain's face. Well, she said doubtfully, reading the letter over and over. I don't think they made a mistake. What's happening? The confused Maich arrived at the scene after hearing that his two children had suddenly fallen silent. Maich-sama, I think you'll be interested in this, Naza said, handing the letter to her god. Let's see, he said curiously, taking the letter and reading it. Were we invited to a party by Apollo? The party? The albino said, confused. Yes, and it seems it will be in a few days, one day after I choose your adventurer name, said Maich, still surprised by the invitation. This is strange, they never considered us for those parties, you know, we're poor so we're not on that level, Naza said with a bad feeling. Something's wrong with this. I'd like to believe they just took us into account and that's it, but Apollo isn't someone you can trust, Maich said, echoing Naza's sentiments. Is the god Apollo really that bad? Belle asked, confused by the strange atmosphere that had formed. That god is disgusting. Many say he's beautiful, but he never gave me a good feeling. You seem more like a god than him, Naza replied, referring to Belle. Upon hearing those words, the albino blushed slightly at having been called god. What will we do? Maich asked, not very sure. It says here that I can bring one of my children to the party, preferably one with white hair. That's very specific, Belle said with a slight shiver. Upon hearing that comment, god and daughter looked into each other's eyes, already knowing what was happening. Give us a moment, Belle, Naza said with a small smile, walking away with her god, leaving the albino alone. Once they were at a safe distance, they both began to whisper so that Belle wouldn't hear. What I feared has happened, Maich whispered to his daughter. It seems that God has set his sights on Belle, on our Belle, Naza whispered, biting her nail in frustration. I knew its rapid growth would attract one or two gods, he said fearfully. What do we do now? I have no idea but we can't lose Belle, not now that it's good marketing. I see. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding, she apologized with a nervous smile. The point is, we can't refuse the invitation. If we do, that god will definitely try something with us. You're right, maybe we can handle this peacefully and Belle will stay with us, Maich said hopefully. I don't think we can get along peacefully, he said, knowing what most gods were like. For now, we just have to accept it without telling Belle what we think. If he finds out that god has his eye on him, he'll be terrified. Well, but I don't have a formal suit, Maich said, frightened. Don't worry, Belle's pretty face brought us a lot of money this week, Naza reassured him with a satisfied smile. And with that said, God Independent returned once again to where Belle was patiently waiting for them. Well? The albino asked curiously. We'll go to that party, Naza replied, trying to sound calm. The party is in a week, so we have time to prepare for the worst, she thought the last part. And who will accompany Kami-sama? I don't know, it says here that it should have white hair, maybe it's referring to me, Naza replied sarcastically. But I've never been to a party and I don't have a suit, he said nervously, imagining himself at a high-profile party. Don't worry, Bunny, that's all sorted out, the girl reassured him, ruffling Belle's hair. You can ask Aki and Alicia to help you pick out a suit and I can give you the money. Aki-san and Alicia-san. He whispered sheepishly, imagining the two of them watching him try on all sorts of outfits. Knowing them, they'd make him try on all sorts of outfits. He'd practically be putting them both on a modeling show. Just thinking about it embarrassed him. I still wonder how he's still unable to realize his feelings, Naza thought with disappointment. Although I still wonder if it's because of both of us or just one of us. Well, there are still days until the party, so let's get back to our work, said the smiling Maich, not wanting to think about Apollo anymore, returning to his office to create the potions. You heard that, Belle. That suit isn't going to buy itself, Naza said with a smile as she watched more customers approach the pharmacy. Yes, he said dejectedly, returning to his post. I wonder if Aki-san and Alicia-san will be going to the party, the rabbit thought, watching a customer enter. Luckily he was a man, so he wouldn't be harassed this time. You're so handsome, boy, said the muscular man, winking at him. Naza-san. Meanwhile, at the Twilight Mansion. Not long ago, a messenger from Apollo had arrived at the mansion to deliver a letter to the goddess Loki, much to her confusion. So Loki, along with his 3 top executives, went to the main office to read the letter in case it turned out to be something important, although, given that it was Apollo, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Is this something important? Finn asked curiously, seeing Loki smile as he read the letter. Apollo will throw a party in a few days. Exclaimed the goddess excitedly. At that comment, the 3 executives sighed. That party was only for the excitement of the gods, so it didn't benefit them at all. Well, then let's get back to our work, Finn ordered dismissively. And this time I can take one of my children with me, Loki said happily, noticing that detail. Those words made the three of them nervous about having to accompany Loki. "Reveria," he said, looking at the tall elf. "Come with me." "No," she quickly refused, much to the goddess's sadness. "He didn't even think about it," she whispered dejectedly, looking at her family's captain. "Finn. I'm sorry, but you know I have a lot of work," she said with a nervous smile. "Aerith?" I asked, looking hopefully at the dwarf. "Are you inviting me to a gala?" I asked, surprised. "You're right, it's not for you," he said, thinking about who to invite until a certain blonde girl popped into his head. "I know. I'll take Ace Tan." "Too late," Reveria interrupted, looking out the window. "I think Ace overheard your words and is fleeing the mansion." "What?" An agitated Loki looked out the window, watching her favorite daughter run through the courtyard with her sword and a Jack American in her mouth, then jump over the wall and flee the mansion. This made the three executives break out in an anime-style sweat drop. Except for Loki, who curled up into a ball on the ground. "Why doesn't anyone want to go with me?" she whispered dejectedly. "I wonder why that is," Reveria said, knowing what her goddess was like. "Why don't you walk around the mansion and ask someone if they want to go? Maybe someone will be interested," Finn suggested. "For some reason, I feel like everyone is going to reject me," she said, still discouraged. "If you don't ask them, you'll never know," Finn insisted, gently nudging his goddess to leave the office. "Goodbye." And with those words he closed the door, leaving his goddess outside the office. "Next time I get some Soma wine, I won't give you a single drop," Loki said angrily at how she was treated. After that, he turned his gaze to the mansion's hallways, seeing one or two family members walking calmly by. "Well, time to find a volunteer," he thought, launching his attack. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion. Aki and Alicia were walking calmly through the mansion's corridors without any particular direction, discussing an important matter. "Have you thought about where to go with Belle?" Aki asked her elf friend curiously. "Not yet. And you?" she asked her friend. "I was thinking of going on a typical cliché date, but I'm not sure," she said, frustrated. "I never thought all this dating stuff would be so difficult. Although it is Belle after all, I'm sure he'll be happy wherever I go," Alice said gracefully. At that comment, both of them let out a slight laugh, knowing what their friend and love interest was like. "It's strange," Aki said, observing the courtyard as they walked. "But strange. That we both talk so naturally, knowing we're in love with the same person," she said with a small smile. "I've seen some people argue and even end their friendships just to be with the person they love." "Well, we're not like that, although it's a little embarrassing," said Alice, scratching her cheek in shame. "You know how we elves are about these matters of love." "Don't worry, I feel the same way. Until a few months ago, all I cared about was being stronger so my family would be proud, and look at me now, I'm in love with a boy who is much younger than me," she said with a blush on her cheeks. Without a doubt, Belle achieved what we thought would never happen. Making us fall in love. They both remembered the day they met him and all the adventures they had together. The scoldings Aki gave him for going to floors he wasn't familiar with. Alicia's constant teasing when they first met. How they defended him from those bullies who wanted to hurt him. The first time they visited him at the Blue Pharmacy. Their first training session with him, where Aki felt jealous for the first time seeing Belle praise Alicia. The day Alicia gave Belle her special dagger as a gift, something that showed how important he was to her. The day they decided to go down to the lower floors, where Belle almost died at the hands of a minotaur, much to their terror. The time they fought over who would give him a lap pillow. Their first date on Monsterphilia Day, where the three of them had a wonderful time until Belle decided to face the Minotaur head-on, which, to their delight, he won. And the day they were both honest about their feelings and admitted to being in love with him. They had so many memories with the albino that it almost seemed as if they had known him for years. That only brought a nostalgic smile to both of their faces. It was more than obvious that in the end they would both fall in love with him. It was inevitable. But Alicia's voice interrupted both of their thoughts, causing Aki to look up at her. "What?" she said, confused. "What will happen if it turns out he's really in love with both of us?" Alicia asked, embarrassed and worried. It was a doubt that had arisen in both of them since Naza revealed the truth about Belle's growth. If he loved them both, what would they do? Would they have to fight to see who could win the albino's heart completely? Or should I give up on being in a relationship with him and just stay friends? Or the most embarrassing thought that crossed both of their minds when they found out about it. Share with B. He. Before they could both complete their shameful thought, their goddess's voice was heard from the other side of the hallway, catching both of their attention. "What do you want, Loki?" Aki asked, watching her goddess approach. While Alicia tried to get those embarrassing thoughts out of her mind. "Would any of you like to go to a party with me?" Loki asked, hoping that someone would accept. I had already made the request to 10 others, but they had all refused, saying they had things to do. Now their hopes rested on them. "Party?" They both said at the same time, confused. Yes. Apollo is throwing a party for the gods, but this time we're allowed to bring one of our children, she said excitedly. What do you say? Is anyone interested? I'm sorry, but no. Alice was the first to refuse, much to Loki's dismay. You too, she said, losing faith in her children. Don't take this the wrong way, Loki, but I don't like parties. I feel nervous in those places, Alicia explained to her goddess. I'll go. Both looked at Aki as she said those words, Loki happy and Alicia confused. Really? Alicia asked, confused. I thought you didn't like parties. And it's still like that, but this time it's from the gods. I'm curious to see what they're like. That was partly true, but she was also doing it to clear her mind a little about Belle. Maybe at that party she would come up with what to do on her date and what decision to make in all the possible outcomes. Perfect. Loki shouted, launching himself to hug Aki, but she quickly dodged him. When is the festival of the gods? She asked curiously. It will be in a few days, you'll have to wear your best ball gown, Loki advised, still excited. I also advise you to learn to dance in case any god or boy wants to ask you to dance. I don't want to dance with anyone but Belle, the embarrassed cat thought. Well, now that everything's sorted out, I'm going to have a drink. Goodbye. And in the blink of an eye, Loki disappeared, leaving the two friends alone once again. Do you think Belle will be at that party? Alicia asked curiously. I don't think so. Very small families are almost never taken into account, and even if that were the case, I doubt he'd go. You know how shy he is, Aki replied with a laugh. You're right, I can't imagine Belle wearing a formal suit. When Alicia said those words, they both imagined Belle in an elegant suit and with a very different hairstyle. At that thought, both of them blushed slightly because of how attractive he looked. Do you want to train in the yard? Aki suggested, embarrassed. That sounds good to me, Alicia agreed, as did her friend. And so, both still embarrassed, they went to the courtyard to train, unable to get the elegant Belle out of their minds. Little did they know that this party would bring many more problems to their favorite rabbit. End of chapter. Modeling. A new day dawned in the city of Arario, and two people walked calmly through its streets, observing every shop that was near them. They were Naza and Belle. A day had passed since they received that suspicious invitation from Apollo, and since they accepted it, Naza decided to take Belle to buy a formal suit so that he would impress everyone that night. You'll see, Belle, we'll find the best suit for you, Naza said decisively. Why didn't Kami-sama come with us? Belle asked, confused. Didn't he say he was going to buy a suit too? In principle, yes, but a friend of his decided to give him one, so it's no longer necessary, she replied, looking around for a clothing store. So you're the only one who needs your suit. Okay, but don't force me to try on all kinds of clothes, the albino pleaded, embarrassed. Come on, Belle, have I ever forced you to do anything against your will? She asks, offended. Fine, I did force you, but it's for the family's well-being, he defended himself, seeing Belle's serious expression. Once we finish paying off that annoying debt, we can live a peaceful life. You're right, we won't have to worry about that anymore. We'll be able to buy all the things we want without having to save money to give to someone else, we'll be able to improve the pharmacy and make it bigger, we'll be able to remodel our rooms, we'll be able to buy all kinds of food, the girl said excitedly, making Belle smile slightly. I really wish that debt would disappear, Belle said, understanding Naza. Once it's gone, perhaps more people will want to join our family. The moment he said that, Naza remained silent, confusing the albino. Naza-san. No, Naza whispered, lowering her gaze. We and Maichi-sama are more than enough. We don't need any more members. The memory of how her former colleagues turned their backs on her and Maichi when they needed them most was still etched in her mind, causing her a slight pain. Something Belle was already aware of. If we were to have more members and something bad were to happen in the family, they would turn their backs on us again. I don't want that, so we alone are more than enough, she said, crossing her arms. This made Belle smile slightly. Why aren't you including me? He asked, confused. After all, I'm a recent addition to the family. Don't be silly, Belle. We're already going through a tough time, and you're still by our side. That makes you the only person I trust completely besides Maichi-sama, she said, giving the rabbit a rather hard slap. So don't you ever say that again. Okay, he said, rubbing his shoulder where he'd been slapped. I promise to always be in the family. You'd better, and the day you want to leave you'll have to pay the sum of 100 million valis, he threatened, making Belle smile nervously. Understood. After that strange promise, they both continued their walk through Arario looking for a good quality clothing store. They had enough money, so they didn't have to worry about prices. But Naza wanted a store that sold quality clothes. She wanted Belle to look amazing in case one of her suitors showed up at the party. Naza? Belle? A familiar voice was heard behind them, causing them both to turn around quickly. Alicia-san. exclaimed the albino upon seeing the cute elf with a smile on her face. But surprisingly, this time she was alone. She wasn't being accompanied by Aki as usual. "And Aki?" Naza asked, puzzled. "It's strange not seeing them together." Well, she's busy," she said with a nervous smile, remembering how Aki had panicked when she realized she didn't have a dress and rushed out of the mansion to find one. "She's probably around here somewhere." "And what are you doing here, Alicia-san?" Belle asked, making the girl smile slightly again as she looked at him. "I'm just wandering around the city. I want to sort some things out in my mind," she replied with a nervous smile, looking away. Obviously Naza noticed that attitude, knowing what was really happening to him. "Damn it, I really want to see Belle try on all sorts of outfits," Naza thought in frustration. "But I have to get these idiots closer or they'll never get anywhere. The bad thing is Aki isn't here, so Alicia will take the lead. Oh well, I'm sure Aki will get her turn with him another day." While Naza was lost in thought, Alicia and Belle chatted animatedly. "And how are you doing with the dungeon?" the curious elf asked. "Well, pretty good. I only go in the mornings, but I'm managing to improve my stats a lot. I can already reach the 12th floor on my own," he replied excitedly, his enthusiasm contagious to Alicia. "That's good, I hope we can have another exploration together soon like before," he said, making Belle smile nervously as he remembered the time he almost died ruining the exploration. "Why yes, hopefully soon," she said, looking away. Obviously Alicia noticed his discomfort, so she decided to change the subject to help him relax. "And what are you and Naza doing here? Are you shopping?" "Well, we are." Before Belle could answer, Naza interrupted him. "Oh, I'd forgotten." She interrupted dramatically, confusing them both. "I had something to do at the pharmacy today, it was very important." "Really? Then we'd better go back," Belle suggested, noticing his captain's concern. "There's no need. I'll go alone," he said, then looked at Alice. "Yes?" she said, surprised. "Can you accompany Belle and help him with the shopping? Please," she asked, clasping her hands together. Sure but. Perfect. I'm counting on you," she said happily, then gave Belle a light hug. "Goodbye Belle, and remember, don't hang out with strangers." And with those words, Naza disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving them both very confused. "That's strange, as far as I remember Naza-san didn't have anything important to do today," Belle said, confused. While Alicia just stared in confusion at the place where Naza had just gone, seconds later she opened her eyes in surprise when she realized what she had done. "Naza, you're great." Alicia mentally shouted as she realized she was now alone with Belle. "I owe you one." "Alicia-san, if you wish you can continue with your business, I don't want to disturb you," said the rabbit with a shy smile. "Not at all, Belle, you'll never be a bother to me," said the elf with a lovely smile, making the albino blush. "And what are you buying?" "Well, I'm buying clothes for myself." The moment he said those words, Alicia's eyes lit up with happiness. Belle trying on clothes she thought as her imagination conjured up Belle in different outfits. "Thank you Naza." "Oh no," the albino thought when he saw Alicia's eyes light up. "That's perfect. I'd be happy to help," said Alice, a slight pink blush rising to her cheeks. "Let's go." And without caring about anything, Alicia took Belle's hand to drag him to some clothing store while Belle blushed for holding his friend's soft hand. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. Aki was in a women's clothing store looking at all kinds of dresses, but she found it very difficult to choose. "Why is it so difficult?" Aki thought with frustration. "Can I help you with something, miss?" The woman in her 30s approached Aki to help her with her problem. "Well, in a few days I'm going to a gala, but I don't know what kind of dress to wear," she said indecisively. "I understand," the woman said with a smile. "Are you trying to impress someone at that party?" As she said that question, Aki's cheeks flushed slightly as she thought about the albino. Well, the truth is I would like to impress that person, but I don't think they'll be at that party," she replied, embarrassed. "What if he arrives?" "I'd better be prepared," the woman advised. "If you'll allow me, I can recommend the most beautiful dresses in this store to impress the person you love." I would really appreciate it," whispered the embarrassed cat. "Then come with me," she asked, starting to walk while Aki followed her. "I really hope Belle is at the party," she thought, remembering the albino's smiling face. "I'm so excited to see him in formal attire or any kind of suit." Images of Belle trying on all kinds of clothes while modeling just for her came to Aki's mind. That only made the blush on her cheeks grow more. "I hope that one day I'll be lucky enough to have him model for me," she said with an embarrassed smile. Although I doubt he'd want to. While Aki was lost in her thoughts in another part of the city, Belle and Alicia were already in a clothing store. "Try this on," Alicia asked, handing the albino an emo-style suit. As soon as they arrived at the store, Alicia grabbed different types of clothes to have them ready when Belle finished trying one on. But she was about to refuse and tell him that she only wanted a formal suit. Please, Alice asked with a tender look. Oh okay, and in the end he had to accept, unable to resist that lovely look from the elf. Meanwhile, Alicia celebrated internally, watching Belle nervously walk to the men's changing rooms to try on clothes, so she would have to wait patiently. Why is she wearing chains? Belle thought, confused, looking at the clothes. Well, he said, resigned, and began to get dressed. Meanwhile, Alicia sat smiling in front of the changing rooms. I'm sorry, Aki, but I have to take advantage of this opportunity, the elf thought, eager for Belle to leave. I probably won't get another chance. These were not her plans for the day, but she wasn't complaining. Everything was going wonderfully since she was with the albino, making him model for her. While Alicia was lost in her thoughts, Belle just stared at himself in the dressing room mirror over and over again, looking embarrassed. This is so depressing, she thought, looking at her emo outfit. All I need now is black hair and a haircut. Are you ready, Belle? Alice's sweet voice could be heard on the other side of the curtain, making the rabbit nervous. I'm nervously rambling. So, closing her eyes and taking a long breath, she opened the curtain so that Alicia could see how she looked in her clothes. So? It suits you, said the elf, blushing as she saw Belle's new appearance. He almost always wore the same type of clothing, so it was something worth seeing when he tried on different clothes, and since it was emo clothing, it made him look intimidating and attractive at the same time. Alicia gave her a 10 out of 10 rating. This is embarrassing, I whispered, watching Alicia search for other clothes among all the ones she had chosen. Now try this on, she asked, extending another type of more casual clothing. But Belle was about to refuse and tell her that he only wanted to buy a formal dress, but when he saw the beautiful elf's eyes, he had no choice but to accept. Okay, I agreed, embarrassed, grabbing my clothes and going into the changing rooms. Meanwhile, Alicia remained anxious and waited patiently. Cute, whispered the elf with a beautiful smile. Do you like the clothes? The boy of about 25 years old approached the elf, catching her attention. What? Said Alice, since she didn't hear what he said. Do you like the clothes? The smiling boy asked. Yes, the clothes are good quality, she replied, remembering how Belle looked in his first outfit. And who are you? My name is Mark, and I own this shop, he said proudly. Are you looking for a dress for yourself? We have some very beautiful dresses for a beautiful girl like you. No, my friend is the one who's going to buy clothes, he replied, pointing to the men's dressing room, completely ignoring the compliment he received. Perfect. We have all styles of men's clothing, from elegant to brain style, he said, proud of his merchandise. That's great. Said Alice, excited to see Belle try on all those kinds of clothes. I have a feeling I'll make a lot of money here, the boy thought with a dollar sign in his eyes. Back with Aki. She was wearing a beautiful white evening gown that was somewhat tight-fitting, highlighting her figure. What do you think, miss? The woman asked, watching Aki look at herself in the mirror over and over again. It's not my style, she replied, a little embarrassed by how tight the dress was to her body, and also because it was somewhat difficult to move around in it. Don't worry, we still have many dresses that I assure you will like, said the woman, going to look for other dresses. Meanwhile, Aki just stayed in the same place trying to take off her dress without damaging it. But then her eyes caught sight of a beautiful white dress that was near her. Just by looking at it, you could tell it was a wedding dress. It's beautiful, I thought, touching the fabric. The image of her in that dress standing on an altar with Belle putting a ring on her finger flashed through her mind, making her blush. Don't be silly, Aki, we're not even dating, and you're already thinking about marriage, she scolded herself, embarrassed, trying to banish those thoughts from her mind as she took off her dress. Although I'd love to. While Aki was lost in thought, Belle continued modeling clothes exclusively for Alicia. What do you think of this one? You look great. And this one? It looks great on you. How are you? You look very handsome. Well? Too. Alicia had to interrupt Belle's modeling because her heart couldn't bear to see Belle in different clothes that made him look much more attractive than he already was. I think we should stop, the rabbit said sheepishly as Alice asked him to strike different poses, something he wasn't used to. Just one more, said the elf, wanting to see Belle in a formal suit. Try this one on. In a timid manner, Alicia handed him a white formal gown, which surprised Belle. Wow, I like this one, he whispered in amazement. And even though he was embarrassed, he went to the dressing rooms to see how it looked on him. If it was his size, he would buy it to wear to the party. Your friend looks amazing in all kinds of clothes, the owner said, amazed. Isn't that right? Alicia exclaimed excitedly. He looks good in any kind of clothes, that's not normal. I would like it to be the model for our store. We would surely get many customers. The moment he said those words, the image of Belle modeling for many people flashed through Alicia's mind, while dozens of women shouted his name wanting an autograph or a kiss from him. I don't think she likes modeling, she said with a nervous smile, trying to hide her displeasure. At that moment, the curtains of the dressing rooms opened, catching the attention of both of them. Alicia's eyes opened wide in surprise as a blush slowly appeared on her cheeks, growing larger. How does it look on me?" Belle asked, embarrassed, seeing how Alicia couldn't take her eyes off him. If Alicia had to describe Belle at that moment, it would be perfect. If anyone doubted Belle's attractiveness, well, with that white suit, they'd have to eat their words. "It looks splendid," exclaimed the owner excitedly. "You look incredible," Alicia whispered, her gaze still flushed, her eyes fixed on Belle. "I think I've just fallen in love again," she thought, her heart racing. Thank you," the albino stammered, embarrassed by the compliments. After that modeling session, Belle took off the suit to return to her normal attire, much to Alicia's disappointment, while carrying a bag with a white suit inside. "Sir, I'll take this one," said the albino. "I'm 25 years old," the boy recalled. "And good choice, I'm sure she'll really like all the clothes she buys." "Clothes? I just want this," Belle said, confused. But what about that?" I asked, pointing to a basket full of clothes that Belle had tried on. "Aren't you going to buy it?" "I am sorry, but I only want this one," she said with a nervous smile. Gradually, veins began to bulge on the owner's face as he heard those words. Then why the hell did she try on all those clothes if she wasn't going to buy them? He yelled angrily, startling Belle. "Corey." Upon hearing the scream, Alicia snapped out of her daze at seeing Belle in formal attire, then took his hand and fled the store, but not before Belle handed her the money for the suit while the man threw a tantrum. Outside the store, Belle and Alicia ran hand in hand until they were a considerable distance from the shop so as not to be chased until they stopped in front of a fountain. That was dangerous," Belle said with a nervous smile. "You're right, but it was worth it," she said, satisfied, having seen Belle wearing all sorts of outfits. "I'll remember it." Belle just blushed and mentally vowed never to model for anyone again. "Although I feel that I will do it again sometime in the future," he thought nervously, starting to walk alongside Alicia without realizing that they were still holding hands. Meanwhile, with Aki. "I'll take this one," said the smiling cat, handing the dress to the woman. "Excellent choice, miss," the woman praised. "I'll bring it to you in a few moments," she said, going into another part of the store to pack it. Meanwhile, Aki just looked at all the dresses with a smile. "It was difficult, but I think I chose the right one," she thought, remembering that she had tried on more than 5 dresses. Now all that's left is for Belle to be at that party. If Belle and her family were invited, it would make all her effort in choosing that dress worthwhile. "I'd like to see his surprised expression," I thought with a small smile. "And also see him in formal attire." I had no doubt that Belle would look perfect in those kinds of outfits. Just imagining it made my heart beat faster. "Here is your dress," the woman's voice pulled her from her thoughts as she watched her hand over the dress. "Thank you very much," Aki said, paying the agreed amount. "Thank you, and come back soon," the woman said goodbye with a smile. And with his goal achieved, Aki calmly left the store, breathing fresh air. "I think it's a good time to give him a beating to train with Raul," he corrected his thoughts, seeing that it was still a long way from nightfall. "Okay, let's go." And with a calm step, Aki began her walk towards the Twilight Mansion. Without realizing it, at the other end of the street, Belle and Alicia were walking hand in hand, slowly moving away from her without her noticing. Meanwhile, Alicia just kept smiling as she walked hand in hand with Belle, who seemed not to have noticed. Or at least that's what she thought. "Hey Alicia-san," the albino whispered. "How long will we continue holding hands?" he asked, embarrassed. "Sorry, I didn't realize," she said, letting go of his hand in disappointment. "By the way, Belle. And? Why did you buy a formal dress?" the curious elf asked. "Is there an important event?" "Well, my family was invited to a party by the god Apollo, and since he's allowed to bring one of his children, I decided to accompany him," he said, looking excitedly at his suit. The moment he said those words, Alicia's expression changed radically. "Hey, are you going to be at that party?" I asked, unable to believe it. "Yes," he replied, surprised by his friend's attitude. "I'm sorry, but no." Memories of how she refused Loki's invitation came to her mind, making her instantly regret it. "Ooh." I shouted to the 4 winds, unable to believe it. Aki stopped abruptly upon hearing her friend scream in the distance. "That's strange, I think I heard Alice scream," thought the cat, confused. "Perhaps it's my imagination." And downplaying it, Aki continued on her way to the mansion. "Is something wrong?" Belle asked worriedly, seeing her friend's condition. "Nothing's wrong with me," she whispered, a depressed aura surrounding her. "If you'll excuse me, I have to get back to the mansion." "Really? Then thank you very much for your help. Next time I'll treat you to lunch as a thank you," he promised, making a small sparkle appear in Alicia's eyes. "It's a promise," the elf whispered with a small smile. "Goodbye, Belle, it was a beautiful day by your side." And with those words, Alice ran off, leaving a humiliated Belle behind. Calm down, Belle whispered, touching his chest. Alicia's beautiful smile had embarrassed him, although all her expressions made him feel that way, just like Aki's. It would be best if I went back and showed my outfit to Naza-san, she said excitedly. And as if he were a child about to show his mother his new toy, Belle ran off towards the blue pharmacy. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Alice ran towards the mansion, dejected. I have to beg Loki to let me accompany her, she thought, flustered. I was such a fool. And so, with Belle in his formal attire, Aki in her beautiful dress, and Alicia scolding herself in her mind, another day ends for this love triangle. End of chapter. Discussion. Another quiet day at the Twilight Mansion, except for a certain detail that was happening in the hallways of said mansion. Please Loki, take me with you to the party. Nope. 2 days had passed since Alicia had gone out with Belle to buy her formal dress, and since she found out that he was going to that party, she had been asking Loki over and over again to let her go with him, which he always refused. Why so much interest now? Loki asked, confused. A few days ago you refused without hesitation. Well, curious. She said with an innocent smile. I'm not convinced, she said, crossing her arms. I'm sorry, Alicia, but Aki already has that position. She was the only one who agreed to work with me. She was like the only flower in a barren field. I didn't even want to go anyway, Alice said angrily, turning away. I hope you enjoy the party. And with those words Alice left, leaving a confused Loki alone. What's gotten into me now? She wondered, confused. I'd like to take her, but only one of my children is allowed. The other gods are very strict with the rules. Then an image flashed through her mind of her walking towards the party with Aki hugging her left arm and Alicia hugging her right arm. A perverted smile formed on his face at that thought. Stupid Apollo, you ruined a moment that could have been perfect, he complained, walking towards his room to get drunk. Meanwhile, with Alicia. She was walking with an angry expression, or so she thought, because if Belle saw her at that moment, he would find her angry expression endearing. Stupid parties with a guest limit, she whispered angrily, wanting to kick something, but there wasn't even a small stone to be found in the hallways. Imagining Belle at that party, dressed elegantly and laughing with Aki, made her feel disgusted. At least I got her to model just for me, he thought with a triumphant smile. Alicia. The elf was pulled from her thoughts by the sound of her friend Aki's voice approaching her. I've finally found you, said the cat when she was standing in front of her. Aki? Is something wrong? I asked, confused. Did you forget? She asked, surprised. What did I forget? We agreed that we would go together to the guild to see the nickname Belle received for her level up, she reminded, making Alicia's eyes widen in surprise. It's true. She had been so focused on asking Loki to let her go with him that she had forgotten about that important event. Will you come with me? The cat asked. Of course. It's Belle after all, I agreed with a smile, regaining my spirits once again. And with those words, the two friends left the Twilight Mansion and headed to the guild to see the list of new adventurer nicknames, where Belle's would be. What do you think his nickname is? Aki asked curiously as she walked through the city streets. It was well known that the gods almost always sought ridiculous nicknames for adventurers, so Belle would most likely have one like that. Seductive rabbit, replied the elf with a slight blush. Or elf fetishist. I don't think I'll get a nickname like that, Aki said with a nervous smile. Maybe Bull Killer or the Easter Bunny. They're very simple, the perfect nickname for Belle would be Alicia's boyfriend, he said with an embarrassed smile. It sounds good, although they would have to change Alicia to Aki, he said, making the elf frown. Aki? That doesn't sound good at all, I still think Alicia sounds better. What about Aki and Alicia's boyfriend? Both girls were startled when they heard a voice behind them, causing them to turn around quickly. Naza? The two girls said, embarrassed, when they saw the smiling girl. Hello. I greeted with a lively smile. How are you? Well, the two whispered, embarrassed, as they remembered the nickname Naza had suggested. So, thinking about the future, she said with a mocking smile, embarrassing them both. Shut up, we were just playing, said Alicia, looking away. So Belle is just a game, Naza said with a blank stare, making them both scared. The nickname? Don't misunderstand, Alicia said quickly, flustered, making Naza burst out laughing at her reaction. Ahem, what are you doing here, Naza? Aki asked, trying to hide her blush. I'm accompanying Belle so she can see her new nickname, she said, pointing behind her. Belle? Both girls looked around for the albino until they located him at a fruit stand, giving a bag with a few potions to the owner, probably on a commission. Don't worry, he didn't hear what you were saying, Naza reassured them, seeing how both of them were starting to get nervous. Don't ever say something like that again, Alicia stammered, embarrassed as she remembered the nickname. The what? The boyfriend of? Both girls quickly covered Naza's mouth when they saw Belle approaching them with a smile. Aki-san, Alicia-san, it's good to see you, the albino greeted as he stood before them, watching in confusion as Naza tried to free himself from the grip of both girls, which was difficult, if not impossible, for him. Hello Belle, it's good to see you, they both greeted nervously, letting go of Naza. Don't ever do that again. The girl said angrily. I'm warning you, I can easily turn any of you from girlfriend to ex in a matter of seconds. A small shiver ran down both their spines upon hearing the threat Naza hurled at them. Don't worry, it was just a joke, Aki said with a nervous smile, adjusting Naza's clothes. What are you talking about? The albino asked, confused and not understanding what was happening. And nothing important, Alicia replied, also with a nervous smile. By the way, your nickname is already in the guild, right? Yes. He said excitedly. Kami-sama wouldn't tell me, so I'm going with Naza-san to see it for myself. Knowing how the gods are, they probably gave you an embarrassing nickname, Naza said, reverting to her mocking attitude. I bet it has something to do with your appearance. Rabbit, the three whispered, looking at the embarrassed albino. I'm not a rabbit, complained the embarrassed rabbit. Leaving Belle's rabbit nickname aside, are you coming with us? Naza asked, looking at the two girls. You're probably heading to the guild too, right? Sounds good to me, Aki agreed. That way we'll all laugh together about the nickname. Alicia's boyfriend the elf thought with a smile. You'll see, it'll be a great nickname, Belle said, seeing how the three of them assumed that their nickname would be embarrassing. Yeah, right, said Naza, patting Belle on the back. We should head to the guild, I'm sure there must be many adventurers there, seeing the new nickname, said Aki, eager to see Belle's nickname, starting to walk, followed by the others. I'm sure it will be a great nickname, Belle thought with a twinkle in his eye. A little while later. Neckbreaker Rabbit. Belle stood in front of the notice board, staring blankly at his nickname. I knew it, Aki whispered, holding back her laughter. Neckbreaker Rabbit, well, it could have been worse, Naza said, hoping the nickname was more humiliating. Look, there's a much more embarrassing nickname over there. The ever-burning one. At least yours is better, she said, trying to cheer him up. I had to bring Rabbit, whispered the albino with a depressed aura around him. Come on, it's not so bad, Alicia tried to cheer up the disheartened Belle. I've seen much more humiliating nicknames. Alicia is right, the neckbreaker will surely intimidate people who want to bother you, said Aki, seeing the benefits of that alias. But I don't want to intimidate anyone, I want to be a hero, the albino said, his head bowed. How cute, he wants to be a hero, said Naza, stroking Belle's hair. But none of that helped Belle, as some adventurers who were around the place watched the albino with mocking smiles, while others looked at him with respect, remembering his feat. Most of them were level 1 novices. It's a good nickname. The four of them were slightly startled when they heard a voice behind them, turning around quickly. The moment everyone saw who Naza was, she put on a serious expression. Who are you? Belle asked, confused, seeing a man in a robe with a small smile in front of them, while behind him were two women. It's the god Apollo, Naza said, eyeing the god with suspicion. Exactly, my little boy, I am the god Apollo, he introduced himself without losing his smile, causing those present to feel a chill down their spines, as his smile was wicked. Everyone except Alicia. I wanted to speak with you, Alice said, standing in front of Apollo. Why didn't you throw a party where the gods would bring 2 of their children? The elf accused the god. What? The man said, confused. I just don't understand. Is there not enough money to buy more food and drinks? Or do they simply not want to invite more people? Alice asked, baffled by the god's decisions. Meanwhile, Apollo just stared at Aki, confused, wondering what was happening. Don't pay any attention to her, she's been like this the last few days, said the cat, letting out a tired sigh. And what brings you here, god Apollo? Belle asked with a nervous smile. For some reason, the god's presence gave him a bad feeling. There was something about him that he didn't like. It's great that you asked, exclaimed the god, smiling again. One of my girls leveled up a few weeks ago, and I've decided to accompany her so she can see her new nickname. He said this while pointing to one of the women behind him, who became nervous when the 4 of them turned their gaze towards her. My name is C. Cassandra, and nice to meet you, she introduced herself while stuttering, because of how nervous she felt. You have to stutter about everything, the other woman said in a tired tone. Daphne, nice to meet you, she introduced herself simply. The pleasure is ours, the 4 said, before turning their attention back to the god. But to think I would have the pleasure of meeting the most popular adventurer of the moment, he said, looking Belle up and down. It's not a big deal, he stammered, starting to feel more nervous, which was noticed by his companions. Of course it is, you killed a minotaur with your bare hands, it's the first time a level 1 has done that, he said as his eyes shone brighter and brighter the more he looked at Belle. Thank you, he said, nervously watching as the god approached him. By the way, bellcranel, since I'm here, I congratulate you on leveling up. You're amazing. he said, looking longingly at Belle and bringing his hand to the albino's cheek to caress it. But to the surprise of the god and the others, before he could touch Belle, a hand grabbed his arm, preventing him from achieving his goal. "Don't touch him," whispered Naza, looking suspiciously at the god, who squinted at the girl, feeling her grip tighten. Meanwhile, Aki and Alicia watched the scene confused, not understanding what was happening. "Who do you think you are to do that?" Apollo asked, glaring at Naza. "You're just as repulsive as you, god." This made Naza glare even more angrily at the god, tightening his grip and beginning to hurt Apollo's arm. But before he could say a word, a dagger pressed against his neck, stopping him. "Release Apollo Sama," Daphne threatening to cut his throat. Aki and Alicia, seeing what was about to happen, began to draw their weapons to defend Naza, while Belle and Cassandra became nervous, not knowing what to do in this situation. But luckily for them, a member of the guild interrupted their argument. "If you start a dispute here, you'll face a huge fine for each of your families," the guild member warned with a serious expression. Upon hearing the threat, Naza simply looked at the god, still with that feeling of distrust and anger inside her, before letting go of his hand. "We already have too many debts to want another one," he said, taking Daphne's hand away, who put away her dagger when she saw that her god was no longer in danger. With the problem solved, the guild member withdrew, leaving the group alone once again. "You shameless girl," the god whispered, still angry, rubbing his arm as he turned away. "You're wasting your talent on that third-rate family, bellcranel." And with those words the god left the guild, followed by Daphne. I'm so sorry for the tea problems," Cassandra apologized, then ran to catch up with her god and companion. Now that they were out of the guild, the group was left alone again with a strange feeling about what had just happened. "What was all that about?" Aki asked Naza, confused. "Nothing," he replied dismissively. "It just doesn't inspire confidence." But Naza-san, you can't treat a god like that," Belle said nervously, since deities shouldn't be harmed in his eyes. Although that god scared me." "What? All the women in my family have hit Loki at least once," said Alicia. "I don't understand what was wrong with that," while Belle looked at Alicia in surprise. While they were talking, Aki approached Naza to talk about what had happened. "There's something behind all this, isn't there?" Aki whispered to Naza so only she could hear. "Something like that, I'm not sure, but I think that god is after Belle," I whispered, making Aki gasp. "TSK, if that god tries anything we'll be at a total disadvantage." "It doesn't seem far-fetched to me, really, since he leveled up so quickly. It's something that has caught the attention of some gods," Aki said, glancing sideways at Belle, who was arguing with Alicia about not harming the gods. "Don't worry, Naza, if anything happens, Alicia and I will help you." "It's the least they have to do to show that they are truly in love with him," Naza said, returning to her mocking attitude. Shut up," she stammered, embarrassed. And with their conversation over, they both turned their attention back to Alicia and Belle. "I still think it's wrong to hurt a god," Belle said, disagreeing with how the elf was treating her goddess. "Believe me, Belle, once you meet Loki you'll understand why we do this," Alicia said, fervently believing that what she was doing was not wrong. "Okay, enough talk," Naza interrupted with applause. "We've already seen Belle's nickname, we've already argued with a god, so we have nothing left to do in the guild." "That sounds good to me," Aki said, turning her gaze to the rabbit. "Would you like to go to the wall to train?" "Of course. My stats have gone up quite a bit lately, I want to see how far behind you guys I am," Belle agreed excitedly. "And to think that his stats are rising so quickly because of us," Alicia thought, embarrassed. "Then let's go." And with everyone in agreement, the four of them prepared to leave the union hall to continue with their activities. Neckbreaker rabbit. But again a voice behind the albino stopped everyone walking, turning around to see who said Belle's nickname. "Ah." Belle took a few steps back, embarrassed, when he saw a beautiful werewolf girl just a few inches away from him. And this time, Aki and Alicia were the ones who put on a serious expression, while Naza watched everything, entertained. "Finally, I have the pleasure of meeting you," the girl said, extending her hand to Belle. "My name is Lyle, it's a pleasure to meet you, bellcranel." "And nice to meet you," the albino nervously greeted, shaking hands with the wolf girl. Although the moment I take her hand she pulls me towards her to put her arm around his neck to bring him closer. "I was at the Coliseum that day, and I can say that the nickname suits you perfectly," she said with a big smile, making the albino nervous since he could feel her breasts on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Aki and Alicia just watched everything with obvious jealousy. "I think it's very impolite to treat someone with such familiarity when you barely know them," said Aki, trying to hide her displeasure. "Sorry, it's a habit," he apologized without losing his smile, letting go of Belle. Meanwhile, the albino only took a few steps back, trying to recover from the shame he felt. "Wait, I know you too." Lyle exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Aki and Alicia. "You were the girls who kept screaming when the rabbit was fighting." The moment she said those words, the jealousy they both felt was quickly replaced by shame. "I'm not a rabbit," Belle whispered upon hearing the name. "Yes, they're from the Loki family, right?" he said, looking at them both with a fierce smile. "Level 4. What do you want?" asked Alicia, beginning to feel distrustful of the wolf girl. "Nothing, I just wanted to get a closer look at the record holder for leveling up the fastest," he replied, turning his gaze to Belle. "It was a pleasure meeting you, bellcranel. You're a very nice boy." Thank you, it was a pleasure for me too," Belle said, still embarrassed. "It was also a pleasure to meet you, girls of the Loki family," he said, looking at Aki and Alicia. "And you too, girl I don't know." And finally, she turned her gaze to Naza, who had an anime-style sweat drop because of how she was called. "Bye-bye." And with those words and a big smile, the werewolf girl Lyle left the guild, leaving the group alone once again. "She's a strange girl," Naza commented, watching where she had just gone. "Very strange," said Alice, remembering how she hugged Belle with such confidence. "That girl doesn't inspire confidence in me," Aki said, crossing her arms. "It's normal, you're a cat and she's a wolf," Naza said, turning her gaze to Belle. "Looks like you will remain popular for quite some time." "Seductive rabbit," whispered Alice, looking reproachfully at Belle. "I'm not a rabbit," he said, returning to his depressed aura. "Besides, I don't do anything, they come to me, it's not my fault." "It's the curse of being so attractive," Naza said, giving Belle a light pat. "I wonder if your good looks come from your mom or dad." "I don't know, I never met them," he said, embarrassed. "Although my grandfather said that my mother was very beautiful and that I inherited my appearance from her, except for my eyes." "Did you inherit your looks from your mother?" "I'm sure she would have been very popular here in Arario," said Alice, imagining Belle in a female but more mature version. "Well, we've already seen Belle's nickname, argued with a god, and talked to a strange wolf girl, so it's time to go." "I have to take care of the pharmacy," Naza said, turning her gaze to Aki and Alicia. "Try not to hit Belle in the face during training. He has to go to Apollo's party tomorrow and he needs to be in top condition." "Party?" Aki exclaimed in surprise, then turned her gaze to Alicia. "You knew it?" Haha, the elf laughed nervously, looking away. "Is something wrong with the party?" Belle asked, confused. "Nothing, there's nothing wrong with it," Aki replied with a feeling of happiness inside her. Now she had one more reason to go to that party and look as beautiful as possible. She had to start playing her best cards. And Alicia, on the other hand, just watched everything with jealousy. "Stupid Apollo, stupid parties," I think dejectedly. While they were discussing the party in the streets of Arario, Lyle walked with a smile while calmly eating an apple. Bellcranel. Saying his name brought back memories of how he, with his brute strength alone, had broken the neck of a minotaur, something that fascinated her. He's an interesting person. End of chapter. Ants, Part 1. It was already getting dark in the city of Arario, and in the blue pharmacy a certain albino was looking at himself in the mirror, embarrassed. Tonight was Apollo's party and Belle was ready to go. "You look very handsome, Belle," Naza complimented the albino in his white formal attire. "With that, you'll surely impress Aki without a doubt." The moment Naza mentioned Aki, she became even more embarrassed. When he found out she was going to that party, his nerves increased a lot and for some reason he wanted to look good that night even though he felt uncomfortable. "I feel strange wearing these kinds of suits," he said uncomfortably. "It's not my style." "And it's better that it's not your style. If you walked around Arario dressed like that, you'd surely steal the hearts of many women," the girl said as she straightened Belle's shirt collar. "Although it's not a bad idea. That way we'd have more customers." "Please, don't make me do it," Belle pleaded, seeing the look on his captain's face. "Relax, I won't do it," I reassured him, letting out a sigh of resignation. "Belle. Are you ready?" The voice of his god Maich was heard in the distance, a sign that he was ready. "Yes, I'm coming," Belle shouted, starting to feel nervous again. "And remember, don't do anything crazy and stay away from Apollo," Naza reminded him, applying a little perfume to Belle. "I'll try not to cause any problems," he promised nervously. "Enjoy this party, especially with Aki by your side," Naza advised. "Unfortunately, you can't bring your dagger this time since it's a party for the gods, but if anyone tries anything, strike them down. It doesn't matter if you get into trouble right away. Your safety and Maich-sama's is more important." "Don't worry, Naza-san, I don't think anything will happen," she said with a smile, seeing how attentive she was. "I'd like you to come too." "Relax, parties aren't my thing, besides I already have plans," she said, looking away. "You'd better leave now before it gets too late." "Why yes, goodbye Naza-san," she said goodbye as she walked towards the exit of the room. "Goodbye and go get her, tiger." He encourages him, giving him a slap on the butt. "Naza-san." Belle shouted, embarrassed. "Naza, don't bother Belle." Maich's voice called from the pharmacy entrance. "I'm sorry, I had to do it," he apologized, holding back laughter. While Belle, still with a flushed face, left the room to go to the party with his god, Naza followed them to wish them a good night. Since it was a festival of the gods, Naza paid a little money so that a decent carriage would take them to Apollo's mansion and they wouldn't have to walk. So, both of them, already inside the carriage, said goodbye to Naza and then set off for the mansion. Meanwhile, Naza stood at the entrance of the pharmacy, watching the carriage drive away until they were out of sight. As the carriage disappeared, her smile gradually faded away. The bad feeling they had since being invited to the party had not disappeared and increased even more when they met Apollo. "I'm sure something bad is going to happen," I whispered worriedly. "And that bad feeling compels me to follow them." Magically, Naza produced a pair of dark glasses, placed them on her eyes, and then took a black trench coat and put it on. "I can't rest easy knowing those two are in enemy territory," she thought, walking slowly through the streets of Aurario, which were beginning to be illuminated by the streetlights. "I have to watch their backs from the shadows." And with that thought Naza followed the carriage at a slow pace towards Apollo's mansion. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. At the Twilight Mansion, Aki was in her room delicately brushing her hair and looking at herself one last time in the mirror to see how she looked in the dress. "Don't you think you're too dressed up for the party?" Alicia asked, sitting on Aki's bed and puffing out her cheeks. "Maybe, but Belle will be there, so it's worth it," she said with a beautiful smile, pleased with her appearance. "It's a shame you're not there." "Don't make fun of me," Alicia complained, seeing Aki's triumphant smile. "It's not my fault you rejected Loki, you had the opportunity, but you didn't take advantage of it," she said, leaving her room to walk down the hallways, followed by Alicia. "If I had known from the beginning that Belle would be there, I would have accepted," she said, regretting her decision. "And to think that I helped him choose the formal suit he would wear to the party where he'll be with you, I practically helped him for the occasion. And that's why I'll make sure we both enjoy this party," she promised, turning around in a hallway. But the moment they both turned around in that hallway they ran into Raul who, upon seeing Aki's appearance, opened his eyes in surprise. "Hey Aki," he stammered in surprise. The girl smiled slightly when she saw her friend. "Hi Raul," the cat greeted cheerfully. "Since I'm looking at you, how do I look?" she asked curiously, giving a little spin. Meanwhile, Raul blushed deeply at how beautiful his love interest looked, so much so that he could hardly speak. In the 8 years I had known her, I had never seen her dress like that, but now her beauty was comparable to that of goddesses. "Why you look very beautiful," he managed to say, overcome with embarrassment. "Too beautiful." "That's good to hear. For a moment I thought maybe I didn't look very good dressed like that," she said, relieved by her friend's words. "I hope Belle thinks the same." And with those words, Aki continued on her way, followed by Alicia, who looked pityingly at Raul, who was stunned to hear the rabbit's name. Raul whispered the albino's name under his breath. Aki was probably heading to a party with Loki at that time, a party that Belle was probably at. Aki never used to be so interested in dressing up, but this time it seemed she had put a lot of effort into looking as beautiful as possible. And also that Belle could praise her at that party where the two of them would be enjoying themselves together all night. The moment Raul understood everything, a huge depressive aura formed in that hallway, so much so that even Lafia fell to her knees as she passed by. What is this depressing force? The elf thought, feeling overwhelmed by so much depression. How could he lift his gaze, seeing Raul who was staring blankly as if everything was over for him? "I have to get out of this corridor." Lafia thought, agitated, and began to crawl away to get out of there. While Lafia was struggling with all her might to get out of the hallway at the entrance of the Twilight Mansion, Aki, Alicia, Loki and Riveria were watching as a beautiful carriage stopped at the entrance. "Wow, Aki. You look beautiful." Loki complimented in surprise. "So beautiful it seems you're trying to impress someone," he said with a hint of mockery, but seeing Aki's face flush, his expression changed to surprise. "Is that albino boy there?" "Why yes," she replied, embarrassed. But I'm not doing it to impress him." Upon hearing that answer, Loki, Alicia and Riveria looked at her with a serious expression, making her even more nervous. "Oh okay, I did it for that reason," she admitted, defeated and ashamed. "Stupid rabbit boy," Loki whispered under his breath. "Stealing my daughters. I'm glad you've finally decided to try something with someone, at least Ace isn't interested in anything other than killing monsters," Riveria congratulated the cat. Although on the other hand. Riveria discreetly turned her gaze towards Alicia, who looked dejected because she couldn't go to that party. "Very good, Aki. Let's go," ordered the goddess, walking towards the carriage, followed by the timid cat. "Goodbye," Aki said to her elf friend. And with both of them aboard, the carriage set off for Apollo's mansion, leaving Alicia and Riveria alone at the entrance. The silence fell over both of them as they watched the carriage slowly drive away until it was no longer visible. While Alicia was having an internal debate in her mind, Riveria was preparing to ask the alpha somewhat embarrassing question. Do you like bellcranel? Riveria asks directly, catching Alicia's attention and making her blush. Yes, she whispered sincerely, making Riveria let out a tired sigh. There was no point in hiding anything from her teacher, so she decided to be honest about her feelings. Don't feel bad, Alicia. You're a very beautiful girl, so I'm sure he'll notice you, although I'd feel bad if Aki's feelings weren't reciprocated well. I'm sure everything will turn out alright one way or another, Riveria said, stroking Alicia's hair. But remember, don't let a man ruin your friendship with your best friend. Don't worry, Riveria-sama, Aki is special to me too, even if Belle decides to be with her I will still be her friend, Alicia promised with a small smile. I hope so, said the tall elf, walking toward the entrance. If you'll excuse me, I have work to do. You should rest a little in your room before dinner. Of course, Riveria-sama. And with that exchange of words, Riveria entered the mansion, leaving Alicia alone. The moment she was alone, her smile slowly disappeared. I can't rest right now, I thought, looking at the spot where the carriage had gone. I'm very curious to know what's happening there. I don't think anything bad will happen if I go and take a look. And magically Alice pulled out a brown trench coat and put it on, then magically pulled out some dark glasses and put them on. I just want to be sure nothing bad will happen at that party. Yes, that's it. Apollo was acting very strange yesterday. I'm just going to investigate to see if anything is amiss. And with that lie to herself, Alicia walked calmly towards Apollo's mansion. Some time later. The carriage carrying Belle and Maich slowly stopped in front of the gates of the mansion of the god Apollo. Belle could only look in surprise at the large number of people in the place, wearing the most elegant and fine suits that existed. That only made his nerves more acute. This was a lifestyle he wasn't used to. Relax, Belle, Maich reassured him, placing his hand on the albino's shoulder. You'll see, everything will be alright. And with those encouraging words, Belle let out a sigh so he could relax and get out of the carriage with his god. Just be yourself, thought the rabbit, starting to walk alongside his god through the courtyard that connected to the enormous door of the mansion. During the walk, they both attracted the attention of many people, making them nervous. Look, it's Maich. As handsome as ever. Some goddesses who were standing a little ways away whispered among themselves, making the god nervous. That's bellcranel. It's very nice. I would like to invite you out with me. The trio of adventurous girls who were near a fountain started talking to each other when they saw Belle, who blushed when he heard what they were saying. God and human looked at each other at the same time with a nervous smile as they saw how they were capturing the attention of some women and goddesses, while the same thought crossed their minds. It's a good thing Naza isn't here, it's a good thing Naza-san isn't here, they both thought nervously. If she were there, she would surely kill all those women with her gaze. Thus, with a feeling of unease within them, they both quickened their pace until they entered Apollo's mansion. Seconds after they both entered, a second carriage arrived at the gates of the mansion. We're here. An excited Loki quickly jumped out of the carriage. Loki, behave yourself for once in your life, Aki scolded in a tired tone of voice, delicately getting out of the carriage so as not to damage her dress. I'm sorry, but I love parties, the goddess apologized, still excited. Meanwhile, Aki looked around the courtyard of the large mansion for Belle, but to her disappointment, he wasn't there. However, she did notice how some men and gods looked at her with surprise, as it was the first time she had dressed that way. She had to admit it, she felt uncomfortable receiving so many stares. The women who most attracted the attention of her family were Riveria and Ace, but since neither of them were there, she was now the center of attention. Come on, Aki. I want to see what kind of wines Apollo has at his party, Loki said eagerly, walking towards the mansion door. While Aki was still uncomfortable from so many stares, she followed her goddess to the place, hoping that Belle was already there. Meanwhile, in a place a little away from the mansion. It seems there's nothing suspicious at the moment. Naza was sitting among the branches of some trees, observing the place, and given her good position, she could perfectly observe the entire area. And Maich-sama and Belle have already arrived at the party. Oh. There goes Aki, I whispered as I watched a girl walking across the courtyard with Loki. Wow, she looks so beautiful in that dress. It'll be a miracle if Belle doesn't faint. Damn. Belle looks really handsome in that suit. Naza was pulled from her thoughts by the sound of another voice nearby. He slowly bent down to observe the other branch at the other end of the tree, seeing that it was Alicia who had binoculars in her hands. Alice? Naza? They both looked at each other in confusion when they realized they were doing the same thing. What are you doing here? The nervous elf asked. That's what I should be asking, the girl said, narrowing her eyes. I'm here to watch my god's back and little Belle's, since this party doesn't inspire confidence. What about you? Well, let's just say I also have a bad feeling, she replied nervously. That bad feeling is about Aki and Belle, isn't it? I asked and quickly got her answer when I saw Alicia lower her gaze in embarrassment. I don't blame you. This is the perfect scenario for Aki to gain a huge advantage or in other cases, for her to knock you out and Belle to choose her. The moment Naza said those words, Alicia's fear grew even more. I'm sure everything will be fine, and when I say fine, I mean nothing will happen, the elf said, hoping nothing would. Besides, the mansion is enormous. I don't think they'll even see each other. You're wrong, said Naza, who was holding Alicia's binoculars and observing the mansion. They've already met and Belle has a unique expression. It seems he's seen the most beautiful divine being in the world. What? Meanwhile, inside the mansion, a few minutes before Naza and Alicia chatted. Belle and Maich stood watching as people in such elegant suits were scattered throughout the mansion, chatting calmly. I feel out of place, Belle whispered dejectedly. He was always a humble person since childhood. These kinds of lavish parties never appealed to him, they belonged to a different world than his. Don't worry, Belle, I'll keep you company, his god encouraged him. We can go to the banquet and eat something and maybe save some to take to Naza. That seems fine to me. And with a decision already made, they both went to the banquet, although before they took a step, a voice stopped them. Maich. A female voice was heard behind them, causing them to stop and turn around quickly. In front of them stood a beautiful woman with red hair and a red dress with a black patch over one of her eyes. Hephaestus. Maich exclaimed excitedly upon seeing one of his friends there. I'm glad you're here at the party. For a moment I thought you hadn't been invited, the goddess said with a warm smile. Would you like to go for a drink? Take and the sloth are heading that way. Of course. The god agreed without hesitation, though seconds later he saw Belle. Don't worry Belle, I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't worry, Maich-sama, you can go peacefully, said the albino, wanting his god to relax, even if only for that day. So he's your star child, Hephaestus said with a smile as he watched the albino embarrass him. Yes, he's only been in my family for a few months, but he's someone important, Naza adores him said Maich, introducing his son. And nice to meet you, Belle greeted, bowing to the goddess. Do you want to come with me to my place, Maich? Hephaestus suggested. And no, I'll do other things he refused, not wanting to get in the way of what he considered a gathering of friends. Relax, Belle, I won't be long, Maich said to his son, then looked at the redeed. Shall we go? And with those words and a slight nod from the goddess, Maich and Hephaestus walked through the place until they disappeared into the crowd. Now without Maich by his side, Belle was left alone among a bunch of strangers, which made him much more nervous than he had been when he arrived. What do I do now? He thought, looking around. If only I bothered to get to know more people from Arario, I'd have someone I knew at the party. Hame? While Belle was complaining in his mind, a man in an elegant suit and carrying a tray with many wine glasses approached him, offering him a glass. And no thanks, I don't drink alcohol, Belle refused, causing the man to quietly leave, leaving him alone again. I have a feeling Kami-sama won't be back for a while. Meanwhile, in a place close to the albino. Aki walked gracefully among the people, catching the attention of one or two. The moment they entered the mansion, Loki left the cat to go to the wine cellar to drink, much to the girl's anger. Now she was alone, searching with her eyes for the boy who had stolen her heart. Excuse me, beautiful lady, would you like to spend some time with me at this party? A tall elf bowed slightly to Aki in a polite manner. But she didn't even hear what he said, walking right past the elf and leaving him frozen. It's a good thing Belle's hair is unique, Aki thought, still looking for it. Although she stopped abruptly upon seeing a head of white hair in the distance, opening her eyes in surprise at her appearance and her nervous expression at being in a place full of strangers. And without realizing it, she had already started walking in his direction. Meanwhile, with Belle. He had decided not to move from that place since he did not know the mansion and was afraid of getting lost, so he decided to wait for his god there until he returned. I wish I could see Aki-san, the albino thought, thinking of the beautiful cat girl. Belle? The very familiar female voice was heard behind him, making his heart start to beat rapidly. She slowly turned around to see the owner of the voice. Hey Aki-san, the albino whispered in shock. For a moment Belle forgot to breathe when he saw how beautiful Aki looked at that moment, leaving him speechless, and the small blush that Aki had on her cheeks didn't help at all, making her look even more beautiful. And Aki was also speechless when she saw Belle for the first time in a formal suit. He looked so attractive that he almost seemed like a different person. The other people had disappeared for them the moment they had exchanged words. Now it was just her and him, where for a few brief seconds their eyes lit up as they made eye contact. And this was just the beginning of a party that would be full of surprises and beautiful moments. Aki won Alicia 0 whispered Naza, observing the interaction between the two. Shut up. End of chapter. Ants, Part 2. The music began to play throughout Apollo's mansion, causing various couples to come out and dance romantically. Some were goddesses or gods dancing with their children, and there were others who had the courage to invite someone else. While all this was happening, a certain couple of friends had gone out onto one of the mansion's many balconies to chat a little more quietly, although they had not spoken to each other since they arrived there. They were still surprised and embarrassed by the first impression they had of each other. "She looks so beautiful," thought the rabbit, glancing sideways at Aki. "He looks much more handsome," thought the cat, glancing sideways at the albino. And since they were both doing the same thing, they locked eyes for a few seconds before quickly looking away, embarrassed. They both felt very nervous and embarrassed at that moment, and the romantic background music didn't help at all. They needed to have a topic of conversation to get rid of that awkward atmosphere. "Come on, Belle. You have to take the initiative," she thought, encouraging herself. While he was lost in his thoughts, Aki glanced sideways at the inside of the party, watching some couples dancing in a very affectionate way. "I would like to dance with Belle," thought the beautiful cat, turning her gaze to the albino who seemed about to say something. "The sun is very beautiful, isn't it?" Belle said nervously, trying to make conversation and clear the atmosphere. Those closest to the two of them were left speechless upon hearing the stupid words the albino said. "It's night time, remember?" Aki corrected, with an anime-style sweat drop. Meanwhile, Belle just blushed deeply at the ridiculous thing he did, wishing the earth would swallow him up. "Stupid," he thought, embarrassed, as he imagined himself banging his head against a wall. The haha. Aki started laughing when she saw Belle's expression, making him even more embarrassed. "You really are someone special, haha." "Don't make fun of me," whispered the blood-red rabbit Urea. "I am sorry, but it was funny," she apologized, trying to stop laughing. But thanks to Belle's stupid words, the awkward atmosphere between them had disappeared, replaced by a pleasant one. "I'm really glad you're here. For a moment I thought I'd be spending this party alone," Aki said, now calmer. "I know a few people here, but I'm not very close to them, so your presence is very nice," she said with a lovely smile, making Belle blush. I feel the same way, though I don't know anyone besides you and Kami-sama, so you were my salvation tonight," Belle said, remembering how his god had left him behind. "It's awful arriving at a party and not knowing anyone, and sometimes the only person you know leaves with other people." "You're right, that's very awkward," Aki agreed. "By the way, I'm surprised you came after what happened with Apollo yesterday." "Well, I had my doubts about coming, but Naza-sen said we have to show that god we're not afraid of him or something," he explained with a nervous smile. "Honestly, I'm still a little nervous about what happened yesterday, but I don't think anything bad will happen, or at least I hope not." "Relax, Belle, even the most psychopathic god wouldn't dare do something crazy in front of so many people," Aki reassured Belle, patting him on the shoulder. "You're right, I think I'm worrying about nothing," she said, letting out a sigh to relax. By the way, you look very beautiful tonight." A small blush appeared on Aki's cheeks upon hearing that sudden praise from the albino. She never believed he would say such words out of nowhere. He had caught her off guard. Thank you, I spent all day wondering if you'd like it or not," Aki whispered in a shy tone of voice. "What?" Belle said in surprise upon hearing what she said. Meanwhile, Aki's blush only grew larger as she realized the words she had said. Well, I was really excited to know your opinion," she said shyly, playing with a strand of her hair. "I'm really glad you liked it." "Only an idiot wouldn't realize how beautiful you are," Belle stammered, making Aki's blush deepen. "Why, you look very handsome too, although you always are even in your adventurer's outfit," the cat complimented, making it Belle's turn to blush. While they were praising each other, they didn't realize they were being watched by two women hidden among the branches of the trees. One watched with amusement the interaction between the two, and the other with a touch of jealousy which she tried to control. "I can feel both the discomfort and the love up to here," Naza whispered with a smile. "I thought you were on my side," Alicia whispered jealously. "I'm not on your side or Aki's, I'm on Belle's side," Naza said, looking at the albino. "I just want him to be happy, and I'm sure he will be with either of you, although if you keep up all this drama, I'll keep him for myself." "What?" "Lower your voice, they're going to hear us," Naza reminded herself, trying to hide further among the branches. "What do you mean by that?" Alice said more quietly, but still upset. "Relax, I was just joking. I'm already in love with someone else," Naza reassured Alicia with a smile, seeing how startled she was. "Although I won't deny that if I hadn't been in love with that person, I probably would have fallen for Belle, and that would have been a sure victory for me." "A sure victory? I think you have a lot of confidence in yourself." "I live with him, remember? I have breakfast with him, lunch with him, dinner with him, we spent the whole afternoon together running the pharmacy, I even had to shower him myself." "What?" "Practically all the advantage would be on my side. If I had been in love with him, I would already have thousands of plans in my mind to conquer him, while you would be left standing without any chance." As Naza listed all his advantages, Alicia felt a small shiver as she was gratefully relieved that Naza wasn't in love with him. Back with Aki and Belle. After exchanging compliments, they fell silent with blushes on their faces as they watched the couples dance. "Can you dance?" asked the cat, still embarrassed. Well, I'm not very good, but last night Naza-san gave me a few lessons on how to dance decently," he replied with a nervous smile, remembering how his captain scolded him for the slightest mistake. "And you?" "I can dance, my family has parties with dancing from time to time, and I always dance for a while," she said, remembering those parties with nostalgia. "Who were you dancing with?" Belle asked curiously. "Well, the only person I dance with in the family is Raul, although once I was challenged to dance with a guy named Bet from my family, but all I did was step on his foot on purpose, which ended up turning into a full-blown brawl in the living room," he said, recalling that day with amusement. "I see, you must be very close to Raul-san," Belle whispered, looking at the ground. Obviously, Aki noticed this change in mood, causing a smile to appear on her lips. "What's wrong, Belle?" Aki asked with a playful smile. "Are you jealous?" Jealous? Why should I be?" he stammered nervously, looking away. That reaction only made Aki smile happily. If Belle was jealous, it meant he felt something more than friendship for her, and that excited her. "Belle," said the cat, taking the albino's hand. What?" he said nervously as he felt Aki's soft hand. "Normally the guy asks, but the way things are going, the party will be over and you'll never say anything," she said playfully, making Belle blush. "Would you like to dance with me?" The atmosphere around them turned pink, causing those closest to them to move away a little so as not to interrupt their romantic moment. "Hey, are you sure? I'm not very good at dancing yet, you'll just make a fool of yourself next to me," he whispered, embarrassed. "I don't care if I look silly, I don't care what anyone else says, I just want to dance with you, Belle," she said with a beautiful smile, making Belle's heart begin to pound. "That's what I want most." "Oh okay," the albino agreed, watching Aki's beautiful face light up with happiness at his words. I hope I can dance as well as Raul-san." "Relax, Belle, you'll do fine," whispered the cat, starting to walk with Belle towards the living room, still holding hands. "Just let yourself go." Slowly, Aki took Belle's hand towards her waist, making him blush slightly, and with her other hand she took Belle's other hand. "Just look at me, right now it's just you and me," Aki whispered, placing her hand on Belle's shoulder. Belle just nodded slightly, getting lost in the cat's beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, the girls were hiding in the trees. "It looks like they're going to dance," Naza said, amused. "Why does Aki always have the best moments?" Alicia whispered, clearly jealous. "It's a good thing I was teaching Belle how to dance, that way he won't make such a fool of himself," Naza said, relieved. "Wait, you danced with him too?" the elf asked in surprise. "Of course, I spent almost all day and part of last night dancing with Belle, teaching him the most common steps. Maich-sama also helped us from time to time," he replied with a small smile, remembering how Belle would get embarrassed when Maich danced with him to teach him dance steps. "Damn, I'm the only one who hasn't danced with him," I muttered dejectedly. "Will I ever have my moment that doesn't involve clothes?" "Don't worry, Alicia, your time will come soon," Naza reassured her. "Oh. They've already started." Both girls focused their attention on the dance. They weren't far away, so they could see the dance couples well, especially Belle and Aki, who were the important ones. "Someday I'll dance with Belle," the elf thought, puffing out her cheeks. Back to the couple. They slowly began to dance to the rhythm of the music while staring intently at each other. Although Belle had an embarrassed expression as he was making many mistakes when taking a step, his nerves were controlling him. "Belle," Aki whispered affectionately. "Calm down and let yourself be carried away by the music, and remember, don't look at the ground, look at me." Still embarrassed, Belle obeyed Aki's orders, beginning to synchronize his steps with hers while they stared at each other. "See, you're already doing better," Aki said, happy to be experiencing this moment with Belle. Thank you, I do what I can," he said sheepishly, feeling Aki's soft hand in his and her other hand on his waist. A few minutes passed before they both started dancing perfectly to the rhythm of the music, gaining the attention of a few people. But they didn't care. As Aki said, at that moment it was just the two of them. Everyone else had disappeared for them, just staring at each other with a smile on their faces. Meanwhile, Maich watched his son from afar with a smile. "You're doing great, Belle. Naza and I were worth the lessons," Maich thought, watching his son happily dance with Aki. "I have to say, they make a lovely couple." "So he's your boy, Maich." A second voice was heard alongside the god, turning his gaze to that place. Beside him was the goddess Loki with a glass of wine in her hand, watching as her daughter had a beautiful smile on her face while dancing with Belle. "I have to admit, he's a cute guy," Loki said, feigning anger. "I hope he's a good boy." Don't worry Loki, Belle is the kindest person you'll find in this whole city, said Maich, feeling proud of Belle. I hope so, after all, Aki will probably end up making a life with him, said the goddess of deception, watching as they both continued dancing. What do you mean? The god asked, confused. You know, I've always seen pairs of friends form over the years, and I always feel like those friends will end up as a couple, and that's something I've always been right about, I explained, seeing the loving look on Aki's face. And that's what I see in Aki and Belle right now. I can't imagine a future where they don't end up together as a couple. It's like a gut feeling. Does that mean that if the two of them want to start a relationship, you would accept it? Maich asked in surprise. Yes, after all, the feelings of mortals are something I can't control. I have no other option but to accept it, he replied, letting out a tired sigh. At least I'm grateful she fell in love with your son and not someone from a troubled family. I'll take that as a compliment to my family, Maich said with a nervous smile. While the two gods were talking, their respective children continued dancing in the center of the hall. I listened to this while writing this part of the chapter. Time passed for everyone except them. Time had frozen in that beautiful moment they were sharing. Now the music was much calmer, causing Aki to place both hands on Belle's shoulders and he to take Aki's waist with both hands. This feels magical, said the cat, resting her head on Belle's chest. Why do you say that? Belle asked, embarrassed. Because I'm dancing with you, that's something that makes me happy, I whispered, listening to Belle's rapid heartbeat. It's a beautiful moment that I don't want to end. I feel the same way, he said, embarrassed. I feel very lucky to be dancing with you, Aki-san. Upon hearing those words, a happy smile formed on Aki's lips. You know, the best thing that ever happened to me was meeting you that day in the dungeon, he said, pulling his face away from Belle's chest to look him in the eyes. Every day I'm grateful I found you there. Images of that scared boy sitting on the ground while she killed the killer ant flashed through her mind. A memory that made her smile nostalgically. And to think you've changed so much since then. And now that same boy was standing in front of her, sharing that beautiful moment together. That boy who makes her heart beat faster every time she's with him. That boy who makes her sigh every time she thinks about him. That boy whose personality alone made me fall completely in love with him. That boy who knows he's the one to give all his love to. Who is it? Belle said as he saw Aki take her hand off his shoulder and move it to his cheek, gently caressing it. Belle felt a warm sensation the moment Aki touched his cheek, a sensation accompanied by embarrassment. Belle, he whispered, gazing lovingly at the albino. I have to do it. Slowly, Aki brought her face closer to a surprised Belle, who remained motionless, watching as her lips approached his. How daring. Loki thought as he saw what his daughter was about to attempt. Belle just stared in surprise, not knowing what to do. His heart began to race when he realized what Aki wanted. Aki-san, Belle whispered, feeling her lips begin to brush against his. Belle. And without waiting another second, Aki joined her lips in a tender and loving kiss with Belle's, something she had wanted to do since accepting her feelings for him. The few people who were watching gave a small exclamation of surprise at what had happened. Meanwhile, Belle just stood there, not knowing what to do. Aki, his friend and the girl he had admired since he met her, was lovingly kissing him on the lips. His mind was a mess at that moment. It seemed as if he was about to have a mental breakdown. But somehow he was able to control it as he watched Aki with her eyes closed, with no intention of separating her lips from his. It tastes sweet, Belle thought, slowly closing his eyes. And no longer able to resist, Belle returned the kiss, beginning to move his lips with Aki's to deepen it further. Her first kiss, a kiss which released all her feelings. While outside the mansion, Naza just stood motionless, watching in surprise as they suddenly started kissing. This is unexpected, Naza thought, still unable to believe it. I didn't think it would end like this. Although seconds later she remembered that Alicia was next to her watching the scene. Alicia whispered Naza, observing the elf. Aki whispered Alicia. She just watched everything with surprise and pain as Belle, the boy she was deeply in love with, kissed Aki, her best friend. That boy whom she decided was the destined man that every elf sought, the man she always dreamed of. But now. Slowly, a tear of pain and sadness formed in her eye, slowly sliding down her cheek and falling to the ground. The elf whispered, lowering her gaze so as not to see the scene any longer. I will return to the M mansion. And unable to stay there a second longer, Alicia climbed down from the tree to quickly leave the place. Her heart couldn't bear to be there for another second. Alicia, Naza whispered sadly, watching the elf walk away from the mansion. What do I do? His purpose was to go to the party to watch Belle's back and his gods in case Apollo tried anything, but the things that were happening were something that never crossed his mind. I have to go, Naza said, making a decision. She climbed down from the tree to follow Alicia before losing sight of her. Meanwhile, with Aki and Belle. After kissing for a few seconds, Aki slowly pulled away from Belle's lips, opening her eyes which reflected affection. Aki-san, Belle whispered, still unable to believe what had just happened. The taste of Aki's lips still lingered on his own, a sweet and pleasant taste. Belle, Aki whispered, without taking her eyes off the albinos. I'm in love with you. End of chapter. More problems. I'm in love with you. Hey Aki-san. The shock that Belle felt at that moment was enormous, and it was no wonder. The girl he admired and who was his friend had kissed him and confessed her love for him. That was a situation that never crossed his mind at any time, leaving his mind completely blank. And you? Belle was pulled from his world the moment he felt Aki's warm, soft hand on his cheek, accompanied by her beautiful voice. What do you feel for me, Belle? She asked, her eyes filled with hope. Hope that the albino would reciprocate her feelings. Me too. Belle was caught between a rock and a hard place at that moment, not knowing what to answer. What did he feel for Aki? It was something he hadn't asked himself until that moment, or at least he had tried to avoid that question. But now he had to answer that question right then and there, and that was something that made him nervous. He obviously felt more than friendship for Aki, no matter how much he tried to deny it, he had feelings for her. But the image of a beautiful elf who had helped him so much since he met her flashed through his mind. He had to be honest. His feelings were very confused at that moment. He had a great affection and felt something more than friendship for Aki, but he also felt those same feelings when he was with Alicia. She couldn't give an answer at that moment when her heart was in turmoil. Perhaps if he had taken the time to sort out his feelings earlier, this moment wouldn't be so complicated for him, but he avoided it for a long time, and now that the moment of truth had arrived, he had no answers in his mind. Me too. All Belle could do was lose himself in Aki's beautiful gaze, which was waiting for his answer. Luckily, his demon of misfortune arrived to save him. They're having fun. The voice of the god Apollo was heard throughout the place, capturing the attention of everyone present, including Belle and Aki, where the latter frowned angrily at having that beautiful moment with Belle interrupted. It was an original idea, Apollo. Finally you're doing something good. Congratulations. Some gods praised Apollo for his idea, making him smile with pride. I'm great, Apollo thought arrogantly. Then he began to search with his eyes for a certain albino until he saw him a little ways away from him with Aki. She still had her hands around Belle's neck and he still had his arm around her waist. It seems we have a lovely little couple here, said Apollo, walking towards Belle and Aki. They just blushed when they realized they were now the center of everyone's attention, slowly separating to Aki's disappointment. Shitty god, the cat thought, looking at the god with hatred. Meanwhile, Maich just watched as Apollo slowly approached Belle, giving him a bad feeling and deciding to approach as well. Are you having fun, Belle-kun? Apollo asked as he stood in front of him. Well yes, I just had a wonderful moment, he replied nervously, glancing sideways at Aki. Noticing Belle's gaze, she blushed slightly, realizing what he meant by those words. I'm so glad to hear you're having so much fun at the party I prepared, said the sun god happily, trying to stroke Belle's hair. Can I help you with anything, Apollo? Maich's voice made the god stop what he was doing, turning his gaze towards him with a fake smile. Meow. It's been so long. I exclaimed, feigning excitement. Do you have business with Belle? Maich asked, eyeing him with great suspicion. Not at all, I just wanted to say hello, she replied with a friendly smile. I'm actually quite envious. You have a wonderful boy, Maich, a truly wonderful boy, she said, looking longingly at Belle. He only took a few steps back, feeling nervous because of that look, which was noticed by Maich and Aki. Aki was about to say something, but her goddess arrived on the scene taking her hand. Come on, Aki-tan. You have to try this food. Loki said excitedly, starting to drag Aki along with her. Wait Loki, said Aki, wanting to be with Belle in case something bad happened. Meanwhile, Loki only saw Aki out of the corner of his eye with a serious expression. Listen, what's about to happen between them is none of our business, so don't interfere, warned the goddess of deception. She had known Apollo for centuries and knew that when he had that look in his eyes, it was because he was planning something. His family could easily destroy him, but he didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble over a child who wasn't part of his family. Belle, Aki whispered, looking at Belle, who smiled slightly at her so she wouldn't worry. Back with Apollo and Maich. What do you want, Apollo? Maich asked, standing in front of Belle. He wanted to keep things peaceful, but he doubted Apollo wanted the same, so if necessary, he would have to be aggressive. Very well, Maich, I'll be direct, he said, turning his gaze to Belle. Hand over Belle-kun to me. Everyone present gasped in surprise upon hearing what the sun god said. Except for Maich, who narrowed his eyes upon hearing those words, and Belle, who felt a chill because of it. I'm sorry Apollo, but I have no intention of letting Bell go from my family. He's very important to me and Naza, he replied, looking at Apollo with a serious expression. An expression which made a few goddesses blush because of how great it looked. Well, the decision is up to Bell Kun. He'll decide if he wants to be in your family or mine, she said, turning her gaze to Bell. What do you say, Bell Kun? I think the answer is obvious, Bell said with clear distrust. Excuse me, I think I forgot to mention all the benefits of being in my family, Apollo said with a superior tone. You see, Bell Kun, if you join my family, you'll have top quality weapons to battle in the dungeon, and I'll give you everything you need to become one of the best adventurers in Arario. I'm sorry, but I already have the best weapon with me, Bell said, remembering the dagger Alicia had given him. Really? Well, I've noticed that you explore the dungeon alone. If you join my family, you'll have many exploration companions who will be happy to team up with you. In contrast, in Maich's family, there's only one girl who leaves all the work to you, in short, a useless one. You don't know why Naza-san doesn't go into the dungeon. Bell exclaimed angrily at how she spoke about his captain. Meanwhile, Maich just kept his gaze lowered, his hair covering his eyes, listening to every word Apollo said. You're right, I don't know why that girl isn't going to the dungeon, and I don't care, he said dismissively. But look on the bright side, at least you won't go hungry in my family anymore. Hahaha. Some gods and mortals who resented Maich and Bell for their popularity began to laugh and mock them. Loki, let go of my arm, Aki demanded angrily, wanting to punch Apollo in the face. I already told you it's not our concern. Besides, I don't want another fine from the guild for getting us into trouble, he whispered, remembering all the money he owed the guild. So, what do you say, Bell Kun? Apollo asked again. Will you join my family? Bell didn't even have to think of an answer, so he was about to reply. But he stopped speaking when he saw Maich stand in front of him, looking at Apollo with a serious expression. What's wrong, Maich? Are you going to hand Bell Kun over to me? He asked with a friendly smile. With all due respect, Apollo, but eat shit. Everyone present opened their eyes wide in surprise, unable to believe what they had just heard. Maich said a bad word. They all shouted in disbelief. Naza-sen would pay to see this, Bell thought in surprise. That's it, Maich. Loki shouted excitedly, wishing the two gods would start throwing punches. What? Apollo said, a vein throbbing in his forehead. What did you say, Maich? Listen, Apollo, I can tolerate you calling me any kind of insult, even saying I'm a useless god to my children, but I won't tolerate you messing with them. Naza works hard every day to create better quality potions, so Bell is safe in the dungeon, so she's not useless like you think, and I'm not going to let Bell be in the hands of someone as disgusting as you, she said, restraining herself from slapping Apollo. I think you're forgetting that I can take your son at any moment. After all, my family is superior to yours in every way, he said arrogantly. They are not alone. Aki was about to join the conversation, but Loki covered her mouth before she could finish her sentence. I already told you it's none of our business, Loki repeated, annoyed. As the atmosphere between Apollo and Maich grew heavier. I'm not afraid of you, Apollo. At least I don't need to hide behind my children to face someone. Which children, Maich? You only have Bell Kun and that useless bitch. Slap. The sound of a loud slap, along with someone falling to the ground, was heard throughout the place, leaving everyone present speechless. And Bell just stared in terror at everything that was happening. I told you not to insult my children, Maich said angrily, looking at Apollo. As Apollo fell to the ground from the blow, he looked at Maich in surprise, touching his cheek, which was turning red from the blow and becoming slightly swollen. Let's get out of here, Bell, we have nothing left to do. And with those words Maich began to walk towards the exit, followed by a nervous Bell who looked at Aki, waving goodbye slightly. This won't end like this, Maich. You'll regret it. Apollo shouted angrily, getting up from the ground with the help of one of his children. Did you hear me? You'll regret it. But Maich didn't even pay attention to his words, leaving the mansion along with Bell. This caused Apollo's expression to fill with anger. What a man. It's perfect. Some goddesses who had been watching the whole thing blushed when they saw how great Maich looked. Meanwhile, Loki was just disappointed by how things turned out. I wanted to see blood, the goddess complained with boredom. Meanwhile, Aki just stared at the door through which Bell had just left, with concern and disappointment. Bell, I whispered her name, worried because I knew that this action would bring problems to her family. I couldn't even hear her answer. The sensation of the kiss she had with Bell was still etched on her lips, bringing her fingers to them. I'd like to do it again, she thought with a warm feeling in her chest. While Apollo, still filled with rage, tried to fake a smile. You all continue enjoying the party, Apollo said, and with those words he withdrew, leaving everyone still in shock from what they had just seen. What will we do, Apollo-sama? One of his sons asked his god. Many things. Maich is going to regret the humiliation he put me through, he said, gritting his teeth in anger. He's going to regret every last word he said to me. The problems for Bell and his family had only just begun. End of chapter. Under attack. A new day dawned in Arario, and Bell was at the Blue Pharmacy telling Naza everything that had happened the night before. Let's see if I understand, the god Apollo asked Maich-sama to hand you over, but he refused. However, this god kept insisting, eventually insulting all of us. Unable to resist, Maich-sama threw a punch and then left, leaving him filled with rage. Was that right? Indeed. And he only hit him once. Why? Bell asked, puzzled. That piece of shit deserved more blows, one wasn't enough. Naza shouted angrily. To insult us and try to take you away, that's unforgivable. If I'd been there, I would have torn him to pieces. And Naza-san, I don't think more violence is the solution, Bell tried to calm her with a nervous smile. Besides, if we decide to fight, we'll be torn to pieces. It's better to die fighting than to sit idly by while they humiliate us, he said, still angry. By the way, where's Maich-sama? The moment Naza said those words, Maich appeared in the room with a few suitcases in his hands. Maich-sama? Kami-sama? They both said, confused. It's over, all of it, whispered the god, sitting down on a sofa and holding his head as if it hurt. Why those suitcases, Kami-sama? Bell asked, confused. Apollo will soon come with all his children to destroy us and take Bell. It would be best to flee the city before it's too late, she said worriedly. I let my emotions get the better of me and I hit him. I shouldn't have. Of course he did. He deserved it, Naza said, not accepting those words. Perhaps he deserved it, but it wasn't the right solution, she said, letting out a sigh to relax. It would be best if you all packed your bags too. And where do you want us to go? To Monterey? Naza asked sarcastically. This has been our home for years, and I don't plan on leaving. And I agree with Naza-san too, Bell said, nervous about the situation. I don't want to leave this place. It's very special to me. I hear you, Maich-sama, it's 2 against 1, Naza said, placing himself next to Bell. But the Apollo family will attack us sooner or later, he repeated, agitated. Let whoever wants to come, they can even bring King Otter if they want, after all we have Bell on our side, Naza said proudly, patting the albino on the back. Naza-san, I'm only a level 2, I can't perform miracles, he said with an anime-style sweat drop. Besides, they're a family of over 100 members, and there are only 2 of us. How are we supposed to defend ourselves? Don't you remember that phrase, Bell? Quality is better than quantity, and in this house we have quality. If we put in the effort, we can defeat them. Upon hearing those words, Maich and Bell looked at Naza with an anime-style sweat drop, making her nervous. Fine, maybe it's a sure defeat for us, but I don't want to leave here, he refused, crossing his arms. Maybe if we negotiate. I don't think Apollo wants to negotiate after having hit him, he said with a nervous smile. DSK, if I had been there, maybe things would have been different, Naza thought in frustration. Even though I had to help Alicia, she didn't want my help. Naza momentarily observed Bell, who was talking to Maich about a possible solution, remembering the kiss he had with Aki at that party. There's that problem too, she thought uncomfortably. Memories of what happened the night before flashed through Naza's mind. Flashback. Through the dark streets of Arario, a certain elf with her head down walked briskly towards her home, followed by Naza. Alicia. Naza shouted, trying to get the elf's attention. Wait. What? She whispered, her voice trembling, stopping in her tracks. I just want to help you. I know very well that what you just saw was very painful, but it's not the end of everything, he said, stopping 2 meters away from her, trying to comfort her. Maybe you still have an opportunity? I asked, looking at Naza, whose face was covered in tears. Do you really think I still have a chance? Alice, he whispered, looking with pity at the beautiful elf. I knew it from the beginning, she said, trying to hold back her tears, which was impossible. Deep down, I believed I had a chance, but I never did. That's not true. Of course it is, that ability Bell has is thanks to Aki, not me, she said, looking down. I'm simply a friend who offers her support, nothing more. You are more than a friend to him and you know it. Yes, but not the way I want her to see me, she whispered sadly. I'll never be as cool as Aki, I'll never be as strong as her, I'll never have the courage to kiss her like she did. Slowly, I raised my gaze to the sky, making my tears sparkle in the moonlight. It would be easy to say that I'll forget my feelings for him, but I'm an elf, no matter how hard I try, the love I feel for Bell will last until the last day of my life. After all, he's the one who won my heart, he's the man I chose to love, she said with a sad smile. Meanwhile, Naza just listened in silence, not knowing what to say in this complicated situation. Don't worry Naza, I won't do anything crazy or anything like that, I just want to be alone. And with those words, Alicia resumed her walk as her tears fell again from her beautiful eyes, leaving Naza behind who could not move from the place, only watching as Alicia walked further and further away until she was out of sight. That's why I hate love triangles. Someone always ends up hurt, Naza thought, letting out a tired sigh. I hope you can fix all this, Belle, and don't be indecisive or you'll hurt Alicia or Aki even more. After that, Naza didn't want to return to the Apollo mansion again. She wasn't in the mood after seeing Alicia's sadness, so she decided to go back to the Blue Pharmacy and rest for a while. And all this while Maich and Apollo were arguing in said mansion. End of flashback. If I had known that shitty god would try something, I would have come back, Naza thought, clenching his fists. Perhaps if we go to the guild we'll be safe. I highly doubt Apollo-sama would risk a fine, Belle suggested. Don't you remember his face full of anger? Right now he's not thinking things through very well, Maich said, letting out a tired sigh. We're running out of options, Belle said, trying to think of more solutions, but none came to mind, making him and the others desperate. This is a headache, Naza whispered, biting one of her fingers. Frustration and worry filled the small Blue Pharmacy, its only 3 inhabitants, unsure of what to do in this serious situation. Although at that moment Belle looked up in surprise, directing his gaze towards the door. Belle? Maich said, confused by his son's behavior. Seconds later Naza also noticed the same thing as Belle, filling her face with concern. Maich-sama. Kami-sama. Both filled with desperation, they threw themselves towards a confused Maich to try to cover him with their bodies. The last thing seen in that room was a huge flash of light slowly approaching the place, illuminating it completely. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city. Through the halls of the Twilight Mansion, a catgirl walked with a love-struck smile on her face while humming a song. Her happiness stemmed from remembering the events of the previous night and that loving kiss she shared with Belle, which he reciprocated. Just imagining that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wanting to repeat that again. If it weren't for that idiot Apollo, I would have had my answer, she whispered angrily. Although as she walked she could see her friend Alicia who was leaning against the window looking at the blue sky. She could see a sense of sadness in the elf's eyes, which confused her a little. Alice. Upon hearing her name, the elf snapped out of her thoughts and turned to look at her friend. Seconds later, he smiled kindly, as he always did. Although this time Aki noticed that smile was different. Good morning Aki, the elf greeted in a lively tone of voice, approaching the cat. Okay? She replied, confused. And are you okay? Of course I'm fine, she said, still smiling. How was the party? The moment Alicia asked that question, Aki's face changed to one of nervousness and doubt. Well, I stammered, looking away. I couldn't tell Alicia that I had kissed Belle at that party. It would make her friend sad if I told her that. Without knowing that Alicia clearly saw that kiss that night. Did you enjoy the party? Alicia asked, trying to keep her smile on her face. Why yes, it was a very nice night, actually she replied, embarrassed. How envious I am, I would have liked to go, she complained, feigning annoyance. And that was something Aki had noticed from the beginning. I don't know why, but I feel like all of Alicia's reactions and smiles are fake, Aki thought, puzzled. Are you sure you're okay, Alicia? Huh? I already told you I'm fine, Aki. She exclaimed, still smiling excitedly. I'm just a little thoughtful. Okay, she said, still not believing him. By the way, Alicia, there's a problem. What problem? I asked with a confused expression, which was genuine. Belle is in danger. The moment Aki said those words, Alicia's expression changed to a worried one. What happened? Alicia asked anxiously. You see, the last moments of yesterday's party were crazy. And with those words Aki began to recount all the events of yesterday's party, obviously omitting the dance she had with Belle, the kiss, and her confession of love. With each word Aki said, Alicia's expression changed to one of greater concern as she realized how serious the situation was. Without a doubt, that god will try something against Belle and his family, Alicia said worriedly. I know, yesterday he had an expression full of anger which he will not hesitate to unleash against them, she said, also worried. Why didn't you help them? Alicia asked, not understanding why Aki didn't defend Belle. Don't look at me like that, Aki said uncomfortably at the elf's accusatory stare. Loki stopped me and ordered me not to interfere. So? He said, still not understanding. For me, Belle is more important than an order from our goddess. Aki made a sound of pain upon hearing those words. Now he was regretting not having interfered at that moment. I don't know if you'll do it too, but I'm going to the Blue Pharmacy. It would be best if I were there in case something happens, Alicia said, starting to walk, but someone's voice stopped her. Stop right there. The voice of their patron goddess caught the attention of both of them, turning to look at her. Loki, the two whispered, seeing the serious expression on their goddess's face. Don't you understand? Loki asked in a tired tone of voice. I've told you 1,000 times that that child's problems are none of the family's business. But I'm not the whole family, Loki does concern me, said Alice, a little angry at not being allowed to go and help Belle. Alicia is right, Loki, Belle is our friend, we can't abandon him, Aki supported her friend. Listen, I understand very well that you're worried about him, but… Before Loki could finish speaking, the sound of a huge explosion was heard in the city of Arario, startling them. Aki and Alicia turned their gaze to the window and looked at the city to see the origin of the explosion. And what they saw made them open their eyes in terror. Isn't that where the blue pharmacy is? Alicia asked, feeling a tightness in her chest. Why yes, whispered Aki, in the same situation as Alicia. It seems Apollo has already begun, Loki whispered, watching as the smokescreen rose higher into the sky. Belle. Alice shouted, about to jump out the window, but Loki's voice stopped her again. I'll say it again, Alicia, this isn't a problem for the family, Loki said with a serious expression. There will probably be a battle in several parts of the city. What will people think when they see members of the Loki family involved in that mess? I bet it's for the family's reputation, isn't it? Alicia asked, looking down. It's always the same thing, the family's reputation is the most important thing, so that people will adore us and all that nonsense. Alicia, Aki whispered, surprised by her friend's words. For me, Belle is a million times more important than that reputation, he said, looking seriously at Loki. So I'm sorry, but I have to go. Wait, Alice. And before Loki could say another word, the elf jumped out the window and then started running towards the blue pharmacy. This girl, Loki muttered, his head throbbing. At least you'll stay here, Aki. The goddess looked up, seeing how the cat was now standing at the window, ready to leave. You too. I'm sorry, Loki, but I've done enough with my arms crossed, she said, recalling yesterday's events. I can't just sit idly by when Belle is in danger for the second time. And copying Alicia's action, Aki jumped out of the window using all her speed to get to Belle and his family as quickly as possible. They're a real pain. Loki yelled, grabbing his hair. Do they like that kid that much? It's not just the love they feel for him. Reveria's voice echoed down the hall, catching Loki's attention. What do you mean? Perhaps what they're doing is reckless, but that boy is important to them, and not just because they like him, the elf said, watching a large cloud of smoke rise from the site of the explosion. It's also because he's their friend, and I'm sure they would do the same for any member of their family. I know that, Loki sighed wearily. All I want is for the family to stay out of unnecessary trouble. Well, they don't see that as unnecessary, she said with a small smile. Don't worry, Loki, everything will be alright. I hope so. While they were chatting among the city buildings, Aki and Alicia ran as fast as they could to get to Belle's aid. Hold on, Belle, they both thought, gripping their swords. The confrontation with the Apollo family had begun. End of chapter. Belle vs Apollo family. Explosions were the only thing that could currently be heard somewhere in the city of Arario. Many civilians near those explosions decided to flee their homes to avoid being caught up in the disaster. And while all that was happening through the empty streets of Arario, Belle ran while blood dripped from his head, and in his arms, he carried an unconscious and wounded Naza. Damn it. Thought the albino in frustration, seeing the state of his captain. Belle's running style was slow because he didn't want to leave behind his god Maich, who was running alongside him. After the huge explosion caused by the Apollo family's magic attack, the blue pharmacy was completely destroyed, and as a result, Naza was seriously injured and left unconscious while protecting Maich. Taking advantage of the smokescreen created by the explosion, Belle picked up Naza and fled along with Maich, although they were not long in being located. Firebolt. A powerful burst of fire shot out of Belle's palm, striking some of Apollo's adventurers and knocking them unconscious. It seems Apollo doesn't care about harming civilians, as long as he satisfies his anger, said Maich, clenching his fists angrily. At this rate, we'll lose, Belle said, worried about Naza. We have to finish this quickly to heal Naza-san. I'd better carry Naza, you concentrate on eliminating the enemies, said Maich, watching as more members of the Apollo family approached them. Alright, Belle agreed, leaving Naza in the care of his god, then he drew his dagger. Bellcranel. The voice of a blonde elf was heard on one of the rooftops of a house, catching the attention of both men. The anger he felt upon seeing them was evident in the elf's gaze. You and your god will pay for having mocked Apollo-sama. That is unforgivable. And with that shout, the elf jumped off the roof to draw his sword and launch himself to attack Belle. Through pure reflex, he managed to cover himself with his dagger before he could be cut. He's a level 2, Belle thought as he sensed the elf's strength. But compared to Aki-san and Alicia-san. Little by little, Belle applied much more force, surprising the elf, who was retreating due to the albino's strength. This is nothing. And with a little more strength, Belle managed to deflect the elf's sword, unbalancing him. He's very strong, the elf thought in surprise as he watched Bel's fist heading towards his face. Thanks to his years of experience, he managed to dodge the punch at the last second by taking a few steps back to get back into a fighting stance. "You're strong, now I understand why Apollo-sama is interested in you," said the elf, slightly surprised. "You will not harm my god," Bell said, standing in front of Michi and Naza. "Relax, I don't plan to harm a god, Apollo-sama will take care of him, my only goal is to defeat you and bring you before him." Bell could only watch in frustration as Apollo's adventurers, probably magicians and archers, were on the rooftops ready to attack him. And among all those adventurers, a red-haired girl threw a dagger at him, blocking it with her weapon before it hit him. "Lissos, it would be best if we both attacked at the same time, that way it will be easier," said the redhead, jumping up and standing next to the elf. "She's the girl I saw at the guild," Bell thought, looking at the redhead. "I think her name was Daphne." "That sounds good to me, the faster the better," the elf agreed, pointing his sword at Bell. This made Bell nervous. He was about to fight 2 level 2s, not to mention all the adventurers on the rooftops, and behind him were Michi and Naza, whom he had to protect. "I have to find a way out of this," he thought, gripping his dagger tightly. And without waiting another second, both adventurers from Apollo launched their attack, putting Bell on guard. "I'm sorry, kid, I have nothing against you, but it's a divine order," the red-haired girl apologized, attacking repeatedly with her short sword, all of which were blocked by Bell. "I can see them, compared to Aki-sen's attacks they are very slow," he thought, dodging each attack with relative ease. But she wasn't the only one she had to watch out for. For a millisecond he managed to dodge a slash from Lisso's sword, only managing to cut his cheek a little. Seconds later he had to block a rain of arrows aimed at him with his dagger from the archers who were on the rooftops. "This will be more difficult than I thought," he murmured, observing the complicated situation they were in. "I don't have time to fight. I have to get Kami-sama and Naza sent to safety. Don't get distracted in the battle, human." Lissos, demonstrating his speed, closed a distance with Bell, ready to pierce his shoulder with his sword. Firebolt. And without caring about anything, Bell launched a burst of fire at Lisso's face, which took him by surprise, and he was unable to dodge it. The explosion sent them both flying, Bell landing next to his god and the elf next to Daphne. "Bell." Might shouted worriedly, approaching the albino to help him. "The explosion was too close to me," Bell complained, noticing the minor burns on his body. But not as much as his opponent. "Damn it." Daphne could only stare in surprise as her family member's entire face was burned and part of his hair was burned as well. That would probably leave large permanent scars, and for an elf, that would be humiliating. "Magic without song, I have to be careful," Daphne thought, glancing sideways at her companion. "Can you still fight, Lissos?" "Why yes, that bastard will regret it," he said angrily, getting up with difficulty. As Bell began to tire, he stood up, thinking of a plan to escape from there. "There are many mages and archers on the rooftops, but they aren't attacking me, probably because Kami-sama is right beside me and they don't want to commit the sin of killing a god, even though those at the Blue Pharmacy had those intentions. Perhaps because no one would know which attack would kill him," Bell thought, observing his surroundings. "In that case." Slowly, Bell raised the palm of his hand, pointing it towards Daphne and Lissos. "She's going to use that magic again," Daphne thought, ready to dodge it. Firebolt. And to everyone's surprise, Bell pointed at the ground, creating a huge smokescreen from the explosion. "He's going to escape." Lissos shouted when he realized their plan. The archers and mages were ready to attack the smokescreen, but for a few seconds they hesitated to do so, and those seconds were more than enough for Bell to escape with Michi and Naza from the place. "TSK. Find them." Lissos shouted when he saw they were no longer around. Upon receiving the order, the rooftop adventurers began running across the rooftop searching for Bell. Meanwhile, on the ground, Daphne and Lissos remained standing, processing the situation. "Be strong, even though it was only for a few minutes he faced both of us, he even managed to knock you out for a few seconds," Daphne said in surprise. "Shut up." Lissos said angrily, starting to run to look for Bell. Meanwhile, Daphne just stood there staring at the crater left by Bell's magic. "I wonder if he'll be as strong as Hyacintosh, or I'd better stop thinking about it, I have to find him before Apollo-sama gets even angrier," and with those thoughts Daphne started running with her sword in hand ready to fight. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. 2 men from the Apollo family were on a street looking for Bell, ready to attack him. "Damn rabbit, because of him Apollo-sama scolded us all," said one of the men angrily. "When we find him, we'll give him a beating before handing him over," the other one said excitedly. Although seconds later a huge chill ran down both their spines as they felt danger approaching them. On the other side of the street they could see an elf and a catgirl approaching them at great speed, feeling the overwhelming pressure of their power. "Who are you?" shouted one of the men, agitated, raising his sword. "They're in the way." And each of them buried their fist in the face of each guy, slamming them to the ground before continuing their search for Belle. They were Aki and Alicia, who, since leaving the mansion, had already knocked out more than 30 members of the Apollo family with just one punch. "Where are you, Belle?" they both thought, worried. Meanwhile, with Belle. He was hiding in an alley along with Maich while they were trying to heal Naza. He doesn't appear to have a serious injury, but he received a hard blow to the head, Maich said, feeling guilty because he received that injury for trying to protect him. "We don't even have any potions with us. They were all destroyed at the pharmacy," Belle said in frustration, clenching his fists. "Damn it, we don't even have a home anymore. This is all my fault. If I had spoken calmly with Apollo, none of this would have happened." Maich apologized, regretting his actions. "Don't blame yourself, Kami-sama. Sooner or later we were bound to have this confrontation," Belle said, remaining alert in case any enemies appeared. "Now we just have to worry about getting out of here alive." "You're right, there's no point in lamenting what's already done," Maich said, picking Naza up again. "We have to get out of here. A fight in an alley isn't a good idea." "You're right." Another voice was heard in that alley, making them both turn around. Blocking the exit was Lissos, who had a grumpy face and was gripping his sword. "You'll regret this wound, you damned human," he said angrily, raising his sword. "If they weren't following us, your face would still be normal," Belle defended himself, raising his dagger. "I'm sorry, but I have to protect Kami-sama and Naza-san, and I don't care about burning your face if it's to save them. You're just a conceited child." And with those words, Lissos launched his attack, delivering a powerful slash towards Belle's head. Being in an alley, Belle couldn't move as freely, blocking the attack with some difficulty. But being so focused on that, he couldn't react in time to a kick from the elf which hit his stomach, making him take a few steps back. "It hits hard," Belle thought, wincing in pain. "Let me cut your face until I'm satisfied. I won't rest until I pay you back in kind," he said, touching his aching face. "If Apollo-sama didn't want you alive, he would kill you." And with those words, Lissos began to attack Belle again and again with his sword, who managed to block each attack with some difficulty due to the narrow space. "What's wrong? Fight!" shouted the elf, filled with rage, throwing thrusts without stopping. His attacks are fast, but it won't last long like this, Belle thought, blocking each attack at the last second while watching his opponent for any opening. Meanwhile, a little way off, almost at the end of the alley, Maich was protecting Naza from any attack that came their way. Belle has become very strong, the god thought, filled with surprise. He's not the same boy who came to the pharmacy that day asking to join my family. The image of a delicate boy with no muscles whatsoever came to his mind, a boy who nervously asked to join his family despite lacking any combat skills. Now that same child was fighting with a serious expression while protecting him with movements that were not those of a novice. "You've changed a lot, Belle," she thought with a small smile. "Stop blocking and attack." Lissos shouted angrily, throwing increasingly powerful slashes. But by using more force, his movements were becoming slower, and Belle wasn't going to let that opportunity pass him by. An opening. Belle quickly realized that Lissos had neglected his right side while trying to cut it with his sword. He quickly threw a powerful punch to the elf's right side, causing him to stop his barrage of attacks due to the pain of the blow. Without pausing, Belle threw another punch at Lissos' face, which this time he could not dodge due to the intense pain he felt from the previous blow. The albino's fist buried itself in his face, sending him flying a few meters and crashing into some wooden boxes that were there, destroying them. "Be damned H-human," the elf cursed, trying to stand up. But Belle wouldn't allow it, so raising his hand he launched his final attack. Firebolt. The powerful burst of flame struck Lissos this time, sending him flying out of the alley and crashing into a wall. Unable to resist any longer, Lissos fell unconscious to the ground with multiple burns on his body, mainly on his face. Finally Belle sighed, relaxing his body after defeating his enemy. "We shouldn't let our guard down, Belle. That Redeed girl is still out there, not to mention the captain of Apollo, who is probably looking for you too," Maich advised, approaching his son. Being close to him, she could see that his face showed signs of tiredness, probably from having been using his magic. "We don't even have mind potions," Maich thought in frustration. After catching his breath, Belle raised his dagger to look at her, and what he saw frightened him. The crack, he thought, frightened. The dagger, despite being of good quality, was already many years old since it belonged to Alicia. Obviously, it wouldn't have the same hardness after having been in so many fights with strong enemies and from constantly blocking Lisso's strong attacks with the dagger, a very small crack formed in the middle. "I hope this can be repaired," he thought anxiously, not wanting his special weapon to be destroyed. After that, he looked around, noticing that a door in that alley had been destroyed by his firebolt, leading to a small room which contained boxes. It was probably a storage room. Kami-sama, it would be best if you and Naza-sen hid here, Belle advised, pointing to the spot. Huh? And you? The god asked, worried. I'll act as a decoy and lure them away, he offered, an idea Miich didn't appreciate. Don't worry, Kami-sama, I'll be fine. I'd be more concerned if you and Naza-sen were caught in the crossfire. You're right, at this moment the only thing we would do is get in your way, said Miich, clenching his fist, feeling useless. I promise I'll be fine, Kami-sama, Belle promised with a kind smile that only he could give. After that, Belle left the alley and stood in the middle of the main street in full view of everyone. There he is. One of the guys shouted when he saw Belle. Damn. Isn't that Lisso's? Said another upon seeing the unconscious elf. Catch him. Belle, seeing that he was now the center of attention for all the adventurers there, started running, followed by everyone, leaving the place empty. Take care, Belle, Miich thought anxiously. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. Daphne was walking through the streets looking around for Belle. He's very good at hiding, the girl thought when she didn't sense his presence. But what he did feel was an overwhelming pressure on his back, putting all his senses on high alert. So he quickly turned around to attack whoever was there, but before he could make a move, a sword pressed against his neck, threatening to cut it. Wow, Daphne whispered in surprise. In front of her were two girls with unfriendly faces, one of them pointing her sword at her. Now I wonder, what's the Loki family's role in all this? Daphne asked, confused. Where is Belle? Aki asked, pressing her sword harder against Daphne's neck. Believe me, I wonder that too, he replied with a nervous smile. Now answer my question. Why is the Loki family sticking their noses into this? The Loki family has nothing to do with what we're doing, it's just Aki and me, Alicia said, anger and worry in her voice. And we don't need a reason to rush in and help our friend. I understand, so it's personal matters, he said, understanding the whole situation. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to let them through. Aren't you going to fight? Aki asked. I'm not stupid. I'll be destroyed if I face two level 4s at once. The wisest thing to do is surrender, she replied, shrugging. And as for bellcranel, if you continue down this path, you'll probably find him. After all, I heard explosions nearby. Thank you for cooperating, said Aki, removing his sword from Daphne's neck and continuing on his way. Thank you, said Alice, walking past. And with those words, both girls disappeared from Daphne's sight, causing her to let out a tired sigh. I detest this family, I thought, a headache throbbing. Now it'll be a sure defeat for us if those two are here, unless no, I highly doubt I'll do anything. After those thoughts, Daphne continued on her way, pretending to be looking for Belle. If she tried to attack him, those two would probably attack her, and she didn't want to spend a month in the hospital. I'll ask for a vacation after this, she whispered wearily. Back to Belle. Firebolt. 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 As he ran, Belle launched flames from the palm of his hand at any adventurer who was near him, leaving dozens unconscious on the ground. Perfect. If I keep this up, I'll soon defeat everyone, Belle thought, motivated. But because he was focused on those behind him, he didn't notice that another guy was in front of him. You're very careless. When he realized it, it was already too late as he felt a strong kick hit him squarely in the face, slamming him hard to the ground. Ah was the groan of pain that came out of Belle after receiving the strong blow. Captain. It was the cry of the few adventurers who were still left when they saw the man who hit Belle. They really are useless, almost all of them were defeated by just a level 2, even that useless Lissos, in the end I'll have to do all the work, the man said angrily. While Belle still felt pain in his face from the kick, he looked up to see who his attacker was. He's strong, I thought just by looking at him. In the eyes of many, the man in front of Belle was handsome and exuded elegance. He was Hyacintosh, the captain of the Apollo family, who had an unfriendly expression as he looked at Belle. You've caused Apollo-sama a lot of trouble, he said angrily. I still wonder what he saw in trash like you. Well, many say I'm someone special, Belle replied, standing up with difficulty. Special? The only interesting thing about you is that you've leveled up so fast, he said, a vein throbbing in his forehead. But to me, you're nothing but trash. While Hyacintosh was giving his speech, Belle was taking in the situation he was in. This is bad, that guy seems to be a level 3, in my current state, I highly doubt I can win. Belle had used his magic so many times, it was taking its toll, which was evident in the tiredness he felt at that moment. But if I'm defeated here, everyone will go looking for Kami-sama so that Apollo can unleash his wrath. I can't allow that. And with those thoughts, Belle got into a fighting stance, raising his dagger ready to face Hyacintos. Are you going to fight? I admit, you've got guts, I complimented him with an air of superiority. But all you're going to achieve is humiliation. Do you always have to brag about your strength? Belle asked wearily. This caused Hyacinto's face to fill with anger as it sounded like mockery to him. Very well, kid, just so you know, I warned you, and with those words Hyacintosh took off at great speed, surprising Belle. Belle couldn't even react to the great speed of his opponent, and without realizing it, he was already on his knees on the ground after receiving a strong blow to the stomach. "You're just trash," he insulted, grabbing Belle's head and hitting him hard with his knee. "He's strong, much stronger than the others," Belle thought, wincing as he tried to stand up again. But Hyacintosh didn't let him do that, launching a powerful kick to Belle's face, sending him flying a few meters. "Seriously, what did Apollo-sama see in you?" he asked hatefully, placing his foot on Belle's chest and pressing down. "Ever since you leveled up, he's done nothing but talk about you over and over again at the mansion, saying how much he wants you in his family. Apollo-sama doesn't even pay attention to me anymore. I'm not fault for being more interesting than you," Belle said with difficulty because of the pain he felt. This only caused Hyacintosh's anger to escalate even further, and he began kicking Belle in the chest. "You damned kid," he yelled angrily, kicking Belle's chest repeatedly and forcefully. "I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." But Belle wasn't going to stand idly by, so gripping his dagger tightly, he plunged it into Hyacinto's ankle just as he was about to kick him again. "Ah!" he screamed in pain as he felt his foot being pierced, moving away from Belle with the dagger still stuck in him. The few adventurers of Apollo who were on the rooftops were ready to shoot arrows at Belle, but Hyacinto stopped them. "No. I'll destroy that idiot myself," he ordered angrily, pulling the dagger from his foot. Belle, due to the intense pain he felt in his body, stood up with great difficulty to glare angrily at Hyacintosh. "Not only are you trash, but so is your equipment. This dagger is already cracked," he said, seeing the state of Belle's weapon. "That dagger isn't trash," Belle shouted angrily upon hearing those words. It seems this weapon is very important to you," he said with a mocking tone. "I guess someone important gave it to you." "That's none of your business," he said angrily, wanting to attack Hyacinto's, but the pain in his body prevented him from doing so, and he couldn't launch another firebolt or he would faint. "To me, this is just garbage," he said, throwing the weapon to the ground. "Garbage like you." And with those words Hyacintosh lifted his foot that hadn't been stabbed and then stomped hard on the weapon, making Belle open his eyes in surprise. "No!" I shouted, running towards him to stop him. But his steps were blocked when an arrow pierced one of his legs, causing him to fall to his knees on the ground. "Huh?" Hyacintosh said in surprise. "Looks like the dagger wasn't as bad as I thought." After Hyacintosh's powerful blow, the dagger hadn't shattered into pieces. It had simply cracked a little more. The low-quality weapon would have easily been destroyed. "I wonder how many blows it can withstand." "Then don't do it," Belle stammered, trying to stand up, but the pain in his pierced leg wouldn't allow it. So, without anyone being able to stop him, Hyacinto stomped hard on the dagger again and again, beginning to crack it more and more. And on the 10th blow the dagger finally broke in two, causing Belle to watch in shock what had just happened. "It was a fine weapon for trash like you to have," he said mockingly, kicking the remains of the dagger far away. "What's wrong? Did it hurt a lot to see your weapon split in two?" As Belle stared at the now destroyed dagger, a feeling of sadness and anger began to overwhelm him. "I want you to keep it. I'll be very happy if you use this dagger, so I'll know that a part of me was always with you on your adventure." The sweet words that Alicia said to him that day when she gave him the dagger came back to him. "It's a few years old now, but its edge is as good as the first day. This dagger is very special to me because we've been through many adventures together." These words were causing me to feel a pressure of sadness in my chest. "That's why you should accept it. I'm very sure it will help you a lot, just like it did for me." Drawing strength from the anger he felt inside, Belle managed to stand up again, glaring angrily at Hyacintosh. "So you can still get into character." Before he could finish speaking, a powerful blow struck his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. "Why you?" And before Hyacintosh could defend himself, another blow struck his face, sending him flying a few meters and crashing to the ground. "You'll pay," Belle said, gritting his teeth angrily. "Can he still move like that?" thought the archer who had shot Belle earlier, surprised. So as a precaution, the guy shot a second arrow into Belle's other leg, piercing it. "Damn it," the albino groaned, falling to his knees again. "I'm so tired, I don't think I can go on anymore." As he said that, he looked up and saw Hyacintosh standing up, disoriented by the loud blow. "At least punch his stupid face once." "You've made me angry, you bastard," said Hyacintosh angrily, spitting out a little blood that came out of his mouth along with two teeth. So he slowly approached Belle while drawing his sword from its sheath. "On second thought, I think I'll kill you," he said, pointing his sword at Belle. "I'll tell Apollo-sama that I accidentally cut your throat. He'll probably be mad at me for a while, but it's worth it." "Do whatever you want, idiot," Belle insulted angrily. "And that's what I'll do," he said, raising his sword to behead Belle. "Say goodbye, bellcranel." And with those words Hyacintosh lowered his sword forcefully, ready to kill Bell, who simply closed his eyes awaiting his fate. However, before the sword could touch Bell's neck, a dagger at great speed struck Hyacinto's sword, splitting it in two and failing to achieve its objective. What? The two said, confused, watching the broken sword fall to the ground. After that, they both turned their gaze to the place where the dagger came from, which was a dark alley where not much could be seen. Bell just stared in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Unlike Hyacintosh, who went from having a confused face to one full of anger. You don't even deign to help us and you dare to give me orders. I shouted angrily into the dark alley. But he received no response, which only confused Bell even more. Who are you talking to? Are you crazy? I asked, puzzled. I clicked my tongue angrily to look at Bell again. Change of plans, I won't kill you, but I'm going to torture you until I'm satisfied. And with those words Hyacintosh drew a short sword he had stored away, ready to cut Bell. I'm not afraid of you, he said, looking seriously at Hyacintosh. Let's see if you're still saying that when I'm cutting your skin. But before he could even bring his weapon close to Bell again, he was interrupted. But this time, a powerful punch to his face sent him crashing into a cracked wall. What? Bell looked around, confused, not understanding what had happened. However, this time his question was quickly answered when he saw a beautiful elf he knew very well standing in front of him with a rather unfriendly expression. Alicia-san, he whispered the name of the beautiful elf. Sorry for being late, Bell, he apologized without taking his eyes off the place where he had sent Hyacintosh flying. Seconds later a beautiful cat girl arrived at the place, standing next to Alice, only Alice's angry expression was noticeable from miles away. Aki-san, Bell whispered, looking at the beautiful cat. Alice? Yes, Aki? How about we have some fun with that idiot? He suggested in an angry tone of voice. That sounds perfect to me, Alice agreed, gripping her sword tightly. The massacre was about to begin in that place. End of chapter. End of the battle. Aki-san, Alicia-san. Bell merely whispered the names of both girls while staring at their backs in surprise. After that, he looked behind him and saw that all the Apollo adventurers who were on the rooftops were already unconscious, probably thanks to Aki and Alicia. Bell. The voices of both girls caught his attention again, making him turn to look at them. There they were, watching him with expressions full of surprise and concern. And it was no wonder. Both his legs were pierced by an arrow. Fresh blood was still slowly running down his face, and that's not even counting the many wounds he had on his body. This only made both girls angrier, causing them to clench their fists tightly. That bastard is going to regret this, Aki whispered, looking angrily at the place where Hyacintosh had ended up. Now rest, Bell, we'll take care of the rest, said Alicia, wanting to rush to Bell to heal all his wounds as soon as possible, but first she had to take care of the garbage. Upon hearing those words, Bell lowered his gaze while clenching his fists, filled with helplessness. Again, I'll have to be saved by them again, he thought with great frustration inside him, and that feeling of being useless returned to him. Bell. Alicia's warm voice pulled him from his thoughts, making him look up. I know what you're thinking, you're probably telling yourself you're useless for receiving help. Upon hearing those words, Bell only became nervous at having been easily read. Well, let me tell you, you're not, Bell. You're incredible. You just defeated almost an entire family single-handedly, and that's not something just anyone can do, the elf praised with a beautiful smile, leaving Bell amazed. You've done enough protecting your god, Naza. Now leave the rest to us. You rest. Alicia is right, Bell, you're a really amazing person, Aki said with a cute smile, making Bell blush as he remembered last night's events. Oh okay, Bell agreed, defeated, beginning to relax his body. Thank you. This only made them both smile when they saw that Bell had accepted their help. Damn it. Who hit me? Hyacintosh's pained voice caught the attention of both women, causing them to return to their angry expressions. The smoke gradually dissipated until they could both see Hyacintosh, who was bleeding from his head and nose. While he was alone, he looked up to see who had caused his injuries and was surprised to see both girls. Loki family, he whispered in surprise. And why the hell are you attacking me? He asked angrily and confused. That's none of your business, trash, Aki said, anger in her voice. This only sent a small shiver down Hyacintosh's spine. They were probably both friends of Bell and were now angry that they had hurt him. This is bad, thought Hyacintosh nervously. He wasn't an idiot. He knew very well that those two were far superior to him. Even if he faced only one of them, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to beat her, and now, with both of them together, it would be much more problematic. After those thoughts, Hyacinto slowly stood up to look seriously at both girls. I give up, she said, raising her hands, causing both of them to frown. I'm aware that I don't stand a chance with you, so I give up. And? The one who said those words was Alice, making Hyacintosh look at her confused. "Didn't you hear? I said I give up." "And what the hell do we care?" Aki asked, drawing her sword. "Whether you surrender or not, you've already earned the beating." Upon hearing those words, Hyacinto's senses were fully alerted as he realized the trouble he was in. "Listen, cat, it would be best to leave this here before causing more destruction to the city," said the human, taking a step back. But to his surprise, in the blink of an eye, Aki was already standing in front of him with an angry look. "You should have thought about that before hurting the person I love," Aki whispered, then punched Hyacinto's hard in the stomach, sending him flying into the air. Damn it, Hyacinto's groaned in pain, slowly lowering himself back to the ground. But before he could even touch the ground, a fist buried itself in his face again, sending him crashing into another wall. "Hurting Belle and his family was the worst thing you could have done," Alicia said after hitting him. Meanwhile, Hyacintosh writhed on the ground in pain, trying to stand up. Aki and Alicia were holding back with their blows. They didn't want to knock him unconscious, they wanted him to feel the pain of being hit and cut again and again. Meanwhile, in the distance, Belle could only watch in surprise as both girls, with just a few blows, had already left Hyacinthos badly injured, while he was unable to do much damage to him. "Damn conceited girls," Hyacintosh swore angrily, drawing his short sword. And using all his speed, the human lunged towards Aki, trying to stab her head. But before his weapon could even get close enough, Alicia's sword pierced his arm, forcing him to drop his sword in pain. "Ah!" He screamed in pain as his arm was pierced. But his screams were cut short when he received a powerful kick to the jaw courtesy of Aki, leaving him disoriented by the strong blow. And before he fell to his knees on the ground, Aki grabbed him by the neck, preventing him from falling, and with a strong slap, managed to bring him back to his senses and prevent him from fainting. "Are you enjoying this?" Aki asked angrily, squeezing his neck. "I say that because it seemed like you were enjoying torturing Belle too." Hyacinthos tried to speak, but the strong grip on his neck prevented him from saying a word. "And I hope you continue to enjoy it," said Alice, gripping her sword. "Because this is going to be a long haul." Upon hearing those words, Hyacintosh's fear grew even more as he realized the trouble he had gotten himself into. All his companions were unconscious and unable to help him. The only one still around was Daphne, but she had no intention of going near that place. "Shall we continue?" Aki asked, releasing her neck. The moment Hyacinthos was released, he tried to say a few words, but a strong kick to his stomach from Alicia forced him to close his mouth and fall to his knees. "Come on, we're not finished yet," said Aki, hitting him hard in the face with her knee, breaking his nose and a few teeth. And then both raised their fists and then punched hard into his face, shattering the few teeth he had left, and finally punched into his chest, sending him crashing through the walls in front of them. They both heard a cracking sound coming from his chest when he was hit, probably from his ribs, some of which were broken. "Do you think we're being too harsh?" Alicia asked her friend. "Do you think so?" "I feel like we're being too kind," she replied, anger in her voice as she recalled Belle's condition. "Aerozephiros." Hyacintosh's voice was heard in the place where he had landed, confusing them both. Although seconds later they realized what it was about when they saw a ring of light coming out of that place in the direction of them. But they easily dodged it, although to their surprise, they saw the hoop change direction to go towards them again. What interesting magic, they both thought, dodging the attack again. "Hahaha. Why, you won't be able to escape," Hyacintosh mocked, struggling to his feet from where he'd been sent flying. "No one escapes my magic." While Hyacintosh was mocking him, both girls separated to avoid the attack. However, to Alicia's surprise, the magic ring completely ignored Aki, heading directly towards her. "So I'm her target," the elf thought, dodging the ring. "She probably thinks that because I'm an elf, I'm weaker than Aki physically, although that's true," she thought, a little hurt, dodging the attack again. "But that doesn't mean I'm weaker than this trash." While Alicia repeatedly dodged Hyacinto's magic, Aki intended to lunge at him, but the elf stopped her. "Don't worry, Aki, I have a better idea," Alicia said with a mocking smile, looking at Hyacintosh. "I imagine this magic won't stop until it hits its target, right?" "You're right, you stupid elf," Hyacintosh replied mockingly and angrily. "Even if I'm knocked unconscious, the magic won't disappear until it hits you." "But I've noticed something," Alicia remarked, leaping to dodge the attack. "When I dodge magic, it takes a few seconds to react and change direction." "What?" Hyacintosh said, confused. "If that's the case." And with those words, Alice began to run towards Hyacintosh, while the magic hoop followed behind her. This caused the human to open his eyes in surprise as he realized what he was trying to do. "Wait!" he shouted, frantically trying to deactivate his magic. But it was too late. Alicia, being just a few centimeters away from him, jumped high, letting the ring of light come face to face with its owner. No. And the inevitable happened. A huge explosion occurred at the site, collapsing the building behind Hyacintosh, with all the debris falling there and raising a curtain of smoke. And in a very elegant way, Alicia landed on her feet next to Aki, observing with a small smile how her strategy had worked. "That was smart," said Aki, smiling at her friend. "Thank you," she said, proud and a little embarrassed. A few seconds passed until the entire smokescreen disappeared, revealing only a mountain of rubble with no trace of Hyacinthos. "He's probably under," all that Aki said when she couldn't see him. "I think that was punishment enough, although it will be a miracle if he's still alive, but let it be known that I didn't kill him, it was his own magic," the elf excused herself. Yes, whatever you say," said the cat with an amused smile. Although seconds later they remembered that a few meters away there was a badly injured Belle, quickly turning their gaze towards him. There stood the albino, watching everything in amazement at how easily the two of them took care of the captain of the Apollo family. "Belle." And with a cry of concern, Aki rushed towards the albino, kneeling in front of him to examine his injuries. Meanwhile, Alicia just stood there watching as Aki tried to treat the wounds of an embarrassed Belle. That only made her remember everything she saw last night at that party, causing a pain to appear in her heart. But with an effort, the elf maintained a kind smile as she approached her two friends. "Hey Aki-san, I'm fine," Belle stammered, embarrassed, as he watched the cat carefully lift his shirt, which was torn by Hyacintosh's kicks. "Good? You call this good?" Aki asked angrily and worriedly, seeing Belle's purple chest. "That bastard must have punched you repeatedly in the chest." "Both your legs are pierced," Alicia said, kneeling in front of Belle as she stood beside them. If only we had arrived sooner, you wouldn't be hurt like this." Alicia could only lower her ears and gaze in pain, unable to look at Belle's wounds for a long time. "We have to get these arrows out before they give you an infection," Aki said, taking one of the arrows in her hand. "And now?" Belle asked, a little scared. "Don't worry, Belle, I'll apply healing magic while Aki pulls out the arrow so it closes up, that way you won't feel much pain," the elf reassured him with a small smile, placing her hands on Belle's leg. "Okay Belle, this is going to hurt a little," Aki warned, slowly starting to pull out the arrow. Belle simply winced in pain as he felt the wooden part of the arrow scrape against his flesh, along with the iron tip, which was even more painful. But thanks to Alicia's healing magic, the pain didn't last long, closing the wound little by little until the arrow was removed from her leg. Now they repeated the same procedure with Belle's other leg, slowly pulling it out while Alicia's healing magic did its work. After a few seconds, the last arrow was finally removed from his leg, closing the hole where it had been pierced thanks to Alicia's magic. "I can heal your wounds a little with my magic, but it won't be enough. We'll need potions to cure your physical and mental exhaustion," said Alicia, placing her hand on Belle's purple chest to use her magic. "I think some members of the Apollo family had potions with them," Aki said, standing up. "I'll go get the potions. You continue treating Belle's wounds." And with those words, Aki quickly left the place to look for the potions, leaving Belle and Alicia alone. They simply remained silent while Alicia tended to her wounds, while Belle watched her, though his gaze was one of sadness and guilt. The memory of how the captain of Apollo broke the dagger in two came to his mind, causing a pressure to appear in his chest. "Hey Alicia-san." "Yes Belle," she said in her sweet voice, continuing to heal him. I'm sorry," he apologized, clenching his fists and looking down. Upon hearing that apology, Alicia looked up at Belle with confusion. "Why are you apologizing?" I asked, confused. "I couldn't take care of her," she whispered, pain in her voice. "I couldn't take care of your gift, Alicia-san." Upon hearing those words, the elf became even more confused, although Belle pointed in a direction, directing her gaze there, understanding everything. A few meters away from them is the dagger he had given her some time ago, broken in two, something that surprised her. "Forgive me, Alicia-san," he apologized again, his voice trembling. "The dagger was very special to both of us, and I couldn't take care of it, even though you entrusted it to me. I'm useless." Belle felt like crying, feeling useless for not taking care of that special gift from the elf, closing his eyes to hold back the tears. Although a soft hand rested on his cheek, causing him to open his eyes and see the elf in front of him. Belle, Alicia whispered sweetly as she gently stroked his cheek. "Don't feel useless just because the dagger broke. But it's just a dagger, and even though I'm very fond of it, I'm not going to be angry with you about it," I whispered, continuing to stroke his cheek. "The only thing that matters to me here is you, Belle, and I'm truly glad this confrontation didn't end worse." As she said those words, a small tear rolled down Alicia's cheek as she imagined the worst if she had arrived late. "When all this trouble is over, we'll go buy a new dagger together, okay?" she said with a beautiful smile that made Belle's heart flutter at how gorgeous she looked. "And remember, you're more important to me than anything." Belle just stared in surprise at Alicia's beautiful smile as she continued to gently caress his cheek while his heart beat rapidly. It was the same feeling he had the night before with Aki at the dance, that pleasant and warm feeling. They stared at each other as the seconds ticked by, an elf with a beautiful smile and a blush, and a human with surprise in his eyes and a sparkle in his gaze. Here are the potions. Aki's voice was heard nearby, causing Alicia to quickly remove her hand from Belle's cheek and place both hands on his chest to continue her healing magic. Meanwhile, Belle just stared in surprise at Alicia, who had her head down. At least those idiots had plenty of potions with them, Aki said with a smile, approaching them with about 10 potions in her arms. Did something happen? She asked, confused, seeing the two of them silent. Then nothing happened, Alicia replied, removing her hands from Belle's chest. I've already healed most of the wounds. The potions will easily take care of the rest. You heard Belle, take as many as you need, if you need more just tell me, said Aki, placing the potions next to Belle. I think just 5 will be enough, said Belle with a nervous smile, watching Aki sit down next to him. We won't know until all your wounds are healed, said the cat, uncorking a potion. Here, drink it. Aki-san, I can drink by myself, he stammered, embarrassed, looking away. He couldn't be near the beautiful cat without remembering the kiss he had with her last night, especially when he remembered that she told him she was in love with him. Obviously Aki also felt embarrassed, but her desire to be with Belle was stronger. Don't be silly and drink it, she ordered, gently taking Belle's face in her hands so that he would turn to look at her. This action made Belle's blush grow even more as he saw Aki's beautiful smile. And while all this was happening, Alicia watched them with a small smile, a sad smile. And I'll go patrol over there, said Alicia, standing up and catching both of their attention. Patrol? Aki asked, confused. You know, there might still be Apollo adventurers out there trying to attack Belle. It's best to make sure they're all unconscious, I explained, unable to watch the scene any longer. Meanwhile, Aki just looked at her friend in confusion, noticing that look of pain on her face which worried her. I was about to say something, but a sound alerted the 3 of them, causing them to turn their gaze there. The rubble of the collapsed building began to move slowly until a seriously injured Hyacinthos emerged with difficulty from among it. To say he was on the verge of death was an understatement. Much of his clothing was torn to shreds, large amounts of blood were flowing from his wounds, and only one of his eyes was open. He had probably lost the other. But despite all that, he still stood with an expression full of rage. Do you really want to keep fighting like this? Aki asked wearily. Oh, and I thought you were dead, said Alice with a little disappointment. Millimeters, damn bitches, he said in pain, struggling to raise his arm. If you want to keep living, it would be best if you stayed still, the cat advised. You lost, accepted, said the elf, crossing her arms. Do you love that child that much? Hyacinthos asked as magic began to gather in his hand, surprising the 3. Well, defend him from this. And with those words, Hyacinthos raised his arm higher to launch his final attack. While Aki and Alicia were about to stand up to finish off Hyacinthos once and for all, before he could unleash his magic and harm Belle. But before anyone could do anything, an arrow flew past Aki and Alicia until it reached Hyacinthos and pierced his stomach. Was all Hyacinthos could say as he stopped producing magic in his hand to see his stomach pierced by the arrow. Meanwhile, Aki, Alicia and Belle just stared in disbelief at what had just happened. They slowly turned their gaze behind them to see the owner of that arrow. Shit, I failed. A few meters away from them was Naza with a grumpy face, wearing a bandage on her head, while a bow and arrows were with her. Naza-san, Belle whispered in surprise. Meanwhile, behind her came the god Maich running with a worried expression. Naza. We agreed to stop this conflict. Maich shouted, worried when he saw what his daughter had done. Yes, and the way to stop this is by killing the bucking captain of that bucking family, he said, his voice filled with rage as he readied another arrow. And the next one will go for his damn head. That's not the solution. Maich shouted. Of course he is. He destroyed our home, he hurt Belle, that guy deserves it, I simply cannot forgive him, he said, raising his bow and aiming it at Hyacinthos's head. Brutal, Aki thinks with surprise. Damn it, said Hyacinthos angrily, wanting to attack Naza. But before anyone could make a move, a woman fell from the sky, placing herself in front of Hyacinthos, causing Naza to stop his attack and everyone to turn to look at her. I think they've already caused a lot of damage in the city, the woman said in a calm tone of voice. Upon seeing the woman, a nervous smile appeared on Aki and Alicia's faces, knowing that more trouble was coming. And who is she? Belle asked, confused, looking at the beautiful woman who had just arrived. Well, she's the one who's going to give us the most trouble, Aki replied with a nervous smile. She is the captain of the Ganesha family, Shakti Varma, Alicia said, also smiling nervously. Let's see, Maich family, Apollo family, and Loki family, he said in a calm tone of voice, looking at everyone present. You are all in serious trouble. You quite ate, bitch. And as if by a miracle, Hyacinthos was still standing even though he had an arrow in his stomach, grabbing Shakti by the shoulder to get her out of his way. "You should rest or you'll end up dying," the woman advised with a calm expression. "I told you to get out of my way." He shouted angrily, wanting revenge. His thirst for revenge was what still kept him going. This only made Shakti let out a tired sigh. "I warned you." And with those words Shakti grabbed Hyacinthos's head and slammed it hard into the ground, cracking it a little and leaving him unconscious. This action caused a nervous and scared smile to appear on everyone present. "You?" Shakti shouted to a member of the Ganesha family who was on the rooftops. "Yes, Captain," he asked in a military pose. "Take this idiot to the hospital before he dies," I ordered wearily. And with that cry the man went down to the ground and took Hyacinthos to disappear from the place. "And you," he said, looking at the others. "First, heal your wounds," he said, referring to Naza and Bel. "And after that, we will have a meeting with your gods in Babel." "Is it necessary for our goddess to come?" Aki asked, hoping she would say no. "Absolutely necessary. Ganesha-sama will have to speak seriously with his gods," he replied, turning away. "If you'll excuse me, I have to go find those 100 adventurers they left unconscious all over the city." That made Bel, Aki, and Alicia smile nervously, knowing that they were the ones responsible. And with those words Shakti disappeared from the place, leaving everyone in silence. "Loki is going to be angry," Aki whispered, already imagining everything that would happen. "But if she's the one causing the problem, she just laughs and says it was an accident." Alicia excused herself, crossing her arms. "Damn, I really wanted to drill a hole in his head," Naza said angrily. "That was very wrong," Naza the god scolded his daughter. While they were all talking, Bel observed everything around him, seeing the destruction and all the unconscious adventurers left behind by the battle. It seems the problems aren't over yet. And with those thoughts, Bel fainted on the ground under the watchful, worried gaze of those present. The troubled days for Bel and his family seemed like they would never end. End of chapter. Board game. The place where we are currently located is on one of the many floors of the Tower of Babel, specifically in a room where there were 4 people. They were Aki, Alicia, Naz and Bel, who were sitting quietly on some sofas. The battle against the Apollo family had ended not long ago, and it only took a few hours for Bel to wake up from his faint and join the girls in the same room. "Do you think they'll arrest us?" Bel asked Naza, worried. "Relax, Bel, I won't let them put us in a cell," I reassured him, patting him on the back. "They won't put us in jail, most likely they'll just fine each family," Aki explained wearily. "Great, more debts," Naza whispered with annoyance. "We are truly grateful that you helped us," Bel thanked her 2 friends. "Don't thank us, Bel, I would go and help you as many times as necessary," said Alicia with a beautiful smile, making the albino blush. "Alicia is right, although we regret arriving a little late," Aki apologized, sounding a bit down. "Don't worry, Aki-san, my wounds are already healed," she said with a smile, showing that she was fine. "You're right, at least everything turned out alright," said Alicia, trying to lighten the mood. "Bel is healed now, and we managed to defeat the Apollo family." "Exactly, and I hope we soon get the news that that bastard died in the hospital," Naza said angrily, remembering Hyacinthos's stupid face. "Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but after being in critical condition for a few hours, he's now stable." The one who said those words was Shakti, who entered the room with her serene expression. As he said that, a sigh of disappointment escaped Naza. "Where are our gods?" Aki asked the woman. "They're in another room in a meeting with Ganesha-sama and Royman," she explained, leaning against the door. Changing the subject, "I'm surprised you 2 got yourselves into such a big mess," she said, a little surprised, looking at Naza and Bel. "For years I thought the Maich family was a peaceful family, but it turns out I was wrong. What a disappointment. Is this our fault?" Naza asked angrily. "We were just a humble family whose only concern was paying off a debt to another pesky god. We're just another victim of that monster Apollo. Just look at how traumatized Bel is." As she said those words, Shakti turned her gaze to the albino, who had a dejected and traumatized expression, as if he had been greatly affected by what had happened. "I don't think I can be the same after all this trouble," Bel whispered, covering his face with both hands. "It's okay, Bel, it's over now," Naza whispered, stroking Bel's hair before turning to Shakti. "My poor Bel will have to spend days with a psychologist, and that's not even counting the fact that we're homeless now. We'll have no choice but to sleep in an alley and eat food from the garbage, all because of the clutches of an evil god." While Naz and Bel were doing all that, Aki and Alicia had their mouths slightly open, listening in disbelief. "I am truly outraged by all of this. In my town, they told me that Arario was a place where you could fulfill your dreams, but I find that any family can attack you with the intention of killing you, and the authorities, instead of punishing the criminal, try to punish the victim, some poor victims. My entire collection of hero books was destroyed, it was the only memory I had of my grandfather, Belle said with pain in his voice, before receiving a hug from Naza. Let it all out, Belle, it's the only thing we can do in this lawless city, Naza said as a small tear rolled down her cheek. You and I won't have good days anymore, now there will only be days. After saying that, Shakti had a complicated expression, not knowing what to say. Don't worry, you're right, you're the victims in all of this, Shakti said, agreeing with Naza. But no matter how hard I try to avoid it, the guild will find you for all the destruction, but I'll do everything I can to reduce that punishment, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Thank you Shakti-san, it really means a lot to us, Naza said gratefully, wiping the tear from her cheek. At this moment the meeting with your gods must be about to end, so I will go and do everything in my power to help you, Shakti promised, turning around. Does that apply to us too? Aki asked hopefully. You have more than enough money to pay off the debt, and with those words Shakti left the room, leaving the quartet of friends alone once again. The moment Shakti left, Naza and Belle slowly separated from the hug, returning to a calm expression and then smiling. How did I do? Bella asked Naza. Perfect, I'm very proud of you, I congratulated, stroking Belle's hair. Thanks, he said, embarrassed. That was clever and terrifying at the same time, whispered Alice, not believing what she had just seen. Bellcranel, where did you learn that? Aki asked, frowning, making him nervous. Then Naza-san taught me a few things about that subject, he replied, a little scared. They're very necessary, Naza excused herself before Aki and Alicia could say anything. My Belle also has to learn to be cunning. I like the innocent Belle better, but he also has to learn certain things so he can get out of some trouble. I hate to admit it, but she's right, Aki whispered, annoyed. I prefer the innocent Belle, murmured Alice, puffing out her cheeks. Belle and Naza just looked at each other and then smiled. You know, I just realized we have another problem, Naza said, confusing the albino. What problem? We don't have a home. Ah. While the four of them were chatting in another room, four gods along with a fat elf were having a meeting. One of them was Ganesha, who had a calm expression. Another was Maich, who had a nervous smile. Another was Apollo, who had an expression full of rage. And the last was Loki, who had an expression of annoyance. I am pleased to tell you that I am Ganesha, the god introduced himself with a calm demeanor. Hello, Maich greeted nervously. TSK, this is annoying, Loki whispered, annoyed. Meanwhile, Apollo just ground his teeth hard with the rage he felt. Very well, let's begin the meeting. That was cheating. Let the battle be repeated again. Apollo shouted angrily, looking at Maich and interrupting Ganesha. Apollo, calm down, the elephant god pleaded. No. If it weren't for those damn low girls. Be careful how you speak about my daughters if you don't want me to send you back to heaven right now, Loki threatened with a dark look, frightening Apollo. Everyone calm down, let's talk about this like civilized gods. And with those words, Apollo reluctantly sat back down in his seat. Yen. Royman. The moment Ganesha said those words, an old fat elf stepped forward with a nervous expression. The war between the Apollo and Maich families, aided by two of Loki's daughters, left a total of 27 buildings and houses in ruins, around 6 streets cracked beyond repair, and 14 restaurants and food stalls destroyed, Royman said nervously. That leaves a total of more than 10 million valis to rebuild all of that, not counting the monetary aid we'll give to people who lost their homes. Thank you, Royman, Ganesha said, turning his attention back to the three gods. I think you already know what it means. The fine, right? Loki asked wearily. Exact. Upon hearing that confirmation, Maich became nervous about having yet another fine against him. And how much is the fine? Apollo asked angrily. You Apollo, you will have to pay 20 million for being the main culprit in all this, said Ganesha, making the god frown. You Maich, I am aware of the poverty in which your family lives, not to mention that you no longer have a home, and besides, you are not to blame for all this, so you and your children will only have to do community service to rebuild the destroyed places. That's fine, said Maich, relieved that it wasn't money. And you, Loki, will have to pay the sum of 30 million valis. 30? Loki shouted, standing up. Why so much money? Well, actually you should only have to pay 10 million valis, but I just remembered that you skipped taxes for May, June, July, and August, so you have to pay a fine for that too. Upon hearing that explanation, Loki laughed nervously and returned to his seat. And getting back to the main topic, Apollo, I hope you don't do something like that again, or you will be severely punished, Ganesha warned with a serious expression. I refuse to accept it, he said, clenching his fists. Mia. Yes. She said with a nervous smile. I want a rematch. Upon hearing those words, Maich opened his eyes in surprise. What revenge? If all your children have been beaten to a pulp, I highly doubt they're in any condition to fight, Loki commented, confused. I'm sorry Apollo, but there can't be any more fighting in the city unless it's an official war game, Ganesha said. Then I challenge you to a war game, Maich, one without Loki's girls I challenge, looking at Maich menacingly. The winner can ask the loser for anything. I'm sorry Apollo but I refuse, I've already gotten my children into too much trouble, Maich said nervously. What? Are you afraid? Apollo asked mockingly. You know very well that without Loki's daughters you will lose. After all, you only have one talented boy who isn't strong enough yet and another who is completely useless. It seems you weren't satisfied with the blow last time said Maich, standing up and facing Apollo. So? Do you accept the war game? If you don't, I promise you that your daughter will be the one who regrets it, Apollo whispered so only Maich could hear. Upon hearing those words, Maich clenched his fists tightly. So you can see that I am a generous god, I will give you a month to prepare. I believe that time will be enough for my family to recover he said with an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Maich just lowered his gaze while clenching his fists. Maich has had that angry expression a lot lately Loki thought in surprise. I accept, Maich said, causing a smile to appear on Apollo's face. That way I'll shut your mouth once and for all and make sure you never open it again. Perfect, Apollo said with a wicked smile. Ganesha, Loki, you are witnesses that he himself accepted his destiny. I admit it Maich, you have courage despite only having 2 children, and besides, my girls won't be able to help you, Loki said with a bit of admiration. Then a war game in a month Ganesha murmured thoughtfully. Very well, in a week there will be a meeting of the gods where it will be decided what kind of confrontation they will have. You heard, now you can't run away he said mockingly, seeing how Maich trembled slightly. Scared Maich? Not a little, he said, glaring at Apollo. I'm trembling because I'm holding back the urge to hit you right now. Calm down now Ganesha ordered. I just hope you don't cause any trouble in the city this month. Don't worry, Ganesha, I won't try anything, Apollo promised. I'll come to the guild tomorrow to drop off the fine money. I'll send one of my children, Loki said boredly. When can we help in the reconstruction of the collapsed buildings? Maich asked, looking at Ganesha. Tomorrow, replied the god. Very well, this concludes the meeting. I expect you to behave yourselves. And without saying a word, the 3 of them left the room, remaining in the hallway of that floor. In a month we'll see each other again, and it will only be to see you cry over the loss of your 2 children, even though I only want Belle. I'll see what I'll do with the other one later, Apollo said mockingly. And with those words Apollo left the hallway, leaving Maich with a sour face. I hope you know what you're doing, Loki said calmly. Believe me, I know what I'm doing and with those words, Maich turned around to go look for his children, followed by Loki who was going for her girls and to give them the news. Some time later. What? Aki, Alicia and Naza shouted upon hearing what Maich said. In a month we will have an official war with the Apollo family said Maich, a little nervous because of Naza's look. But they've already lost, what's the point of this? Alice asked, confused. Technically, it was an unfair defeat since they were helped by you, Loki explained to his 2 daughters. And it's impossible for Apollo to accept such a defeat. Loki is right, Apollo will not rest until we defeat him ourselves. That seems perfect to me. The owner of those words was Belle, causing the 3 girls to look at him in surprise. I won't rest until I defeat Hyacintosh with my own hands, Belle said, looking at his palm and closing it into a fist. I still have some unfinished business with him. The memory of how he had broken his precious dagger in 2 came to his mind, making him angry. Next time, what will be split in 2 will be his spine Belle thought, determined to win. He's changed Aki thought proudly. Belle was no longer that same timid boy he found about to be killed by the killer ants, although it may not seem like it, he had changed quite a bit. And you too. Loki's voice echoed in the room, frightening his 2 daughters. We have a lot to talk about at the mansion, he said, pointing to the door. This only made the 2 girls smile nervously. And with those words Loki left the room, signaling that both of them should follow her. Goodbye Belle, Alicia said with a small smile. Take care. And with those words the beautiful elf left the room. I feel like a big sermon is coming Aki said, letting out a tired sigh. You 2 are in for a big sermon, Maich-sama said Naza, looking accusingly at his god. Don't look at me like that, Naza the nervous god pleaded. While they were in their world, Aki turned her gaze to Belle, who was embarrassed to see her. This only brought a small smile to her beautiful face. Goodbye, Belle, Aki said, and with a swift movement, she approached the albino, kissing his cheek. I love you. And without waiting another second, Aki left the room, leaving Belle frozen for not having been prepared for that. What's this about community service? The Apollo family should be doing that and building us a new house while they're at it, Naza said, unhappy with the results. We should be grateful it's not a fine Maich agreed. They would have continued talking if it weren't for the sound of someone falling to the ground that caught their attention. Belle? They both said, confused, looking at the unconscious rabbit. Days full of adventure and hard work were approaching for Belle, all to prepare for that war game. The game which will be in a month. End of chapter. Encounter and supplication. We found ourselves in one of the many streets of Verario, specifically on the roof of a house where a certain albino we all know was fixing the roof of that place. 2 days had already passed since that battle with the Apollo family, and a war game was declared for a month from now. During those 2 days I hadn't seen Aki or Alicia. They had probably both been punished by Loki or something like that. He honestly felt guilty because it was his weakness that got them into that trouble. I miss them, the albino whispered, longing to see them, though he also felt a little afraid since he still hadn't given Aki an answer about her confession. Grandpa would be disappointed in me. Belle. Stop getting lost in your thoughts and get to work. Naza's voice could be heard below him as he peeked out from the ceiling to see her. There she was, with a bit of paint on her clothes and a brush in her hand. Her job was to paint the houses that were being built or renovated, though she did it reluctantly, since, according to her, the only ones to blame were the Apollo family. I'm sorry, Naza-san, but I'm really tired, Belle said, looking at the sun, which was high in the sky, a sign that it was midday. Do you think it's time to rest? Before Naza could answer, an old man with a large beard approached her to give them some news. You two, it's time for a break, go have lunch, and with those words the old man left. Finally. Naza celebrated, placing the paintbrush on top of the paint can. Naza-san, you have to wash your paintbrush before you go to rest, Belle reminded him as he climbed down from the roof of the house. I'll do it when I get back from my break, he said dismissively. Belle just sighed at Naza's attitude, but knew he wouldn't change her mind. So without further ado, they both left that house to go and find a place to have lunch. The reconstruction of the demolished buildings was going well. With so many people helping, they were making rapid progress, and probably within a week most things would be fixed. By the way, Belle, what do you think of our temporary home? Naza asked while looking around for a food stall. Well, I'm very grateful that Shakti-san got us a temporary apartment in a building, and that thanks to her, we only have to pay half the price each week, even though it's a bit small. I miss the blue pharmacy, Belle said, sounding a little down. Me too, but thanks to Shakti-san we have a place to sleep, even if we have to share a bed, Naza said with a small smile. The apartment was small, containing only a bed and a sofa, and obviously Maich refused to let his children sleep uncomfortably, so he decided that he would sleep on the sofa, and Naza and Belle would sleep in the bed, and after much insistence he managed to convince them. Speaking of which, Naza-san, please stop kicking me at night. Last time I fell flat on my face, Belle pleaded, still in pain. I'm sorry, but the bed is small. I'm just trying to make more space, Naza excused herself, crossing her arms. Unless we decide to sleep cuddled up, I think I'd stop kicking you then. I'd rather you keep kicking me, Belle stammered, embarrassed. Meanwhile, Naza just smiled mockingly at the albino's embarrassment. I'd love to see those two's faces when they find out I sleep in the same bed as Belle, Naza thought with amusement. I could use that to my advantage to get them to buy us another bed. While Naza was carrying out his diabolical plans, Belle was lost in his thoughts. I appreciate Shakti-san's kindness in getting us that apartment, but we can't live like this forever. We need to find a way to buy a decent-sized house, Belle thought, searching for a solution. But most decent houses cost over 100,000 valis. It'll take me ages to save up that kind of money, not to mention the monthly fee we have to pay to the god insect. What a headache. While Belle complained over and over, Naza found a food stall, grabbed Belle by the arm, and dragged him there. It was a raiment stand from which a blonde boy and a black-haired boy had just left, leaving 2 empty seats, much to Naza's delight. Raymond? In this heat? Belle asked, feeling the steam on his face after taking a seat at the counter. Come on, my grandfather always told me that on hot days you have to eat hot things and on cold days you have to eat ice things, said Naza, looking at the menu. While Belle just let out a tired sigh, although he didn't complain, all he wanted was to satisfy his hunger, so he also took the menu to order his food. Wow, I didn't expect to find you here. The sensual and mature voice was heard alongside him, capturing his attention and directing his gaze there. Sitting next to him was a certain black-haired wolf girl who looked familiar to him. Among his memories, he tried to find out who he was until he finally managed to remember a certain event in the guild when his adventurer nickname was revealed. Lyle-san. Hello, I greeted with a smile. This is a pleasant surprise. With those words, the wolf girl put her arm behind the albino, pulling him closer to her. Belle obviously blushed deeply when she hugged him. Meanwhile, Naza just stared in confusion at the scene unfolding. What? Are you jealous? Lyle asked playfully. No, but if you try to overstep with him I'll have to take drastic measures. As she said those words, Naza lifted her shirt a little, revealing a knife which she had hidden. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. I hope so, and with those words Naza turned her attention back to the menu. Do you need something from me? The rabbit asked, embarrassed beyond belief. I just want to chat with you. I heard you were destroying the city a few days ago, Lyle commented, surprised. I didn't destroy anything. Before finishing his sentence, he remembered how he fired a firebolt from one side to the other, hitting some buildings. Well, maybe I did destroy a little, but it was all the Apollo family's fault. That's right. I also heard that you defeated almost the entire Apollo family. You really are incredible, the wolf girl congratulated, making Belle blush. I didn't do it alone, I received help, he said, embarrassed by the praise. But that doesn't change the fact that you're incredible. I would have loved to be there, like when you destroyed that minotaur with your bare hands. I loved it, he said with a sparkle in his eyes. Haha, I was a little crazy that day, Belle laughed nervously, remembering that battle. But I wish it were all over now. What do you mean? I asked, confused. I mean, Apollo never gives up, and now we're playing war games with them, I explained wearily. The war game? That seems a bit unbalanced, Lyle said, puzzled. Yes, very uneven, but for them, he said with a flame of fire in his eyes. Lyle just stared in surprise at Belle's determined look, only for them to start laughing seconds later. Haha, I really like you, neckbreaker rabbit, she said excitedly. Belle, I prefer you call me Belle, he asked, embarrassed by the nickname. Well, although I do like your nickname, it does make you look intimidating, I complimented, releasing Belle's grip on his neck, causing him to sigh in relief. I like you, Belle, so I'll treat you and your friend to a bowl of ramen. Really? Naza exclaimed excitedly upon hearing that. You don't need to invite us, Lyle said. Belle refused, not wanting to take advantage. Of course. Tucci, 3 special ramen. The girl asked the owner of the business. At your service. Exclaimed the man, starting to prepare the food. Belle, I like this girl, Naza said with a smile. You're only saying that because I invited you to eat, Belle whispered with an anime-style sweat drop. Come on, don't be shy and enjoy it, Lyle encouraged, lightly hitting Belle's shoulder. Well then, thank you, I accept defeated. That's the spirit. The girl said excitedly. While we wait for the food, let's keep talking. Tell me, do you have any fetishes? What kind of question is that? I asked, with an anime-style sweat drop. In fact, he does have it, said Naza, catching Lyle's attention. Oh. Which one is it? She asked curiously. But before Naza could say anything else, Belle quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from speaking. I have a fetish for battles, I'm obsessed with it, Belle replied nervously as Naza tried to break free from his grip. Meanwhile, Lyle just watched them both with a nervous smile. They really are peculiar, the wolf girl thought with amusement. While that scene was taking place in a ramen restaurant, other events were happening elsewhere. That place was the Twilight Mansion, and a rather strange situation was taking place there. Alicia was walking through the mansion's corridors with some difficulty as someone was holding her foot. That person was Loki, whose body was dragging with each step the elf took, but he had no intention of letting go of her. Please, Alicia. Don't leave the family. The goddess pleaded, trying to convince her daughter. I'm sorry, but I've already made my decision, Alicia replied without stopping. Meanwhile, Aki followed behind them with an anime-style droplet on her head. A few minutes earlier. No. The place where they were was Finn's office, where he was with Gareth, Riveria and Loki, and in front of them were Aki and Alicia. Why? Aki asked, disheartened. No. First they're going to help that bastard Apollo's child by getting a fine for the family, and now they're asking our permission to train him for his battle. Definitely not. The goddess refused, crossing her arms. And what are you complaining about? Alice asked angrily. If someone had bothered to pay the family taxes, the fine would have been less. That's my fault, Finn said with a tired sigh. It was a big mistake on my part to leave Loki in charge of the taxes. He probably used the tax money to buy wine. At those words, a nervous smile appeared on the goddess's face. I told you, Finn, from now on I'll take care of it, Riviera said, glaring angrily at Loki. That's not the point. The goddess shouted, looking at Aki and Alicia. You two are forbidden from seeing that child from now on. He only brings trouble to the family. What? The two shouted, surprised by those words. I think you're exaggerating a bit by forbidding them from seeing their friend, Gareth commented, stroking his beard. I agree with Gareth, although they did get a fine for helping that kid and breaking the family rules, Finn said calmly. Come on, they just want to help a friend of theirs with that war, Riveria said, supporting both of them. It's true they deserve punishment for their actions, but forbidding them from seeing him is excessive. I know that, Riveria, I don't even object to them training that child, as long as they don't get involved in another problem, but as he said those words, Finn turned his gaze to Loki. You can't forbid us from seeing Belle. Alice shouted angrily. Of course I can, that child only causes them to get into trouble. You're only angry because they found out you were evading taxes, Aki accused, also angry. Ugh, I said you're not going to see that child anymore. If you do, I'll kick you out of the family. Loki shouted in a firm tone. As he said those words, a silence fell over the entire room, making him smile with pride. Perfect, that'll keep them quiet, Loki thought, believing everything was now solved. Good. The one who said those words was Alice, causing Loki to open his eyes in surprise. You don't need to kick me out of the family, I'll leave myself. And with those words Alicia stood up and walked towards the exit, leaving the room and once again leaving a deathly silence in the room. Loki just stared blankly at those words, not expecting it to end like this. Wow, Loki, I'm surprised by the perfect way you solve problems, Finn said sarcastically, clapping lightly. You'd better make sure Alicia stays in the family, I don't want to lose one of my students, Loki, Reveria threatened angrily. Those words frightened Loki even more, making him realize he had messed up. Just let them see the child and that's it, just warn them not to get into unnecessary trouble again, Gareth said, stroking his beard. And with those words, Loki dashed out of the room to do everything possible to keep Alicia in the family. See, can I go? Aki asked her three superiors with a nervous smile. Go, just make sure you convince Alicia to stay in the family, Reveria said, still angry about what Loki had caused. And I warn you, you are only allowed to train that child, from there you can no longer cross the lines like confronting another family as happened with Apollo, Finn warned in a serious tone. SC. And with a nervous attitude, Aki left the room, leaving the three executives alone. Haha, that's what love does, Gareth laughed when they were alone. Will there never be a quiet day in this family? Finn asked wearily. Remember that we still have to go and deliver those 30 million that we owe, Reveria reminded calmly. That just made Finn bang his head on the table. Current time. Now we return to the first scene with Alice struggling to walk and Loki refusing to let go of her foot. Loki, let me go. I have to pack my bags. Alicia complained, swinging her foot from side to side to get her goddess off her. No. Don't go. She pleaded again, clinging on like a koala. You should have thought about that before saying those words. Do you love that boy so much that you'd abandon your family? Loki asked with pleading eyes. It's not just because of the love I feel for Belle. It angers me that I'm not allowed to help someone important to me just because we're from different families, Alicia whispered, clenching her fists. Belle is part of my family and you're asking me to abandon him. I simply can't accept that. Fine. You can see him, you can train him, you can kiss him, you can sleep with him, you can have 20 children with him, but don't leave the family. Loki pleaded, tightening his grip once more. Upon hearing those words, Alicia's cheeks flushed, and even more so upon hearing the word go to bed, imagining some rather unholy things. It would be best if I spoke to her, Aki intervened with a nervous smile, grabbing Loki's shoulder. Loki, still not quite sure about letting go of Alice, released her and moved away a little to give them space. What do you want? Alicia asked, looking away. Do you really want to leave your family? Aki asked, looking downcast. No, but it makes me angry that he forbids me from seeing Belle, Alicia whispered, clenching her fists. The captain gave us permission to train him. All we need to do is convince Loki, Aki explained, trying to encourage Alicia. And you're already doing that. I know, but who can convince me that he won't do it again in the future? Said Alice, not very convinced. I promise I won't forbid you from seeing that child again. Just don't get involved in any more trouble. Loki shouted from a few meters away from them. See? We already have permission to help him, Aki said with a small smile. Don't leave the Alicia family. Meanwhile, the elf just looked away, not knowing what to say. She didn't want to abandon the family. After all, she had made great memories there and all her friends lived there. But the idea of having limitations with Belle bothered her. In short, Loki was telling her that the next time Belle was at risk of death, she should just stand idly by. After thinking for a few minutes, he turned his gaze to Loki. Fine, I'll stay with the family, she said, much to the goddess's delight. But I warn you, if Belle is ever in danger again, I won't hesitate to rush to his aid, no matter what anyone says. The next battle is a war game, so you're not allowed to help, Loki reminded him. I know that, I'm just saying it to make it clear, said the elf, crossing her arms. But those words, the goddess happily raised her hands. Great. Reveria's not going to kill me now. I have to tell him. I exclaimed, turning around. But remember to think twice before you do something stupid. And with those words the goddess left the hallway, leaving the duo of friends alone. Loki is a pain in the neck, Alicia whispered wearily, looking at her friend who had an uncomfortable expression. What's wrong with you? And nothing's wrong, she replied with a nervous laugh. I'm just happy that we can keep seeing Belle. Alicia just narrowed her eyes, not believing what her friend said, but she decided not to insist on it. After all, she too made excuses when she was sad about the kiss, even though she still was. Starting tomorrow we'll begin our training with Bell. If we want him to win that war, we'll have to put in the effort and we'll also train Naza while we're at it. At a certain ramen establishment, the girl in question felt a chill down her spine, but let it go for the moment. Yes. We'll do our best, Aki whispered, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Alicia just watched her out of the corner of her eye, not understanding what was happening. Did I say something that made her uncomfortable? Alicia wondered, although she was sure she hadn't said anything out of line. Meanwhile, the cat just stared doubtfully out the window at the blue sky. All this discussion with Loki and the others had left a great doubt in his chest. The doubt that was bothering her a lot. Do I not love Bell enough? Aki wondered, feeling that pressure in her chest. Doubts about her feelings began to arise within her. End of chapter. An unexpected ending. We found ourselves at the enormous well of Auraria where there were 4 people. They were Aki, Alicia, Bell and Naza, the latter of whom had a nervous smile. As usual, Bell and Naza were helping not long ago with the reconstruction of the collapsed buildings in Aurario, but Aki and Alicia took them away to train with the permission of the person in charge of the work. And now we are in the current situation at the wall. I'm the supervisor, right? Tell me I'm the supervisor, said Naza, not wanting to have the same ordeal as Bell. I'm sorry Naza, but you're going to train with us too, said Alicia, feeling a little sorry for Naza. While he was alone, he began to mentally prepare himself for the martyrdom he would experience. Goodbye peaceful days, I whispered, looking up at the sky. While Naza lamented her fate, Aki and Bell had their conversation, although the atmosphere was awkward between them. Hey, by the way, Aki-san, didn't you have any problems with Loki-sama these days? He asked, a little uncomfortably. The memory of the kiss with Aki wouldn't leave him alone, making him very nervous every time he was with her, and it didn't help that he also knew she was in love with him. Aki, upon hearing Bell's question, became a little uncomfortable as she recalled the events of the previous day. Just a small argument, but it's all sorted out now, he replied without looking Bell in the eyes, that insecurity in his chest. I'm sorry, it's my fault they got into this mess, the dejected albino apologized. If only I had been stronger. Don't worry Bell, neither Alicia nor I blame you for anything, the cat encouraged with a small smile, making the albino embarrassed but lifting his spirits a little. Meanwhile, Alicia just watched the interaction between the two with a bit of discomfort and sadness. Don't tell me you've already given up the fight. Naza whispered, seeing the elf's dejected expression. Do you think I can still win her heart? Alicia asked, also in a not very convinced whisper. You already won him over a long time ago, but if you stop trying to achieve something with him, what you've accomplished will diminish and be overshadowed by Aki's actions, Naza said, trying to motivate Alicia. Remember, as long as Bell isn't in a serious relationship with anyone has a chance with him, even me. That last comment was unnecessary, said the elf with an anime-style sweat drop. I'm starting to think you're in love with him and you've been hiding it from us all this time. Believe me, Alicia, if I were in love with him, you would have fallen in battle a long time ago, but one thing I am sure of is that I love him much more than the two of you, she said with a triumphant smile, making Alicia frown. Great. Aki's voice, accompanied by applause, caught everyone's attention, turning them to look at her. The war between the Apollo family will be in a month, so we have a month to turn Bell and Naza into killing machines. I already am, I just need to be stronger, Naza commented, causing everyone to have an anime-style sweat drop. I like the idea, Bell whispered, imagining himself destroying the captain of that family. By the way, Bell, Alicia's voice caught the albino's attention, turning him to look at her. I see you have a new dagger. It's not new, Naza said. It's an old dagger I used before I started using a bow. It's rusty now, but it's still good for training. It's temporary until I buy a new one. If you like, we can go together one of these days to buy you a new dagger, Alicia suggested with a beautiful smile. Oh, of course, that sounds good to me, Bell agreed, a little embarrassed by her beautiful smile. It seems he's got a bit more energy to move his chess pieces, Naza thought, amused. Meanwhile, Aki only had a small awkward smile at Alicia and Bell's interaction. It would be best if we started training, Aki said, drawing everyone's attention again. Bell will train with me, and Naza with Alicia. Upon hearing those words, a small shiver ran through Naza, and a friendly smile formed on the elf's face. Be gentle with me, Naza asked the elf. No. Are we going to have a fight, Aki-san? Bell asked excitedly, since it had been a while since he had fought with Aki. Exactly, Bell, let's see how much you've improved these past few days, said the cat, equally excited. After a few sparring matches, Alice will give you more lessons with the dagger. Exactly. In the meantime, I'll train with my good friend Naza, Alicia said with a friendly smile, dragging Naza to a more secluded spot for better training. First, let's see how you do in hand-to-hand combat. I'm terrible at hand-to-hand combat, let's do some theory instead, she said, starting to feel more nervous. Is it so they can win that war? Or do you want Belle to go to that family? Upon hearing that question, Naza's expression changed radically. I'd rather die than hand Belle over to that stupid god, she said angrily, standing in front of the elf. I'm not a very good fighter, but I'll do my best. That's the spirit. While Alicia and Naza were chatting, Aki and Belle were already prepared to start their friendly match. This time I won't be so soft like before, since in theory you're much stronger, said Aki, getting into a battle stance with her sword sheathed. He was still afraid of using much more force than Belle could handle and causing him a serious injury with his sword, so he used its sheath to avoid that. Don't worry, Aki-san, I'll show you I'm not so weak anymore, he said with determination, drawing his temporal dagger. He's very motivated, the cat thought with a small smile. But I wonder if his strength will be as great as his motivation. After that, they both remained silent, staring at each other. His fighting stance has improved. He has few openings, Aki thought, a little surprised. It seems the battle with the Apollo family helped him improve a lot. It wouldn't be too difficult for Aki to break Belle's defense since he was 2 levels above him, but at a level 2 or even a level 3, it would be difficult for him to achieve that feat. Just thinking about it brought an excited smile to the cat's face, wishing that Belle would become level 4 and have an equal battle with him. Start whenever you want, the girl challenged, without lowering her guard, eager to see Belle's new skills. Good. And to Aki's surprise, in the blink of an eye, Belle was already in front of her, ready to attack. Thanks to his years of experience, he quickly recovered from his surprise and blocked the attack with his sword sheath, although he was even more surprised to see how he was pushed back a little by the force the albino used. It's true that he wasn't fighting with everything he had, but it was still amazing. It seems I was underestimating him, Aki thought, starting to get more excited. This will be entertaining. I made you back up. Belle exclaimed, happy with his achievement as it was the first time he had done it. Don't celebrate too soon, Belle. I barely used any force, he said with a small smile. And get ready, because now I'll come out stronger, now that I know you're much stronger. Of course. And with that shout, they both launched into attack, beginning their friendly battle. Meanwhile, Naza watched them in disbelief from afar. They're fast, Naza whispered in surprise, watching Belle move quickly, dodging Aki's attacks. It's much stronger than before, said Alice, also surprised. Alicia wasn't sure, but most likely Aki was forced to fight with a little more than 50% of her power, or at least that's what the elf believed when she saw the speed she was using and the strength of her attacks. And I'm supposed to be that strong? Naza asked incredulously. Well, not quite, but enough to help Belle in the war, Alicia replied, stepping back slightly from Naza. I'm sure you're a good archer, so it would be best if we practiced your hand-to-hand combat in case you're forced to face someone that way. It will be a miracle if I can get up tomorrow, he whispered, mentally preparing himself to receive all the blows. List? Well, the truth is no, but I have no other option, she replied resignedly. And with those words Alicia launched her attack, beginning her hand-to-hand combat with Naza, who was doing everything possible to resist. And in the distance, Aki and Belle were smiling excitedly, exchanging attacks from one side to the other, demonstrating all their skills, or at least that was the case with Belle, who was using everything he had to fight the cat. Hours later. The following hours were spent training for the 4 inhabitants of the wall, training until they could do no more. Although the most affected of all was a certain girl with pain all over her body. I'm dying, whispered Naza, lying on the ground unable to move a muscle. I curse you, Alicia. Hang on, Naza-san, said Belle, giving his captain some water to drink. After training, the 4 decided to rest and eat something to regain energy, although Naza will most likely not be able to train anymore for the rest of the day. Don't exaggerate, Naza, I was as gentle as possible, Alicia said, seeing how dramatic Naza was being. I'll tell Belle on you, the girl whispered with difficulty. Don't get angry, Naza-san, Alicia-san is only doing it for our own good, said the albino with a nervous smile. You seem very excited, Naza said, his eyes narrowed. Haha, you'll see, Belle, with a triumphant smile, turned his gaze to Aki, causing Naza and Alicia to do the same. There in front of them was the catgirl calmly eating a sandwich, although to the surprise of the 2 girls she had a cut on her cheek. Did Belle manage to cut you? The elf asked, surprised. Yes, I must say that Belle is very fast, and thanks to that, he managed to cut my cheek, Aki explained, feeling proud of Belle. The way things are going, when I reach level 3, I'll have to fight with all my strength to defeat him, or I'll end up losing. Don't exaggerate, Aki-san. I still have a long way to go to be as amazing as you, Belle said, embarrassed by the compliments. Although I feel bad for hurting you, that cut on your cheek doesn't suit your beautiful face. I'm sorry, he apologized with an embarrassed smile. Upon hearing those words, a deep blush gradually spread across Aki's face, to the point where she looked like a tomato from the embarrassment she felt at that moment. And no apology, it's part of the training, Aki stammered, embarrassed, avoiding Belle's eyes. While Naza watched that scene with a bit of amusement, Alicia watched everything with a certain amount of jealousy. I think I cut my cheek too in my fight with Naza, the elf whispered, looking away. Are you kidding me? I hadn't even raised my fist when I was already on the ground again, I couldn't even land a punch, Naza complained upon hearing that lie. Although I'm glad that Alicia-san isn't hurt, just like Aki-san, injuries don't belong on her pretty face. Upon hearing those words, a love-struck smile formed on Alicia's face. Don't exaggerate, Belle, she said, placing both hands on her blushing cheeks. And what about me? Am I just a nobody? Naza asks angrily. I'm the one who's most hurt out of the four of us, and you're not saying anything. Sorry Naza-san, I really don't like seeing you hurt. If it were up to me, I'd take on the Apollo family myself, Belle apologized with a shy smile. After all, you're very important to me too. Don't think those words will cheer me up, he said, frowning. Just because of that, you won't be sleeping in the bed tonight. You'll be sleeping on the floor. What? Belle exclaimed, startled. Although at the moment Naza said those words, Aki and Alicia changed their expression to a confused one. How come you won't be sleeping in the bed anymore? Aki asked, confused. Well, it's just that Naza-san and I sleep together in the same bed since we don't have another one, she replied with a nervous smile. Upon hearing those words, both slowly turned their gaze towards the one named, who was looking at them with a poker expression. So you sleep with Belle, said Alice, her eyes darkening. Yes, and let me tell you that thanks to that I'm not cold at night anymore, when I hug Belle all that cold goes away, Naza said with a mocking smile. It seems you're lucky, very lucky, Aki whispered in a terrifying tone of voice. Do you want to resume training, Naza? Alicia asked without changing her expression. Belle, I think I twisted my ankle in training, I don't think I can train anymore, Naza said with a pained tone. If that's the case, it's best if you don't train anymore, Belle said worriedly, approaching his captain. Does it hurt a lot? Not much, but I don't think I'll be able to walk for the rest of the day. I hope it's nothing serious, said the albino, starting to check Naza's ankle for any swelling. While doing that, Naza turned her gaze to Aki and Alicia, smiling at them mockingly and superiorly, causing both of them to frown angrily. I will always be first were Naza's thoughts, which both girls seemed to hear as they frowned even more. Girls, can we stop training here? Belle asked her two teachers. Naza's foot is swollen, and I don't want to make things worse, so I want to take her home. Fine, Aki reluctantly agreed. Well, after all, we'll continue training tomorrow, said Alicia, determined to face Naza. When it starts hurting me more, I'll tell Belle I can't continue. Naza thought about her plans for the next few days. Then it would be best if we climb down from the wall, said Aki, picking up her sword that was on the ground. And while we're at it, let's go see his new house. I'm a little curious to see what it's like, Alicia said, a little anxiously. It's a very small place, but something is something, said the albino with a nervous smile, crouching down and showing his back to Naza. She quickly understood the message by climbing onto the albino's back so that he would carry her on his back the whole way. Thank you, Belle, Naza said gratefully, relieved not to have to strain her ankle on the way. Don't thank me, it's my duty to help you, Belle said with a smile, starting to walk, followed by Aki and Alicia, who looked jealously at Naza. Is something wrong? Naza asked both girls with an innocent smile. Nothing's happening, they both replied, looking away. And with that threatening atmosphere between the three girls, which Belle didn't notice, they slowly descended from the wall until they reached the city and began walking through its streets towards the temporary headquarters of the Maich family. Doesn't carrying Naza tire you? Aki asked Belle. She must be very heavy. Hey! She shouted, offended. The truth is, Naza-san is very light after all, it's not the first time I've carried her, she replied with a nervous smile. This only made both girls turn their gaze back to Naza, who looked away, changing her expression to one of disinterest, as if she did not understand what they were talking about. That was back when we still had the blue pharmacy, when we went out into the streets to sell potions. When we returned to the pharmacy, Naza-san would ask me to carry her because she felt tired, and in the end she would fall asleep on my back, Belle recounted, letting out a weak laugh. That only made the accusing stares of both girls intensify. Don't judge me, when I was a child I always wanted a brother who would spoil me, and Belle is like one to me, Naza defended herself, hugging Belle a little tighter. Those words made Belle smile, embarrassed and happy to know that Naza considered him like a brother. The truth is, it's difficult for me to deny Naza-san anything, Belle confessed with a nervous smile. Lucky girl, the two whispered, making Naza smile triumphantly. Alicia. The four stopped abruptly and ceased talking upon hearing a voice behind them slowly turning around. The expressions of the four were confused, not knowing the person in front of them, except for Alicia, who was confused and then opened her eyes in surprise a few seconds later. The person standing in front of them was a short-haired blonde elf with blue eyes, looking at the female elf in surprise. As Alice processed the information, her expression changed to one of tiredness and annoyance. "Alice, I've finally found you," cried the happy elf, running towards Alice. "Hi," I shouted the elf, raising my hand and stopping the elf, with weariness in my voice. "Who is he?" Naza whispered to Aki. "I have no idea," Aki replied, also in a whisper. The elf just looked at the elf with a smile, while she just had a tired look. Hello?" Belle greeted with a nervous smile. Upon hearing Belle's voice, the elf turned to look at him with an annoyed expression. "Alicia, what are you doing with this human?" the elf asked, puzzled. "That human has a name and it's Belle," Alicia said, slightly annoyed. Sorry, but who are you?" Belle asked, completely confused. "You see, he is." Alice was about to answer, but the elf raised his hand, stopping her. "I'm going to introduce myself, my dear Alicia," said the elf with a love-struck smile. Upon hearing the words "dear Alice," Belle unconsciously frowned. "You see, human, my name is Bastian," he introduced himself with great elegance. "And I am Alicia's fiancé." End of chapter. An annoying problem. "My name is Bastian and I am Alicia's fiancé." The moment the elf named Bastian said those words, a silence fell over the street where none of the other four could say anything, having different reactions. Naza and Aki were speechless upon hearing that, Alicia had a blank expression not knowing what to do, and Belle felt a horrible pressure in his chest upon hearing that the elf was engaged. "What?" Naza shouted after coming out of shock. "As I hear, lady, my beloved Alicia is engaged to me," said Bastian, gazing lovingly at the elf. "Engaged? That means you've had free rein this whole time, Aki." Naza shouted at the surprised cat. "And here I am wasting my time." Aki shouted, unable to believe it. Belle just stared in surprise at the elf and then whispered a few words. "So you're engaged, Alicia-san." For obvious reasons, the elf did not like Belle thinking that at all. Her heart belonged only to him and no one else. "No." The elf shouted at the four of them, capturing the attention of the others. "What's wrong, Alice?" the elf asked, confused. "I'm not engaged to anyone," she exclaimed before any more misconceptions could be made. "So?" Naza asked, confused, slowly getting off Belle's back, completely forgetting the pain in her ankle. "You're right, but we'll be engaged soon," Bastian said with a smile. "After all, you swore your love to me." Upon hearing those words, Belle, Aki and Naza turned their surprised gazes to the elf. "Explain yourself, Alicia," Aki said, confused. "I never swore my love to you," Alice shouted at the elf. "Maybe not yet, but you will soon," he said, smiling slyly. Before you continue talking about your love for each other, the moment Naza said those words, Alicia gave her a death glare, which she ignored. "Can you explain how you met?" Aki nodded slightly at that question, since she had never heard of her best friend being engaged or having such a close friend besides Belle. Meanwhile, Belle remained silent, listening attentively to every word, though still feeling uneasy inside. "Well," Alicia said wearily, beginning to explain. "This is Bastian. I've known him since we were children, since we lived in the same town and our parents were friends, so obviously I spent time with him from time to time. And little by little, love began to blossom between us," interrupted the elf, making Alice frown. "How beautiful," Naza whispered, clapping lightly. "Bastian, understand that you and I never had that kind of relationship," Alicia said, annoyed. "I made that clear to you the last day we saw each other before I left town and came to Arario." "Oh, so it's just someone who doesn't understand no for an answer," Naza said with boredom. "But you and I make a cute couple," said the elf with a small smile. "Even our parents wanted us to be a couple." "Well, it's a shame I don't think the same," said Alice, beginning to feel uncomfortable. "I'm aware you don't love me, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up," Bastian stated firmly. "After all, you're the only woman worthy of being with me." And as he said those words, Bastian reached out to touch Alice's cheek. But before he could even reach out, I grabbed his arm, stopping him. Everyone turned their surprised gaze to Belle, who was the one who had taken the elf's arm. "Why does a human like you dare to touch me?" the elf asked with disgust. "Alicia-san already made it clear that she doesn't want that kind of relationship with you, so stop bothering her," Belle whispered, glaring angrily at the elf. That action made Alicia's heart start beating rapidly and a small blush adorned her cheeks. "And why are you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong?" Bastian asked angrily. "Because Alicia-san is important to me and I can clearly see from her expression that she's not comfortable being with you," Belle said, squeezing the elf's arm a little, who just frowned. "In short, you're just ruining our atmosphere with your presence," said Naza, who was standing behind Belle. "Stupid human," the elf whispered, freeing his arm from Belle's grip. "Bastian, please don't cause any trouble," Alicia pleaded, not wanting Belle to fight and get hurt. I didn't know what level Bastion was or if he was even an adventurer, but I didn't want to find out. Only because you asked me to, but I'm disappointed to see you've made friends with a disgusting human, said the elf, looking at Belle with disgust. I decide who I make friends with, said Alice, angry at those words. You can leave now, Naza said, annoyed. Those words angered the elf, but he said nothing. He wanted to maintain his reputation and didn't want to ruin it by yelling at a woman. Very well, I'll leave, but don't think it will be the last time you see me, since I spent too much time looking for you to just give up like that, said Bastion, taking a few steps back. Those words only made Alicia nervous. All she wanted was to win Belle's love, but it seems that all that has been ruined by the presence of her old friend Bastion. And you, said the elf, pointing at Belle. Let me tell you, you are not worthy to be with such a wonderful elf as Alicia. She belongs to me. Alicia Sand is not an object to belong to someone, Belle replied with a serious expression. PSK, it's not worth talking to a human, he said, then looked at the elf. It was good to see you after so long, Alicia. I'd like to talk to you more, but the presence of your friends won't make that possible, so it will have to be another time. I'd rather not see you anymore, the elf thought without even looking at Bastion. And with those words the elf turned around and left, but not before angrily glaring at Belle, who returned the same expression. After a few seconds the elf had already disappeared from everyone's sight, making Aki click her tongue angrily. That guy is an idiot, Aki said with disgust. I agree with you, I'm surprised that someone like you Alicia has become friends with a guy like that, Naza said, a little surprised. It wasn't like this before, Alicia whispered wearily. We lived in the same elven village, and our parents were friends, although her father was like a mayor or leader of the village. This caused her ego to grow as she grew up, not to mention that her father instilled in her the same hatred that many elves have towards other races, mainly humans. I detest those kinds of elves, Naza said angrily. Besides insulting Belle, I hate him twice over. Getting back to the topic, I see that you being his partner has been going on for a while, Aki recalled, who also felt some anger towards the elf. For years, he kept saying the same thing, which made me uncomfortable because of how persistent he was. Of course, that was until I decided to leave the village and come to Arario, but not before making it clear that I didn't have those kinds of feelings for him and never would, she recounted uncomfortably, as Belle stood beside her, listening to everything. I thought I'd never see him again, since in theory he was supposed to be the next village leader, but I see I was wrong. Without a doubt, the types who don't take no for an answer are the most annoying and dangerous, Naza said, frowning. The best thing to do is break his legs before he tries anything. I think that's an exaggeration, Alicia murmured, with an anime-style sweat drop. I'm not exaggerating, even Belle had an expression that said he was about to do it, Naza said with a mocking smile. The moment she said those words, Alicia turned her gaze towards Belle, who was embarrassed without knowing why. I am sorry for acting like that, I let my impulses take over, he apologized, embarrassed. Then no need to apologize, I appreciate you defending me, Alicia said with a small, shy smile. You looked great. Those words made Belle blush with embarrassment and look away. I simply didn't like seeing you with that uncomfortable expression, he said without looking the elf in the eyes. This caused a feeling of happiness to appear in Alicia when she saw that she was important to Belle. However, remembering Bastion's face caused her spirits to plummet once again. I think the visit to her house will have to wait for another time, said the elf, her expression returning to that of a dejected woman. I'm not in the mood right now after this encounter. Relax, I understand. If you're in that mood, it won't be fun giving you a tour of the house and showing you the bed where I sleep with Belle, Naza said with an innocent smile. Those words made Aki and Alicia frown angrily. But that doesn't mean there won't be training tomorrow, so you have to be on time, the elf warned, pointing at Naza, who just looked away with a nervous smile. You both get some rest so you'll be full of energy tomorrow, Aki advised, starting to walk toward the mansion. Goodbye Naza and goodbye Belle, I'll see you tomorrow. As Aki went ahead on the path, Alicia stayed for a few more seconds watching the albino. Thank you so much Belle, maybe it doesn't mean much, but it made me happy that you defended me, she said with a tender smile, making Belle blush. It's nothing, he stammered nervously. And one last thing, Alicia said, taking Belle's face in her hands to look him directly in the eyes. Don't you ever think that I have feelings for Bastion. I'm not in love with him. Do you understand? Why yes, he whispered, confused. Okay, she said, letting go of Belle's face and then giving him a hug that took him by surprise. Thank you, I love you. And with those words, Alicia broke away from the hug and quickly ran off to catch up with Aki, leaving Belle frozen. He didn't say goodbye to me, Naza said, offended, crossing her arms. Then she turned her gaze to Belle, who was blushing because of the elf's actions. She probably meant it in a friendly way, thought Belle, not believing that such a beautiful elf as Alicia could be in love with him. It was hard for him to accept that Aki had feelings for him, as if someone with the same beauty would feel the same way. So without hesitation, he put that idea into his head, believing that he only said it in a friendly way. Meanwhile, Naza just let out a tired sigh as he looked at Belle. I don't need to be a mind reader to know what she's thinking, I thought disapprovingly. You need to be more direct and clear about how you feel, Alicia, otherwise Belle won't get the message. So to snap Belle out of his thoughts, he slapped him on the head, bringing him back from his reverie. What's going on? Belle asked, confused. I know you're in shock about everything that happened, but we can't be out on the street all day, we have to leave. You're right, sorry, Belle apologized with a nervous smile, starting to walk, followed by Naza. Although the moment Naza took the first step, she stopped abruptly. Belle, I called, catching the albino's attention. And? Marry me, he asked, extending his hands as he felt the pain in his ankle. That action made Belle smile with amusement as he approached his captain, carried her on his back, and headed towards his home. By the way, Naza began, if you don't want that elf to take Alicia from you or try to do something to her, you'd better keep your eyes peeled and make your moves. Naza-san, Belle whispered, embarrassed. I'm just warning you, he said, settling onto Belle's back and closing his eyes to get some sleep. Meanwhile, the albino kept his gaze fixed on the road, thinking about what had just happened. I don't like that guy, and apparently Alicia-san doesn't either, I thought with a serious expression. I don't know what kind of person he is, but I'm not going to let him keep making Alicia-san feel uncomfortable. And as if that wasn't enough, another annoying problem was added to our protagonist's list that day, a busy day which had come to an end. End of chapter.